In the early era of the revival of spiritual energy, Su-yi, through the evolution-devouring system, becomes a legend in martial arts. He vanquishes extraordinary talents, crushes ancient demons, and overwhelms immortal sovereigns. Enchanting beauties, ethereal daughters of nobility, and unparalleled holy maidens flock to him, adored by all. Dark overlords, affluent young masters, and peerless geniuses must all bow in submission. Any who dare to resist are swiftly obliterated. The world has undergone a transformation. Spiritual energy has accelerated its resurgence, and the dawn of war looms closer. Living once more, he will tread upon the heavens and earth, ascending towards the pinnacle of myth. Chapter 1. Return to the past. The northern winter is bitterly cold, with snowflakes swirling in the air as the year draws to a close. The southern breezes carry a hint of chill. On an ancient, narrow street in Shaoyang City, Nangguang Province, Su-yi, clad in a tattered red coat, trudges forward, his cheeks and arms marred with bruises, resembling a filthy beggar. Gazing at the somewhat dilapidated buildings lining the street, Su-yi feels an odd blend of familiarity and strangeness. It is January 1st, 2019. I have truly returned, back to my youthful days. Su-yi weeps with joy as he reads the date flashing on a digital screen atop a skyscraper. Indeed, he has returned, traversing back to the year he had just graduated from university. In this moment, Su-yi is overwhelmed with elation. Having faced death and emerged victorious, he has finally succeeded. This ancient street before him was the very place he resided during his university years and the early days of his career. At the end of the second year, it marked the time when the Maya civilization prophesied the end of the world. However, rather than facing extinction, Earth civilization entered the nascent era of spiritual energy revival. A thin veil of spiritual energy emerged across the globe, giving rise to cultivators of spiritual power. 30 years later, in the year 2052, the complete resurgence of spiritual energy heralded the dawn of a grand new world. As the 10th year of this resurgence unfolded, extraterrestrial beings that had long cast covetous eyes upon Earth launched a massive invasion. At this critical juncture, he, the leader of the Earth Guardians Alliance, was treacherously ambushed and gravely injured by his brother-in-arms, Chao Yuan, who had secretly allied with these alien entities. In his final moments, Su-yi activated the reincarnation stone, sending his soul back to the past, landing on the last day of 2018. It was indeed the last day of the 6th year of spiritual energy revival. A severe car accident unexpectedly transported him into the realm of martial arts, transforming him into a noble warrior. This presented an opportune moment for his soul to inhabit the body of his younger self, who was gravely injured and unconscious. Fortunately, he succeeded in returning to the past and inhabiting the body on the brink of death. The pain. My head aches intensely. Suddenly, Su-yi was overwhelmed by a searing headache, as if struck by a heavy object, the pain unbearable. Gradually, the sensation subsided, and the last remnants of his former soul merged with his current essence, unleashing a torrent of memories. Su-yi's anger began to simmer, radiating a palpable fury. How outrageous! Helping a fallen elder almost led to my being defrauded, and delivering takeout nearly cost me my life. In a fit of rage, Su-yi erupted in expletives. A mixture of astonishment and indignation etched upon his face. He had indeed returned to the past, inhabiting the youthful version of himself, albeit with a slightly altered narrative. In his previous life, a catastrophic accident had serendipitously transformed him into a noble warrior during the early stages of spiritual energy revival. Now, in this youthful era, he had graduated university 6 months prior and had switched jobs multiple times. As the year drew to a close, he took on a job as a delivery driver to make ends meet for the upcoming celebrations. Just yesterday, while delivering food, he helped an elderly person who had fallen, only to find himself falsely accused of causing the mishap. Thankfully, several bystanders witnessed the incident and testified on his behalf, allowing him to escape unscathed. Consequently, his ample delivery time became constrained, causing a delay of half a minute. While this may have been inconsequential for most, it was disastrous for him, as he encountered the notorious local bully, Jin Gongzi, known for his ruthless demeanor. Jin Gongzi, dissatisfied with the half-minute delay, unleashed a brutal beating upon him, leaving him barely alive before discarding him at the edge of a cliff in a desolate mountain range. Wounded and alone, he lay in the frigid wilderness throughout the night. It was no wonder his soul traversed back to a time when his youthful self was on the verge of death. How infuriating! Good deeds go unpunished. As my act of kindness towards the fallen elder led to my demise at the hands of that tyrant, Jin Gongzi. While my current body remains that of an ordinary person, The more Sui pondered, the more enraged he became. This society is truly absurd. Those who exhibit kindness are often victimized. Even passers-by felt the intensity of his wrath, hastily avoiding him as if he were a madman. Ding dong. Anger levels peaked. Activating the all-powerful evolution devouring system. What? A system? How did I acquire this? The voice resonating in his mind left Sui astounded. In the future, he would become a martial arts master, well-versed in the knowledge that certain warriors awaken with their own unique cultivation systems. Yet, he had never possessed such a system. To his surprise, upon returning, he discovered he harbored a system within him, the all-powerful evolution devouring system. So, this means I now possess the qualifications to embark upon the path of martial arts and awaken my physical powers. Sui quickly grasped the situation, excitement coursing through him. Yes, Master, the all-powerful evolution devouring system enables you to awaken your physical prowess and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. The system affirmed his newfound capabilities. What functionalities do you possess? What is my current standing? Sui eagerly inquired. Chapter 2. Fierce as wolves, arrogant, and overbearing system scanning. Scanning complete. Low-tier world dimension, low-tier life planet, spiritual energy sparse. Sui, male, 22 years old, university graduate, unmarried, bank balance, 0. Martial arts realm, 0. Bloodline level, lowest, mortal realm. System, you are so thorough. Does that mean I am currently a worthless individual? Sui expressed his astonishment and despair. The universe he inhabited was a low-tier world dimension, with Earth barely emerging into the realm of spiritual energy revival, still a low-tier planet. Furthermore, he was in a dire state. As a common man with no savings to speak of, his lack of funds stemmed from constantly switching jobs since graduation 6 months earlier. With no martial arts realm even at the initial level, he was, in essence, a person devoid of any capabilities. This can be understood, but from now on, with the system's assistance, the master shall grow stronger. The system responded. What other functionalities do you possess? Sui pressed further. The functionalities of the system were of utmost importance, as they would provide the means for his advancement. Functions activated. Danger alert, devouring function, combat power analysis function. The all-powerful evolution devouring system's functionalities were now operational, with 3 primary functions being the most significant. The danger alert function assesses the danger level of the surrounding environment. The devouring function allows the absorption of all forms of spiritual energy, facilitating self-cultivation, enabling a faster absorption rate than ordinary practitioners, thereby accelerating his training progress. Additionally, it permits bloodline evolution. A higher bloodline level translates to greater talent. Bloodline evolution can occur through power enhancement or by devouring higher-level bloodlines. Combat power analysis comprehensively evaluates the strength of adversaries, serving as an aid in combat. Excellent. System. From now on, I shall refer to you as a Quan. Activate the devouring system and absorb spiritual energy. Sui exclaimed with enthusiasm. Each feature would greatly benefit him, especially the devouring function, which proved invaluable. Given that spiritual energy on Earth was currently scarce, absorbing it was exceedingly challenging. The possession of the devouring function would undoubtedly provide him with a significant advantage over other practitioners. In that instant, Sui perceived a gathering of spiritual energy, flowing into his body through his limbs and bones. As the ethereal energy coursed through his body, Sui felt an immediate uplift in spirit, the pain that had plagued him gradually diminishing. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach, signaling an intense hunger that he had momentarily overlooked. Realizing his need for sustenance, he hurriedly made his way deeper into the narrow street. Since the previous day, he had not consumed a single morsel, which made his hunger all the more pronounced. Being an ordinary mortal, he had yet to attain the state of fasting where one could subsist solely on absorbed spiritual energy. Brother Lu, I would like a large bowl of noodles. In no time, Sui found himself in a quaint noodle shop, addressing the proprietor. This establishment's noodles were his absolute favorite, renowned for their unique broth and rich flavor, compelling him to visit daily. Whether in his past life or the present, his affection for them remained unchanged. Sui, my dear brother, what happened to you? You look dreadful, as if you've been in an accident. Brother Lu observed Sui's tattered appearance with concern. Oh, I thought a beggar had walked in, but it turns out to be you. What on earth happened? Have you been to the hospital? You must take care of your health, young man. It is your most valuable asset. At this moment, other patrons in the restaurant began to recognize the disheveled figure as Sui, offering their sympathetic inquiries. They were neighbors from the street, familiar with one another, and shared a bond through frequent visits to this small eatery. The sight of his injuries, with swollen eyes and bruises, tugged at their hearts. Thank you, everyone, for your concern. It's nothing serious. I am merely hungry. Brother Lu, please serve me a bowl of noodles quickly. Su-yi felt warmth in his heart from their kindness and urged Brother Lu on. It was in the harsh realities of society that he learned the warmth of human compassion, finding solace in this small community. Soon, a generous bowl of noodles was placed before him, and driven by ravenous hunger, Su-yi devoured it in mere moments, leaving not a drop of broth. Still famished, he went on to consume 3 or 4 more bowls before finally feeling satiated. The patrons gazed in astonishment, noting his voracious appetite. It was clear he had been starved. Hey, Brother Lu, I forgot to bring any money. Just put it on my tab for now. I'll pay you back soon. Su-yi chuckled awkwardly as he spoke. No problem. Just keep a tab. Brother Lu replied cheerfully, understanding Su-yi's situation as a regular customer residing on this warm street. He considered the cost of a few bowls of noodles to be trivial. However, just as Su-yi was about to express his gratitude, a warning alarm sounded from the system, signaling danger. Instinctively, he became vigilant and glanced towards the entrance. A trio of ruffians, brimming with arrogance, swaggered in, heading straight for Brother Lu. Hey, beggar, get lost. Don't let your misfortune rub off on us. One of the burly men sneered at Su-yi, shoving him aside with force. With a clatter, Su-yi stumbled into a table, causing several bowls to crash to the floor in a cacophony of broken pottery. The patrons, sensing trouble, hastily retreated to safety. The 3 thugs exuded an intimidating aura, not someone an ordinary citizen could confront. What do you want? Su-yi's anger flared as he glared at the trio of hooligans. Their brazen demeanor was that of common street thugs, daring to act with such impunity. Please, please. Su-yi, quickly leave. Gentlemen, please don't be angry. Here is your tribute for this month, 1,000 in total. Please accept it. Brother Lu interjected, stepping in front of Su-yi and presenting 10 crisp bills to one of the men, his tone submissive. The 3 ruffians were notorious bullies of the neighborhood, protected by unseen forces, and they frequently extorted local businesses. On the first day of each month, they would demand tribute, assuring the shops that paid would enjoy a month of peace, free from disturbances. Su-yi knew he was in no position to challenge these formidable thugs. Old Lu, you've been quite proactive this month. Usually, you delay a few days. It seems you made quite a profit last month. One thug smirked. Our master, Jin Gongzi, has decreed that from today, tribute doubles, and your New Year's red envelope must also double, totaling an additional 9,000. Since you're so eager today, you can pay the remaining 9,000 in a couple of days. Now we're leaving. With that, the trio swaggered out, reveling in their ill-gotten gains. 9,000. Why don't you go rob someone instead? Once they left, Brother Lu cradled his head against the wall, lamenting his misfortune. With the tribute doubled and an additional 1,000 owed, along with 8,000 for the red envelope, he found himself nearly working for free for the month. It seemed that subtle changes had occurred. The underlings of Jin Gongzi were becoming increasingly brazen. This is intolerable. How dare they bully us like this? Su-yi thought to himself, returning to his past. Not only had his circumstances altered, but the world itself seemed to be regressing. The darkness of the forces in Shaoyang City was far more severe than in his previous life, exhibiting a level of arrogance previously unseen. Had it not been for the system's warning, he would have taken action against the 3 bullies without hesitation. Nevertheless, he would not let this matter rest. As neighbors consoled Brother Lu, they acknowledged the harsh reality. Jin Gongzi was a tyrant, and his cruelty left every merchant feeling oppressed. If the tribute was not paid adequately, the shop would struggle to remain open. Though they felt the tribute demand was particularly excessive this year, they knew that the unfairness of the world could only be blamed on their own inadequacies. After offering his support to Brother Lu, Su-yi returned to his modest dwelling. The tyranny of Jin Gongzi was unbearable, and for the sake of both himself and Brother Lu, he felt a burning desire for revenge. Yet, at present, he lacked the means to confront multiple thugs head-on. He needed to train diligently to enhance his strength. After taking a warm shower and changing into clean clothes, Su-yi commenced his training, activating the devouring system to swiftly absorb the sparse spiritual energy surrounding him. Once the devouring system was engaged, even without active cultivation, his body could continuously absorb spiritual energy. Entering a state of training accelerated his absorption rate. At this moment, the spiritual energy value remained below 1%. Despite having activated the system for over 2 hours, only when the spiritual energy reached 100% could he step into the initial realm of martial arts. The Lingwu stage. The spiritual energy on Earth was quite sparse, with very little available for absorption. However, if he were to enter a stage of complete revival, the potential would be staggering. As he entered his training state, the The devouring system attracted the ambient spiritual energy into his dwelling, flooding Su-E's body, which craved nourishment like a famished infant. As the night deepened, a transformation began within Su-E. Small streams of energy swirled inside him, gradually coalescing into a powerful current that surged through his meridians, producing a crackling sound throughout his body. After a fortnight of relentless training, despite the thin atmosphere of spiritual energy, Su-E experienced remarkable progress. As darkness enveloped the sky, his eyes gleamed with excitement. The spiritual energy value had reached its peak, and the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, Master. You have entered the initial realm of Lingual. The devouring system's energy was fully charged, marking Su-Yi's achievement of the first stage in martial arts. Upgrade rewards, Longxiang Tunxian Gong. Longxiang Tunxian Gong. The content alone is truly extraordinary. With the acquisition of this Tunxian technique, my bloodline shall strengthen, potentially reaching the divine realm, and my martial arts progression will accelerate, allowing me to traverse even further. The Longxiang Tunxian Gong surfaced within my mind, each word and phrase bringing forth a profound smile on Su-Yi's countenance. The Longxiang Tunxian Gong, an ancient technique of the Longxiang divine race, grants access to the most formidable powers in existence. When mastered, the Longxiang Tunxian Gong can devour the sun, moon, and stars, as well as consume an entire realm. Practicing this technique enables the evolution of one's bloodline, ultimately achieving divine realm status. Among the myriad beings in the universe, bloodlines are categorized into 4 levels: mortal, sacred, immortal, and divine, each further divided into 7 minor tiers. The more potent a race's bloodline, the greater their innate talents and swifter their cultivation, vastly surpassing those with weaker bloodlines of the same realm, even allowing them to battle across realms. Legends speak of bloodlines even more formidable than the divine, with only those who attain such heights able to unleash the full might of the Longxiang Tunxian Gong, consuming all realms and making them a part of their own being. However, reaching such heights is exceedingly arduous. Even the progenitor of the Longxiang has yet to attain that level. Presently, his bloodline remains in its most rudimentary form, the first tier of the mortal realm. Now that he possesses the Longxiang Tunxian Gong, his bloodline will inevitably undergo evolution, eventually leading him to the divine realm. Qian, what is my current combat prowess? Am I capable of dealing with the 3 bullies I encountered half a month ago? Xiao Fan inquired, harboring a long-held frustration and yearning to unleash his pent-up fury upon that despicable trio. Master, you have already entered the initial stage of Lingual. Although those 3 are robust, they have yet to reach the first stage of martial arts and are not your match. Well then, are there individuals in this city who surpass me? Su-E asked once more. Perhaps there are, or perhaps not. Your realm is still too low, and Qian's sensing range is limited, preventing me from detecting those at greater distances. Then it matters not. Being able to teach those 3 rascals a lesson is sufficient. Su-E replied with a smile. He had already entered the initial stage of Lingual, rendering ordinary individuals incapable of confronting him, making it easy to discipline those 3 miscreants. Although Shaoyang City is not a major metropolis, it is sizable, with a population of 2 to 3 million. Whether there are stronger individuals within the city is not a concern for him at this moment. The 3 bullies are well known among the local populace. Just 3 intersections away from the small street, there exists a bar under the ownership of Jin Gongzi, where the trio frequently loiters. Around 10 o'clock, the bar is bustling with activity, filled with youthful and attractive individuals enjoying their leisure time. Upon entering the bar, Su-E found it teeming with patrons. After surveying the establishment, he finally spotted the trio. Tonight, he had come to test his luck, uncertain if they would be present. Yet fate had conspired to bring them together. Familiarizing himself with the bar's ambience, Su-E approached the 3 bullies while holding a drink, deliberately pretending to slip and spilling the contents onto the bully who had previously pushed him. You brat, are you itching for a fight? The man exclaimed in fury, incensed by the audacity of someone daring to splash alcohol on him in his territory. Big brother, please don't be angry. I didn't do it on purpose. I truly didn't. Su-E quickly apologized, feigning innocence. The bully recognized him, recalling their previous encounter at Lao Lu's restaurant. Well, if it isn't you, don't feign ignorance. You did that on purpose. Tonight, I'm in a good mood, so let me treat you to a dragon and phoenix feast. Come with us. The 3 forcibly dragged Su-E into an office within the bar. It's over for that kid. The Jinbao brothers are going to treat him to a dragon and phoenix feast. Alas, he had the misfortune of slipping before the Jinbao brothers and soaking them with alcohol. Come, let the betting begin. Wager on the extent of that kid's injuries. Minor injuries, pay 10 to 1. Serious injuries, pay 1 to 1. And for the grand prize, no injuries pay 100, with a minimum bet of 100. While everyone pitted Su Yi, they also found amusement in his predicament. The bar manager promptly set up a betting table concerning Su Yi, invigorating the atmosphere. I bet on serious injuries for 500, minor injuries for 200, serious injuries for 800. The bar patrons eagerly placed their bets, with a majority wagering on serious injuries, while few chose minor injuries. And no one dared to bet on him being unscathed. Offending the Jinbao brothers, how could he possibly emerge unscathed? The lightest outcome would be a few broken ribs. I'll wager 10,000 on him being unscathed. A man in sunglasses and a suit tossed down 10,000 yuan to the bar manager. Wow, impressive. This fellow must have money to burn, tossing down 10,000 to bet on that kid being fine. Clearly, he left his brain at home tonight. Having money doesn't mean one should squander it like that. It would be wiser to buy us each a drink. Let me tell you, that kid is definitely in trouble. It's far worse than you leaving your brain behind. Haha. Chapter 4. Just one word, kid. What a coincidence. You dared to shout at me last time. I've long wanted to settle the score with you. In the office, the man who had pushed Su Yi last time wore a vicious expression. Su Yi, who had been pushed down, glared at him in dissatisfaction. Normally, he would have retaliated with a vicious beating, had it not been for Lao Lu intervening in time. Offering a portion of his tribute to temper his rage, he would have acted. Little did he expect to encounter Su Yi on their turf tonight. In front of so many people, spilling alcohol on him, making him lose face and igniting his fury. Old grudges and new grievances would be settled tonight. No need for more words. I'll wait for the betting results before teaching you a lesson. Hee, kid, what can I say? You came here to deliver money to us. The other two displayed smug grins, their previous frustrations dissipating. Please, spare me. Jingu, I truly didn't mean it. Su Yi feigned a pitiful and fearful demeanor while secretly reveling in his mirth. The one who had pushed him last time was referred to as Jingu, while the other two were called Bao Gu and San Gu. Together, they formed the Jin Bao San brothers, the proprietors of this bar. This bar had effectively turned his unfortunate encounter into a betting game, a customary practice for dealing with disturbances. Each time someone caused trouble, the bar would set up a betting table to make a quick profit. Unfortunately for this betting round targeting him, the trio would end up suffering a significant loss. After a while, the bar manager returned to report the betting situation to the three. Upon hearing the manager's report, Jin Ji's smile diminished slightly. What a pity. I had intended to seriously injure you, but too many have bet on serious injuries. It seems I can only leave you with minor injuries. Perhaps a few broken ribs and a little blood. Jin lamented. He had longed to seriously injure Su Yi to relieve his pent-up frustration. But the sheer volume of bets on serious injuries forced him to reconsider. Even though some had wagered on minor injuries and one individual bet 10,000 on Su Yi being unscathed, it still paled in comparison to the total amount wagered on serious injuries. Considering the financial implications, he could only afford to give Su Yi a casual beating. Kid, tonight you've gotten lucky. Big brother and second brother, let me have the first punch for a bit of fun. Sangu rolled up his sleeves, a wicked grin on his face as he approached the terrified Su Yi seated on the sofa, grabbing Su Yi by the collar. Sangu raised his fist to strike Su Yi's cheek. Just as the fist drew near, the fear on Su Yi's face vanished, replaced by a scornful smirk. His speed was astonishing as he caught the descending fist of Sangu with his palm. A sharp crack echoed through the air, the sound of bones shattering. Sanji's fist was crushed by Su Yi, his entire hand contorting and tearing apart, blood seeping from the wounds. A pain scream escaped Sanji's lips. Jin Gu and Bao Gu finally reacted, their faces stricken with horror. They had assumed the sound of breaking bones was Su Yi being struck, never expecting it emanated from their younger brother. Su Yi's movements were so swift that by the time they comprehended the situation, Sanji's hand had already been pulverized. White bones piercing through the skin, blood flowing profusely. Sangu, you seek death. How dare you harm my brother? Bao Gu roared in furious anger. His robust frame shifted as he seized a glass table nearby, preparing to hurl it at Su Yi with rage. Jin Gu, equally enraged, grabbed an iron rod from behind the door and charged forward, filled with wrath. In response, Su Yi stepped on Sangu, pointing a finger towards the glass table, which glimmered with a faint aura. The moment he unleashed his power, a formidable gust of wind surged forth. Su Yi's finger struck the glass table, unleashing a tremendous force that caused cracks to spread across the surface like a spider's web. With a resounding crash, the glass table shattered into fine powder, and Bao Gu was thrust backward by Su Yi's finger, his ribs cracking painfully as he collapsed to the ground. Bao Di. Jin Ji's face contorted with rage as he swung the iron rod mercilessly at Su Yi, the air crackling with tension. within mere moments. Both of his younger brothers had fallen victim to Su Yi's wrath, driving Jin Gu to the brink of fury, particularly as he realized they had intended to teach Su Yi a lesson, only to find themselves on the receiving end of a beating. Su Yi's hand shot forth to grasp the iron rod, his strength erupting as he snapped it in two, one half clattering to the ground. At that moment, Jin Gu stood in stunned disbelief, his eyes wide with uncontainable terror. Su Yi's hand continued its relentless assault, striking Jin Ji's face with a resounding slap. Blood sprayed from Jin Ji's mouth as a tooth flew out, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the glass door and plummeting from the second floor to the ground below. Wow, that was a brutal hit. He must be seriously injured. Yay. We won. The sudden turn of events left many in the bar elated, as they witnessed someone shatter the office's glass door and fall from above. It was clear that the Jinbao brothers had dealt a severe blow, and Su Yi was surely gravely wounded. The fall of the individual signified a victory for those who had placed heavy bets. Chapter 5, Teaching You a Lesson. No, the person who fell. Their build and attire resembled Jin Gu. The manager, puzzled, suddenly sensed something amiss and rushed to see the fallen figure. In the betting pool, the majority had wagered on Su Yi sustaining serious injuries, with substantial amounts at stake. Logically, the Jinbao brothers, aware of the betting situation, would not have inflicted such harm on Su Yi, as it would lead to significant financial loss. Even if they intended to teach him a harsh lesson, they could have waited until the gambling concluded, intercepting him on his way out for a thorough beating. Yet, the severity of the recent actions indicated otherwise. Moreover, the individual who had fallen appeared unmistakably like Jin Gu. Jin Gu. The manager exclaimed in panic as he drew closer, confirming with haste that the person was indeed Jin Gu. He rushed to assist Jin Gu, struggling with the help of several bartenders to lift the large man. How could it be Jin Gu who fell? This scenario was entirely unexpected. Everyone was in shock as Jin Gu lay bloodied, having been thrown down. The fallen individual was Jin Gu, not the unfortunate soul they had anticipated. This outcome was perplexing, defying all expectations. The one who had spilled alcohol on Jin Gu should have been the one receiving a brutal beating from the trio, only to find themselves thrown from the balcony. Yet, the current state of Jin Gu clearly indicated he had been soundly defeated. In the second-floor office, aside from the Jinbao brothers, only Su Yi remained, the unfortunate one. Bao Gu and San Gu would never have beaten Jin Gu, let alone thrown him out. The only possibility was that Su Yi had dealt a severe blow to Jin Gu. If that were true, then the night's events would indeed take a shocking turn. As the crowd watched in astonishment, someone finally emerged from the office. It was indeed him, seemingly unscathed. He bore no injuries whatsoever, having decisively bested the Jinbao brothers. What an incredible feat! The onlookers marveled, recognizing that the individual who had been expected to be brutally assaulted was none other than Su Yi. Impeccably attired, Su Yi walked out of the office without a scratch, a testament to his triumph over the Jinbao brothers. No one had anticipated anyone could best them. No one could have foreseen the seemingly frail Su Yi possessing such strength, capable of overpowering the Jinbao brothers. In that moment, admiration and awe filled the air as they acknowledged Su Yi's might, daring to confront the notoriously domineering Jinbao brothers. Kid die? Just as the crowd was left in disbelief, a furious cry erupted from the office. Sengu charged out, wielding a large cleaver, aiming a lethal blow at Su Yi's head. In an instant, gasps filled the air, and many instinctively shut their eyes. Should that blade connect, Su Yi's head would surely be cleaved in two. The thought of such a gruesome scene sent chills down their spines. A sharp clang resonated as the cleaver struck the ground, causing those who had closed their eyes to open them in surprise. Those who had remained vigilant were left wide-eyed and slack-jawed in shock. In an astonishing twist, Sangu found himself grasped by Su Yi's hand around his throat. Suspended in midair, his face flushed, struggling in agony. The cleaver had not found its mark. Su Yi had anticipated Sanji's movement and swiftly seized his throat, rendering him incapable of further attack. So powerful. It's as if he can predict every move, striking with precision to seize Sanji's throat. The onlookers gasped in admiration, their eyes filled with envy and reverence. Su Yi did not glance back, extending his hand effortlessly to seize Sanji's throat. Sangu, a hefty figure weighing over 200 pounds, was effortlessly lifted by Su Yi's single hand, showcasing Su Yi's immense strength. Cough. Let him go. Do you know we are under young Master Jin's protection? Jingu coughed, urgency lacing his voice. Su Yi was formidable. The trio had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, utterly unable to match his prowess. With Sanji's throat in Su Yi's grip, he appeared to be on the brink of losing consciousness. Knowing or not knowing, What difference does it make? Do you still wish to threaten me? Su-yi retorted, a scornful expression etched across his face. What do you intend to do? Release my brother. He is on the verge of suffocation. Jin Ji's heart boiled with anger, yet he dared not reveal it. Su-yi is truly formidable. With his third brother now at the mercy of others, he dares not issue any threats. Today, I merely wish to impart a lesson on how to conduct oneself. Do not be too arrogant or tyrannical, Su-yi coldly declared. Bear in mind that today's events will be settled here. Should you dare seek vengeance against me, I assure you that the three of you shall never rise from your beds in your next life. Furthermore, do not venture to Lu Ji Street from this day forth. I shall protect it. Chapter 6. A fortune and an unexpected invitation. You are overstepping your bounds. Do you dare encroach upon young Master Jin's territory? Jin Gu furrowed his brow, his expression pained. He had already experienced Su-yi's terrifying prowess tonight. Even 10 more men like his brothers would likely be no match for Su-yi. Unless young Master Jin dispatched reinforcements, he would not pursue revenge. However, it was impossible to avoid paying tribute for that ancient street. It was young Master Jin's domain. Su-yi's audacity to intrude and seize young Master Jin's business was remarkable. I am a law-abiding citizen, not a thug like you. I will not extort tribute from my neighbors. Su-yi disdainfully retorted, his tone laced with menace. If young Master Jin has any grievances, he is welcome to confront me directly. Having resided there for 3 to 4 years, he had come to view that place as a second home. Now that he possessed the means, he could not allow malevolent forces to encroach. What if it was young Master Jin's territory? He was determined to intervene, as he sought vengeance for the life that young Master Jin had taken from him in this lifetime. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from Su-yi, Jin Ji's expression darkened, turning a shade of ashen gray, and he dared not speak further. The current situation had exceeded his control, and there was no need to take unnecessary risks. With a resounding thud, Su-yi hurled the third brother down the stairs, shattering a table in the process. With a smile, Su-yi turned and departed. Everywhere he passed, people gazed at him with envy, particularly the women, who were captivated by the overpowering and commanding aura he exuded, surpassing that of the Jin brothers. Manager, I wagered 10,000, and the payout is 100 to 1, totaling 1 million. Pay up. At that moment, the man in a suit and sunglasses spoke, instantly pulling everyone back to reality, eliciting screams of regret. 1 million was a sum that an ordinary person would take a lifetime to earn. The man in the suit had effortlessly won 1 million, inciting envy and resentment among the onlookers. The gambling game commenced, and for the sake of credibility, Jin Gu reluctantly compelled the manager to honor the bet and pay the man in the suit. This man, clad in a suit and sunglasses, exuded a cold and imposing demeanor, resembling a wealthy bodyguard. If they failed to pay, they would likely offend another individual. The man in the suit left the bar with 1 million in cash, stopping in a nearby alley across the street to hand the money to Su-yi. Thank you. Su-yi offered a slight smile in gratitude. No need for thanks. This is our agreement. Here is your invitation, the man in the suit said, presenting Su-yi with an invitation letter. Excellent. Inform your employer that I accept the invitation and will arrive punctually, Su-yi assured, taking the invitation. Upon witnessing Su-yi accept the invitation, the man in the suit turned to leave. This man had encountered Su-yi before entering the bar, stating that he was to deliver an invitation for a significant banquet. A sudden stranger extending an invitation made Su-yi wary. Thus, he entered the bar to partake in the gambling, wagering 10,000. As long as the other party was willing to bet, he would claim the invitation afterward. To his surprise, the other party indeed placed the bet, turning 10,000 into 1 million. This was a substantial sum for a recent graduate, an extraordinary fortune. Su-yi discreetly followed the man, eager to discover his destination. Having delivered the invitation, the man would surely return to respond to his employer. Just around the corner, Su-yi spotted the man getting into a black luxury car parked along the street. The surrounding life forms exhibited no signs of danger, indicating safety. As Su-yi approached the vehicle, the system alert sounded. Could there be martial artists in the car? Was the person who delivered the invitation inside? Su-yi pondered aloud, his gaze fixed on the luxury car. The man in the suit had occupied the front passenger seat, indicating that someone else was present in the car. With no one else around, the target must be within that luxury vehicle. The headlights of the luxury car illuminated, and it began to drive away, passing by Su-yi. The system alerted him once more, confirming the absence of danger. Through the car's tinted windows, Su-yi glimpsed a figure seated in the back, a woman. Ah, that license plate looks familiar. I feel as though I've seen it before. Su-yi quickly retrieved his phone and snapped a picture of the license plate before the car vanished from view. Chapter 7. Class Reunion. Filled with curiosity, Sui reflected on his journey home. The car seemed very familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen it. Upon returning to the small street, Lu Ji's eatery remained open. Entering the diner, he found several patrons enjoying their late-night meals. "Xiao Su, you're here." Lu Ge greeted warmly as Su Yi entered with a small box in hand. "Lu Ge, come with me for a moment." Su Yi smiled, leading him into a back room. From the box, Su Yi produced 10,000 in cash and handed it to Lu Ge. "What are you doing? Why are you giving me money?" Lu Ge exclaimed, taken aback. It was difficult for him to accept such an unexpected gift. He was well aware of Su Yi's situation, a recent graduate with an unstable job and no savings, sometimes even borrowing from his establishment. "There's no need for such formalities. I have plenty to spare. Take this 10,000 as a token of my gratitude for your care over the years. Besides, you paid young Master Jean 10,000. So this will help cover that debt." Su Yi reassured him, patting the box. With a fortune of 1 million at his disposal, parting with 10,000 was of little consequence. Moreover, this money had originated from the Jean brothers, who had previously extorted that same amount from Lu Ge, making it a fitting return. "This is too generous. Where did you get a box full of money? Did you win the lottery?" Lu Ge hesitated but ultimately accepted the 10,000, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I did win a lottery." Su Yi quickly pulled out his phone, pointing at the photo of the license plate. "Lu Ge, do you recognize this license plate number? This looks familiar." "Oh right. ISNT, that car always parked at the street corner overnight?" Lu Ge recalled. "That's it. No wonder it seems so familiar. It's been there for a few days now." Su Yi realized, piecing the puzzle together. "Why are you suddenly asking about that car?" Lu Ge asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Just out of curiosity. I'll be heading back now. You continue with your work." Su Yi smiled, deflecting the question. After leaving the diner, Su Yi returned to his small room. Opening the window, he could see the street corner where the black car had not parked. It seemed that the occupants had been watching him, likely already aware of his identity as a martial artist. Su Yi murmured to himself. The vehicle had been stationed at the street corner for several days, likely surveilling him to ascertain his circumstances. Otherwise, the man in sunglasses and a suit would not have approached him directly with an invitation. The true orchestrator within the car was also a martial artist. As Su Yi opened the invitation, he discovered it read, "We sincerely invite you to attend the Wu Ling Conference, to be held on January 28, 2019, at the summit of Xiaoshan." Indeed, the Wu Ling Conference was as he had surmised. His eyes sparkled with determination. His conjecture had been correct. They had been purposefully monitoring him and were already aware of his martial prowess. Now, they had even sent him an invitation to the Wu Ling Conference, which was located not far from Shaoyang City, at Xiaoshan. He pondered the identity of the event's organizers and their motivations, but before that, he needed to engage in rigorous training to avoid embarrassment at the conference. Where there is a gathering, there is bound to be contention, especially at a martial arts event. It was certain that there would be instances of competitive sparring reminiscent of those often depicted in televised novels. Regardless of the organizer's intentions, he resolved that he must not disgrace himself. If possible, he should strive to make a mark, enhancing his status and paving the way for his future. Su Yi soon entered a state of deep cultivation, activating his devouring system while the Longxiang Tun Tian Gong circulated within him. The devouring system allowed him to absorb spiritual energy at an accelerated rate, thus hastening his cultivation. Meanwhile, the Longxiang Tun Tian Gong endowed him with formidable strength. The Lingwu realm is the first pivotal step for martial artists and the most crucial stage of their journey. This realm primarily fortifies the physical body and grants power. Reaching its pinnacle enables one to toss an elephant with a single hand, boasting a body of bronze and iron. Once the Longxiang Tun Tian Gong was unleashed, the spiritual energy within the room converged, entering Su Yi's body to coalesce into ethereal particles resembling the form of a dragon and elephant, saturating every cell with explosive potential. These were the ancient divine beings of dragon and elephant. Once substantial particles were consolidated, his strength would multiply. Beneath the moonlight, it was evident that Su Yi was enveloped in an abundance of spiritual energy, with every inch of his flesh undergoing purification and refinement through its baptism, eliminating impurities. His exposed skin appeared almost translucent, with clearly visible meridians beneath the surface, each radiating a faint glow as spiritual energy coursed through them. Day and night passed in repetition. It took Su Yi 5 full days of cultivation before he finally awakened. The devouring system enabled him to absorb spiritual energy at a rate over tenfold that of ordinary individuals, and coupled with the Longxiang Tun Tian Gong, his cultivation speed surged, and his strength significantly increased. After 5 days of arduous training, the energy value of the devouring system reached only 30%. He needed to attain 100% to enter the mid-stage of Lingwu. At long last, a particle of dragon and elephant energy awakened within him, dramatically boosting his power, making him a match for even those at the mid-level of Lingwu. The Lingwu realm is divided into 4 stages: early, mid, perfected, and grand perfected. Entering the mid-stage of Lingwu, especially in such a period of scarce spiritual energy, marked him as a formidable contender. Suddenly, a notification echoed from Su Yi's phone. Someone had sent a text message. Roused from his slumber, he hastily opened the message to find a familiar name, Xiaoyi Lu. There is a class reunion tonight at 7 o'clock at the Wayna Grand Hotel. I will be attending. After reading the message, Su Yi quickly replied. A moment later, a response arrived from Xiaoyi Lu, stating, "Don't miss it tonight." After more than a year of silence, why had she suddenly reached out to him for a class reunion? Su Yi mused, "I must see what this is about tonight." Chapter 8. Attending the gathering. The winter night descended early, with darkness enveloping the sky by 6 o'clock. The evening in Shaoyang City buzzed with more activity than usual. Perhaps the approach of the Spring Festival had prompted many wanderers to return early. As 6:30 approached, Su Yi donned a black jacket, preparing to step outside. Arriving at the Wayna Grand Hotel before 7, he noticed a throng of people entering and exiting, accompanied by an array of luxury cars. The Wayna Grand Hotel is renowned as one of the top establishments in Shaoyang City, boasting exceptional service and exquisite cuisine. Amidst the crowd, Su Yi caught sight of a familiar figure clad in a wine-red down jacket at the entrance of the hotel. The silhouette was unmistakable. With fair skin and a subtle beauty, it was Yilan. "Are you here for the class reunion as well?" Su Yi approached her with a warm smile. Yilan was a classmate from the university in this city, and her memory lingered vividly in Su Yi's mind. Rumors had circulated among their peers that she had an affection for him, but he had chosen to ignore such notions back then. Since embarking on his internship during their final semester, it had been a year since they last met. "Su Yi, you made it," Yilan exclaimed, her initial surprise giving way to a radiant smile. "Why are you lingering outside? Do you have something on your mind?" Su Yi inquired, having noticed her earlier display of anxiety, perhaps indicative of waiting for someone. "Nothing much. Since we're here, let us head inside together." Yilan flashed a bright smile, shaking her head. "Come on, it's been a year, and you've matured significantly. You look even more handsome." Su Yi complimented her with a grin. "Stop teasing me." Yilan responded bashfully, her hand brushing against her cheek. Together, they entered the hotel, with Yilan glancing back outside intermittently. They took the elevator to a lavish private room on the 3rd floor. Upon opening the door, they found many guests already gathered, dispersed across 3 tables. As the door swung open, some individuals glanced their way, while others continued their conversations, a few nodding in greeting. "Su Yi, Yilan, over here." A couple of familiar faces waved them over from one of the tables, one male and one female. The male, tall and bespectacled, was Zhou Chuan, with whom Su Yi had shared a close friendship during school. The female, Jin Yu, matched Yilan's height, though her appearance was somewhat less striking. Yet her figure was notably voluptuous. "Why did you two arrive so late?" Zhou Chuan exclaimed excitedly, enveloping Su Yi in a bear hug. "It's been a year. I've missed you terribly." "Same here, Xiao Chuan," Su Yi replied with enthusiasm. After choosing to intern with a company out of town, a year apart felt like an eternity for these old friends. "How is it that you came in together?" "I suspect something is afoot," Jin Yu teased with a mischievous grin directed at Yilan. "Not at all. We just happened to meet at the entrance." Yilan playfully pushed Jin Yu, stifling a laugh. "Hello, everyone. It's been so long." Su Yi greeted several classmates at the table with whom he seldom interacted. "Su Yi, Yilan. I recognize some faces at the other 2 tables. Not all attendees are from our class, are they?" Su Yi observed the room, noting that at least 20 people were present. While he recognized most at their table, some at the other tables appeared familiar yet were not classmates, and others were complete strangers. "Don't forget, most of our class comprises students from out of town. There aren't many who stayed local for work," Zhou Chuan remarked. "That is a fair point." Su Yi nodded in agreement with Zhou Chuan's assessment. Most of the individuals in the class are from out of town, and naturally, upon graduation, they will depart, leaving behind only a handful of people. Moreover, with the festive season approaching, it is indeed impossible to gather 3 large tables of classmates. What do Xiaoyi Lu and Zhang Jinlin mean by inviting so many unfamiliar faces to the reunion? Jin Yu remarked with confusion. There is nothing difficult to comprehend. Zhang Jinlin has always relished showcasing his sycophancy towards the wealthy. Within less than a year, he has managed to ascend to the position of manager. And gatherings like this often require someone to serve as a backdrop to accentuate his own stature. As for Xiaoyi Lu, it seems she has found a wealthy boyfriend, and she is covering the expenses for this gathering. Upon mentioning Xiao Lu, Zhou Chuan immediately directed his gaze towards Su Yi, Yilan, Jin Yu, and several others at the table also turned their attention to Su Yi. Su Yi and Xiao Lu had been a couple during the first 3 years of university, but she went for an internship half a year early and subsequently broke up with him. Now, appearing at a gathering initiated by an ex-lover. One might wonder if Su Yi would feel uncomfortable. However, Su Yi remained calm, unaffected by the mention of Xiao Lu by the others. They had parted ways, and there was nothing more to say. Even if Xiao Lu were to date the world's richest man, it would not concern him. At this moment, he and Xiao Lu inhabited entirely different realms, each with their own life choices. Dear friends, thank you for your patience. Let us warmly welcome our esteemed Lu Deguzi. The door to the private room swung open once more, revealing a spirited young man with short hair, none other than Zhang Jinlin. Chapter 9. The troublemaker arrives. This fellow has latched onto Lu Deguzi, a significant figure indeed. Zhou Chuan observed with a hint of disdain as he looked at Zhang Jinlin at the entrance. Although Zhang Jinlin appeared imposing, he resembled a mere watchdog for someone else. Following closely behind was a young man, slick and adorned with gold chains and rings, striding in with an air of authority. He was accompanied by a stunning beauty clad in a snow-white mink coat, her lips painted a fiery red. It turned out that the wealthy boyfriend Xiao Lu had acquired was indeed Lu Deguzi. Jin Yu remarked with a touch of envy. Lu Deguzi is a renowned tycoon in Shaoyang City, young, affluent, and reportedly a second-generation official. The news of Xiao Lu's wealthy boyfriend had already circulated within the class group. But no one expected Lu Deguzi to be the one. Su Yi raised his head, only to find Xiao Lu looking back at him. Their gazes met, and the warmth of the past had vanished, leaving only an unfamiliar chill. In that instant, the remaining guests filled the room, taking their seats and filling 3 tables. How ridiculous! Not even a greeting. Their status has changed, and they carry themselves differently, acting with such arrogance. Zhou Chuan expressed his displeasure. Old classmates reunited. Yet they do not even bother to acknowledge us, merely lingering by Lu Deguzi's side like a lapdog. Enough complaining. He patted Zhou Chuan on the shoulder. A person who idolizes wealth will never regard the poor with respect. Su Yi observed the surroundings carefully. Aside from their table, which was dressed in modest attire, the other 2 tables were filled with individuals clad in designer brands, exuding an air of affluence. Of course, their modesty was relative to the present situation. They were well dressed when walking down the street. This gathering felt decidedly abnormal. Over half of the attendees were unfamiliar faces, all dressed as if they belonged to the wealthy class. In contrast, their table of old classmates felt significantly out of place, shivering in the presence of Lu Deguzi and his companions. Even if one sought to flaunt wealth, this was not the way to do it, as there was no need for such ostentation. As the attendees settled in, the feast commenced, with an array of delectable dishes presented that made one salivate. Xiaozhang, have your classmates from the city arrived? Lu Deguzi took a small sip of red wine. Speaking in a commanding tone, they have arrived, right at that table. Zhang Jinlin, grinning broadly, pointed at Su Yi and his companions. Excellent. It's wonderful to have them here. Today is a splendid day. Feel free to indulge. The dishes at this table are not meant for the impoverished. Lu Deguzi's cheeks flushed slightly as he spoke with bluntness, filled with disdain and mockery. Classmates, did you hear that? Lu Deguzi invites you to feast. These are delicacies you rarely get to enjoy. Zhang Jinlin exclaimed with fervor. What nonsense! The entire table, except for Su Yi, wore expressions of displeasure, their heads bowed in silent curses. Lu Deguzi had directly labeled them as poor, his scorn evident in every word. The sight of Zhang Jinlin's obsequious demeanor only served to heighten their irritation. After all, they had gathered for a reunion, only to be humiliated at the outset, extinguishing any joy they might have felt. Just as the table was brimming with discontent, Xiao Lu approached. The unmistakable scent of luxurious perfume wafted through the air long before she arrived. Dear classmates, it's a rare occasion, do indulge. Xiao Lu's gaze settled on Su Yi as she spoke. Long time no see. Long time no see. Su Yi replied politely. Lu, if there's nothing pressing, I think I should take my leave. I just remembered something important I have yet to attend to. What could possibly be more important than tonight's gathering? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Xiao Lu gazed at Su Yi with eyes full of meaning. Lu, looking at Su Yi like that, aren't you afraid something might happen to him? Zhou Chuan interjected, alarmed. The way Xiao Lu looked at Su Yi earlier was reminiscent of rekindled old feelings. The glimmer of affection evident in her eyes. With Lu Deguzi present, Xiao Lu's gaze towards Su Yi could only spell trouble. Lu Deguzi, being wealthy and powerful, had a domineering nature. If he believed Su Yi sought to vie for his affections, It could lead to dire consequences for Sui. As for leaving, everyone at the table wished to depart. They had no desire to endure ridicule and disdain. Not at all. I merely wish to inform Sui that Lu Deguzi has something to discuss with him. Xiao Lu feigned innocence before turning to leave. What has happened to her? She used to be with Sui. Jin Yu remarked with disdain. She has truly changed, behaving like a scheming vixen. Zhou Chuan added, equally displeased. Xiao Lu's contrasting behavior was unmistakably deliberate. What could Lu Deguzi want with you? Yilan said nervously, rubbing her palms together. It's nothing. I'll go see what Lu Deguzi desires. Sui smiled faintly, indifferent. Under the gaze of all present, he approached Lu Deguzi. As Sui drew near, a bodyguard stationed against the wall moved in to block his path. Noticing the bodyguards encircling him, a cold smile crept across Suyi's face. It appeared that Lu Deguzi intended to pose a threat. Kneel before me. Lu Deguzi suddenly slammed his hand down on the table, shouting at Sui. At this command, all eyes turned toward them, some sneering while others showed concern. It seemed Sui had inadvertently offended Lu Deguzi, inciting his wrath. Offending Lu Deguzi was not a trifling matter. Sui, quickly kneel and apologize to Lu Deguzi. Zhang Jinlin rushed over, urging Sui to comply. Lu Deguzi's fury was not to be taken lightly. A careless misstep could lead to bloodshed. Chapter 10. A display of power. Overcoming the crowd. Zhou Chuan, Yilan, and the others were filled with anxiousness, deeply concerned for Sui. They could not fathom how Sui had crossed Lu Deguzi, sparking his explosive rage. Why are you just standing there? Call your classmates over and have them kneel down. Some matters will be resolved tonight. Young Master Lu bellowed at Zhang Jinlin. Did you hear that? Hurry up and come over. Young Master Lu has business with you. Zhang Jinlin cast a glance at Zhou Chuan's table, his expression changing to one of anger. What should we do? They've come looking for us. Several of Suyi's old classmates began to panic, fearing trouble from young Master Lu. What are you afraid of? Look at your lack of resolve. See how Sui remains unfazed. Zhou Chuan scolded his classmates. At that moment, several bodyguards approached, ready to usher Zhou Chuan and the others to young Master Lu. Why are you so furious? I am unaware of how I or my classmates have offended you, Sui said, his expression devoid of emotion as he looked at young Master Lu coldly. You dare to show me such disrespect? Very well, we shall settle both old and new grievances tonight. Young Master Lu replied, seething with rage. You disrupted my brother's event and injured his men. As for your classmates, they owe money to my wealthy company, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. And they have been slow to repay? You all borrowed money from a loan company? Suyi's expression changed, and he turned to Zhou Chuan and the others. I borrowed 100,000 to pay for my mother's medical treatment. Yilan's eyes reddened, tears brimming as she spoke. But recently my father encountered issues, and the expenses are overwhelming. We can't repay it in time. We are overdue. Zhou Chuan lowered his head, unable to meet Suyi's gaze. So you really borrowed money? Sui interrupted the rest who were about to speak, pointing at young Master Lu. You dare to borrow money from such a person? Be careful for your lives. This gathering tonight is truly extraordinary. It appears to be premeditated. Kid, their debt is one thing, but your situation is far more serious. My brother cannot return to handle this, and he specifically entrusted me to deal with you. I will take your limbs, bring a knife. Young Master Lu said with a malicious grin. Your brother, you mean Jin Gongzi? You claim I disrupted his event and harmed his men. Could it be that you are referring to Jin Gongzi? Suyi's eyes widened, a hint of killing intent emerging. He then looked at Xiao Lu and said, this gathering tonight has been intentionally arranged. The brother young Master Lu spoke of must be Jin Gongzi. Xiao Lu quickly averted her gaze, hiding behind young Master Lu. Not only did you disrupt my brother's event, but you also dare to glare at my beauty. You are courting death. Young Master Lu shouted in fury. Get him. Beat him first, then cut off his limbs and gouge out his eyes. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as 7 or 8 men surrounded them. Each one looked like a ravenous wolf, their intentions clear as they seemed ready to shred Sui apart. Young Master Lu, are you certain you want to support Jin Gongzi? You might regret it. Suyi's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he addressed young Master Lu. The one who will regret it is likely you. Young Master Lu commanded, beat him mercilessly. At his command, the 7 or 8 men lunged at Sui. Zhou Chuan, Yilan, and the others felt a surge of anxiety, deeply worried for Sui. They could manage their own debts, but Suyi's predicament was far worse. Young Master Lu intended to sever Suyi's limbs and gouge his eyes. What would happen to Sui then? He would become a blind man without hands or feet, doomed for the rest of his life. Young Master Lu's methods were excessively cruel. Wait, young Master Lu claimed that Sui disrupted Jin Gongzi's event. Who would dare to do such a thing? That would be courting death. Yet Sui did. Zhou Chuan suddenly realized, shouting loudly. His words drew everyone's attention, awakening them to the gravity of the situation. Jin Gongzi was a notorious figure in the underworld, feared by all. Even the authorities turned a blind eye. Compared to Jin Gongzi, young Master Lu was but a small fry. You are right, Zhou Chuan. I fear nothing from Jin Gongzi, so why should I fear you? Sui finally moved, his speed astonishing as he appeared before the nearest assailant like a gust of wind. His fist swung, and before the man could react, Sui struck his shoulder, shattering it and causing him to crash against the wall. One man was sent flying, startling the others who had just approached, instilling a sense of fear within them. Sui's movements were too swift. They barely realized what had occurred before one of their own was sent sprawling. The shoulder bore a gaping wound, blood pouring forth as he lay on the ground, a testament to the immense power behind Sui's punch. Clearly, the target they had chosen was not an easy mark. What are you doing just standing there? Get him! Strike with all your might. 1,000 for each punch. Young Master Lu roared in fury, urging his men into action. Go! Though a flicker of fear crept into their hearts, the remaining men charged forward, determined to strike Sui. Young Master Lu had issued a tempting reward. 1,000 for each punch was no trivial sum. You seek death? Sui sneered, a look of disdain crossing his face. Indeed, it seemed that under the lure of substantial reward, many dared to approach him recklessly. A throng of ordinary men thought they could assault a martial artist. How laughable! Like a phantom, Sui weaved through the crowd, appearing before each assailant, his fists flying and sending them sprawling. Within mere seconds, all those who charged at him were knocked down, blood spilling as they lay on the ground. How is this possible? 7 or 8 men were taken down in just a few moments. Jin Yu exclaimed, astonished. His speed is remarkable. Reminiscent of the martial arts masters from television. No, he surpasses them. When did Sui become so formidable? Truly impressive. Zhou Chuan marveled, utterly incredulous. Sui's prowess was astonishing, far beyond anything he could have imagined. His movements were lightning fast, his strikes ferocious. In mere moments, 7 or 8 burly men lay injured on the ground. Remarkable. He fights like a superhero. Not just Sui's old classmates, but everyone in the room stood in shock, mouths agape. The scene had unfolded so quickly that none could comprehend Sui's actions. 7 or 8 men had been felled in an instant. This seemingly inconspicuous individual turned out to be extraordinarily powerful. Young Master Lu seethed with rage, retreating to a corner. What had just transpired felt like a surreal dream. Though he was filled with anger, he was also gripped by fear. These bodyguards were handpicked, each a skilled fighter capable of taking on 2 or even 3 adversaries. Yet, such formidable characters were swiftly taken down by Sui in mere seconds. He had hoped to step in for Jin Gongzi, to eliminate Sui as a nuisance, thereby earning Jin Gongzi's favor. He was acutely aware of Sui's strength. The Jin brothers had been bested by him before, which was why he had brought additional bodyguards tonight. Yet, he never expected to face defeat. Come here, I have something to say to you, Sui demanded, his expression fierce and menacing as he pointed at young Master Lu. Stay away, don't come near me. Young Master Lu panicked, quickly pulling Zhang Jinlin and Xiao Lu in front of him as shields. You must understand the cost of doing someone else's bidding. My business with Jin Gongzi is none of your concern. Sui erupted in anger. Kneel before me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuan and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Others around also expressed their astonishment, marveling at the unfolding scene. Once, Lu Degongzi commanded respect and instilled fear, demanding Sui kneel before him. Now, the tables have turned, and it is Sui who exudes dominance, compelling Lu Degongzi to submit. Reflecting on the reversal of fortunes is nothing short of a grand irony. Do not approach. I shall not kneel. If you dare to lay a hand on me, your fate is sealed. My father is the chief of the city police. Lu Degongzi retreated in panic, invoking his father's authority in a desperate attempt to intimidate Sui. The real fear, however, resided with Xiao Lu and Zhang Jinlin. For should Sui charge at them, they would be the first to suffer the consequences. You dare to threaten me? You are courting death. With a sudden burst of energy, Sui advanced, moving so swiftly that the air around him crackled audibly. The scene left everyone in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. Wherever Sui passed, explosions of sound erupted, sparks igniting the atmosphere. In that moment of shock, he effortlessly cast aside the 2 individuals in his path and aimed a powerful kick at Lu Degongzi. The impact was thunderous. Lu Degongzi, caught off guard, collided violently with the wall, which began to crack under the force. Blood streamed from his head as he crumpled to the ground, emitting a cry of agony. Sui stepped forward, placing a foot upon Lu Degongzi's head, his voice menacing. Your father is the chief, yet here I am. and what can you do about it? Ah, you truly seek death, boy? Do you not value your life? Lu Degongzi howled in anguish and fury. The humiliation he faced was unprecedented. Before so many witnesses, Sui had trampled him into the floor. Do you comprehend the enmity I bear towards Jin Gongzi? While you proclaim I desire death, have you ever taken a life? The feud between him and me demands blood, a price you cannot afford to pay, nor can your police chief father. Sui leaned closer, his smile chilling, threatening. If you seek to perish, I would not hesitate to assist you in finding your end. And no, please, I understand my mistake. Lu Degongzi, now terrified, hastily surrendered. Chapter 12. The next encounter, a decapitation. So, you have turned coward, recognizing fear? Did you not previously vow to sever my limbs and gouge my eyes? Sui observed Lu Degongzi, trembling beneath his foot, with cold disdain. Brother, esteemed one, ancestor, it is all my fault. I shall never dare again, please spare me. Lu Degongzi pleaded, gripped by profound terror. He had witnessed Sui's ferocity. It was overwhelming and merciless. With 7 or 8 bodyguards already incapacitated, he had no support. Even as he lay humiliated beneath Sui's foot, he chose to play the submissive role, prioritizing his life above all else. Had he known the depth of Sui's vendetta against Jin Gongzi, he would have refrained from involving himself. Though ruthless, he had never taken a life, and his father, the chief, might protect him in ordinary circumstances. However, once lives were at stake, it became a grave matter. The clay idol crossing the river would struggle to save itself. In truth, neither of them could afford to engage in this perilous game. Lu Degongzi, now reduced to a coward, recognized Sui's formidable prowess. Did he not just hear that Sui dared to confront Jin Gongzi? What was Lu Degongzi in comparison? Observing Lu Degongzi's fear, they understood that failing to play the submissive role could lead to even harsher consequences. This individual was truly formidable, not one to be trifled with. Those present within the private room were filled with astonishment and envy, discussing the scene unfolding before them. The once imperious and tyrannical Lu Degongzi had been reduced to a quivering wretch, groveling before Sui. His former bravado utterly vanished. Sui was indeed a force to be reckoned with, fierce and unyielding. The sight of the unconscious bodyguards and Lu Degongzi's plight spoke volumes. A man who could stand against even the most ruthless of figures like Jin Gongzi was not to be trifled with. Lu Degongzi's misfortune evoked only sighs from the onlookers, who mused that he had ventured forth without heeding the omens, provoking a foe he should have avoided. Old classmates such as Zhou Chuan and Yalan felt a sense of vindication, inexplicably pleased. Although they claimed to be borrowing from a legitimate loan company, their operations bore no distinction from usury. Failure to repay on time would result in a swarm of thuggish enforcers arriving to threaten and intimidate them, severely disrupting their lives and leaving them in a state of constant fear. Lu Degongzi was the owner of a wealthy online lending company, and witnessing his downfall at Sui's hands provided a sense of satisfaction. Since you are now begging like a wretch, I shall grant you mercy, Sui declared. How much do my classmates owe you in total? Xiaozhong, quickly, calculate the debts of your classmates. Lu Degongzi, trembling in fear, urged Zhang Jinlin, who was moaning and clutching his arms. Yes, I will do it right away. Zhang Jinlin responded nervously. Sui procured a chair, seating himself before Lu Degongzi, who lay on the ground like a dog, too terrified to move. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jinlin logged into the company's backend database and compiled a detailed account of Zhou Chuan, Yalan, and others' debts, presenting it to Sui. They had collectively borrowed 500,000, with 300,000 still outstanding. Sui scanned the account details, murmuring to himself. Yeah, the bill has been prepared. How would you like to proceed? Lu Degongzi's bloodied face bore a forced smile, but his heart brimmed with dissatisfaction. All power, including his very life, rested in Sui's hands, leaving him with no choice but to defer to Sui's will. The remaining 300,000 shall serve as the price for your limbs and eyes. Does that seem fair? Sui said with a smile. Fair indeed. Whatever you say shall be followed. Lu Degongzi nodded fervently in response. Previously, he had sought to mutilate Sui, yet now he was compelled to use his own funds to preserve his own limbs and sight. Reflecting on the events of the night, Lu Degongzi felt his heart bleed. Very well, Zhang Jinlin. Proceed to settle the account immediately and do not entertain any wicked thoughts. With a sharp crack, Sui crushed a small bowl into powder. Staring intently at Zhang Jinlin, the latter, drenched in sweat, was both anxious and fearful. He dared not entertain any deceptive schemes. Under Sui's vigilant gaze, he settled the debts of his classmates, erasing all financial obligations. Excellent. The matter is resolved. You may continue your meal, but we shall take our leave. Su Yi said cheerfully, rising with his classmates and departing the private room. However, he did not cast another glance at Xiao Lu, harboring only a heart of cold indifference towards her. This woman had lured him into a trap, attempting to deliver him into peril. Unfortunately for her, she had encountered a tiger that, like a Minyang beast, could not be easily subdued. Infuriating. Infuriating. As Su Yi and his companions exited, Lu Degongzi erupted in a furious rage, overturning tables and shattering dishes upon the ground. This was the most humiliating and financially devastating moment of his life. Not only had he suffered a loss of wealth, but his dignity and reputation had also been thoroughly trampled. What, are you dissatisfied? Angry with me? Sui, who had turned back, inquired with a hint of ire. Suya, how could I dare to be angry with you? Lu Degongzi, suddenly feeling a chill, stammered in fear. It is good that we are not on bad terms. I forgot to mention. Please convey to Jin Gongzi that the next time we meet will be the moment of his demise. Remember to repeat my exact words to him. Su Yi spoke with a hint of menace. Chapter 13. The past, of course. I will certainly convey your words, Su Yi. Please take care. Lu Degongzi responded with trepidation, fearful of displeasing Su Yi. After Su Yi departed, Lu Degongzi slumped to the ground, his spirits low. Others around him were secretly astonished by Su Yi's proclamation. The next time we meet will be the moment of his demise. The animosity between Su Yi and Jin Gongzi ran deep, and only by claiming Jin Gongzi's head would Su Yi find satisfaction. This declaration also underscored Su Yi's determination and confidence in his ability to eliminate Jin Gongzi. At the entrance of the hotel, a few old classmates expressed their heartfelt gratitude as they bid farewell to Su Yi. With no debts to burden him, Su Yi had compelled Lu Degongzi to clear their financial obligations through sheer strength. As everyone departed, only Zhou Chuan and Yi Lan remained, leisurely strolling along the banks of Wujiang, engaged in light conversation. Hand over your bank account details. Su Yi suddenly halted, addressing Zhou Chuan and Yi Lan. What do you need our bank account information for? Zhou Chuan asked, scratching his face in confusion. Stop with the questions and give it to me. Su Yi urged impatiently. Perplexed, Zhou Chuan and Yi Lan complied, producing their bank cards. Su Yi took the cards and swiftly operated his phone. Before long, both Zhou Chuan and Yi Lan's phones chimed with notifications. They opened the messages to find a clear indication. Each of their accounts had just received a transfer of 100,000 yuan. You transferred 100,000 to each of us. When did you become so wealthy? Zhou Chuan exclaimed, his face alight with joy. We can't accept this. It's not easy for you to earn money. Yi Lan declined graciously. Her heart raced with surprise and excitement. Su Yi had just cleared her debt of 100,000, and now he had gifted her the same amount. To Yi Lan, this was no small fortune. She felt the weight of Su Yi's generosity. It's for you both. Money holds little significance for me. You can repay it whenever you wish, or not at all. Su Yi replied nonchalantly. You, Zhou Chuan, borrowed over 100,000 from Lu Degongzi. Your debts are settled now. As for your parents, Yi Lan, they need funds for medical treatment. He had a general understanding of their circumstances. Both were in urgent need of money. Ironically, money had lost its importance for him, as he had embarked on the path of martial arts, seeking the highest truths. Truly a good brother. I, Zhou Chuan, will forever remember this. Zhou Chuan expressed his gratitude. I truly do not know how to thank you. If you do not mind, I could repay you in kind. Yi Lan began, but Su Yi quickly interrupted. I do not need your repayment. We are old classmates and friends. If I can assist, I shall. Su Yi interjected. He was aware of Yi Lan's intentions and had no desire for any form of recompense from them. Had he allowed her to finish, then rejected her, it would have rendered the moment awkward. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Yi Lan's face. All right then, with the new year approaching. I remember you are not from this city, right? You Haven T returned home for the new year in 4 years. Won't you visit your uncle and aunt this year? Zhou Chuan inquired, his gaze fixed upon Su Yi. This was a mystery surrounding Su Yi that had long troubled him. Despite being friends for 3 to 4 years, Su Yi never spoke of his parents or family, and he had never returned home for the new year. As yet another year drew to a close, what plans did Su Yi have as a graduate? Perhaps I will return. I haven't visited my parents' graves during the 4 major festivals, Su Yi said, gazing out at the river with a tinge of melancholy. I'm sorry. Zhou Chuan's face reflected sorrow as he apologized to Su Yi. His unintentional inquiry had stirred painful memories for Su Yi. No wonder Su Yi never spoke of his parents. They had long since departed this world, making him a figure of pity. When did your uncle and aunt pass away? Yi Lan's eyes glistened with tears, moved by Su Yi's sorrowful tale. On the day of the 2012 Doomsday Prophecy, Su Yi replied with a mocking tone, self-deprecatingly stating, Perhaps this was fate's design. That day indeed became the end for my parents, while humanity entered an era of spiritual awakening. Perhaps this was a jest from heaven, or perhaps a form of compensation. For I have now awakened to my own spiritual energy. On that fateful day in 2012, whether in his past life or this one, his parents had perished. Now, 6 years later, he had learned to absorb spiritual energy and become a martial artist. Such an outcome may indeed be a jest from the heavens. Your spiritual energy has awakened. Could it be that you have become the legendary spiritual martial artist? Zhou Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. Su Yi's claim about his spiritual awakening, coupled with his performance at the hotel, led Zhou Chuan to surmise that Su Yi had indeed become a spiritual martial artist. The resurgence of spiritual energy on Earth had taken place 6 years ago. It was no secret. However, the spiritual energy on Earth was still too sparse, and only the most gifted individuals could absorb it to refine themselves. In the future, as spiritual energy fully returned to the Earth, both of them could step into martial arts and accompany him on this journey. As night deepened, the three parted ways, each returning to their respective homes. Lu Degongzi, humiliated and deeply wounded by Su Yi's actions, soon contacted Jin Gongzi, recounting the events of the evening in detail, embellishing them as he went. The resentment he held towards Su Yi was something he could not swallow. Indeed, he was not in a position to retaliate, nor was his father, the police chief. But Jin Gongzi had the means to do so. He was relying on Jin Gongzi to exact revenge and release his pin-up fury. Within an ancient structure in Hanzhong, a man in his 30s with a fierce visage and a scar on his left cheek sat on a rustic bench, his hands sprawled open, exuding a commanding presence. A man in a black suit entered, bowing respectfully. Jin Gongzi, Lu Degongzi just called. Ah, young Lu has acted swiftly. Well done. Jin Gongzi nodded in approval. However, I must apologize. I have not finished my report. He failed to handle the situation properly and was severely beaten by those who injured the Jin brothers, suffering considerable financial loss. What? Is he a fool? The situation has been thoroughly mishandled. Did not Jin Gongzi ask the Jin Baosan brothers to provide intelligence on that individual, urging him to bring along some skilled fighters? Jin Gongzi, in a fit of rage, swept the teacups off the coffee table, shattering them upon the floor. Once calmed, it was noted that Lu Degongzi had indeed brought several formidable fighters capable of taking on 3 opponents at once. Yet they were still defeated by that young man in mere moments. His speed and strength were extraordinary. There was something peculiar about him. Furthermore, he had Lu Degongzi relay a message to you, stating that the next encounter would be his last. It was clearly a death threat aimed at me. Who is this person? Not only did he disrupt my affairs, but he also seeks to take my life. Jin Gongzi rose abruptly, fixing his gaze upon his subordinates. It was indeed a rare occurrence that anyone dared to harbor such murderous intent against him in Shaoyang City, given his power and status. Investigations revealed that this was the very individual who had been punished and thrown off a cliff merely a fortnight ago for his tardiness in food delivery, which indirectly harmed our business. Jin Gongzi seethed with anger, declaring that if he could not finish him off in one attempt, he would try again. He acknowledged the oddity of the opponent and commanded, "Send Yi Hao to eliminate him." It was indeed time to deploy a Lingwu master. The necessity to act decisively was evident. Yi Hao was instructed to ensure his death and bring back his head. Jin Gongzi's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he spoke. As the new year passed its midpoint, the weather in Shaoyang City remained overcast. It was not particularly cold, yet there lingered a chill that hinted at discomfort. This was the essence of winter in southern cities, where one could feel an incessant struggle. In the days following the incident at the hotel, life returned to normal for most, yet the lives of Zhang Jinlin and Xiao Lu were far from satisfactory. Following a severe beating from Su Yi, Lu Degongzi unleashed his wrath upon them. After all, they were classmates with Su Yi, and their association brought forth painful memories. The two were ruthlessly expelled by Lu Degongzi, rendering them as mere refuse in the eyes of others. In an instant, they became the subject of ridicule among their classmates, deserving of such treatment for being cast aside. Without the protection of Lu Degongzi, they were rendered insignificant. On a chilly night in Shaoyang City, the wind howled as temperatures dropped once more. A woman, wearing a mask with slightly swollen eyes, entered an ancient street. After some inquiries, she found herself at Su Yi's doorstep. After much hesitation, she finally knocked on Su Yi's door. Upon hearing the knock, Su Yi opened the door, his expression devoid of warmth. Despite her masked visage, he immediately recognized her as Xiao Lu. "What brings you here?" Su Yi asked coldly. "I know I have wronged you, and I do not expect your forgiveness. I have come to inform you that Lu Degongzi still harbors resentment against you." That very night, he contacted Jin Gongzi to request reinforcements to eliminate you. I have said my piece. Farewell forever. Tears streamed down Xiao Yilu's face, her heart heavy with sorrow, regret, and guilt. This was her way of acknowledging her debt to Su Yi. In this moment of farewell, she sought to make amends for her past mistakes. Once a pair, they now resembled indifferent strangers or even adversaries, a truly lamentable transformation. Come back. Su Yi's voice called out as she took 2 steps away. Here are 20,000. It is not a small sum. Take it and leave Xiaoyang City, never to return. Su Yi's demeanor softened slightly, revealing a hint of compassion. Thank you for your kindness. But I shall not accept your money. I will leave far behind, and we shall never meet again. Xiao Yilu resolutely declined, turning and descending the stairs without a backward glance. Alas, it is all in the past. Su Yi sighed, his expression shifting to one resembling that of a villain as he smirked. If Jin Gongzi intends to send someone to kill me, why not come himself? If someone is indeed coming, then let the slaughter commence. Chapter 15. Li Yun. Upon learning that Jin Gongzi had dispatched assassins, Su Yi spent the entire night in restless anticipation. After several confrontations, Jin Gongzi must have gathered some insight into his capabilities. The individuals dispatched this time were unlikely to be mere amateurs. It was conceivable that a Lingwu master would be sent to eliminate him. Jin Gongzi's clandestine forces were formidable, and even during this period of heightened vigilance, no one dared to challenge him. Perhaps a Lingwu organization supported Jin Gongzi from behind the scenes. As the night wore on, no assassins appeared, but with the passage of time, their arrival was imminent. Darkness fell once more, enveloping the surroundings. Su Yi refrained from returning to his small abode, and instead ventured to Shashan in the southern part of the city. This location was the site of the upcoming Wuling conference, and he decided to explore it early. Simultaneously, he aimed to lure the assassins to this place, ensuring their confrontation would not disrupt the lives of his neighbors and minimizing collateral damage. In the current world, the chaos of Lingwu had not yet begun, and it was prudent to avoid drawing undue attention to conflicts. For several consecutive nights, Su Yi maintained this routine, arriving at Shashan as darkness enveloped the sky. Each day, he returned to his dwelling at dawn, finding everything untouched within. It seemed the assassins had not yet arrived. With only 5 days remaining until the Wuling conference, he once again made his way to Shashan that night. As he wandered to a high cliff midway up the mountain, he noticed a flickering light emanating from a dilapidated Taoist temple perched above. This temple appeared ancient and on the verge of collapse, with a steep path leading up that would deter most from climbing. After several nights of darkness, the temple was illuminated tonight, sparking Su Yi's curiosity and prompting him to scale the cliff. The temple was not large, merely a single room approximately 40 square meters in size. Upon entering, he found it empty, devoid of any idols or statues. However, in front of the altar sat a middle-aged man, seemingly amiable, dressed in a long robe, meditating on the ground. Li Yun, the leader, what brings you here? Su Yi exclaimed in astonishment as he recognized the man's face. The resemblance to the first leader of the Earth Guardians Alliance, Li Yun, was uncanny. This individual was a master among masters. Su Yi had not anticipated encountering Li Yun so soon. He had only seen him after the resurgence of spiritual energy in the future world. Youth, what brings you to this desolate temple at such an hour? Also, how do you know my name, Li Yun, and refer to me as leader? You seem quite familiar with me. Li Yun continued to meditate with closed eyes before speaking. Ah, you resemble someone I met in a dream, who is also named Li Yun. Su Yi hastily modified his explanation, seeking to justify his words. He would not directly tell Li Yun that he had traveled back from the future as his successor. Even if he did, Li Yun might not believe him and could misconstrue his intentions. Ah, then it seems we are indeed fated. May I ask your name? Li Yun opened his eyes, smiling warmly at Su Yi. My name is Su Yi. I could not sleep tonight, so I decided to take a stroll here, Su Yi replied. To wander about an abandoned temple in the dead of night is quite a peculiar pastime, Li Yun remarked, suddenly pointing outside the door. Do you have friends lurking outside? Too timid to enter? I have no friends outside. I am hiding because the assassins have arrived. Su Yi suddenly realized, marveling at Li Yun's keen insight. While he had not detected anyone outside, Li Yun had. You old ghost, your vigilance is impressive indeed. A man with golden hair stepped inside, radiating an aura of coldness as he spoke icily. Youth, what brings you to this temple? Li Yun inquired, regarding the golden-haired man with a calm demeanor. I have come to kill him. It is none of your concern. The blond man pointed at Su Yi, his voice laced with a chilling intent to kill. Where have you been? I thought you, young Master Jin, were intimidated by my strength and had retreated. Su Yi said with a hint of derision in his smile. The assassin has finally arrived, and he is a blond man. Afraid of you? Ridiculous. Tonight, I shall take your head. The blonde man advanced towards Su-yi, his aura irradiating power, causing cracks to appear in the floor beneath him. Chapter 16. The Spirit Artifact Dagger. Senior Lee, it would be wise for you to keep your distance to avoid any unfortunate incidents. Su-yi returned his gaze to Li Yun, offering a warning. It is of no consequence. You two proceed with your battle. I shall not interfere. Li Yun closed his eyes, adopting an air of indifference. You dare to be so distracted, worrying about others while facing me? You seek death. The blonde man's face twisted in anger. In a single stride, he closed the distance and swung a punch at Su-yi. The sound of cracking knuckles echoed, filled with explosive force. A triumphant smile spread across the blonde man's face. Su-yi had grown too complacent. With this punch, even a full-grown bull would fall. Though he was aware that Su-yi could absorb spiritual energy and was a spiritual martial artist, Su-yi had only recently entered this realm. While he had been a spiritual martial artist for over a year, no matter how formidable Su-yi was, he could not possibly be a match for him. Coupled with Su-yi's carelessness, this punch would surely inflict severe injury. The blonde man's fist drew closer, poised to strike Su-yi. However, an enigmatic smile appeared on Su-yi's face as he slightly shifted his body, allowing the blonde man to pass by him. Their eyes met in a moment of surprise. The blonde man's arrogant grin faded, replaced by caution. Before he could regain his balance, he turned and kicked at Su-yi's head. Su-yi raised his left hand, deftly catching the blonde man's foot. With a surge of strength, he swung the man away, sending him crashing into the wall of the temple. With a resounding crash, the blonde man smashed through the wall, debris raining down upon him. Cursed! The blonde man roared, clearing the bricks from his body and throwing them at Su-yi. Each brick flew like a bullet, swift and fierce. The high velocity made them searing hot, some even exploding midair, sending shards flying in all directions. Su-yi furrowed his brow, striding forward to position himself before Li Yun, shielding him from the incoming projectiles. As the dust settled, the blonde man brandished a sharp dagger, infused with his fury, charging once more at Su-yi. His earlier confidence shattered as Su-yi evaded his punch and countered with a powerful kick, which Su-yi had seized and thrown him against the wall. His anger boiled, and he felt an overwhelming discomfort. To be repeatedly thwarted by someone who had only recently entered the spiritual martial artist realm was a blow to his pride. He had underestimated Su-yi, failing to recognize his potential. Now, it was clear that Su-yi was far from ordinary, and his hubris could lead to his downfall. The dagger emitted a faint glow, humming ominously as it aimed for Su-yi's neck. Su-yi made no attempt to evade, a scornful smile gracing his lips as he stared down the approaching blade. The blonde man, enraged by Su-yi's audacity, unleashed an even greater force upon the dagger. This was no ordinary weapon. It was a spirit artifact, forged with infused spiritual energy, capable of slicing through titanium with ease. In the face of such a weapon, Su-yi's disdain seemed reckless, and the blonde man was determined to sever his head, channeling his fury into one decisive blow. With the enemy's combat power enhanced by the spirit artifact, it reached level 2, a force capable of destruction. The combat system operates on a safety level of 5, where levels 1 and 2 are considered safe, allowing him to easily defeat opponents. Level 3 denotes mild danger, indicating equal or closely matched strength. Level 4 signifies danger, requiring cautious attention, while level 5 is extreme danger, warranting immediate retreat for survival. At this moment, Su-yi heard the system's prompt, his smile deepening. Even with the blonde man's combat power elevated to level 2 through the spirit artifact, he remained no match for Su-yi. Chapter 17. Bloodline Evolution. Su-yi reached forward, seizing the back of the dagger before the blonde man could react. In that instant, the blonde man was left in a state of shock and confusion. He exerted all his strength to free himself from Su-yi's grip, but his speed was no match for Su-yi's movements. With the dagger firmly in his grasp, Su-yi gave no chance for the blonde man to escape. With a sudden burst of strength, Su-yi's fist struck the blonde man's abdomen with blinding speed. The impact was devastating, catching the blonde man off guard and causing his pupils to dilate in pain. Blood spewed from his mouth, staining Su-yi's clothing. With a sharp crack, Su-yi crushed the blonde man's wrist and seized the dagger. Bloodline level, Mortal Realm 3rd stage, capable of devouring advanced bloodlines. The system's voice rang out again, igniting a surge of excitement within Su-yi. The blonde man's bloodline was indeed superior, and absorbing his essence would allow Su-yi to elevate his own bloodline level. The evolution of a bloodline is far more arduous than merely ascending in rank. Hearing the system's notification, Su-yi's smile broadened. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the innate talent. It was a rare opportunity to encounter an opponent with a higher bloodline level, and he could not afford to let it slip away. Su Yi sheathed the dagger, channeling the Longxiang Tunchen Gong as he aimed a palm strike at the blonde man. Seizing the fleeting moment of hesitation, the blonde man dashed toward the door, fear flooding his heart. He yearned to escape and preserve his life. Su Yi was too powerful. A fact young Master Jean was oblivious to. Even wielding the spirit artifact dagger, he could not contend with Su Yi, and now the dagger was in Su Yi's possession. The sight of that terrifying smile on Su Yi's face intensified his desire to flee this place of death. Where do you think you can escape to? Prepare to meet your end. Su Yi shouted coldly, charging toward the door. The uninjured blonde man could not withstand him. Now wounded, he stood no chance of fleeing before Su Yi. Do not kill me. Spare me. I am merely following orders. The blonde man, overwhelmed by fear, pleaded as Su Yi approached like a harbinger of death. You dared to accept the task of killing me. You should have been prepared for the consequences. It is too late. Death awaits. Su Yi's expression remained impassive as he activated the Longxiang Tunchen Gong, striking the blonde man on the head. In that moment, purple energy enveloped the blonde man, his expression twisted in agony. In mere moments, his life essence was drained, his body rapidly withering into a lifeless husk. Upon absorbing the blonde man's vitality, Su Yi felt a rush of warmth coursing through him, his blood boiling as if ignited, undergoing a wondrous transformation. Bloodline evolution in progress. Bloodline evolution in progress. Bloodline evolution complete. Mortal realm, second stage. In a brief moment, Su Yi absorbed the blood essence of the golden-haired man, completing the evolution of his own bloodline and ascending to the second tier of the mortal realm. Although the golden-haired man's cultivation level was inferior to his own, his bloodline was of a higher quality, suggesting that an ancestor must have been a third-tier spirit martial artist. The golden-haired man inherited this bloodline, yet its purity was insufficient, preventing him from advancing to the third tier of the mortal realm. At that moment, Su Yi felt a sticky sensation enveloping him, accompanied by a foul odor emanating from his body. Upon closer inspection, tiny red particles appeared on his hands and face, the source of the unpleasant smell. You have absorbed his bloodline to enhance your own. Li Yun, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and glanced at the now desiccated corpse of the golden-haired man, fixing his gaze on Su Yi. Indeed, senior. Su Yi replied, wiping his face with a tissue. Is there something amiss? As long as you refrain from indiscriminately killing others to evolve your bloodline, there is no issue, Li Yun stated earnestly, studying Su Yi. Can you abide by this? Of course, I am not a bloodthirsty fiend, unless it pertains to my enemies, Su Yi assured him. Indeed, absorbing another's bloodline could facilitate the evolution of one's own. However, should one kill recklessly merely for the sake of advancement, that would render them a cruel and malevolent entity, a path Su Yi would not tread. Very well. I hope you can uphold this promise. Should I discover you indiscriminately taking lives to enhance your bloodline, I will personally end your existence. Li Yun warned, his tone serious. Chapter 18. A great gift. Rest assured, senior, I would never engage in such actions. Su Yi reaffirmed. This encounter tonight is fortuitous, and I shall grant you a significant gift. What is your wish? Li Yun approached Su Yi. Could you assist in imprisoning the chief of police in Xiaoyang? Su Yi proposed. Is this truly your desire? Li Yun inquired, a hint of surprise in his expression. Indeed. Su Yi nodded, confirming his request. Li Yun was expected to fulfill a wish, typically of grander nature. In their initial meeting, Su Yi aimed to leave a favorable impression, avoiding overly ambitious demands that could paint him as greedy in Li Yun's eyes. The young Master Lu harbored resentment against him, embellishing the truth and inciting the Golden Master to send formidable assassins after him. The assassin of the night was akin to a nascent spirit martial artist. Though not yet at the initial stage, yet still formidable. This scion of privilege, relying on his father's position as chief of police, had committed numerous misdeeds and colluded with the Golden Master, a figure of criminal influence. Given Li Yun's enigmatic background, he should possess the capability to imprison a municipal police chief. With the downfall of his father, young Master Lu would lose a significant pillar of support, rendering him devoid of utility and left to be discarded, stripped of everything. Thus, this action could be seen as eliminating a considerable threat. As for the Golden Master, it would be best for Su Yi to handle that matter personally. Very well, do you have any other requests? If not, you may depart, for the night is late. Li Yun consented. Then I shall take my leave. Su Yi bid farewell, leaving Li Yun alone within the Taoist temple. Before long, several individuals arrived at the temple to remove the corpse from the ground. A tall woman with violet curls, clad in a fitted outfit, approached Li Yun. Her face bore no makeup, appearing entirely natural. With fair skin, a youthful radiance, and exquisite features, her form was accentuated by the tight-fitting attire. Resembling a celestial being descended to earth. "Father, are you truly letting him go? Can we trust his words?" The young woman addressed Li Yun as her father. "Tinger, this individual is extraordinary and will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future." Li Yun responded to his daughter, Li Kuting, with a paternal smile. "Father, do you genuinely believe in him?" Li Kuting queried anxiously. Su Yi possessed the ability to consume the bloodlines of others, making him a potentially dangerous individual, a prime candidate for becoming a malevolent entity. "My belief is half-hearted. Thus, I granted him a wish to secure his loyalty, guiding him to grow within our sphere." Li Yun elucidated. "However, observing his conflict with the Golden Master, he aims to eradicate the scourge of Shaoyang, possessing righteous intent that can be nurtured for great utility." In Li Yun's heart, his belief in Su Yi was not unwavering. Nevertheless, he recognized Su Yi as a person of potential, and with careful guidance, he might avoid straying onto a dark path. "Very well," Li Kuting conceded with a sigh. This was the first time she had witnessed her father commend another so highly, especially one so potentially perilous. "How did everything proceed?" Li Yun inquired of his daughter. "Invitations have been sent to all individuals on the list, and preparations are underway across the nation." Li Kuting replied. "Good. You may return to your tasks." Li Yun closed his eyes once more, settling into meditation. Su Yi hastily departed from Xiashan, returning to the urban district. Along the way, every person he encountered covered their noses and mouths, recoiling in disgust. The odor emanating from him was more foul than that of a latrine. The disdain and mockery of passers-by made Su Yi feel embarrassed. Upon returning to his small abode, he promptly took a shower, spending 2 full hours cleansing himself of the repulsive stench. However, the surrounding neighbors suffered indirectly, each lamenting the foul odor that lingered in the air. They assumed it stemmed from a sewage leak below, making it difficult to breathe. A sleepless night ensued, with the entire street's residents deprived of restful slumber. Ding dong. Huh. The sound of a text message roused Su Yi from his slumber. He picked up his phone to find it was already past 10 o'clock. Most striking were the numerous text notifications. Quickly, he opened the messages, eager to discern who was urgently seeking him. The name displayed was Jin Yu. Yet the content caused Su Yi's expression to shift dramatically. "Come to Wanfang Shopping Center, 3rd floor. Urgent situation, hurry. Yilan is in danger. Come quickly." Chapter 19. The struggle and humiliation of Yilan. A series of frantic messages from Jin Yu left Su Yi feeling overwhelmed. The intervals between the messages were only a few seconds apart, indicating that the incident concerning Yilan had just transpired at the Wanfang Shopping Center. And the situation was dire. "Ding dong. Hurry. Yilan has been forcibly taken away." Jin Yu sent another hurried text. "I am on my way." Su Yi quickly replied. The Wanfang Shopping Center was the largest commercial complex in Shaoyang City, and fortunately, his residence was nearby, only a 10-minute taxi ride away. However, Su Yi chose to run instead, his current speed surpassing even the vehicles on the road. Within minutes, Su Yi arrived at the shopping center, spotting Jin Yu, who appeared anxious and flustered at the entrance. What exactly happened? Su Yi approached Jin Yu, his concern evident. "How did things escalate so quickly?" "Yilan has vanished." Jin Yu replied in a rapid tone, her face etched with worry. "I was shopping with Yilan when we encountered a seemingly affluent man. He was lecherously pursuing her and took her away." Now, Su Yi had become a figure of strength in their eyes, feared even by young Master Lu. When Yilan was in trouble, seeking Su Yi's assistance was undoubtedly the best course of action. "Where did he take her?" Su Yi asked. "Upon ascending to the 5th floor, I found myself in an office that appeared to be managed by a certain individual associated with the shopping center. To my astonishment, I also spotted Lu Dezongzi's subordinates among them." Jin Yu hastily provided an explanation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Yi, consumed by fury, stormed directly to the 5th floor. Wanfa Shopping Center is renowned throughout Nanguang Province, and such brazen acts of abduction should not occur in a place of this stature. Unless one encounters bandits intent on taking hostages, the mastermind behind such operations would never allow it, as it would tarnish their reputation and jeopardize their business. Yet, this very calamity had befallen Yilan, particularly enraging Su Yi upon learning that Lu Dezongzi's men were also present. Previously, they had expressed dissatisfaction towards him, embellishing the truth to incite Jin Gongzi to send assassins after him, and now they were goading their subordinates to target those close to him. The office was filled with raucous sounds, and even passers-by outside would shake their heads and turn away in dismay. Inside, several men surrounded Yilan, their faces twisted in lewd expressions. Yilan, visibly distressed, had disheveled hair and rumpled clothing. "Boss, this girl seems quite appealing. Why not let you take the lead?" remarked a scruffy-faced man to the young man in a blue suit seated in a chair. "Indeed, Boss Huang, this girl is indeed enticing. Our Lu Dezongzi has been yearning for her for quite some time." Another man with stubble added with great respect. No, this girl is undoubtedly of superior quality. But my brothers have worked hard. This time, I shall grant you the privilege," Boss Huang said with a smirk, cigar in hand. "Then we are most grateful, boss. Brothers, let's proceed." With a tightening grip on their desires, the men laughed maniacally, their intentions clear as they eyed Yulan. It was a rare opportunity to capture a refined young lady. How could they let such a pleasurable moment slip away? "You, do not come any closer. When Su Yi arrives, none of you will escape," Yilan warned, pressing against the wall in panic. "Who is Su Yi? Is he truly remarkable? When he arrives, I shall dismantle his limbs." Boss Huang scoffed dismissively. "There is no need to trouble Boss Huang. Su Yi has likely already embarked on the path to oblivion," boasted one of Lu Dezongzi's subordinates, brimming with arrogance. "Ha! Hurry up. I am eagerly awaiting the spectacle. The one who endures the longest will receive a reward 100-fold based on time." Boss Huang laughed heartily. "Let us go. I can hardly contain my excitement." In a swift motion, one of the men lunged at Yulan, tearing her outer garment asunder. "This little girl has quite a wardrobe. Quickly strip her bare." The boss is eager to enjoy the view. Several ravenous wolves closed in, and without her outerwear, Yulan became increasingly frantic. Where was Su Yi? If he delayed any longer, her body would be exposed to these brutes. Dreading the thought of such a fate, Yulan could scarcely bear to imagine the stain it would leave upon her life, rendering her unworthy of existence. "Hurry up. Your sluggishness is making me anxious," Boss Huang urged impatiently. The men, akin to lustful beasts, converged upon Yulan. In that moment, despair enveloped her. She contemplated throwing herself against the wall rather than endure such humiliation. Suddenly, the office door burst open with a resounding crash, capturing the attention of all within. A gust of wind swept through, and in an instant, a shadow flashed by, followed by a series of sharp slaps. The men encircling Yulan recoiled, bloodied handprints appearing on their faces as they were hurled away, colliding against the walls. The sounds of their cries echoed, startling both Boss Huang and Lu Dezongzi's subordinates. The events transpired so swiftly that they scarcely had time to react. The sudden blast of wind, coupled with the cacophony of slaps, sent several large men sprawling. Boss Huang sat in a stupor, bewildered by the unexpected arrival, while Lu Dezongzi's men were rendered pale and trembling, collapsing to the ground in terror. In that fleeting moment, a familiar aura enveloped the room. Yulan, filled with dread, lifted her gaze to behold a familiar visage. Her eyes, already swollen and red, brimmed with tears as she rushed into Su Yi's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. It's all right. Su Yi consoled her, gently stroking her head while draping his coat over her shoulders. "Jinyu, take care of Yulan," Su Yi called to Jinyu at the door, entrusting Yulan to her care. Outside the office, a crowd had gathered, drawn by the commotion. Witnessing Yulan emerge, pallid and weeping, they realized a significant event had unfolded. Someone had come to settle the score. "Who are you?" Boss Huang stammered, anxiety etched across his features as he regarded Su Yi. The sudden appearance of this formidable figure had swiftly dispatched his subordinates, leaving him rattled. Su Yi, however, offered no response. He coldly approached Boss Huang, lifting his hand to deliver a swift slap. The resounding crack echoed, audible even to those gathered outside. A chorus of agonized screams erupted, further alarming the onlookers, particularly those working on the 5th floor, who were stunned by the unmistakable sound of Boss Huang's voice. The slaps continued in quick succession, each cry of pain reverberating, instilling dread within all who heard. Inside the office, Boss Huang remained seated, though now his face was swollen and bloodied, with gashes marring his cheeks and blood streaming freely. His mouth was devoid of teeth, a grim testament to the violence he had endured. Meanwhile, Su Yi's eyes were cold and merciless, locked onto the disfigured Boss Huang. "You truly have a death wish, daring to lay a hand on my people. Consider this a mild lesson. Should you ever touch anyone close to me again, be wary for your life." Su Yi delivered his warning with a fierce tone. With a swift kick, he sent Boss Huang tumbling to the ground, howling in distress. "Get up, and take me to your master," Su Yi commanded, directing his ire towards Lu Dezongzi's incapacitated subordinate, infused with palpable rage and murderous intent. Having previously escaped a severe reprimand, Lu Dezongzi's audacity in inciting outsiders to target those around him was both reckless and foolhardy. In the following moments, As Su Yi's foot connected with Lu Dezongzi's subordinate, the man let out a pained scream, suddenly rising with renewed vigor, a manifestation of his fear. The presence of the fierce Su Yi loomed ominously. Disobedience would undoubtedly result in a savage beating, perhaps even broken limbs. Wait! Su Yi halted, surveying the men sprawled on the ground. In the next instant, his figure blurred, and the distinct sound of bones cracking filled the air, accompanied by the anguished cries of those on the floor, echoing their torment throughout the office. Su Yi had rendered the hands of several individuals utterly useless, shattering the bones of their entire arms. These very individuals had attempted to accost and insult Yilan. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Yilan suffered no physical harm, though the emotional toll was significant. Had he not intervened, these individuals would have faced consequences far graver than the loss of a single hand. Nearby, Lu Deguzzi's subordinates were paralyzed with fear, cowering against the walls. Su Yi was a fearsome figure, ruthless in his actions, akin to a madman. Those outside trembled, the cries echoing with an air of dread. "You take Yilan home," Su Yi commanded, gripping one of Lu Deguzzi's lackeys by the neck as he addressed Jinyu. Yilan was in a fragile emotional state, still weeping sorrowfully. As for Su Yi, he had more pressing matters to attend to. He intended to settle accounts with Lu Deguzzi. This time, he would not let Lu Deguzzi escape easily. Jinyu assisted Yilan in departing, while Su Yi dragged another away. The crowd surrounding began to stir, peering into the office. Inside, several individuals lay strewn about, each bleeding profusely. Particularly gruesome was the sight of Boss Huang, whose condition was truly pitiful. However, rather than eliciting sympathy, the onlookers were filled with elation. The unscrupulous and malicious boss had finally received his due comeuppance. Such ferocity was remarkable. Recently, news had spread that Jin Gongzi's establishment had been raided, and Lu Deguzzi had also been severely beaten. Given today's events, could it be that the man from earlier was responsible? It seemed plausible. His actions were undeniably satisfying. Those bullies truly deserved a stern lesson. Whether or not he was the culprit, he had become an idol in the eyes of many, revered for his strength and greatness. He is not merely your idol. He is our collective idol, standing up for us. Long live our idol. Rumors had been circulating in Shaoyang regarding the turmoil involving Jin Gongzi and Lu Deguzzi. Both had suffered considerable losses, with Lu Deguzzi facing particularly harsh consequences. Misfortune had once again befallen Boss Huang. These three were not virtuous individuals in Shaoyang, often oppressing the common folk. The populace discussed Su Yi with admiration, even reverence, elevating him to the status of an idol. Upon leaving the shopping center, Su Yi allowed Lu Deguzzi's subordinate to guide him to Lu Deguzzi. At the top floor of a grand building in Shaoyang, Lu Deguzzi reveled in his spacious office, joyfully sipping whiskey while dancing with exuberance. His spirits were high, beyond the capacity of words to convey. "Nephew, what has brought you such joy?" inquired a balding, portly middle-aged man lounging on a large sofa, observing Lu Deguzzi's delight. "Of course, my dear uncle," Lu Deguzzi replied with a radiant smile. The middle-aged man, Lu Qinghua, was indeed his uncle. Last night, Jin Gongzi had dispatched assassins to eliminate Su Yi, claiming that the first assassin was exceptionally skilled and certain to succeed. The thought of Su Yi's demise brought Lu Deguzzi greater joy than a windfall of millions. The humiliation inflicted upon him was not merely financial. It was a matter of dignity and psychological torment. Without avenging himself, he would find no peace. As the morning wore on, he pondered that Su Yi ought to be dead by now. "You cannot enter. The chairman is in a meeting." At that moment, the secretary's voice rang out, preventing an intruder from entering. "Who dares to seek an audience with me?" Lu Deguzzi bellowed, displeased with the interruption during his moment of joy, just as he was celebrating. Someone dared to intrude, ruining the atmosphere. Chapter 22. The gun is about to fire. With a resounding crash, the door was flung open, and a figure tumbled at Lu Deguzzi's feet. In that instant, Lu Deguzzi was consumed by rage, filled with a murderous impulse. Who had the audacity to burst into his office and throw someone at his feet? Such actions were a blatant affront to his authority. However, when he beheld the figure at the doorway, terror seized him, rendering him pale and trembling. It was as if he had encountered death itself. Fear coursed through him, sweat pouring from his brow. How could Su Yi be in his office? How had this transpired? Hadn't Jin Gongzi asserted that the first assassin was formidable and certain to kill Su Yi? After observing Su Yi for several days, the assassin had finally acted, confident in his ability to eliminate the target. Yet now, Su Yi stood before him, unscathed. A night had passed, and the first assassin had not returned. Nor had there been any word of a corpse. It was likely that the assassin had failed to kill Su Yi and had instead met his own demise at Su Yi's hands. Furthermore, The expression on Su Yi's face was terrifying, displaying a clear intent to kill and furious wrath. Lu Deguzi, you possess great audacity. Having not learned your lesson, you dare to entertain nefarious thoughts against me? Do you wish to meet the king of hell? Su Yi advanced toward Lu Deguzi, his tone frigid and laced with fury. Why you stay back? Uncle, this man is a madman. He is killed, and now he seeks to kill me. Lu Deguzi, gripped by panic, retreated while pleading for his uncle's assistance. Clearly, Su Yi was aware of certain matters, and trouble had come knocking. In that moment, he could only seek refuge with his uncle, who might be able to stall Su Yi long enough for him to escape and save his own life. Otherwise, he would find himself ensnared in Su Yi's grasp. Young man, with me here, you dare commit murder? Such insolence! Lu Qinghua thundered. The moment this man had entered, he sensed something was amiss, an overwhelming aura of malice surrounding him. He would not tolerate anyone committing violence in his presence, especially not against his nephew. Oh, so you are his uncle. Yet, why does the notion of justice sound so jarring and unpalatable coming from your lips? Su Yi coldly regarded Lu Qinghua, disdain evident in his voice. Lu Deguzi's predicament was entirely of his own making, a consequence of his own reckless actions. You think you can act with impunity? You will pay dearly for your transgressions against me and for your threats against my nephew. Lu Qinghua hastily drew a handgun, aiming it at Su Yi. With his other hand, he reached for his phone to call the police. You wield a gun, yet do you believe I am afraid? Before attempting to apprehend others, perhaps you should examine your own reflection. Su Yi retorted, unperturbed. Last time, Lu Deguzi sought to sever my limbs and gouge out my eyes. Last night, he sent an assassin to kill me. Surely, you are aware of his deeds. What are you talking about? I know nothing of this. You speak nonsense. Lu Qinghua's complexion shifted dramatically as he vehemently denied the allegations. However, he could already surmise that his nephew had landed himself in grave trouble, this time with intentions to kill. Internally, he cursed Lu Deguzi for perpetually stirring up trouble, turning a blind eye when possible. Yet now, the situation had escalated to the point of attempted murder, a serious matter indeed. This realization steeled Lu Qinghua's resolve to apprehend Su Yi and silence him, lest their predicament worsen. Your denial matters not. The fact remains that your nephew wishes for my demise and harbors intentions to violate the women around me. Today, he shall pay a harrowing price, one he will never forget. Su Yi continued to advance towards Lu Degongzi, speaking with disdain. I am only aware that someone accused you of murder previously, and now you wish to silence witnesses. How truly vile. Lu Qinghua, unlocking the safety on his handgun, aimed it at Su Yi, warning, kneel and cover your head at once. Do not take another step forward, or I shall shoot this brigand. Chapter 23. Murder. Go ahead and shoot, if you dare. Do not presume that a mere firearm can intimidate me. Su Yi replied, a smile gracing his face, filled with contempt. Had he been an ordinary person, facing a gun aimed at him would have compelled him to surrender. A bullet is not a trifling matter. Yet, he was no ordinary person. He was a noble warrior, unafraid of firearms, possessing the swiftness to evade a bullet's trajectory. Do not approach any closer. I truly will fire. Lu Degongzi, trembling as he gripped the pistol, felt an inexplicable surge of courage. However, Su Yi continued his advance, pressing closer. Panic surged within Lu Degongzi. He had never before fired a weapon at a living target. Suddenly being thrust into such a situation left him psychologically unprepared. The secretary outside had already cowered in a corner, trembling in fear. The day's events had escalated to such a degree that a firearm was drawn. With a resounding thud, Su Yi took another step forward, disregarding Lu Degongzi's warning. In truth, he hoped Lu Degongzi would fire. A loud gunshot echoed, a bullet propelled from the chamber, flames trailing as it sped towards Su Yi. Lu Degongzi's nervous hand shook, and he pulled the trigger. Accompanied by the gunfire was a scream of agony. The bullet struck a body, blood erupting forth. In that moment, Lu Degongzi was paralyzed by the sound of the gunshot, and Lu Qinghua was left speechless. The entire building's occupants were startled by the gunfire, their hearts racing. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, many hastened to call the police. Crowds rushed to the top floor, from whence the gunfire had emanated. Upon arriving at the office door on the top floor, they witnessed the secretary, curled in a corner, shrieking in terror. Inside the office lay a man on the floor, shot in the chest, blood pooling as his body convulsed. Lu Degongzi's uncle was engulfed in despair. Lu Degongzi, gripping the gun with sweaty palms, stared in horror at the fallen figure. Lu Degongzi, you have committed murder. Su Yi, with his back to the door, remarked with a hint of wickedness. In the instant Lu Degongzi pulled the trigger, Su Yi had swiftly yanked one of Lu Degongzi's subordinates in front of him, effectively shielding himself from the bullet. The unfortunate soul fell, nearing death. With so many witnesses present, Lu Degongzi could not escape the accusation of deliberately murdering an innocent. The charge of shooting an innocent person was no trifling matter. Moreover, he had sought assistance from Li Yun to imprison Lu Qingliang. Lu Qingliang had led his son into ruin. It was a complete disaster. What do you mean I committed murder? He intended to attack me, and I had no choice but to fire. Lu Degongzi, trembling with fear, pointed at his fallen subordinate in a desperate attempt to defend himself. With so many witnesses, he still sought to argue, but to no avail. Sui approached with a malevolent grin. Someone fetch the police. This man is a murderer. Faced with Su Yi's advancing presence, Lu Degongzi trembled in panic. Although he had fired at Sui, he never anticipated that the person shot would be one of his own men. The bizarre turn of events only deepened his dread. A murderer, indeed, is it you? Su Yi roared, swiftly moving, seizing the handgun before Lu Degongzi could react. In the next moment, Su Yi's fist descended, landing a heavy blow upon Lu Degongzi's face, splitting his lip and drawing blood. Lu Degongzi spat out blood, losing a tooth. The force sent him tumbling to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Su Yi stood before the still-fallen Lu Degongzi, raising his hand to strike again. With a resounding crack, Lu Degongzi's face was struck, blood spraying forth. Following this, Su Yi unleashed a flurry of punches targeting Lu Degongzi's knees and elbows, shattering bones and rendering his limbs useless. My hand, my foot. Uncle, save me. Someone please help. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from Lu Degongzi. His hands and feet lay destroyed, bones fractured. What kind of person was this, so merciless? Onlookers stood in shock, witnessing Su Yi's rapid and brutal assault. Having wrested Lu Degongzi's firearm, he had also knocked out a significant portion of his teeth. The sound of shattered bones sent chills down spines. Su Yi was extraordinarily fierce, leaving everyone uncertain of his origins. Yet, none dared intervene, remaining coldly neutral. Stand aside, the police are here. At that moment, a large contingent of officers arrived. Captain Zhang, quickly apprehend this brigand. Lu Qinghua shouted in urgency upon recognizing Captain Zhang leading the team. Chapter 24. The Arrest of Lu Degongzi. Lu Qinghua, this is your arrest warrant for carrying a firearm. Cuff him. Captain Zhang stated sternly, producing the warrant. What? Lu Qinghua has been arrested. The good fortune of Lu Degongzi had come to a definitive end. This was deserved. The sudden shift in circumstances caught everyone off guard. They had anticipated the police would arrest Su Yi, yet Captain Zhang presented an arrest warrant for Lu Qinghua and Lu Degongzi instead. A dramatic scene unfolded. Overwhelming and delightful. How can this be? No, you must be mistaken. The one you seek is that young man. He is a murderer. Lu Qinghua, bewildered, had yet to comprehend the situation before being arrested, confronted with a warrant. Su Yi privately marveled at Li Yun's swift actions. A murderer? This firearm is yours. One bullet is missing from the magazine, and one person lies dead from a gunshot. It appears you are the true murderer. Captain Zhang scrutinized Lu Qinghua with the gaze of an interrogator. Captain Zhang, when we arrived, that man was already down, and Lu Degongzi had aimed the gun at this brother. Thankfully, this brother acted swiftly, disarming him and delivering a powerful blow, incapacitating two criminals. Indeed, we can all attest to this. The witnesses at the door chimed in, testifying against Lu Qinghua for murder. Do you hear? This good citizen assisted the police in apprehending you, a lawbreaker. You are not a murderer. Yet, you remain unrepentant even as you are arrested. I am truly embarrassed for you. Take these two away. Captain Zhang declared. This is wrong. You, Zhang, are colluding with that youth to frame me. Do not revel in your triumph. Lu Qinghua shouted defiantly as he was led away. The rapidity of his downfall was astonishing. How had he been captured so suddenly? He had been injured, his son rendered limbless, while Su Yi, the assailant, emerged as a hero in the fight against crime. This is a frame-up, a conspiracy against me. Lu Qinghua protested. You have broken the law. It is not a matter of framing you. Given your offenses, even if you are not executed, you shall spend a lifetime in prison. It would be wise to plead guilty. Captain Zhang retorted, his expression one of disdain. With Lu Qinghua arrested and Lu Degongzi carried away, a wave of applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. A significant malignancy in Shaoyang City had finally been eradicated, and the days ahead would not be so dark. You see that individual? He is undoubtedly the one who recently dealt a severe blow to Lu Degongzi. What Lu Degongzi, you inquire? Merely a scoundrel, outwardly resplendent yet cloaked in darkness and brutality behind the facade. He deserves it. It is truly fitting that both uncle and nephew have been apprehended, all thanks to this extraordinary person. It won't be long before Jin Gongzi meets a similar fate. How so? It is said that this remarkable figure harbors deep-seated animosity towards Jin Gongzi, and Lu Popi found himself in trouble due to Jin Gongzi's provocations. It appears that the skies over Shaoyang City are finally clearing. You too bear a grudge against Jin Gongzi? When you decide to take action, do inform me, lest you find yourself on the wrong side of the law. Captain Zhang listened intently to the crowd's discourse and addressed Su Yi. By rights, I have previously inflicted harm upon others, which could be construed as intentional injury. As a paragon of justice, why don't you take me in for questioning? Su Yi remarked with curiosity, gazing at Captain Zhang. We are all comrades here. Why apprehend you? You targeted a lawbreaker. Just remember to notify me in advance next time, so I can join in. Captain Zhang whispered. Very well, you may accompany me back to the station to provide a statement, and then you may return home. Comradeship. I understand now. Su Yi responded with a smile, nodding repeatedly. The capture of Lu Dagongzi sent shockwaves throughout Shaoyang City, provoking a fervent response from its citizens. Everyone applauded in delight. A malignant tumor has been excised, heralding a blessing for the populace of Shaoyang City. Chapter 25. I give you. After returning to the station and completing his statement, Su Yi made his way back to the small street. Upon his arrival, neighbors gathered at the street corner to greet him, displaying banners to welcome Su Yi home. The events surrounding Su Yi's apprehension of Lu Dagongzi had been captured and shared online. Presently, Su Yi is regarded as a great hero, a celebrated figure. Everyone regards him with admiration and reverence. It is due to his assistance that the police succeeded in capturing Lu Dagongzi, particularly as Su Yi's remarkable skills inspire envy. The entire street buzzed with excitement that night, resembling a festive celebration. Su Yi indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. However, his robust constitution allowed him to expel the intoxication, preventing inebriation. Su Yi. It was already past 11 at night when he exited Lu Ji's restaurant and encountered Yalan downstairs at his modest abode. I apologize for being out here so late. Why are you alone? Su Yi inquired with concern. On this frigid winter night, Yalan had sought him out. Su Yi felt a pang of guilt, as he had been unable to visit Yalan earlier due to being engaged with neighbors upon returning from the police station. He resolved to see her the following day, considering the emotional toll the day's events had taken on her. He feared that Yalan might succumb to despair and act rashly. At this moment, Yalan appeared to be in relatively good spirits, which alleviated his worries somewhat. I was waiting for you, Yalan said, somewhat bashfully yet with heartfelt gratitude. Waiting for me? Alas, it has begun to rain. Let us retreat to my room for a while. Su Yi's face displayed a mixture of surprise as he noticed the rain starting to pour again, inviting Yalan to sit in his humble dwelling. Upon entering, Yalan was at a loss for words to express her gratitude, leading to an awkward silence as she began tidying up the clutter in Su Yi's one-bedroom apartment. Su Yi, feeling helpless, acknowledged that women tend to prioritize cleanliness more than men, so he allowed Yalan to assist in the cleanup. Yalan busily swept the floors and washed Su Yi's clothes, and by the time they finished, it was already past 1 o'clock. You should stay here tonight. The rain continues to pour outside, and the weather is quite chilly for Yalan to return home at this late hour. Su Yi laid out a mat in the living room, reserving the soft bed for Yalan. The lights dimmed, enveloping the room in darkness. It was late at night, with rain falling and the cold wind howling outside, and Su Yi, weary from a long day, felt drowsy. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, the door creaked open, and Yalan emerged, pulling back the covers and snuggling into bed beside him. At that moment, Su Yi felt a wave of confusion. As he lay on his side, preparing to turn and inquire about Yalan, she pressed against his back and embraced him tightly. In an instant, Su Yi's heart raced, pounding wildly. Please, don't do this, Su Yi stammered, forcing himself to suppress the tumultuous feelings within. He was now exceedingly anxious, grappling with internal conflict. He had faced death without fear, yet here he was, nervously confronting a woman beside him. Su Yi, were it not for your timely arrival, I fear I would have been lost. Everyone in our class knows of my long-standing affection for you. I have always belonged to you. In this life, I, Yalan, am yours in life and in death. I seek no title, only to remain by your side and serve you for eternity, Yalan declared passionately, her delicate hands tracing over Su Yi's body. Yalan, assisting you is only natural. We are old classmates and friends. If I have the ability to help, I shall. Su Yi replied, it is unnecessary for you to feel obligated. I do not feel obligated. Do you find me unworthy? Yalan said with disappointment, her voice trembling with quiet sobs. I do not find you unworthy. It is simply that matters of romance are not what I am considering at the moment. Su Yi clarified, you are wonderful. However, you are correct in saying that you may stay by my side. I would not turn you away. Truly? Yalan exclaimed, her excitement evident. Being allowed to stay was already a source of great satisfaction. Indeed, the night is deep. Return to sleep now. I must practice. Sui rose, gently ruffling Yalan's hair. Sleep would not come to him this night. He could only practice and cast aside distracting thoughts. Chapter 26. Changes in Heaven and Earth. Sui sat cross-legged on the small sofa, closing his eyes as he activated his devouring system, absorbing the thin spiritual energy surrounding him. Although the energy was sparse, the full activation of the devouring system accelerated its accumulation. Yalan could distinctly sense a transformation in the air within the room, creating a sense of comfort. With each breath, she felt invigorated. This wondrous change left Yalan puzzled as to its origin. Perhaps it was Sui's cultivation that enriched the room's spiritual energy. Such must be the nature of spiritual energy. Observing Sui in meditation, Yalan smiled gracefully and returned to her room, choosing not to disturb him. The night swiftly passed, and Yalan awoke early, while Sui remained engrossed in his meditation, absorbing the spiritual energy. However, Yalan soon witnessed a remarkable sight. At this moment, Sui emanated a faint glow, enveloped in light. A human body radiating light transcended the realm of ordinary understanding. Should the neighbors catch a glimpse, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. A glowing human form. Was this not the mark of an extraordinary being? Yet Yalan was already aware that Sui had become a cultivator. Such phenomena were, therefore, entirely normal. As Yalan stepped outside, it was just then that Sui awoke. His expression bore both joy and confusion, as if he were grappling with an incomprehensible dilemma. Aquan, I perceive an acceleration in my cultivation speed. It even seems as though the spatial spiritual energy has increased. Is it due to my bloodline's evolution? Or has the spiritual energy on Earth become more abundant? Sui queried, seeking clarity from the system. Aquan, the night before last, after vanquishing the assassins sent by Jin Gongzi, the absorption of their blood energy catalyzed the evolution of his bloodline, slightly enhancing his innate capabilities. The enhancement of innate talent, the acceleration of training speed, and the increase in absorbed spiritual energy are all commonplace issues. After a single night of cultivation, he absorbed significantly more spiritual energy than ever before. Since entering the initial stage of Lingwu, the amount of spiritual energy required for elevation has evidently surged. In a span of 5 days, he only managed to reach 30% of the spiritual energy value, with several days lacking intense focus on cultivation, yielding merely a 5% increase. Remarkably, last night, the absorption system's spiritual energy value skyrocketed from 35% to 70%, illustrating an astonishing leap. The rapid increase in spiritual energy is undoubtedly linked to the evolution of his bloodline. Yet, he harbored an unsettling feeling that the changes were not solely within himself. The world around him seemed to be transforming as well. Master, with the first stage of bloodline evolution, your talent has indeed strengthened, and your cultivation speed is naturally faster than before. This is one of the reasons. Alcuin reassured him. Moreover, your conjecture is correct. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has begun to gradually increase, significantly more concentrated than when Alcuin first activated. This implies that the spiritual energy of earth is showing further signs of revival. Could it be that the era of global spiritual energy revival will arrive sooner than anticipated? Upon hearing Alcuin's response, Sui's face manifested astonishment. The spiritual energy in the world had undeniably intensified compared to before. The effects of a single night of cultivation were not merely attributable to his bloodline evolution. The era of global spiritual energy revival might very well arrive ahead of schedule. And this notion is substantiated. The timeline of this world diverges from that of his previous life. In his last existence, he encountered Li Yun only after more than 20 years into the era of complete spiritual energy revival. However, just the night before last, he met Li Yun, an occurrence that transpired over 20 years earlier. With Li Yun's premature appearance and the evident signs of progressive revival of spiritual energy, it is possible that the era of complete spiritual energy revival will indeed arrive sooner. This would mean that all events would unfold ahead of time, leading to an explosive emergence. The deeper he contemplated, the more solemn Sui's expression became. The time available to him seemed far less than he had imagined, imparting immense pressure upon him. The era of complete revival is fraught with danger. Without strength, all is mere talk. Master need not worry, with Alcuin by your side. You are invincible, Alcuin encouraged, sensing Sui's emotional shift. Indeed, in this life, having Alcuin is a considerable advantage over the future, as long as he intensifies his cultivation. He fears not. All adversaries shall be swept away by him. Sui rekindled a powerful confidence, speaking to himself. Chapter 27. Zhou Chuan encounters trouble again not long after Su Yi awakened. Yilan had already returned with breakfast for him. After finishing the meal, it was well past 8 o'clock. Yilan, who had not returned home all night, wished to visit briefly. Yet she felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of parting. Last night's confession had undeniably deepened their bond. Although Su Yi had not explicitly declared his affection, he had not rejected her either, allowing her to remain by his side. Lan, do you wish to become a Lingwu practitioner? Su Yi inquired, standing at the door as Yilan prepared to leave. Yes, of course. Yilan responded with a beaming smile, expressing her thoughts without hesitation. Su Yi had begun to address her as Lan, signifying a shift in her status within his heart, marking a progression in their relationship. She aspired to be by Su Yi's side for a lifetime, and thus becoming a Lingwu practitioner was paramount. For everyone in the world, being a Lingwu practitioner is a coveted dream, endowed with extraordinary abilities that transcend the mundane. As one advances, their power grows, and upon reaching the pinnacle, they resemble the legendary celestial beings. Today, Su Yi is a Lingwu practitioner and will only grow stronger. With the enhancement of his strength, his lifespan will also extend, potentially reaching hundreds, even thousands of years, or perhaps even eternity. Her desire to remain alongside Su Yi makes it crucial for her to become a Lingwu practitioner. Only by doing so can she follow in Su Yi's footsteps, continuously by his side, until the end of time. All right, I shall find a way. You should return home and check on uncle and aunt. Su Yi nodded, assuring her. Upon waking that morning, he believed his thoughts to be true. The era of complete spiritual energy revival would indeed arrive sooner. Many dreadful events would inevitably follow. Thus, those around him should also prepare to enter the world of Lingwu practitioners in advance. In 3 days, the Wuling Conference will commence, and such events typically come with rewards. If possible, he must strive to acquire spiritual herbs that enable entry into the initial stage of Lingwu. If that proves unfeasible, perhaps he could still find Li Yun and see if he could obtain spiritual herbs for Yilan and Zhou Chuan, aiding them in cleansing their meridians and entering the Lingwu world. Ah, by the way, the 28th is Xianyan. Come to my house for dinner. My parents would like to thank you in person for your help. Yilan gazed at Su Yi with anticipation. Unfortunately, I have an important conference to attend on the 28th. I am terribly sorry. Su Yi shook his head, declining the invitation. While he understood that having dinner with Yilan's family was reasonable, he truly had no time on that day due to the Wuling Conference. What about New Year's Eve? Yilan inquired again with hope. Since I cannot make it on Xianyan, let us consider New Year's Eve. I cannot predict how many days the conference will last. If I am able to make it and do not return home, I will come to your house. Su Yi responded in detail. The duration of the Wuling Conference is indeed uncertain, making it difficult to predict. All right, if you have time, please let me know. Yilan nodded, understanding Su Yi's decision. The conference mentioned by Su Yi undoubtedly pertains to Lingwu practitioners, and she did not wish to impose further. After Yilan departed, Su Yi arranged to meet Zhou Chuan at noon. With both Yilan and Zhou Chuan by his side, he felt it essential to have them together as they grew. After sending the message, he resumed his cultivation. The alarm rang, jolting Su Yi awake from his practice. Upon checking his phone, it was precisely noon. He noticed an unread message from Zhou Chuan. Little Su, I hit someone. Hurry to Zhongdao Street. Hitting someone again, encountering trouble once more. How fortuitous. Su Yi frowned as he muttered to himself after reading the message. Chapter 28. Claiming medical expenses of 10,000 yuan. Su Yi hurried out the door, racing toward Zhongdao Street. He had intended to meet Zhou Chuan for lunch, but had not anticipated the unexpected turn of events. Zhou Chuan had hit someone. After more than 10 minutes, Su Yi arrived at Zhongdao Street. This small street in the residential area was lined with lush trees. At the street corner, a crowd had gathered. From over 50 meters away, he could hear the sounds of wailing and commotion. The uproar was considerable, featuring Zhou Chuan's voice alongside 2 men, while the cries sounded distinctly feminine. Pushing through the throng, Su Yi spotted Zhou Chuan arguing animatedly with the 2 men, both parties seemingly furious. On the ground lay a woman in her 30s, weeping and clutching her leg in agony. What a tragedy. He knocked someone down and injured her leg, yet refuses to take responsibility and attempts to flee. What has become of people nowadays? Some onlookers, who had just arrived, could only hear the woman's plaintive cries and the accusations from her 2 friends, all pointing fingers at Zhou Chuan. Having knocked her down, the woman's leg was injured. Yet Zhou Chuan appeared unwilling to accept responsibility, evading his obligations. This is incorrect. I was the first to pass by. The man who knocked over the person was not unwilling to take responsibility. Rather, the 2 men and the woman were exceedingly greedy, demanding 10,000 yuan for medical expenses. Indeed, how serious could a sprained ankle be? To demand 10,000 yuan is simply avaricious. Some of the earliest onlookers began to voice their support for Zhou Chuan. Zhou Chuan had caused the accident, and given that the other party had sustained an ankle injury, it was reasonable to compensate for some medical expenses. However, the two men and the woman were too unscrupulous, insisting that Zhou Chuan pay 10,000 yuan in medical fees. Zhou Chuan, what's wrong? Did you hit someone? After grasping a bit of the situation, Su Yi stepped forward, visibly anxious, and looked at Zhou Chuan. Oh dear, you finally arrived. I must have had terrible luck today, Zhou Chuan exclaimed, abandoning his argument with the two men and rushing to Su Yi's side. You can't leave. The matter hasn't been resolved yet. You injured my girlfriend's foot, and bringing someone else 1T help. One of the men, claiming to be the woman's boyfriend, said threateningly. Oh, my foot hurts so badly. The woman seized the opportunity to amplify her cries, feigning agony. What exactly happened? You need to explain clearly. If you injure someone, you must take full responsibility. Su Yi admonished Zhou Chuan with a tone of reprimand. Oh, I was just looking at my phone, and suddenly, while turning here, I knocked someone down. Zhou Chuan hurriedly explained, pointing at the woman lying on the ground. After knocking her down, she said her foot hurt badly, and I thought it might be broken. I wanted to take her to the hospital immediately, but these two surrounded me, insisting I pay them 10,000 yuan instead. I understand now. It's not that you are unwilling to take responsibility, but they refused to go to the hospital for an examination while still expecting you to pay 10,000 yuan as compensation. Sui exclaimed loudly. You too. Hurry and take your friend to the hospital for an examination. I will cover all medical expenses. Kid, mind your own business. 10,000 yuan. You may be willing to pay for him, but can you afford it? The other man said, his face flushed with anger. As long as we go to the hospital for examination and treatment, I can afford not just 10,000 yuan, but 100,000. Considering the time, the police should be arriving soon. Since you insist on demanding money first, I'm afraid we must let the police handle this. Sui replied, a light smile gracing his face as he regarded the two men and the woman. For him, 10,000 yuan was truly not a concern. If they wanted compensation, they must first go to the hospital for an examination and confirm the medical expenses, which he would gladly cover. Exactly. Given that your girlfriend seems seriously injured, it's best to go to the hospital to have her foot checked. The bespectacled man, unwilling to pay for medical expenses, could just call the police if necessary. Amidst their incessant bickering, it was evident that the woman on the ground was in considerable pain, akin to a pig being slaughtered. The surrounding crowd began to voice their support for Sui, and the two men looked increasingly anxious, glancing around nervously. The woman lying on the ground had also quieted her cries somewhat. So what is it going to be? Will you go see a doctor first or pay the medical expenses first? If you go see a doctor, I will pay for all medical expenses. If you insist on getting paid first, you'll have to wait for the police to handle it. What kind of nonsense is this? Sui coldly mocked. Fine, fine. If you refuse to pay, just wait and see. We'll take her to see a doctor. The woman's boyfriend glared at Sui and Zhou Chuan as he spoke. The other man hurried to assist the woman on the ground. The woman's boyfriend shot a glare at Sui and Zhou Chuan before rushing to help, intending to take the woman to see a doctor. Hey miss, don't leave just yet. Just as the two men and the woman were about to depart, Sui blocked their path and addressed the woman. What do you want? If you refuse to pay, you can't stop me from going to see a doctor. The woman cried, feigning innocence. Of course, you can go. I merely want to give you something. Sui targeted the woman's collar, swiftly tossing a small black object her way. You pervert. What did you throw in there? Something dark. The woman exclaimed in embarrassment, her voice rising in anger. She was taken aback that Sui would so shamelessly throw something into her clothing in front of so many people. Sui's speed was remarkable. She only saw a dark object and could not discern what it was. You're asking for a beating. The woman's boyfriend was even angrier, raising his fist to strike Sui. Hey, don't touch me. What I threw was a poisonous spider. Sui pointed at the woman. What? A poisonous spider? Help. Darling, get it out. The woman screamed in panic, leaping in terror. Like a madwoman, she jumped around on the street, desperate to shake out the poisonous spider that had allegedly crawled into her clothing. A poisonous spider could be dangerous if it bit her. What the heck? Didn't you say your ankle was broken? How can you still be jumping around? Zhou Chuan shouted in anger, observing the woman's wild antics. At Zhou Chuan's outburst, everyone else realized what was happening, their expressions filled with disdain and disgust directed at the two men and the woman. The woman was bouncing around vigorously, completely contradicting her claim of having a sprained ankle. This was clearly an attempt at extortion. The two men and the woman were suddenly caught in an awkward situation, their faces turning pale. With a thud, a black glass marble dropped from the woman's body. In that moment, the woman felt an overwhelming sense of regret. She had been duped. Su-yi had not thrown a poisonous spider at her, but rather a glass marble. Her fear of the supposed poisonous spider made her forget about her sprained ankle, leading her to desperately try to rid herself of the imaginary threat. Her frantic movements revealed her charade. Run. One of the men realized the ruse had been uncovered and took off running. Upon realizing their scheme had failed and they could not extort money, they attempted to flee. Su-yi moved swiftly, stepping forward to block the man's escape route. He swung his hand, delivering a slap that left the man dazed, causing him to stumble back and fall onto the street. Seizing the opportunity while Su-yi detained one of their companions, the woman and her boyfriend fled in the opposite direction, having only run a few meters. The pair felt a gust of wind whoosh past them, and Su-yi's figure appeared ahead. Before they could react in surprise, Su-yi had already grasped their shoulders. The man instinctively reacted by trying to break free from Su-yi's grip, his fist aiming for Su-yi's face. A crisp slap echoed as Su-yi preemptively struck the man's face. A red handprint marked the man's cheek. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground while clutching his face in pain. Meanwhile, the woman, thoroughly frightened, had covered her head with her arms. Fearing that Su-yi would deliver another blow, she knew all too well how painful that could be. You know, you're not bad-looking and have some charm. Why would you associate yourself with two scoundrels to engage in such extortion? Su-yi taunted as he held onto the woman. Chapter 30. The meeting begins early. Indeed, this was an attempt at extortion, clearly a coordinated effort. That young man was quite astute, immediately discerning that the woman's injury was merely a facade. Indeed, it is truly impressive, remarkable even, and the skill displayed is nothing short of extraordinary. The onlookers around gasped in awe, for at last, the truth had been revealed. The entire incident was merely a ruse, a deliberate act of feigning injury to extort exorbitant medical fees. Unfortunately for her, Su-yi saw through the deception with a mere glass marble, causing the woman to genuinely believe she was bitten by a venomous spider. Bouncing about in fear and exhibiting remarkable vitality, her feet seemingly unscathed. One must question how a person with a sprained ankle could possess such energy. Frolicking about the streets as if unharmed. The crowd applauded Su-yi's cleverness, showering him with praise and admiration. Alas, how unfortunate it was for Zhou Chuan to encounter such a fraudulent scheme. It was no wonder he was reluctant to visit the hospital. He spat in disdain, cursing the situation. Just then, the wail of police sirens pierced the air as two police vehicles arrived, from which 4 officers emerged. Someone had reported an incident of a pedestrian being struck. Officers, it is not an accident. It is a case of fraud. The urgency in their voices was palpable as they pressed forward. These 3 individuals are the perpetrators, attempting to swindle my friend, Su-yi exclaimed, pushing the woman towards the approaching officers while pointing at the 2 men sprawled on the ground, howling in agony. 3 officers swiftly produced handcuffs, securing the hands of the 2 men and the woman, while the lead officer consulted a tablet before approaching Su-yi. Su-yi, we are immensely grateful for your assistance in apprehending these criminals. This trio is notorious for their fraudulent schemes, and they have finally been caught. The lead officer expressed his gratitude, shaking Su-yi's hand. It is but a duty to eliminate crime. We all have a responsibility. Su-yi humbly replied. Isn't this the very individual who recently aided the police in capturing the unscrupulous Liu Dapeng and his uncle? A voice chimed in from the crowd, recognition dawning upon them. No wonder he seems so familiar. He is the valiant Su-yi. Young man, you are exemplary. We need more righteous youths like you in this world. The crowd finally took notice of Su-yi, erupting in cheers and applause. Just days prior, he had assisted the police in apprehending the unscrupulous Liu family, and today he had thwarted a fraudulent scheme. Truly, he was a promising young man brimming with a sense of justice. As the con artists were taken away by the police, Su-yi and Zhou Chuan accompanied them to the city station. Upon their exit, Zhou Chuan vented his frustrations, lamenting his misfortune in encountering such a fraudulent scheme. Su-yi, however, had demonstrated remarkable acumen, exposing the scam and ensuring that Zhou Chuan suffered no further losses beyond his indignation. Su-yi had Lu Gu prepare several specialty dishes, and the 2 brothers enjoyed a drink together. I say, brother, it is truly wonderful to have you. Zhou Chuan, slightly intoxicated, squinted his eyes with a smile directed at Su-yi. Since we are brothers, why the formality? Your affairs are my affairs. Su-yi replied, maintaining his clarity. Indeed, your affairs are mine, and mine are yours. You are the best brother in the world. Zhou Chuan raised his glass, swaying slightly. Come, let us drink another toast, tonight. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Enough of this. You have already consumed 3 crates of beer and 2 bottles of liquor. It is time to stop. where you may drink yourself to death. Su Yi snatched the glass from Zhou Chuan's hand, intervening. Hours passed as they drank from the afternoon into the night. The sky now dark. Just as Su Yi set his glass down, a knock sounded at the door. Who could it be? Su Yi opened the door, astonished to find the man in sunglasses and a suit who had previously delivered the invitation. Greetings. I am here to inform you that the grand event will commence earlier than scheduled, beginning tonight at midnight. The location remains unchanged. The man in sunglasses stated politely. The event has been moved up, I understand. I shall arrive at Xiaoshan punctually. Su Yi's surprise flickered momentarily before he responded. Well, the message has been conveyed. I shall take my leave. The man turned and departed. The early commencement of the event was indeed intriguing, and Su Yi gazed towards the stairwell, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Chapter 31. The Mockery of Others. Su Yi escorted the inebriated Zhou Chuan home, made a few preparations, and then set off for Xiaoshan. The sudden rescheduling of the Wuling conference left him uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. With half an hour remaining until the start, Su Yi arrived at the foot of Xiaoshan. As midnight approached, shadows of figures began to emerge along the mountain path, making their way toward the summit. Looking up, he beheld the peak ablaze with light. Shortly thereafter, Su Yi reached the top of Xiaoshan, where a vast, flat expanse awaited, already populated by numerous attendees. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 200 to 300 individuals present, ranging from teenagers to young adults in their 20s, with a smattering of those over 30. Each person in attendance was a practitioner of spiritual martial arts, and among them, there was a palpable sense of unfamiliarity. Drawn together by the mysterious invitation to the Wuling conference, they gathered in anticipation. 6 years had passed since the resurgence of spiritual energy on Earth, and spiritual martial artists were still a rare breed. As they surveyed their surroundings, many individuals were keenly observing each other, eager to uncover more about those present. Some remained calm, their hearts as still as water, while others exuded an air of arrogance, their eyes brimming with disdain as they regarded those around them. Meanwhile, a few were more sociable, mingling among the throng of martial artists. Su Yi, a tall, handsome young man, about 6 feet tall with a charming smile and a stylish haircut, approached Su Yi. Ah, it is you, Li Yi. What a pleasant surprise to see you here. Su Yi exclaimed, initially taken aback before breaking into a warm smile. The young man was Li Yi, a fellow student from the same university who had graduated a year earlier. Prior to his graduation, Li Yi served as the president of the chess club, a group in which Su Yi had participated, thus they were somewhat familiar with one another. Li Yi was known for his easygoing nature, making him approachable and amiable. What a coincidence. It has been over 2 years since we last met, and I never expected to encounter you here today, Li Yi said, his face alight with joy. Indeed, what a fortuitous encounter. Su Yi replied. It is truly serendipitous to meet a fellow alumnus. The revelation that Li Yi was also a practitioner of spiritual martial arts came as a surprise. You have become quite renowned lately, a model youth hero in Shaoyang City. Li Yi remarked with admiration. Su Yi's recent assistance in apprehending the notorious Liu Daping, a criminal businessman, had garnered citywide acclaim. To call Su Yi a youth hero in Shaoyang City was no exaggeration. He was indeed a figure of considerable fame in their small town, and his remarkable skills were evident, explaining his ability to aid the police in capturing the ruffian Liu. The conversation between Su Yi and Li Yi drew the attention of those around them, as most attendees were not from Shaoyang City, having arrived early to prepare for the Wuling conference. In recent days, the most sensational news in Shaoyang City has attracted considerable attention. Liu Dezong, a second-generation official, is linked to the city's dark forces, and his background is rather complex. Despite being a person of wealth and power, he was brought to his knees by Su Yi, who made him appear pitifully weak. The prowess displayed by Su Yi cannot be overlooked. Without strength, who would dare confront a notorious bully or a formidable black merchant? It is hardly worthy of celebration to have merely dealt with an inconsequential waste. Indeed, it is almost laughable that such trivial matters are paraded about with pride. The skills displayed are hardly impressive. If it were me, I would have long sought refuge in a crack to avoid such humiliation. If I were to engage in combat, I could easily defeat him with a mere finger. It is child's play. While some praise Su Yi, there are a few arrogant individuals scoffing and displaying their disdain. It seems that Su Yi's accolades have overshadowed them, and their pride is severely bruised. They feel compelled to insult him, for their haughty hearts cannot bear the thought of someone else receiving admiration. Chapter 32. The barking of a dog. Such words cannot be uttered lightly. Doing good deeds cannot be viewed as mere showboating. Even if you look down upon him, there is no need to speak disparagingly or inflict harm with your words. Indeed, Su Yi is helping the citizens rid themselves of toxic waste. How does that concern you? Are your hearts so narrow that you cannot stand to see others excel? Or perhaps Lu, the ruffian, is a distant relative, causing you to resent him for punishing your kin? Many people began to mock those who were displeased with Su Yi. Those individuals, full of arrogance, regarded others with an air of superiority. As the crowd praised Su Yi, their irritation grew, as if his good deeds were a personal affront to them. Do not mind them. Their status is somewhat elevated as they are wealthy science. And that's just how they are, Li Yi awkwardly remarked to Su Yi. The individuals mocking Su Yi came from well-to-do families and had been spoiled since childhood, developing a haughty disposition that looked down on others. As Su Yi's good deeds were celebrated, these privileged youths felt overlooked and naturally became disgruntled. Well, why should I care? Just now, my ears were buzzing, and apart from a few dogs barking, I heard nothing. Su Yi deliberately pretended to clean his ears and quipped, speaking of dogs. Enjoying a dog meat hot pot on a chilly day sounds delightful. Are there any dogs on this mountain? Where did those barking mutts run off to? Ha ha. Li Yi was astonished by Su Yi's calm demeanor and his teasing remarks. Su Yi's comments, while claiming not to care, were a veiled jab at those wealthy youths. Showing no sign of weakness, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Su Yi's words were truly amusing. He claimed not to have heard any mockery directed at him, yet he cleverly likened the wealthy youths to barking dogs. This method of retaliation was indeed entertaining. While the rich looked down upon Su Yi, he returned the sentiment, deeming them dogs. Su Yi's remarks were strikingly direct and humiliating. The faces of the wealthy youths flushed with embarrassment and rage. They had intended to deride him, but found themselves on the receiving end of ridicule. Su Yi had labeled them as dogs, and their noble identities were now marred by association. Such humiliation was infuriating and utterly intolerable. The aggrieved wealthy youths approached Su Yi with seething anger. The onlookers, witnessing their fury, wore expressions of amusement. The privileged youths could not endure Su Yi's mockery of them as dogs, and sought to confront him. They're coming to settle the score with you. How will you respond? Li Yi asked, furrowing his brows and speaking softly to Su Yi. Not a problem. They are merely a few wealthy pups. What is there to fear? Let us not forget, this is our territory. The dragon coils here, and the tiger lies down. Su Yi replied to Li Yi nonchalantly. All right, since you are confident in handling this, I have nothing more to say. Just let me know if you need assistance. Li Yi acquiesced and turned to leave. Su Yi was determined to teach those arrogant wealthy youths a lesson and had no intention of being bullied. However, he would not allow Su Yi to be mistreated. Should Su Yi find himself in a bind, he would intervene. You have a foul mouth, truly repugnant. A yellow-haired youth with red lips and dark eyes pointed at Su Yi, exuding arrogance. Oh dear, where does that foul stench come from? It is truly unbearable. Su Yi fanned his hand in front of his nose, looking around with a disgusted expression. Chapter 33. A serious discussion. Ha! How foul! Su Yi's words delighted the crowd, causing them to burst into laughter. Su Yi's demeanor indicated that he regarded the wealthy youths with utter disdain. How dare you insult me? I, Wang Peng, have never been slandered before. Today, you have the audacity to mock me and my brothers as dogs. You are indeed bold, perhaps even tired of living. Another wealthy youth declared, his pride mingled with fury as he fixed a fierce gaze on Su Yi. Dogs, in the eyes of the world, are seen as lowly creatures. These youths not only boasted illustrious family backgrounds, but were also skilled martial artists of noble stature. To be insulted by Su Yi as dogs was an affront they found impossible to swallow. They could not let this humiliation go unpunished. To do so would be to lose face. What? I do not recall calling you dogs. Su Yi feigned astonishment, saying, Did I mishear? It was clearly dogs barking. How could it be people? You are far too arrogant, denying the truth while pretending to be foolish. Wang, this rascal is mine to deal with. Li Danyu, seething with anger, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Su Yi. What are you doing? I am attempting to discuss reason with you. I do not wish for violence. I merely remarked that I heard barking. I never claimed you were the ones barking. Su Yi said earnestly. Honestly, is there anyone in this world as foolish as you who would accuse themselves of being dogs? I certainly did not. Ha ha. Su Yi's words sent the crowd into fits of laughter. He was not genuinely discussing reason. Instead, he was cleverly insulting the wealthy youths by insinuating they were dogs. The sight of Su Yi's serious demeanor made everyone chuckle. While he claimed not to have insulted Wang Peng or Li Danyu, the implication was clear. Those bastards. I must rip that mouth of yours to shreds. Li Danyu, stepping forward, was consumed by rage, veins bulging on his forehead. As he clenched his fists with a ferocious expression, Su Yi had not explicitly named them, but his words were clearly directed at them. They were desperately trying to deny the insult, yet Su Yi had cleverly ridiculed them. Wang Peng and the others closed in with fierce expressions, determined to teach Su Yi a harsh lesson. Otherwise, they could not bear the humiliation, and their pride would be shattered. If they did not reclaim their dignity, they would only invite further ridicule from others. How shameless are you few, attempting to overwhelm the few with your numbers. You boast of your strength. Yet is it merely idle bragging? A group of you attacking a single individual. Are you truly so intimidated by that so-called three-legged cat-fighting style of Su Yi? Fighting is not conducted in such a manner. A true man stands alone in combat. The onlookers erupted in jeers, deriding Wang Peng and his companions, the wealthy scions. This group of affluent young men sought to bully Su Yi through sheer numbers. Previously, they had looked down upon him, but now they displayed a blatant contradiction by ganging up on him. Humph, who was afraid? With a mere finger, I, Li Danyu, could vanquish him. Li Danyu straightened his chest, exuding an imposing aura as he disdainfully declared, "Brothers, sit back and watch as I make him forget his own mother." The crowd erupted in laughter, and fueled by the taunts, Li Danyu's blood surged, compelling him to take the lead. They had already endured enough ridicule. He could not allow the spectacle of a group assault on one man. Furthermore, having just mocked Su Yi's fighting skills, engaging in a collective attack would only suggest to the audience that they feared him. Such behavior would only serve to slap their own faces. Chapter 34. Insulting others while playing the victim. What is this? You are so petty and narrow-minded that you acknowledge yourselves as dogs. I merely reflect your own words. Why do you act like rabid dogs, seeking to bite me? Su Yi, with an expression of innocent grievance, pointed at Li Danyu. How absurd. This fellow is truly a piece of work. He insults others, yet feigns innocence. Alas, it is these wealthy young men who have brought this upon themselves, stirring trouble without purpose and awakening a fierce character. Observing him so effortlessly mock Wang Peng and the others, he must possess absolute confidence. The onlookers whispered among themselves, noting Su Yi's adeptness at pretense. Even as his adversaries prepared to strike, he maintained his composure and continued to jest. One thing was certain, Su Yi was not to be trifled with. He could very well be a formidable opponent. With a flurry of insults, it was now time for him to face my fists. Li Danyu, filled with rage, swung his fist, generating a gust of air as his powerful blow descended towards Su Yi. The enemy's combat level was minimal, posing little threat. I am so scared. Please don't hit me. The system's notifications echoed in Su Yi's mind as he exaggeratedly feigned fear, hastily dodging. As he stepped onto a stone, his foot slipped, causing him to tumble just in time to evade Li Danyu's punch. Cursed be this luck. The missed strike only fueled Li Danyu's anger further. He swept his leg in a wide arc, kicking up a cloud of dirt towards the falling Su Yi. A smirk crossed Su Yi's face as he clapped his hands down, using the force of Li Danyu's kick to propel himself upright. The brief flash of pain on Li Danyu's face was quickly gone, but he staggered back a few steps, feeling the sting of Su Yi's hands upon his legs. What's wrong? Can you handle it? Wang Peng steadied the faltering Li Danyu, his expression grave. The fleeting pain that had crossed Li Danyu's face had not gone unnoticed. However, it appeared that Li Danyu had not suffered from Su Yi's attack. What was the source of that expression? Wang Peng began to worry that Li Danyu might not be capable of dealing with Su Yi. This was their chance to reclaim their dignity. They could not afford to be humiliated. No worries, just an old injury flaring up. Li Danyu replied, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth, a fierce expression returning to his visage. That was close. I almost got hit. Su Yi patted his chest, feigning a look of terror. That little rascal truly knows how to act. He has been playing the part from start to finish. Unfortunately, Li Danyu and his arrogant companions remained oblivious, blinded by their hatred. Su Yi is indeed formidable. This little disciple is no ordinary opponent. He is unlikely to come out on the losing end. Li Yi murmured to himself. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees it clearly. The spectators recognized Su Yi's performance for what it was. His fear was merely an act. The moment Su Yi fell was staged. Li Danyu's kick had seemingly struck him in the chest, but in truth, Su Yi had utilized that force to rise. The fleeting look of pain on Li Danyu's face was evidence of that. It was not the result of an old leg injury, but rather the sting from Su Yi's 2 slaps. Stop, please don't hit me. Let us talk this out. As Li Danyu, undeterred, approached with a fierce scowl, Su Yi silently chuckled to himself. His patience had limits. Should the other party fail to recognize the situation, he could not be held accountable. Humph, it is too late for you to surrender. Li Danyu unleashed a fierce growl, and the energy around him began to surge, a faint glow flickering upon his fists. Charging towards Su Yi, his massive fists descended with overwhelming force. Oh, how I fear. With a resounding clap, the crowd watched as Su Yi's right hand moved with incredible speed, slapping down just before Li Danyu's fist could make contact, striking Li Danyu's left cheek with a crisp sound. Ouch! Your skin is tougher than a dog's. It hurts so much. Su Yi recoiled, stepping back while shaking his hand in mock agony. You dare strike my face and call it a dog's face? I am truly furious. I will not rest until I break your teeth and tear your mouth apart. Li Danyu's fury erupted like a volcano. Su Yi had struck before he could retaliate, and now he dared to call him a dog. This was the ultimate humiliation. Chapter 35, Breaking Your Dog Legs. You have gone too far, after striking my dog face. My hand is injured too. While I will forego compensation for medical expenses, you still dare to tear my mouth. Su Yi protested, do not approach, or I shall make you collect your teeth. This only served to further inflame Li Danyu's rage, his face twisting in fury as he approached Su Yi, adorned with his combat gloves. Li Danyu was genuinely enraged. He donned the gloves, showcasing the explosive power of his fists. The gloves shimmered with spiritual energy. Could they be the fabled spiritual artifacts? This is not good. The rich young master is indeed different, possessing spiritual artifact gloves. The crowd murmured in concern. The behavior of Li Danyu and his affluent companions was already unlikable, and it was only right that someone put them in their place. Now, with Li Danyu revealing the spiritual gloves, his attacking power would undoubtedly escalate, leaving Su Yi in a precarious situation. This fool, resorting to gloves for such a trivial matter. Wang Peng silently cursed Li Danyu beside him. To use spiritual gloves against Su Yi is utterly unnecessary. The system chimed again, combat level 2. Just entering the spiritual martial realm. Threat level is safe, capable of annihilating the enemy. Su Yi heard the system's voice once more. You truly have no shame to brandish those spiritual gloves. Su Yi's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze on Li Danyu, stepping forward deliberately. Engaging in combat with the spiritual artifact boxing gloves, his intention was to utterly annihilate him. You dare to come to me? This is your own doing. Li Danyu beamed with delight as he saw Su Yi approaching, a smug grin spreading across his face. His confidence surged, and without hesitation, he charged forward. Did he not seek a fight? Many onlookers failed to comprehend Su Yi's audacious move of drawing near to Li Danyu. At that moment, Li Danyu wielded the spiritual artifact boxing gloves, significantly amplifying his offensive capability, a matter not to be trifled with. A single blow from Li Danyu could potentially shatter every bone in Su Yi's body, necessitating months of recuperation. In my domain, dragons coil and tigers lie. What right do you, a mere waste, have to flaunt your power here? Su Yi's voice crescendoed, resonating with overwhelming authority. In that instant, all present were rendered speechless by Su Yi's proclamation, their spirits ignited, a palpable aura of might enveloping the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, Su Yi advanced, moving with lightning speed, delivering a devastating punch towards Li Danyu, the air crackling with the force of his strike. Li Danyu was taken aback, countering with a punch of his own. Armed with the spiritual artifact boxing gloves, how could he fear an unarmed Su Yi? Even though Su Yi's aura was formidable and his speed impressive, he still seemed no match for Li Danyu. However, at the very moment their fists collided, Su Yi's punch unleashed a power reminiscent of a dragon's roar and the thunderous march of colossal elephants, erupting with an unimaginable force. The sheer might of the dragon-elephant principle sent Li Danyu reeling, blood spewing from his mouth as he flew backward like a kite severed from its string. With a resounding thud, Li Danyu crashed heavily to the ground. Onlookers witnessed a fleeting shadow pass before their eyes, and in the next moment, Su Yi stood beside Li Danyu. He brought his foot down, pressing it firmly against Li Danyu's face, forcing it into the muddy earth. Do you take me for a coward? Even with the spiritual artifact boxing gloves, you remain but a fool. Su Yi scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the visibly tense Wang Peng and his companions. Their expressions were grave, filled with trepidation as they watched Li Danyu grovel beneath Su Yi's foot, swallowing hard and retreating a few steps. Su Yi's overwhelming strength had dispatched Li Danyu, even with his weapon. They had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle today. Li Danyu, humiliated and seething with rage and resentment, struggled on the ground. Am I seeing things, or is Su Yi truly that powerful? One punch, and Li Danyu is down. It was no illusion. Su Yi was undeniably formidable. In the small locale of Shaoyang City, such strength was astonishing. Terrifying, indeed. These affluent young lords had clearly misjudged their opponent, thinking they were dealing with a soft target when in fact, they had kicked against an unyielding iron wall. All were astounded by Su Yi's extraordinary prowess, far exceeding reason. Even Li Danyu, equipped with the spiritual artifact boxing gloves, had been effortlessly overpowered, appearing utterly inept. What now? Remaining mutts? Do you wish to continue this farce? I wouldn't mind crippling your limbs. Su Yi, aflame with indignation, glared at Wang Peng and his entourage, his words dripping with contempt. Do not get too proud. Wang Peng's face darkened, struggling to voice a retort. Continuing the fight? That would be absurd. Only a fool would challenge Su Yi again. Even Li Danyu, with his spiritual artifact boxing gloves, had been swiftly subdued. The few of them, even if marginally stronger than Li Danyu, would not stand a chance against Su Yi. After all, from what transpired earlier, it was evident that Su Yi had not even exerted his full strength to bring Li Danyu down. To foolishly lean into a fight now would be sheer madness. Yet, conceding was not in their nature, and they found themselves at a loss for how to gracefully withdraw. Those young lords were clearly intimidated, their cowardly demeanor betraying their fear. How could they not be? They were being openly derided, yet they dared not move, forced to swallow their pride. Where had their earlier arrogance gone? Their previous airs of superiority were now nothing but an affront. Indeed, it was no exaggeration. He was truly a heroic figure. I see him as a remarkable individual. It is unfortunate that those wealthy young lords are so blind. Alas, how could mere dogs ever rival a person? They were merely bait for a hot pot. Laughter erupted around them, mocking Wang Peng, Li Danyu, and their ilk, as Su Yi's triumph over them felt like a cathartic release. They had always considered themselves above others, their arrogance leading them to scorn Su Yi, seeking to humiliate him. Little did they realize that Su Yi was far more ruthless than they had anticipated, delivering a thorough beating to the proverbial drowning dogs, leaving them utterly humiliated. At that moment, Su Yi, openly deriding them as dogs, refrained from further violence, choosing instead to restrain himself. That will suffice. Do not go too far, for they have allies. Li Yi approached, urging Su Yi to temper his actions. I understand now. Su Yi nodded in appreciation, recognizing the wisdom in Li Yi's counsel. Indeed, he could not afford to escalate matters further, lest it backfire. Moreover, Li Yi had mentioned that those affluent young lords had companions backing them. Su Yi also perceived 3 individuals watching him with icy glares, their hostility palpable. Their presence was far more imposing than that of Wang Peng and his companions. The gathering had yet to commence, and he could not afford to make things excessively tense, for that would render him a target for those with ill intent. Su Yi lifted his foot from Li Danyu's face and strode away. Li Danyu glared at Su Yi's retreating form, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. This night marked an unprecedented humiliation for him, a day he would remember with shame. Wang Peng and the others offered some words of solace to Li Danyu before stepping aside. Meanwhile, Su Yi kept a vigilant eye, noting that Li Danyu indeed approached the 3 individuals to voice his grievances. Unfortunately, other than scolding Li Danyu and his companions, those 3 showed little interest in their plight. Thus concluded a minor scandal of humiliation, with Su Yi decisively asserting his superiority over the wealthy young lords. His reputation was further solidified, drawing increased attention. Beyond admiration, many now regarded Su Yi as a formidable rival. Finally, the appointed hour arrived. As the crowd anxiously awaited, the hosts of the invitation appeared. Leading the way was Li Yun, followed closely by Li Keating and several bodyguard-like figures. Indeed, Li Yun is the organizer. Su Yi mused internally. His prior encounter with Li Yun at the dilapidated temple was no mere coincidence. Wow, she is truly enchanting. However, while Su Yi was captivated by Li Yun, the people around him expressed differing opinions. Even Li Yi's eyes widened, gazing eagerly at the scene before him. As Su Yi scanned those accompanying Li Yun, his eyes widened in astonishment, a brilliant light igniting within him. Following Li Yun was a woman who exuded an ethereal aura, her flawless skin and exquisite features radiating an otherworldly chill, as if she were a celestial being descended to earth. She was breathtaking, instilling an overwhelming urge within him. Yet, Su Yi's momentary surprise swiftly dissipated, and he regained his composure, refraining from any excessive reaction. Alas, my goodness, have these individuals never encountered a woman in their lives? Or is the lady truly so breathtakingly beautiful, possessing an irresistible allure? Su Yi was taken aback by the scene around him. Numerous onlookers fixated on Li Keating, their eyes unblinking, adorned with expressions of adoration, appearing utterly entranced. More alarmingly, some individuals exhibited exaggerated reactions, actually drooling as if they were in a state of profound hunger, lusting after Li Keating with unrestrained desire. I say, Shixiang, why are you not drooling? Su Yi gently nudged Li Yi beside him, inquiring, what are you talking about? Why would I drool? Li Yi, roused from his delightful reverie, furrowed his brow. What did Sui mean by that? Why would he drool? They were grown men, not naked toddlers. Drooling would surely invite ridicule. You simply have no interest in that enchanting lady. Look at those people, saliva dripping endlessly, their faces painted with lust. Sui remarked with a mischievous smile, gazing at Li Yi. Goodness, how exaggerated. What are these vile individuals thinking? Li Yi was startled by the spectacle before him. Each one of them was drooling, their faces blatantly lustful, their eyes glazed over. Do not speak of others. Were you not also displaying a lustful demeanor just a moment ago? You must have been entertaining lewd thoughts about that lady. Sui cast a scornful glance at Li Yi. Do not speak nonsense. In my school days, I was quite the handsome lad, with many beauties vying for my attention. A whole teaching building could scarcely contain them, yet I paid them no mind. Li Yi asserted with a serious expression, embodying the demeanor of a gentleman. Oh, please. Those were merely brutish men, unrefined fellows. You're pretending to be noble, yet you are likely more debased than anyone. Sui retorted with disdain. Silence. A sweet and melodious voice rang out amidst the raucous crowd, causing many to shudder with excitement. Indeed, the voice belonged to Li Kuting, a stunning beauty with an angelic visage. Her voice was a delight to the ears, sending shivers down the spine. I have a suggestion. Sui suddenly interjected. What is your suggestion? Li Yun, smiling, turned to Sui. Senior, we are unaware of the purpose of this gathering. However, before any explanations, could we kindly ask the enchanting lady to step aside? Otherwise, it may hinder the performance of the crowd. Sui proposed. That suggestion is acceptable. Li Yun nodded, signaling to Li Kuting. His daughter's beauty indeed had a slight impact on the proceedings. Li Kuting turned to leave, glancing back at Sui as she departed. Damn it, step aside. How dare you steal my enchanting lady's gaze? Many individuals were secretly cursing Sui at that moment, lamenting why he had to speak up and cause the beautiful lady to leave. Chapter 38. Substantial Rewards. Goodness. Why are so many people looking at me unfavorably? Just moments ago, they were praising me. Sui muttered to himself, sensing the unfriendly glances directed his way. What do you expect? You spoke out of turn, causing the enchanting lady to leave, and that's why they're upset with you. Li Yi sighed. It was all Sui's fault. He made a suggestion that drove away the enchanting lady, Li Kuting, especially when she glanced back at him as she left. It only intensified the envy and resentment of those who admired her. That glance undoubtedly tarnished Sui's reputation among the crowd. Can I be blamed for this? It's utterly unjust. Once again, my good intentions have led to unfortunate consequences. Sui shook his head, lamenting. He had merely wished for Li Kuting to depart from the crowd's gaze, allowing everyone to focus on the gathering. Yet, unexpectedly, his well-meaning actions had backfired, making it seem as if he had stolen the beauty, inciting jealousy among many. Well, in the end, you were trying to do a good deed. You were right. Li Yi replied. Everyone, please quiet down. My name is Li Yun, the organizer of this Wuling conference. I am delighted to see so many young talents in attendance. Li Yun began. Before the gathering commences, if any of you have questions, feel free to ask now so you can decide whether to participate. What is the significance of this gathering? What benefits do we, the participants, derive from it? Indeed, we have come to participate. If we achieve commendable results, there must be some rewards. What authority do you even have? Is this gathering national in scope? As soon as Li Yun spoke, many began voicing their inquiries. Each participant had been invited unexpectedly, leaving them in the dark about the nature of the gathering. Who organized it, and for what purpose? What benefits would they gain from participating? All these questions erupted at once. To address your queries succinctly, the purpose of this gathering is to select a group of exceptionally talented individuals to cultivate the backbone of an upcoming alliance. Every participant will receive a monetary reward of 100,000 if not selected, while those chosen will be granted ample resources for cultivation, including spiritual tools and spiritual power pills. My goodness, such generous rewards. The prospect of vast spiritual tools and pills, rare treasures indeed. How fortunate I am to be here. Even if I am not chosen, 100,000 is a considerable sum that will enhance my life. The crowd began to stir with excitement. In this initial phase of spiritual energy resurgence, resources were scarce, making it exceedingly difficult for spiritual warriors to elevate their realms. Spiritual power pills, crafted from spiritual herbs, could significantly aid a warrior's daily training. A single low-grade spiritual power pill could substitute for 2 to 3 months of rigorous training. Hence, these pills were exceedingly rare. Without substantial resources and foundations, one could not hope to produce them. Likewise, crafting spiritual tools was a daunting task. Even low-grade or unfinished products on the black market could fetch prices in the millions, far beyond the means of ordinary spiritual warriors. Even if one were not selected, a reward of 100,000 was still a substantial compensation. Overall, the rewards for this gathering were extraordinarily generous, capable of making participants overnight millionaires. At this juncture, even as Li Yun had yet to finish addressing the questions, no one in attendance was inclined to leave. Being selected would be ideal, with abundant resources for cultivation. Even if not selected, 100,000 could be a lifetime's worth of earnings for many. Chapter 39. No pie from the sky. This gathering is exclusive to spiritual warriors from just one province. Of course, the province is not limited to only you warriors. Others simply chose not to attend. Li Yun stated, "As for myself, my name is Li Yun, hailing from a place you have likely never heard of." Li Yun? Where exactly is that? Su Yi pondered aloud, genuinely perplexed. Although he was destined to succeed Li Yun in the future, he realized he did not fully understand him. The origins of Li Yun remained a mystery. Speaking of Li Yun's identity, Su Yi was indeed curious about his enigmatic background. Without further ado, anyone unwilling to participate may leave now. Remaining questions will be clarified once you are selected. Li Yun surveyed the crowd before him. At this very moment, no one is willing to depart. Attendance at this grand assembly is imperative. The rewards are exceedingly generous, and only a fool would choose to leave. Since no one intends to exit, let us proceed to the main topic. Li Yun's demeanor instantly shifted to one of seriousness. The crowd beheld Li Yun producing a crystalline stone from his hand, imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy. With a sharp crack, Li Yun crushed the stone, and in an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted, so intense that it was almost blinding. As the light gradually diminished, the spectators discerned the emergence of a luminous portal beside Li Yun. This portal appeared to lead to another realm. Now, entering this passage signifies the official commencement of the assembly, Li Yun proclaimed, gesturing toward the portal. "Senior brother Li, is there any danger within? You seem yet to have explained the rules of the assembly." Several individuals voiced their concerns. It was evident that the venue for the gathering was not atop this mountain, but rather beyond the portal. What awaited them on the other side remained shrouded in mystery. The assembly was on the verge of beginning, yet the rules were still unknown to the participants. Upon entering this grand door, all regulations will be unveiled. As for danger, where in this world is there no peril? Without sacrifice, how can one expect to reap rewards? Li Yun elucidated with a smile. His words are rather ambiguous. It seems there may indeed be danger. Indeed, his explanation was vague, yet not inaccurate. If one truly believed they would not be chosen, that reward of 100,000 was not simply up for grabs. Li Yun's clarification left room for uncertainty, but it was clear that danger lurked ahead. After all, such lavish rewards do not come freely. There are no free lunches in this world, nor does fortune simply fall from the sky. Since we are here, with opportunities laid before us, why not bravely seize the moment? Su Yi strode forward and inquired, "Senior brother, will you join me?" Indeed, opportunities in life are rare. If one does not strive for them, where will the harvest come from? "Junior brother, let us proceed." Li Yi nodded eagerly and followed suit. With poise, Su Yi and Li Yi approached the luminous portal, stepping through it, their forms vanishing. The two had spoken wisely. To gain rewards, one must earnestly pursue them. They had set a commendable example. Li Yun declared, "Those who wish to leave still have time. Once you enter this portal, there will be no chance for regret. Having come this far, it would be shameful to retreat at the last moment. If Su Yi dares to enter, what do we have to fear? Let us advance. Let us advance." If one fears death, they ought to abandon their cultivation and return to a mundane existence. Gradually, more individuals followed Su Yi's lead into the portal. Since they had arrived, they could not play the part of a coward. To falter at the slightest hint of danger disqualifies one from being a spirit warrior. Most of the participants entered the portal, leaving only a handful who declined the opportunity, unwilling to face the risk. Naturally, those who chose not to enter the portal relinquished any chance of rewards and could only depart Xianshan with regret. Chapter 40. A real-life survival game. Upon crossing the threshold of the portal, Su Yi emerged into a transformed scene. The night had given way to day. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, radiating intense heat. Having stood beneath the fiery orb for but a moment, Su Yi was already drenched in sweat and hastily removed his outer garment. This realm truly felt like a different space, as if it were not Earth at all. "What do you think, senior brother? Hey, where's Li Yi?" Su Yi then realized that Li Yi, who had followed closely behind, was no longer by his side. The world had shifted. Having crossed the portal, it was now daytime, yet they remained in a wilderness. The surroundings were lush with trees, reminiscent of a deep mountain forest. The absence of Li Yi was indeed puzzling. Just as Su Yi pondered this, Brilliant flashes of light began to flicker around him, and one by one, figures appeared. Ultimately, a scattered assembly of 2 to 3 dozen individuals surrounded him. What a coincidence! Su-Yi glanced to the side and was taken aback to see several familiar faces. Damn it, that rascal Su-Yi is here too. Not far off. Upon hearing Su-Yi's voice, Li Danyu glared with displeasure. Previously trampled by Su-Yi, Li Danyu felt irked at the mere sound of his name. Had it not been for the short time frame in which his strength had not improved, he would have rushed over to subdue Su-Yi. What a nightmare. How is it that I encounter this pest even here? Wang Peng also expressed his disdain. Taking several steps back, it appeared that the portal had randomly transported the participants to different locations. Initially believing he would not encounter Su-Yi, fate had conspired against him. For this assembly, running into Su-Yi was certainly no good fortune. If given a choice, he would rather not be here. Attention, all participants. Attention, all participants. We will now introduce the rules of this assembly. Please listen carefully. The voice echoed through the air. You find yourselves on a perilous island, where monsters and ferocious beasts will emerge. Even when passing through areas resembling human settlements, danger still lurks, and attacks are imminent. Furthermore, the entire island will gradually be shrouded in toxic gas within a single day. Those who remain in the gas-affected zones for more than a minute will be poisoned to death. At the center of the island lies a mountaintop deemed a safe zone. Entering this safe zone guarantees your safety and effectively concludes your participation. Therefore, you have 4 hours to traverse forests and rivers to reach the safe area atop the central mountain, located over 100 kilometers away. Those who arrive safely will be selected to receive bountiful rewards. The commencement will be in 1 minute. With the environmental and rule introductions complete, the celestial voice faded, and the entire realm shimmered momentarily, causing the surroundings to subtly transform once more. The sound of crashing waves echoed from behind, revealing a towering peak in the distance. Anger and complaints erupted from various individuals. The rules and environment bore an uncanny resemblance to the recently popular Battle Royale games. Damn it, we've been deceived. This is a real-life survival game. If we cannot reach the safe zone in time, it will be a dead end. This assembly is a gamble with lives at stake. We have been tricked. This event is fraught with danger. One misstep could lead to death. The environment and rules are crystal clear. This is a treacherous island, rife with monsters and beasts that attack participants, alongside the looming threat of toxic gas. Fail to reach the central safe zone within a day, and death by poison is inevitable. Remarkably, this assembly bears a striking resemblance to the trending game. It is a real-life survival game, a brutal contest for survival. Chapter 41. Running from the Poison, a survival game. Though somewhat distinct, for at least participants do not slaughter one another in a bid for supremacy. Su-Yi mused quietly. Contemplating, senior brother Li should not be the sort to joke with the lives of so many just to select the best candidates. Indeed, the rules and environment of the assembly are reminiscent of the recently popular Battle Royale games. However, the nuances are significantly different. The Battle Royale is merely a game. Players control a character, defeating encountered foes to ultimately claim victory. In contrast, this real-life survival game involves actual individuals immersed in the experience. This is an assembly where lives are wagered. Participants may not need to attack those around them, yet they must remain vigilant against the lurking monsters and beasts, as well as many unknown dangers. The most terrifying and despair-inducing aspect is the toxic gas that envelopes the island, even if one avoids attacks from monsters. Failure to reach the safe zone on time results in death by poison. To conduct a martial spirit assembly with lives at stake seems to deviate from Li Yun's character. In this current era, those capable of absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation are undoubtedly the pinnacle of genius. Moreover, the number of spiritual warriors is exceedingly rare. To toy with the lives of such prodigies is rather excessive. Danger looms. A toxic gas is approaching from behind, expected to arrive in approximately 1 minute. The warnings echoed in Su-Yi's mind, awakening him to the seriousness of the situation. The system's alert was not to be taken lightly. Genuine peril was at hand. This was a battle for survival, a real-life struggle for existence. He needed to move swiftly, to distance himself from the toxic zone. Hey, why are you all just standing there? The poison gas will reach this area in about a minute. Do you want to be engulfed by it? Su-Yi kindly reminded those around him. Let us go, hurry. Cut it out. Who are you trying to scare? This must be a trick. I'll wait here and see if that gas can truly harm me. I am a spiritual warrior, impervious to toxins. If the danger arrives, I'll leave then. Some heeded Su-Yi's warning and began to move, while others dismissed it entirely. What is there to fear from poison? Spiritual warriors are not mere mortals. We are immune to toxins. Even if we were to be poisoned, as long as we absorb spiritual energy to cultivate, we can easily cleanse the toxins, they argued. What should we do? Should we follow? It really does seem quite dangerous here. Li Danyu expressed his concerns. Of course we should follow. That kid is very powerful. In the face of danger, it's best to have someone strong to rely on. Wang Peng retorted coldly. As for testing the poison, I won't be foolish enough to do that. Reaching the safe zone is the priority. Keep up. Many began to hasten towards the island's center, no longer delaying. The journey from their starting point to the highest mountain at the island's core spanned over 100 kilometers of treacherous terrain, including a steep ascent. Under normal circumstances, these spiritual warriors could traverse such distance in just over an hour. However, the presence of monsters and fierce beasts on the island posed constant threats of attack, making the 4-hour time frame quite tight. In just a minute, Su-yi had already covered significant distance. Upon glancing back, he saw others enveloped by the toxic gas, struggling in agony as their skin and muscles began to rot. Amidst the hazy cloud of poisonous mist, enormous dark shadows emerged. Massive, sharp claws descended from above, piercing through those trapped in the toxic zone and devouring them whole, leaving almost no chance for escape. Oh my goodness, there are monsters in the poison gas. It's too brutal. We must flee. Chapter 42. Those who follow are subservient. The ability of the toxic gas to corrode the skin of spiritual warriors was a testament to its potency. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror lay beyond. Within the gas, dreadful creatures lurked. Once ensnared, the poison would hinder any attempts to escape, allowing the monsters to close in. One swipe could prove fatal, leading to instant consumption. Panic gripped many hearts, and some began to regret their pursuit of rewards. Realizing it was no simple feat, however, for others, this was a challenge, a rare opportunity. Having led a sheltered life, they were oblivious to real danger. It was in this perilous environment that one's potential could be ignited and tested. Run. We cannot allow the poison to catch up, otherwise, it will be the end. Each individual pressed forward with fervor, unwilling to slow down. The thought of being overtaken by the toxic gas was a matter of life and death. As Sui advanced, he keenly observed his surroundings. After more than 20 minutes, he had traversed over 10 kilometers toward the island's center. Along the way, he passed through dense rainforests and steep cliffs, encountering no immediate threats. The toxic zone was still some distance behind. However, Sui noticed that he was not alone. A number of people were trailing him, including Wang Peng and Li Danyu. Upon reaching the bank of a small river, Sui halted his progress temporarily. The weather was sweltering, and after vigorous running, he was drenched in sweat. Finding the river, he decided to cool off. With a splash, he leaped into the water. The river was not very deep, reaching only to his waist. Those behind him quickly followed suit, jumping into the river to refresh themselves. Sui was the first to return to the shore, shaking off most of the water. Seeing this, the others dared not linger and quickly followed him back to dry land. What do you mean by this? Whatever I do, you all do as well. Sui called out, stepping closer to Wang Peng and Li Danyu. As they followed him, if he stopped, they all stopped. When he jumped into the river, they jumped as well. Now that he had returned to the shore, they hastily emerged as well. What do you mean we are following you? This path is not yours. Li Danyu glared at Sui, clearly displeased. Exactly, we are all heading toward the safe zone at the island's center. How can you claim we are following you? Don't be so self-important. Wang Peng added with a hint of arrogance. Everyone's direction was unified. They all aimed to reach the safe zone at the island's center. Thus, it appeared Suyi's claim was erroneous. No one was following him. They merely shared a common goal. Wang Peng and Li Danyu's sentiments resonated with the crowd. All were headed in the same direction, with no one trailing another. Well said. The directions are indeed aligned. That much is true. Sui responded with a slight smile. But ahead lie two paths, both leading to the island's center. I shall take the left path. Those who follow are mere subservients. With that, Sui promptly chose the left path and continued onward. If they did not want to follow, so be it. It was of no consequence. The right path appeared smoother, and many opted to take it. A portion of the group displayed disdain as they chose the right path. Wang Peng, Li Danyu, and a few others hesitated, unsure of which path to take. They were indeed inclined to follow Sui, as his strength provided a sense of security. Let us follow him. Safety is paramount. Wang Peng declared. Forget about this subservience nonsense. It doesn't matter. What is important is reaching the safe zone at the island's center. Li Danyu added. Those behind who do not mind being called subservient by Sui should follow. Chapter 43. Call the ancestors when lives are at stake. Preserving one's life is of utmost importance. Without life, reaching the safe zone is meaningless. A few individuals trailed behind Wang Peng and Li Danyu, following the left path in pursuit of Su Yi. Oh, there truly are subservients following. After traveling a mere 100 meters, they again heard Su Yi's voice. He stood atop a large tree, smiling down at them. Dear grandchildren, follow Grandpa. You shall not regret it. Su Yi affectionately called to those below. Hearing him refer to them as grandchildren, their faces flushed with anger. However, none dared to express their fury towards Su Yi, as he had previously warned them. And they had chosen to follow him into this predicament. Do not wear such sour faces. If Grandpa is displeased, I shall send you back. Su Yi remarked with mild discontent. It was undeniable. This group was intentionally following him. They sought to gain benefits while avoiding any drawbacks, but such a scenario was unrealistic. Those who followed him clearly believed in his strength. Traversing through the perilous forest, they hoped to minimize unnecessary risks and safely reach the island's center. In such a perilous place, one must do anything to preserve their life. To avoid danger, one might even call their aggressor ancestor. Su Yi, everyone has the right to choose their path. On what grounds can you dictate our steps and demand we bow to you? Wang Peng retorted, visibly displeased. Indeed, do not overstep your bounds. Li Danyu glared at Su Yi, still seething from his previous humiliation, having been ruthlessly subdued and beaten by Su Yi. The thought of being coerced into calling him grandson only fueled his anger further. Do not be defiant. Not only will you call me grandson, but you will also address me as your ancestor if I so wish, Su Yi said, closing his eyes as if attuning himself to the sounds of the mountain. The faces of those around him were marked with unmistakable anger, clearly displeased with Su Yi's words. Yet, they remained unaware of the ruse he was playing, closing their eyes and wondering what they were meant to hear. Suddenly, a blood-curdling cry for help echoed from the other side of the mountain. Wang Peng and the others felt their nerves tighten, fear etched across their faces. This was precisely the sound Su Yi intended for them to hear, a cacophony filled with death and dread. The cries emanated from the direction of the right path, suggesting that those who had ventured that way had encountered something horrifying. At that moment, everyone exchanged glances, thankful they had chosen to follow Su Yi's route and not tread the treacherous right path, which had led others to peril. Did you hear that? It seems many over there have already met their end. Su Yi fixed his gaze on Wang Peng and Li Danyu. As his voice resonated, a shiver ran down everyone's spine, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. When faced with the stark reality of survival, they would not hesitate to call someone ancestor if it meant staying alive. Su Yi's chosen path indeed appeared safer. Those who had taken the other route were met with a grim fate. How about it? Is it too much to ask you to call me ancestor? Su Yi scrutinized those still fraught with panic. To call you grandfather is already a disgrace, and now you demand ancestor? You are pushing your luck. Li Danyu vehemently condemned. And what of it? If you wish to accompany me, you must abide by my rules. Should you continue to resist, I will break your legs. And when the poison gas spreads, you shall meet the same fate. Su Yi replied coldly. He was no philanthropist, showing no pity for anyone. It was not an absolute requirement for others to address him as ancestor. He merely sought to establish order. Those who followed him must adhere to his commands, without dissent. With Su Yi's harsh words, silence enveloped the group. If one were to suffer the fate of broken limbs, the encroaching poison gas would soon catch up, leading to inevitable death. Help! Help! As the group grappled with their predicament, the cries for assistance grew closer. Moments later, two terrified individuals stumbled into view, disheveled and bloodied. They were the ones who had chosen the right path. What transpired over there? Where are the others? Someone inquired. The crowd was eager to uncover the truth behind the dangers of the right path. It was horrifying, truly horrifying. We ventured over 200 meters and entered a thicket of vines. Those vines had come to life and became lethal. Only the two of us managed to escape. While the others were slaughtered, their blood drained. The pair, having barely escaped, recounted the terror they had witnessed. The thicket ahead was filled with murderous vine spirits that pierced human flesh with ease, leaving their victims suspended in the air. Had they not been swift in their retreat, they too would have succumbed. Did you hear that? People have indeed perished. Su Yi stated gravely. On the other side of the river, the system had already analyzed the safety of both paths. Clearly, the left path was safer, while the right posed significant danger. Su Yi's voice rang out again, instilling a sense of dread among the crowd. Of those who had ventured down the right path, only the two returnees had survived. The others had met a grim fate. Su Yi, we will follow you, please. We will do anything you ask. The two survivors pleaded, kneeling before him. They recognized the dangers of the island, having just witnessed its horrors. Even as low-level spiritual warriors, they found themselves ill-equipped to handle the myriad threats lurking about. The evidence was clear. Su Yi's chosen path was the safest, and following him was the wisest choice. Ancestor, we will follow you. Please do not cast us aside. We shall heed your every command. Others chimed in, surrendering to the reality of their situation. The testimonies of the escapees spoke volumes. Aligning with Su Yi was undoubtedly the right decision. Very well, you need not call me grandfather or ancestor, but you must heed my orders. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. Can we call you Big Brother instead? Big Brother. Except for Wang Peng and Li Danyu. The rest enthusiastically referred to Su Yi as Big Brother. This title was far more respectable than addressing him as ancestor or grandfather. Well then, Wang Peng, Li Danyu, what is your stance? Su Yi turned his attention to the two. Big Brother. Reluctantly, Wang Peng and Li Danyu complied when Su Yi looked their way. They understood that failing to acknowledge him as such would bar them from following him. Having shifted from the titles of grandfather and ancestor to Big Brother, Su Yi had saved face for everyone involved. Excellent. Since you have called me Big Brother, I shall do my utmost to lead you to safety. Let us proceed, Su Yi declared, stepping forward. As Su Yi led his group of followers along the mountain path toward the safe zone, an hour passed as they cautiously traversed 40 to 50 miles. Along the way, they encountered various dangers, including attacks from demon beasts such as gray bears and vine spirits. The most perilous encounter was with a low-tier demon beast, a giant python possessing the strength of a novice spiritual warrior. Demon beasts are classified into 4 tiers: low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, and demon kings. Low-tier demon beasts correspond to the novice spiritual warrior level, while mid-tier beasts fall between the mid-level and perfected levels of human spiritual warriors. High-tier demon beasts are equivalent to the perfected level of human spiritual warriors, and those at the demon king level are even more formidable, capable of transforming into human form. Due to the inherent physical advantages of demon beasts, they are generally stronger than humans of the same level. Had Su Yi not intervened at a critical moment, driving the giant python away, most of the group would have surely become its next meal. Upon reaching a valley, having narrowly escaped the demon beasts, Su Yi and his companions paused. Big Brother, why have we stopped? What if the demon beasts catch up to us? The poison gas is also spreading rapidly. We cannot afford to linger. As Su Yi lingered outside the valley, a group of his companions appeared perplexed. Having narrowly escaped the onslaught of a demon beast, they now found themselves hesitating at the valley's entrance. The dire situation was exacerbated by the rapidly spreading toxic gas behind them, leaving little room for delay. They had slightly over 2 hours remaining, with half the journey still ahead, and the final perils remained unknown as they faced the daunting task of scaling the towering peaks. Time was of the essence, and every second counted. With the dangers ahead in the valley, rushing in without understanding the situation could lead to catastrophic losses. Su Yi, his expression grave, stated, I have already expressed my intent to ensure the safe passage of all 7 or 8 of you to the secure zone. We must not take excessive risks. His companions were deeply touched by his resolve to lead them all to safety, each one invaluable. They were indeed right to call him Big Brother. Let us wait and assess the situation, Su Yi said, furrowing his brow as he communicated with the system, Aquan. Aquan, are there alternative routes available? The valley is perilous, yet it is the quickest path. Su Yi pondered internally. The system had already provided an answer. The valley was the optimal route to reach safety in the shortest time. While it was feasible to circumvent the valley, doing so would consume more time, potentially leading to unforeseen dangers. With the toxic gas spreading increasingly faster, prolonging their journey would only compound their troubles. Choosing to bypass the valley was not a particularly appealing option. Hey, is that Su Yi over there? A faint voice emerged from the left slope's thicket. The group was intrigued, and Su Yi too was curious to encounter others outside this valley. As 4 or 5 individuals stealthily approached, they were indeed delighted to find Su Yi, their faces lighting up with recognition. The foremost figure was Gu Changqing, the eldest son of the Gu family conglomerate, whom Su Yi had the fortune to meet once more at a previous banquet. Wang Peng pointed at the refined and handsome young man at the front, exclaiming, Gu family. Gu Changqing, he is quite the prominent figure. Su Yi gazed at the approaching Gu Changqing and mused to himself. The Gu family conglomerate is the foremost enterprise in Nangguang province, ranking among the top 3 nationally and renowned worldwide. Gu Changqing's status is indeed remarkable. Wang Peng and Li Danyu stood in awe, feeling dwarfed by his presence, their admiration palpable. Chapter 46, Alliance. I am Su Yi. What brings you here, Gu Gongzi? You seem to be in a rather unfortunate predicament, Su Yi observed as he appraised Gu Changqing and his companions. Gu Changqing appeared solemn, while the 2 individuals beside him looked disheveled, their garments tattered and stained with blood. It was evident that they too had faced significant hardships and were in crisis. Su-yi, you must have noticed the unusual nature of the valley, Gu Chongqing said gravely, standing beside Su-yi. Yes, I sense danger within the valley, which is why I hesitate to enter recklessly. Su-yi responded. By the way, how did you end up here? Were you attempting to pass through as well? Alas, we have already attempted once, but it ended in failure, resulting in numerous casualties, Gu Chongqing lamented. I underestimated the strength of the demon beasts within the valley. Are the demon beasts in the valley formidable? Su-yi inquired, a solemn expression crossing his face. The system had analyzed Gu Chongqing, indicating his combat level to be 3, with a low danger rating and at the mid-stage of the Lingwu realm. This analysis suggested that Gu Chongqing's strength was comparable or near to his own. The fact that even Gu Chongqing could not lead his companions safely through the valley highlighted the formidable nature of the demon beasts present. His decision to refrain from entering directly was indeed prudent. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Within the valley resides a gray wolf of near intermediate demon beast rank, possessing immense strength. I misjudged the power of the beasts, which no single person can withstand, leading to the majority of our group failing to escape. Gu Chongqing expressed his remorse. This is not your fault. Self-reproach is futile. This is the harsh reality of the Lingwu world. Su-yi replied. If we were to join forces along with Wang Peng and Li Danyu, what are our chances of success? In light of their predicament, collaboration was the only viable escape. Among their group, he and Gu Chongqing were the strongest. Wang Peng and Li Danyu, both scions of affluent families, possessed lesser strength and were among the few who had entered the initial stages of the Lingwu realm. If they could draw the Grey Wolf's attention, he and Gu Chongqing could launch a surprise attack, potentially overcoming it. Gu Chongqing regarded Wang Peng and Li Danyu thoughtfully before responding. Agreed. Are you two in accord? Su-yi turned to the pair, seeking their consensus. Absolutely. Wang Peng and Li Danyu replied in unison, nodding in agreement. The current crisis left no room for retreat. Ahead lay the wolf, and behind them, the tiger. They could not afford to hesitate. Moving forward to slay the gray wolf presented a high probability of survival. To retreat in fear would be to plunge into an abyss, a certain death. Very well, it is decided. Here is the plan. Su-yi instructed. Wang Peng and Li Danyu, you two will act as bait to attract the gray wolf. Gu Chongqing and I will strike from the side, while the others remain here. Big brother, you must protect your younger brothers. We must act swiftly, Wang Peng said, his tone serious. Being the bait was indeed a perilous undertaking. Rest assured, call me big brother, and I will ensure your safety. Now go, Su-yi assured him. Remember, Wang Peng reiterated, any lapse in attention could cost us our lives. Enough talk, let's move. Su-yi urged Wang Peng and Li Danyu. He and Gu Chongqing stealthily maneuvered along the valley's sides, preparing to wait for the two to create a distraction and lure out the gray wolf. Then, they would seize the opportunity to strike simultaneously and eliminate the beast. Wang Peng and Li Danyu, trembling with fear, approached the valley's entrance. Although they had voluntarily joined the plan to subdue the gray wolf, terror gripped them, leaving them with no route of retreat or alternative choice. Chapter 47. The crucial ambush, brother. There is no turning back now. Forward lies a glimmer of hope, while retreat spells certain death. Wang Peng declared earnestly to Li Danyu. Indeed, united we stand strong. What is a mere gray wolf to us? I fear not, Li Danyu exclaimed impulsively, his voice resonating loudly. You, why did you have to shout like that? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Wang Peng responded, startled by Li Danyu's sudden outburst. Already on edge, the loud declaration sent a jolt through him, causing his voice to rise. At that moment, the ground of the valley began to tremble as if a colossal creature was approaching. The violent quaking caused stones from the cliffs on either side to tumble down. Wang Peng and Li Danyu clung to each other in fright, for the gray wolf in the valley was undoubtedly a monstrous entity. The tremors intensified, growing stronger by the second. In the dim light, a pair of glowing green eyes emerged, revealing the blurred outline of a massive form. When the shadowy giant beast finally stepped into the sunlight, it sent Wang Peng and Li Danyu into a deeper panic, causing them to tremble even more as they collapsed to their knees. Before them stood a 2-meter-tall wolf with a dark gray coat and razor-sharp teeth. The gray wolf's powerful limbs sank deep into the earth, its nostrils exhaling hot breaths. Alarmingly, the wolf seemed enraged, emitting a terrifying roar. Saliva dripped from its maw, soaking the ground beneath. One of its forelegs pawed at the earth, its claws as sharp as steel. A single swipe could easily tear apart a person. Especially the movements of the gray wolf instilled greater terror in Wang Peng and Li Danyu as they desperately clawed their way out. A howl echoed through the air as the gray wolf charged forward, its powerful limbs flinging dirt into the air, causing the ground to tremble violently beneath them. "Oh dear brother, save me!" Wang Peng screamed, scrambling to his feet and dragging the paralyzed Li Danyu away. The gray wolf lunged towards them, intent on devouring them. In that critical moment, Gu Changqing, positioned to the right, struck first, wielding a long sword aimed at the gray wolf. The wolf, sensing the ambush, let out a furious howl and halted abruptly, swiping a claw at Gu Changqing. The clash of metal rang out as Gu Changqing's sword met the wolf's claw, producing a sound reminiscent of iron striking iron. The force of the wolf's attack sent Gu Changqing staggering backward. Undeterred, the enraged gray wolf pursued relentlessly, launching another vicious swipe at Gu Changqing. At that moment, Su Yi, concealed in the shadows, unleashed a swift assault, brandishing a dagger infused with spiritual energy aimed at the gray wolf. The wolf yelped in pain, momentarily distracted by Gu Changqing, failing to notice Su Yi's approach from the left. A deep gash was inflicted on its back, blood oozing forth. Enraged by the unexpected attack, the gray wolf glared wrathfully at Su Yi and Gu Changqing. In the next instant, with a swift turn of its head, it charged towards Wang Peng and Li Danyu, deeming them the weaker prey to be torn apart before turning its attention back to Su Yi and Gu Changqing. The massive form of the gray wolf closed the distance in just 2 strides, its sharp claws poised to strike down upon the 2 men. In that fleeting moment, a chill coursed through Wang Peng and Li Danyu, as fear and the specter of death enveloped their hearts. It seemed as though their fate was sealed, with the enormous and lethal claws descending upon them. However, just as despair threatened to engulf them, a towering figure appeared, delivering a powerful blow to the wolf's paw. The razor-sharp claws came to a halt, mere inches from their bodies. Chapter 48. Slaying the Gray Wolf Brother. Wang Peng and Li Danyu exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude for their miraculous escape. The wolf's deadly claws had been halted, thanks to Su Yi's timely intervention. Were it not for him, they would surely have met a grisly end. Their hearts brimmed with genuine appreciation, particularly Li Danyu, who, in that moment, forgot the earlier humiliation inflicted by Su Yi, consumed only by gratitude for his life-saving act. Enough of the chatter, get out of the way, Su Yi shouted, exerting immense pressure against the wolf's claw. The beast's formidable size rendered its strike devastating, and Su Yi felt as though he bore the weight of a colossal boulder. At this moment, he had no leisure for idle conversation with Wang Peng and Li Danyu. Instantly sobered by their near brush with death, Wang Peng and Li Danyu hastily retreated to safety. The gray wolf, now more furious than ever, glared at Su Yi, its eyes glinting with rage. The force behind its claws intensified, as if it sought to crush Su Yi into the ground. Despite the overwhelming pressure forcing him backward, Su Yi could not afford to relinquish his grip. He needed to wait for the opportune moment. A mere brush from the wolf's claws could result in severe injury. Hold your ground, brother. Wang Peng and Li Danyu, now at a safer distance, rallied their remaining companions to support Su Yi. He represented their hope. They could not afford to let him falter, for their survival depended on it. Beast, behold my sword. Seizing the opportunity while the gray wolf's focus was entirely on Su Yi, Gu Changqing launched his attack. With Su Yi holding the beast's attention, it was the perfect moment for him to strike. Gu Changqing's sword sliced through the air, leaving a radiant arc in its wake. The gray wolf sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, yet Gu Changqing's strike severed its tail, blood gushing forth as the severed appendage thudded to the ground. With a howl of pain and fury, the gray wolf shuddered. At that moment, Su Yi unleashed his full strength, driving the wolf's massive paw away with a powerful blow. The impact sent the beast reeling backward, its colossal form crashing to the ground with a series of thuds, leaving deep impressions in the earth. Now is the time to end it, Su Yi shouted to Gu Changqing, charging towards the downed gray wolf to deliver a decisive blow. As the wolf struggled to regain its footing, Su Yi pounced, launching a fierce attack aimed at its vulnerable form. Gu Changqing, understanding Su Yi's intent, rushed forward as well. Su Yi acted with extraordinary speed. As the wolf attempted to rise, he was already at its feet, thrusting his dagger into its knee. The blade pierced through, and with a powerful motion, he severed the wolf's leg. The creature howled in agony, its severed limb crashing heavily to the ground. Su Yi swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the wolf's thrashing form, while Gu Changqing arrived at the wolf's rear, his sword descending to sever the other hind leg. With both legs incapacitated, the enormous beast collapsed onto the ground, howling in torment. Without a trace of mercy, Su Yi and Gu Changqing pressed forward, their weapons poised for the final strike. Su Yi leaped high, plunging his dagger into the wolf's skull, while Gu Changqing targeted the creature's abdomen, cleaving it in two. With a final, mournful howl, the gray wolf succumbed, its struggles ceasing as its eyes closed for the last time. Chapter 49. The charm of the elder brother, is it over? The gray wolf is dead. The onlookers, witnessing the scene from a distance, displayed expressions of exhilaration. The wolf's body lay severed, its head pierced by Su Yi's dagger. With no further signs of struggle and its eyes closed, it was evident that the creature had perished. Both Su Yi and Gu Changqing maintained their vigilance, meticulously inspecting the wolf to confirm its demise before finally relaxing their guard. Exhausted, they sat atop the wolf's carcass. Ha! The gray wolf is dead. Our brother is magnificent. The two victors, confident in their success, sat atop the fallen beast, signifying its certain demise. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause, with the gray wolf vanquished. The obstacle to their passage through the valley was removed, allowing them to proceed safely. Filled with joy, the crowd rushed forward, singing Su Yi's praises. They realized they had not chosen wrongly. Su Yi had resolved one challenge after another for them. Without his presence, most of them would likely never have reached this point. Young Master Gu, our first collaboration was a resounding success. How delightful. Su Yi beamed, extending his hand to shake Gu Changqing's. Indeed, a cause for celebration. No need for such formality. You may simply call me Changqing, and I shall refer to you as Xiao Yi. Gu Changqing replied, grasping Su Yi's hand in return. Their inaugural partnership had culminated in the slaying of the gray wolf, marking a triumphant collaboration filled with unspoken understanding, indeed worthy of celebration. This is a rare collaboration, and it has significantly increased Gu Changqing's fondness for Su Yi. All right, Changqing, we must depart. Su Yi exclaimed with a bright smile, no longer polite, as he pulled Gu Changqing to his feet. Everyone, keep up, we need to move. Gu Changqing waved his hand, urging those behind to follow, while he and Su Yi advanced ahead. The time spent dealing with the gray wolf had consumed a considerable amount of their time, leaving only 2 hours remaining. Moreover, the toxic gas was spreading rapidly behind them, increasing in speed. If they did not leave soon, they might reach the foot of the mountain without having ascended to the summit before the gas arrived. Within the gas lurked terrifying monstrous entities, posing great danger. Danyu, do you still harbor resentment towards Su Yi? Wang Peng, walking behind, glanced at the duo ahead and then asked Li Danyu. Resentment? How could I still resent him? The hatred in my heart has transformed into gratitude and admiration. Li Danyu responded. He had not forgotten the humiliation Su Yi had inflicted upon him. However, his feelings of gratitude and admiration towards Su Yi had long since eclipsed any remnants of hatred. The earlier incident where Su Yi had struck him was indeed a consequence of his own disdain and arrogance. In the brief span of just 2 hours spent with Su Yi, he had undergone a perilous journey of life and death. Had Su Yi not appeared in time to thwart the gray wolf's attack, he would have perished. It was Su Yi who had repeatedly saved him from danger, causing his animosity to fade, leaving only gratitude and admiration. He truly is a figure that evokes both love and hate. His strength is remarkable, Wang Peng remarked. Look at him now, brotherly with Gu Changqing, showing no signs of estrangement. The future looks bright. Perhaps this is the charm of the elder brother. Being with him brings a sense of safety, Li Danyu said, his eyes filled with admiration as he gazed at Su Yi's silhouette. His perspective on Su Yi had shifted dramatically. There was an undeniable allure about him. Elder brother, it seems you truly no longer resent him. It is wonderful to have such a brother, one worthy of following. Wang Peng smiled lightly. Let us hurry. The elder brother is already moving ahead. Chapter 50. Impressive achievements. Everyone followed closely behind Su Yi and Gu Changqing, swiftly traversing the valley towards the center of the island. There was still half the time and half the distance remaining. The group did not rest, pressing onward. As time stretched, the toxic gas spread increasingly quickly, forcing everyone to advance rapidly. With Su Yi and Gu Changqing leading, their pace was remarkably swift. Even when encountering dangers along the way, they were swiftly resolved through the duo's collaboration. Each crisis was averted, leaving everyone in awe of their seamless teamwork. Despite having known each other for only a short period, they fought like seasoned partners. This also indicated their compatibility, perhaps even a mutual understanding, as if they were fated to meet. After more than an hour, they finally neared the towering mountain at the island's center. The destination was within sight, yet no one dared to let down their guard as they continued to advance swiftly. The true safe zone lay at the summit. Only by reaching the peak could they attain real security. The mountain was steep, with rugged cliffs that would require time to ascend. Xiao Yi, we are only a few minutes away from the peak. There are some questions I wish to ask you, Gu Changqing said seriously. What questions do you have? Feel free to ask. Su Yi replied curiously, unsure of what Gu Changqing sought from him. Wang Peng and Li Danyu quickly caught up, noticing Gu Changqing's grave expression, sensing that the forthcoming questions were of considerable importance. All right, answer me honestly. Have you offended anyone from the Wanfa group? Gu Changqing asked earnestly. Upon hearing this, Wang Peng suddenly recalled, elder brother. Wanfa group's Ing Ao wants to deal with you. Indeed, Ing Ao's cousin was beaten by you. This time, Ing Ao has come to Shaoyang City not only for this conference, but also to seek revenge for his cousin. Li Danyu added. Ing Ao. Wanfa group. Was he one of the 3 men you encountered after I struck you? Su Yi furrowed his brows, looking at Li Danyu. Is this truly the case? It seems so. When Ing Ao saw you strike Li Danyu at Xia Mountain, I distinctly sensed a subtle killing intent emanating from him. Gu Changqing nodded. Elder brother. It's all because you've been too formidable lately, your reputation too great, allowing Ing Ao to easily track you down. Wang Peng sighed. Sometimes, fame can attract trouble. If he truly seeks revenge against me, Changqing, do you know if Ing Ao is connected to Jin Gongzi? Su Yi inquired, gazing at Changqing. Jin Gongzi. Why is he involved? That individual is no trifling matter. The forces behind him are formidable. Gu Changqing expressed his confusion. As for the relationship between Ing Ao and Jin Gongzi, I am uncertain. On the surface, there appears to be no connection. You haven't also incurred Jin Gongzi's ire. Have you? Elder brother, you dare to provoke Jin Gongzi? You truly have ambitions. He is a notorious figure in the province. Li Danyu exclaimed in astonishment. Jin Gongzi's notoriety is quite pronounced, such a ruthless character, and yet Su Yi dares to provoke him. Truly, your elder brother is exceptional and capable of stirring trouble. Having offended Ing Ao from Wanfa Group, and now Jin Gongzi, it all stemmed from Jin Gongzi. I had kicked Jin Gongzi's factory, and later, he sent Lu De Gongzi from this city to settle the score with me, only to be soundly defeated. Ing Ao's cousin, having listened to Lu De Gongzi's slander, attacked the women around me and received a thorough beating in return. As for what transpired afterward, you can glean from the news in Shaoyang. Su Yi remarked with a disdainful expression. To think that a single incident involving Jin Gongzi would lead to him offending so many. My goodness. Elder brother's achievements are so formidable. If it were me, I would not dare to confront Jin Gongzi. And as for Ing Ao's cousin, a few harsh words would suffice. Wang Peng exclaimed. Chapter 51. Rapid progress in cultivation. Do you have any grievances with Jin Gongzi? Gu Changqing inquired with keen interest. Many matters concerning Jin Gongzi are unsavory. Yet our Gu family would not easily provoke them. Gu Changqing was curious about the enmity between Su Yi and Jin Gongzi. Jin Gongzi's background was complex. Even the Gu family would not dare to recklessly interfere with matters related to him, lest they offend the forces backing Jin Gongzi. Everyone was intrigued, eager to learn about the conflict between Su Yi and Jin Gongzi that led him to confront such a figure. On the last day of last month, I nearly lost my life at the hands of Jin Gongzi, left to die in the wilderness. Fortunately, the heavens favored me, and I survived. Su Yi emanated a faint aura of killing intent as he spoke. Therefore, this vendetta must be avenged. Anyone who dares to assist Jin Gongzi should not blame me for my ruthlessness. Is this true? Everyone gasped, astonished that Su Yi harbored such deep-seated animosity towards Jin Gongzi. If what Su Yi said was true, having nearly been killed by Jin Gongzi, then indeed, the enmity was profound. However, according to my understanding, Jin Gongzi is merely at the pinnacle of the Lingwu realm. He should not have been able to capture you, let alone kill you. After hearing Su Yi's explanation, Gu Changqing's confusion only deepened. He had fought alongside Su Yi multiple times and had a general understanding of their respective strengths. Their powers were quite comparable, and Su Yi seemed to have a slight upper hand. Jin Gongzi was merely at the pinnacle of the Lingwu realm. Even if Gu Changqing could not defeat him, he would not be easily captured. The same would hold true for Su Yi. However, Su Yi remarked that he had nearly been killed by Jin Gongzi, which contradicted what he believed to be the case. At that time, I was still an ordinary person, of course, no match for him. Su Yi declared. You couldn't have achieved your current strength in less than a month? Gu Changqing exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed at Su Yi. Indeed. Su Yi nodded in affirmation. My heavens, in under a month, brother, could it be that you are a prodigy, advancing in cultivation at such an astonishing pace? Wang Peng shouted in astonishment. Not a prodigy, but an unparalleled genius. My brother is truly remarkable. Li Danyu expressed with a face full of envy, brimming with admiration for Su Yi. At this moment, everyone was in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Su Yi had attained his current prowess in less than a month. Among them, Nearly everyone had spent at least a year entering the Ling Wuzhou realm. With 6 years of spiritual energy revival, many had entered the Ling Wuzhou world early, and through arduous training, could barely reach or approach the initial stage of Ling Wu. In this era of sparse spiritual energy, Suyi's speed of cultivation was exceedingly rapid. In less than a month, he had already entered the initial stage of Ling Wu, his strength now comparable to that of the mid-stage Ling Wu. Such a rate of cultivation, if placed in an era of abundant spiritual energy, might be believable. Yet in the current environment, it was truly hard to fathom. Unless Suyi himself admitted it, or they witnessed his strength with their own eyes, they would dismiss it as a joke. Xiaoyi, you are truly gifted. Gu Changqing marveled. But the pressing concern is that this gathering is exceptionally ruthless. It is likely that Ing Ao will exploit the island's environment to target you. That is indeed a possibility. But I am not someone to be trifled with. If he dares to make a move, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Suyi replied confidently. It's best to remain cautious. Ing Ao possesses strength comparable to ours, and I fear he may resort to underhanded tactics, catching us off guard, Gu Changqing warned. However, at that time, you were still an ordinary person, and Jin Gongzi had no reason to kill you unless you had crossed his interests. Chapter 52. Beware of the devious Ing Ao, this could very well be true. Suyi nodded in agreement with Gu Changqing's viewpoint. At that time, Jin Gongzi's intent to kill him was likely not as simple as him arriving late by half a minute. Brother, you must remain vigilant. Ing Ao is truly somewhat sinister. Wang Peng also cautioned. He was acquainted with Ing Ao and had some understanding of this individual. Given Ing Ao's character, he could very well exploit the island's conditions to set a trap for Suyi. Rest assured, I have my own plans. Suyi stated calmly. We have reached the foot of the mountain. Everyone, let us hasten our ascent, for the toxic zone is drawing near, and we shall reach it in approximately 10 minutes. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived at the foot of the central mountain of the island. This towering rocky mountain was steep, and to reach the summit, one could only ascend step by step along the sheer cliff face. The toxic gas was spreading rapidly, and they were not far from the base of the mountain. As they entered the rocky foothills, the number of people increased. Those arriving from other directions on the island began their ascent. No one dared to delay any longer, each choosing what they deemed the best route to climb. The steep rock faces were perilous, with some areas having loose rock layers while others were razor-sharp. During the climb, large chunks of debris occasionally tumbled down from above, and a moment's inattention could lead to grave injury. Climbing required utmost caution. Any injury could prove fatal. 10 minutes passed, yet many had only ascended halfway, while the toxic zone was fast approaching. Suyi and his companions chose to climb the relatively flat side, and had already ascended beyond halfway. Now over 1,000 meters up the cliff, they needed just a bit more effort to reach the summit. However, among their group, a few were in less than ideal condition. The higher they climbed, the more dangerous it became. Climbers had to not only be wary of the rock face, but also guard against sudden gusts of wind that could knock them down. Ah, no. From below, anguished cries could be heard. The toxic gas was nearing, closing in on the summit. Those who climbed slowly found themselves ensnared in the toxic mist, falling victim to the monstrous beasts within and perishing in regret. Hurry and climb. We are just 100 meters from the summit. Seeing more and more people succumb to the toxic gas below, Suyi shouted. In an instant, many fell into panic but climbed with even greater determination. The last 100 meters seemed deceptively close. Yet for those whose strength was nearly spent, it was far from easy. The final stretch of over 100 meters proved more arduous than all the distance they had traversed before. The summit was just ahead. They absolutely could not give up. They must not die in regret at the last moment. Be careful, brother. Ing Ao has already reached the top, and he is watching you. Wang Peng, positioned below, alerted him from less than 2 meters away. With that sinister smile on his face, brother, he is likely to strike as you near the summit. Li Danyu from below also warned. I see him, you all go ahead. Suyi furrowed his brow, gazing at Ing Ao, who was looking down from the summit. Ing Ao's expression bore a treacherous demeanor, and at that moment, his smile indeed felt like a deceptive facade. If Ing Ao harbored no ill intentions, Suyi truly found it hard to believe. We will ascend first. What about you? Li Danyu inquired. Yes, brother, what will you do? Wang Peng climbed beside Suyi, expressing his concern. I have my methods. You all go ahead, and you will not be harmed. Suyi replied with a confident smile. If Ing Ao truly intended to act against him, it would undoubtedly cause collateral damage to those around him. Only by allowing his companions to ascend first could he avert any potential calamity. Then be cautious. I will go up first to shield you. Gu Changqing climbed past Suyi, quickly making his way to the summit. Chapter 53. The sinister plan succeeds below. The the younger brothers were surpassing Su Yi one by one, each offering a cautionary reminder as they passed his height. A few minutes later, Gu Changqing reached the summit. At this point, a considerable number of individuals had gathered at the top, perhaps 30 to 40 people. Wang Peng and Li Danyu followed suit, climbing to the summit while Su Yi remained below, still several dozen meters away from the peak. Below Su Yi, many others were still struggling. Unfortunately, the toxic gas had already arrived, and one by one, they were slain by the immense beasts lurking in the mist. Brother, hurry and climb. The toxic gas is not far from you. At the summit, a group of younger brothers were frantically shouting towards Su Yi on the cliff, their faces etched with worry. Having received Su Yi's care along the way, they were eager to prevent Ing Ao from acting against them by urging him to ascend first. As the toxic gas drew ever closer to Su Yi, their hearts hung in trepidation. In the final moments, they desperately wished for Su Yi to make it up. Ing Ao, why do you remain here? Are you truly waiting for an opportunity to strike at Su Yi? Gu Changqing approached Ing Ao, his expression grave. Gu Changqing, it seems you have been on good terms with him, defending him. However, rest assured, I, Ing Ao, would never take advantage of someone in peril. Ing Ao replied, wearing a cold smile as he regarded Gu Changqing. I hope your words reflect your character and that you will not take advantage of others in their time of need. Gu Changqing fixed his gaze on Ing Ao, who was known to be quite devious. Such a person could never be trusted lightly. I have stated that I would not take advantage of others' misfortunes, yet alas, this cursed fisher dares to trick me. How infuriating. Suddenly, Ing Ao slipped on a palm-sized crack beneath his feet. In the instant of his fall, he exerted force with his feet, landing squarely on the fissure. Crack. The fissure instantly widened, extending 5 or 6 meters, with the area within 2 meters of the cliff's edge becoming unstable and on the brink of collapse. Panic ensued among those in the vicinity as they hurriedly fled. A few seconds later, the entire rock shelf gave way, plummeting downwards. Ing Ao, you truly played dirty. Gu Changqing exclaimed, his face paling as he watched the rock shelf collapse, directing his fury at Ing Ao. Ing Ao's treachery was insidious and unexpected. He had executed a cunning ploy, deliberately exacerbating the ground fissure to bring down the entire rock shelf. Just beneath the collapsing shelf lay Su Yi's location. The substantial mass of rock falling from such a height could likely result in Su Yi's demise, rendering any intervention from the poisonous beasts unnecessary. With his treacherous scheme, Ing Ao had executed a devious act, leaving no time for any rescue. Brother! Brother! Wang Peng and the others cried out in desperation, their concern for Su Yi palpable. It seemed that Su Yi was in grave danger, with the rock shelf's collapse above and the toxic gas rapidly encroaching below. Even if Su Yi avoided being struck by the falling rock, he would scarcely have time to ascend. Should he fall into the poisonous zone, he would inevitably be attacked by the venomous beasts within 2 seconds. Ing Ao lingered by the fissure for over 10 minutes, persistently stomping to destabilize the rock shelf, ensuring that his target would descend with it. That man, 27 or 28, is intent on killing Su Yi, remarked another woman, heavily made up. Indeed, he truly seeks to end Su Yi. Gu Changqing glared at Ing Ao with pure indignation. How am I being treacherous? It is not my fault that the rock shelf is unstable and collapsed, leading to Su Yi's unfortunate demise. Ing Ao retorted with a self-satisfied smile. You have gone too far, Ing Ao. Gu Changqing's fury intensified, his voice rising in anger. 2 individuals had already confirmed that Ing Ao was targeting Su Yi. Before he had even arrived, Ing Ao had initiated his scheme. The force of that kick had caused the entire rock shelf to fracture and fall. Fortunately, Su Yi had urged his companions to ascend first, otherwise, many more would have suffered. In that moment, Ing Ao feigned innocence, deflecting blame onto the consequences of the rock shelf's collapse, which he had instigated. Brother, Wang Peng called out anxiously, peering down the cliff's edge. What should we do? I cannot see him. He hasn't truly fallen, has he? Li Danyu expressed his concern. The absence of Su Yi's figure amidst the enormous collapse suggested dire consequences. Li Danyu, how could you be so forgetful? After being humiliated, you have already forgotten. Ing Ao mocked, a derisive expression on his face. Didn't you ask me to seek revenge for you? Now that he has vanished, why do you worry for Su Yi, still addressing him as brother? Are you truly pathetic? Previously, Li Danyu had been fiercely beaten by Su Yi, harboring profound resentment. In his quest for vengeance, he had sought Ing Ao's assistance against Su Yi. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that Su Yi was indeed facing a grim fate, likely having plummeted alongside the rock shelf. At this moment, Li Danyu should have rejoiced, yet quite the opposite was true. Not only was he worried for Su Yi, but he still referred to him as brother. How pitiful. You are the pitiful one. Compared to my brother, you are nothing. Li Danyu glared at Ing Ao, his words dripping with disdain. Ing Ao's expression darkened, clearly displeased with Li Danyu's insults. However, the thought of Su Yi's demise brought a triumphant smile back to his face. The poisonous gas had already reached Su Yi's previous position. It was over. The gas rose swiftly, leveling with the mountain's peak within a matter of seconds. Ceasing to spread further. It was finished. Everything had come to an end. Those who had reached the mountain's summit could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Having passed the trial, 52 individuals stood atop the peak, a stark contrast to the over 300 who had entered. The survival rate was dismally low, with those eliminated already perished. To reach the summit was indeed a remarkable honor. However, in the hearts of many, Su Yi's absence represented a significant loss. Among the 52, he was undoubtedly among the elite. Regrettably, Ing Ao had orchestrated a treacherous act at a critical moment, ensuring Su Yi's downfall. You cannot truly be finished like this. Gu Chongqing murmured gravely, braving the toxic gas at the cliff's edge. Several minutes passed in silence beneath the cliff, shrouded in poisonous gas. Brother, is he really finished? How infuriating. Cursed Ing Ao. Those who had followed Su Yi were engulfed in rage. Su Yi had navigated them safely to the summit, yet he himself had not ascended. The final distance of merely 40 or 50 meters had been rendered perilous by Ing Ao's treachery. They had willingly accepted Su Yi as their leader and had no regrets about their decision. Yet now, it seemed that he might never return. Many wished to avenge Su Yi, desiring to push Ing Ao down as well. However, wishing is one thing, reality is another. In comparison to Ing Ao's strength, none of these subordinates stood a chance against him. Alas, it is truly wonderful to be alive. Ing Ao strutted among the furious crowd. A smug expression plastered across his face. Indeed, it is wonderful to be alive. Beneath the cliff, a familiar voice emerged, accompanied by a hand grasping the cliff's edge. In that instant, shock rippled through the crowd. Someone was indeed climbing back up from below, having survived several minutes in the toxic gas. For Wang Peng, Li Danyu, and the others, cheers erupted as their expressions of sorrow and anger vanished, replaced by elation. That was Su Yi's voice. He had not perished and had returned. Ing Ao's demeanor turned dark, his inner displeasure palpable. Gu Chongqing immediately positioned himself before Ing Ao, determined to prevent this treacherous individual from launching another attack on Su Yi. Another hand emerged from the cliff, and Wang Peng and Li Danyu hastily grasped it, pulling the figure up. A fully intact Su Yi stood before them, and scathed. Brother, are you all right? Wang Peng inquired with genuine concern. I am perfectly fine, but some may not fare so well. Su Yi glared at Ing Ao, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he advanced step by step towards him. Prior to the rock shelf's complete collapse, he had swiftly maneuvered down a short distance to a recessed crevice, escaping unscathed. He had clearly overheard the conversations atop the mountain, realizing that Ing Ao had acted with malice. Ing Ao aimed to use the collapse of the rock shelf to achieve his murderous intent. As Su Yi approached with evident hostility, Ing Ao's apprehension intensified. He began to gather his spiritual energy, preparing to counter Su Yi's impending strike. Literally, how did you endure in the poison for several minutes? Gu Chongqing inquired curiously. This was a question that everyone yearned for an answer to. How had Su Yi survived unscathed amidst the potent toxicity? One must understand that the poison was extraordinarily potent, and those exposed would suffer from its corrosive effects. The rules were clearly articulated. A person trapped in the poisonous gas has only 1 minute to escape the toxic zone. In other words, exceeding that minute means certain death. Yet, Su Yi remained within the noxious fog for several minutes, and now he appeared completely unharmed. More alarmingly, ferocious beasts lurked within the poisonous mist, making survival for others a daunting challenge, as most could withstand merely 10 seconds. The secret? I possessed the ability to become invisible and disguise myself. Where has he gone? At the moment Su Yi's voice fell, he vanished into thin air. No one could discern how Su Yi had suddenly evaporated like air. Everyone was utterly astonished, questioning how he accomplished such a feat of disappearance. Ing Ao grew increasingly anxious. Scanning his surroundings, Su Yi had already harbored murderous intent towards him, which was frightening enough. If Su Yi truly possessed the ability to conceal himself, the threat was magnified. Such an adversary would be nearly impossible to detect. Slap. A sharp sound echoed as Ing Ao staggered back 3 steps, a large handprint visible on his face. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Su Yi stood in the position previously occupied by Ing Ao, coldly observing him. Ing Ao wiped the blood from his mouth, glaring at Su Yi with fury. He had been humiliated by Su Yi's slap. his pride severely wounded. Even more terrifying was the fact that he had been completely unaware of Su Yi's presence. Su Yi's skill in invisibility was alarmingly potent, rendering him nearly undetectable. Indeed, it was terrifying. Not a hint of his presence could be sensed, making such an enemy formidable, as there was no means of defense or retaliation. Ing Ao was in dire straits. Su Yi was enraged, powerful, and capable of invisibility, which made him even more fearsome. Everyone marveled in shock at Su Yi's extraordinary ability to cloak himself seamlessly, rendering him undetectable. Su Yi's inherent strength, coupled with his newfound skill in invisibility, rendered him even more formidable. Faced with such a terrifying adversary, Ing Ao had no chance of victory. Chapter 56. Defeating Ing Ao Xiao Yi. Is this the skill you just mastered? Gu Changqing exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Su Yi. Su Yi's proficiency in the art of invisibility was nothing short of terrifying. This new technique must have been recently acquired. Otherwise, he would have employed it during their previous encounter with the Grey Wolf. The ability to vanish and silently eliminate foes was indeed formidable. Of course, Su Yi replied, his smile broadening as he nodded. The art of invisibility was a skill he had inadvertently activated within the poisonous gas, triggered by the system hidden within him. Under this technique, he could adapt his disguise according to environmental changes, blending seamlessly with his surroundings. His immunity to the poison stemmed from his ability to absorb and purify the toxins, thereby minimizing their impact on him while utilizing the gas to camouflage himself, becoming indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. This was precisely why the beasts within the poisonous mist had not detected him. Otherwise, he would have stood no chance against them. Ha! Ing Ao, your misfortune has arrived. For you have harmed my brother. Brother, he is the one who has wronged you. Su Yi's followers erupted with excitement. Their elder brother's skill in invisibility was so extraordinary that he could appear beside his enemies like a whispering breeze, striking them down. Ing Ao was in for a grave misfortune, having intentionally sought to harm Su Yi. Ing Ao, let us settle the score. Your intent to kill me shall not go unpunished. Su Yi's voice grew louder, tinged with mounting fury. As he uttered the last word, the crowd once again witnessed Su Yi vanish into thin air. At that moment, Ing Ao's expression turned grave, a flicker of fear igniting within him. Su Yi's mastery of invisibility was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving him utterly oblivious to its presence. With Su Yi disappearing once more to seek retribution, it was truly a waking nightmare. Slap! Another crisp sound reverberated through the air as Su Yi reappeared, striking Ing Ao with such force that he was sent flying. Ing Ao's nostrils bled, a mouthful of blood escaping him as he crashed several meters away. Alas, with no means to resist, should anyone intervene on his behalf. Ing Ao had brought this upon himself. Xiao Yunfang, you wish to intervene, and you too, Lu Qi. Gu Changqing glared at a man and woman nearby. The two were closely aligned with Ing Ao, and upon witnessing his disadvantage, Xiao Yunfang sought to assist, even calling upon the heavily made-up Lu Qi to join. He would not permit Xiao Yunfang and Lu Qi to interfere. It would be unfair to Su Yi. Su Yi's brother, spare him. Having one more enemy is worse than gaining another friend. Lu Qi smiled sweetly at Su Yi. This sister, if I desired to kill you, would you easily let me go? Asking me to spare Ing Ao is out of the question. Su Yi coldly retorted. Ing Ao had sought to take his life, and taking action was already a mortal grievance. Moreover, Ing Ao was devious. Even if he wished to show mercy, Ing Ao would not appreciate it. There was no telling when he might attempt to kill him again. Such a menace must be eradicated entirely. Su Yi moved once more, this time without employing his invisibility. Boy, if you possess the ability, do not rely on invisibility. I shall crush you. Ing Ao glared at the advancing Su Yi. Without his invisibility, Su Yi would be no match for him. Su Yi was merely at the initial stage of Lingwu, while he himself was at the mid-stage, rendering Su Yi no threat. I am not without means, and I will still kill you. Su Yi's eyes burned with a fierce killing intent as he unleashed a powerful punch. Ing Ao's face paled. The force behind Su Yi's strike was terrifying, instilling a profound sense of danger within him. Yet, it was too late to evade. He could only throw a punch in response. Crack! At the moment their fists collided, the power of the dragon elephant within Su Yi erupted, his fist resembling that of a colossal ancient dragon elephant, magnifying its might. In the blink of an eye, Ing Ao's fist shattered, blood gushing from his mouth as he was sent flying, plummeting off the cliff. No! A delayed cry of despair and indignation echoed from below the precipice. Chapter 57. The need for ruthlessness. You have killed him. Do you realize the trouble you have stirred? Xiao Yunfang glared at Su Yi with a dark expression. Ing Ao had been cast down the mountain, his fate grim, certain death awaited him. Su Yi's brother, killing him brings you no benefit. You have gone too far. Lu Qi regarded Su Yi with a cold stare. Having killed him, what do I have to fear? If I do not kill him, he will eventually come for me. Su Yi declared, a murderous aura radiating from him. Regardless of his identity, if he cannot spare my life, he must perish. The world had transformed. Tranquility was no longer. In a realm fraught with mortal peril, it was either you or I who must die. When confronting enemies, one must harbor no mercy. Those who deserve to die must be eliminated. Individuals like Ing Ao were precisely the targets that warranted execution. He had never directly provoked Ing Ao. Yet Ing Ao sought to kill him merely to satisfy a cousin. It was unfortunate that he did not perish alongside the collapsing rock formations. The one destined to die was Ing Ao. Xiao Yunfang and Lu Qi's expressions were icy, yet their hearts were tumultuous. Su Yi executed his lethal deeds with unwavering resolve. Not a flicker of hesitation in his gaze, akin to a seasoned warrior forged in the crucible of battle. Brother, the Wanfa group still holds considerable power. Should you kill Ing Ao, they will not let you off lightly. Wang Peng approached Su Yi, whispering a warning. Xiao Yunfang and Lu Qi were correct. Slaying Ing Ao would bring no advantage to Su Yi. Indeed, my brother, with Ing Ao's demise, once the Wanfa group becomes aware, it will spell trouble. Li Danyu cautioned Su Yi with a sense of concern. This is the essence of the world. Only when your fist is formidable, ruthless, and fierce will others regard you with fear. If one manifests a demeanor of timidity and hesitation, they will only be suppressed, gasping for breath, and ultimately cornered. Especially for someone like me, lacking any social standing. Once targeted, one must be ferocious and ruthless, seizing the initiative, making it clear to those with ill intentions that crossing me will result in dire consequences. Su Yi's voice resonated loudly, ensuring all present could hear. The warnings from Xiao Yunfang and Lu Qi, alongside the reminders from Wang Peng and Li Danyu, conveyed a singular message. The Wanfa group wields immense power, and a person without any backing like himself should not provoke such a formidable force. In ordinary circumstances, he might consider this perspective, but since Ing Ao had already attempted to take his life, he had little left to contemplate, lacking any support. If he were to also forfeit the last vestiges of his ferocity, he would merely be a lamb awaiting slaughter, resigned to his fate. I believe today's events will yield a fair resolution. After all, the Wanfa group will not act recklessly, especially given that Ing Ao instigated the violence first. Leaving no blame on Xiao Yi, Gu Chongqing asserted, urging Xiao Yunfang and Lu Qi not to embellish the narrative. He was concerned they might tarnish the truth and incite the wrath of the Wanfa group, genuinely placing Su Yi in peril. Indeed, it was Ing Ao who initiated the violence. My brother bears no fault. Wang Peng supported. My brother acted in self-defense, in Ing Ao's own words. He fell after flying too high. Li Danyu added. Gu Chongqing, rest assured, we shall not act recklessly. Xiao Yunfang stated coldly. Gu Chongqing and the others were anxious that he and Lu Qi might exaggerate the situation, exacerbating its severity. He was not the type to engage in such behavior, nor did he hold it in contempt. Su Yi, my younger brother, must exercise caution in future endeavors. Today's incident cannot be solely attributed to you, Lu Qi remarked. Thank you for your guidance, sister. Su Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 58. A virtual yet tangible game, it is good to know. After Lu Qi finished speaking, she turned away from Su Yi and moved to the edge of the cliff. The crowd gradually fell silent, marking a pause in the chaos surrounding Ing Ao. What lay ahead remained uncertain, a matter for the future. They waited quietly, and after half an hour, a luminous gateway appeared at the mountain's summit. All present, brimming with excitement, stepped through the portal, returning to the realm of reality. Those who reached the summit had earned the right to participate in the competition. Even among the 52, further selection would follow, with the defeated still eligible for a substantial monetary reward. Naturally, everyone hoped this would mark the conclusion of their trials. For the true reward was not merely a monetary sum, but an abundance of cultivation resources. In this era of scarce spiritual energy, resources for cultivation on Earth are exceedingly rare and precious. Ordinary practitioners typically rely on minuscule amounts of spiritual energy absorbed daily for their training. Upon passing through the portal, the 52 individuals reappeared at the summit of Xiashan. The night remained dark, yet dawn was not far off. How could this be? Were not these individuals dead on the island? How could they still be here? Though their eyes were closed, each person was breathing, clearly alive. In an instant, those who had just emerged from the portal were startled by the sight before them, mouths agape. The open space was filled with individuals, all those who had perished on the island. Of the 52 on the summit, many had been officially declared dead. Some succumbed to poison, others fell victim to beastly attacks, while a few met their end by tumbling down the mountain. The last to fall was Ng Ao. All 52 had deemed him deceased. Yet, there he stood, unharmed and intact. At this moment, Ng Ao resembled the others who had perished, appearing as if in slumber. I knew Li Yun would not joke with the lives of so many practitioners. Indeed, this was a game, a virtual yet genuine game. A smile graced Su Yi's face. In his understanding, Li Yun was not one to trivialize the lives of others. Initially, he had harbored doubts, but now clarity had dawned. Everything that transpired on the island occurred within a virtual realm. You all must be puzzled. These individuals will awaken shortly, Li Yun proclaimed. First, congratulations to the 52 outstanding individuals for successfully passing the test. Let us welcome ourselves. The 52, filled with confusion, began to applaud, celebrating their success. Moments later, all who had been asleep awakened. Every individual who stirred was more jubilant and animated than those who had passed the test, for in their subconscious, the events on the island felt palpably real. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness were all sensations indistinguishable from reality. They were the ones who had perished on the island, some meeting particularly gruesome fates. Now, discovering they were still alive, their joy was immeasurable. Li Qianbei, what is the meaning of this? Indeed, were not these individuals with closed eyes dead? Many remained bewildered by the current situation. To summarize succinctly, the moment you entered the portal, your consciousness transitioned into a virtual world, where everything you experienced felt as real as if lived firsthand, yet you were oblivious to its virtual nature. A genuine and perilous environment allowed you to confront life and death, rigorously testing your capabilities and character. However, I, Li Yun, lack the authority to let you die, nor can I locate such a place. Hence I created a virtual space to assess you. Li Yun elucidated. Chapter 59. The Guardian Alliance. The entire escapade on the deserted island was a virtual, yet authentic game. Each participant was unaware that they had entered a virtual domain, believing that their experiences on the island were genuine. Many exhaled in relief, grateful that it was merely a virtual game. Had it transpired in the real world, the consequences would have been dire. Li Yun employed a virtual yet realistic game to test every participant. In a hazardous environment, an individual's strength and character would be thoroughly revealed in the face of life and death choices. This was an examination where a virtual world replaced the real one, effectively assessing participants' abilities while preventing casualties, achieving a dual benefit. Congratulations to the 52 who successfully passed the test. You shall receive abundant cultivation resources, while those who did not succeed will receive monetary rewards. Furthermore, should you wish, you can join the reserves and one day formally become part of our ranks. Those willing to become reserve members, please step forward to register. Several assistants behind Li Yun continued the dialogue, announcing the rewards for all participants. Those who reached the summit officially passed the test and would receive ample cultivation resources provided by Li Yun. The unsuccessful participants would receive monetary rewards and the opportunity to become reserve members. The vast majority of those who did not succeed opted to join the reserves, with only a handful choosing to decline. Ng Ao. Su Yi called out to stop Ng Ao as he attempted to leave. What? Do you wish for another round? Ng Ao glared coldly at the approaching Su Yi, his anger unabated. Though it transpires within a virtual realm, the events often illuminate certain issues. However, since no one has suffered any tangible harm, let us disregard what has occurred. Su Yi approached and remarked, regarding your cousin. He acted against me at the behest of young Master Jean, with whom I harbor a mortal enmity. And so what? Ng Ao furrowed his brow and inquired. It is quite simple. I shall not spare anyone who aids young Master Jean against me. I hope you are not among them. And I sincerely wish you refrain from causing me trouble, such as attempting to take my life, lest you invoke my wrath. Su Yi's words bore a harsh edge, serving as a warning. Ng Ao remained silent, locking eyes with Su Yi for a considerable moment before choosing to depart in silence. All those who had failed left Xiaoshan, leaving behind 52 victors along with Li Yun and a few aides. Our trials have concluded. The 52 of you will be inducted as formal members, Li Yun announced. As for the specifics of your rewards, they will be determined through further contests to establish rankings and allocate corresponding cultivation resources. Li Senior, we seek to understand the nature of the faction you are incorporating us into, someone inquired. To this point, the assembly remained unaware of the nature of the faction Li Yun intended to establish. Presently, the spiritual energy of Earth is quite scant. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, it is akin to a desolate star, hardly superior to lifeless planets. However, When the spiritual energy of Earth fully revives and reaches its zenith, the landscape will alter dramatically. Extraterrestrial foes will launch extensive assaults to plunder Earth's resources. The era of comprehensive revival of Earth's spiritual energy is imminent, heralding an age of turmoil. We are forming this faction for the future, temporarily titled the Guardian Alliance. Li Yun elucidated. Chapter 60, reclining to claim first the Guardian Alliance. A force fighting for Earth. Will that day ever come? Upon finishing his statement, everyone, save for Su Yi, was utterly astonished. It sounded truly alarming. In the future, Earth will necessitate their guardianship, requiring them to fight for its sake. According to Li Yun, the complete revival of Earth's spiritual energy would not usher in prosperity, but rather conflict. Earthlings have long believed that in the vast universe, they are not alone. Other life-bearing planets exist. Li Yun has verified this notion, indicating that the extraterrestrial races appear stronger than Earthlings. It is foreseeable that a bitter struggle awaits. Yet, the implications remain somewhat chilling. Will Earth truly be invaded by extraterrestrial races? The ancients wisely cautioned against complacency, and Li Yun's words resonate with reason. Historically, instances of being overrun by foreign invaders are numerous, as demonstrated by the world wars of the last century. Su Yi was the first to speak up, fully endorsing Li Yun's perspective. He hails from the future and has already endured the horrors of such a war. The invasion of Earth by extraterrestrial races will not be for oil or natural gas, but for spiritual energy. It is a brutal incursion, leaving scorched earth and widespread lamentation in its wake. The depletion of spiritual energy will render Earth a lifeless star, devoid of all existence. Extraterrestrial races can depart in search of new planets, while Earth's inhabitants will be left to await their slow demise. Li Yun cast a glance at Su Yi, nodding in approval. Su Yi's interpretation of his words was astute and profound. To avert future warfare, preparations must commence forthwith. The others brightened, casting appreciative glances at Su Yi. They were taken aback by his high level of awareness, effortlessly grasping Li Yun's intent. Very well, dawn approaches, and before it breaks, we must conduct a preliminary ranking of your strengths to determine the final resource allocations, Li Yun stated. No one opposed the ranking. It was an inevitable outcome. In schools, academic performance is ranked, and those who excel receive greater guidance. In the realm of spiritual martial arts, the principle of matching strength with corresponding resources is even more critical. 3 full hours passed, and daylight broke as the testing concluded. Li Yun orchestrated a grand melee among the 52, where those who remained in the contest longer achieved higher rankings. Those eliminated earlier ranked lower and received diminished resources. Ultimately, Su Yi reclined comfortably to claim first place, employing his enigmatic invisibility and disguise techniques to compel the joint second-place contenders, Gu Changqing, Xiao Yunfang, and Lu Qi, to concede. In terms of realm, the 3 were mid-stage spiritual martial artists, slightly surpassing Su Yi. In terms of power, Su Yi was their equal. However, with his invisibility and disguise techniques, he outmatched them. The 3rd place was claimed by a robust individual named Bai Qiu, also a mid-stage spiritual martial artist. Despite his size, Bai Qiu moved with surprising agility, defying expectations based on his appearance. The 4th place was taken by Wang Peng, with Li Danyu in 5th. Once the rankings were established, Li Yun promptly allocated rewards. Those in the top 10 received a baseline of 100 low-grade spiritual power pills, with the first-place winner receiving an additional 10. Furthermore, they were each equipped with a spiritual artifact. The rewards decreased correspondingly for those ranked lower, with the last place still receiving 30 low-grade spiritual power pills. Spiritual power pills are classified into 4 levels: low-grade, high-grade, premium, and soul pills, with higher grades possessing more potent effects. A single premium spiritual power pill can restore a weakened peak expert to their prime state, enabling a weaker individual to leap a significant realm. Soul pills are the stuff of legend, never having truly existed. Chapter 61. A person of unprecedented excellence among all, Su Yi enjoyed the utmost comfort, reclining to secure first place. Naturally, first place entails unique privileges. Su Yi received an additional high-grade spiritual power pill, an excellent aid for spiritual martial artists striving to break through realms. Additionally, his resource allocation time is shorter every half-month compared to the monthly intervals for others. As for the spiritual artifact, it can amplify each individual's attack capabilities. However, Li Yun did not distribute them immediately. He needed to tailor each artifact to maximize its potency. Well then, our matters here are concluded. The initial selection will soon be completed across various regions nationwide, Li Yun announced. On the 15th day of the first month, all members of the Alliance will convene in the central city of Kyoto. I hope everyone arrives punctually. Is that where the headquarters is located? Indeed. The headquarters is in Kyoto. The sun has risen. You may all return now. Remember to arrive on time. There. You will witness the gathering of elite youths from across the nation, Li Yun proclaimed proudly. Everyone felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of congregating with the nation's elite. However, as dawn broke, the weary individuals, having exerted themselves throughout the night, bid farewell to Li Yun and departed Xiaoshan. Only Su Yi remained, retained by Li Yun. As the others left, only Su Yi and Li Yun remained atop Xiaoshan. I wonder why you have kept me back, Li Senior. Do you have a matter to discuss or a question to pose? Su Yi inquired, observing Li Yun's silhouette. Li Yun had retained him for a reason. Do you have any inquiries for me? Li Yun asked, gazing at the rising sun with his hands clasped behind his back. Indeed, there is something. With so many locations across the nation, why did you choose to conduct the assessment in Shaoyang? Su Yi asked directly. It was certain that Li Yun would be the inaugural leader of the Guardian Alliance. That was indisputable. Such a significant figure would not simply choose to host the provincial assessment in Shaoyang. About a month ago, on a starry night, I observed celestial phenomena and speculated that significant events were unfolding in the south, prompting me to investigate. Li Yun turned to Su Yi, his expression laden with meaning, and remarked, "It seems we are fated to cross paths. Has the senior discerned any significant occurrences?" Su Yi inquired once more. In the days that followed, I traversed various locales in the south, but found nothing noteworthy until the last day of the previous year when a purple aura descended upon Shaoyang City, compelling me to journey there. Do you comprehend? Li Yun gazed intently at Su Yi. I understand. Have you made any tangible discoveries? Su Yi nodded, pressing further. In ancient times, the arrival of a purple aura from the east was said to herald auspicious omens, with some claiming it signified the birth of a sage. Indeed, that sage is you, Li Yun declared, pointing at Su Yi's forehead. You are an extraordinary talent, unparalleled throughout the ages. What does that mean? Su Yi furrowed his brow. Could it be that Li Yun believed the omen of the purple aura was referring to him? Perhaps Li Yun had already uncovered his true identity. I have investigated your background. You lost your parents 6 years ago and chose to live independently, opting not to follow your uncle. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, we possess unique methods to monitor the emergence of every spiritual warrior. For 6 years, you did not become a spiritual warrior, and yet, instead of perishing at the hands of young Master Jean, you have become one. In less than a month, even those at the mid-level of spiritual warriors are no match for you. Under the conditions of Earth, even the most prodigious talents from realms brimming with spiritual energy would struggle, and considering the timing and location of the purple aura's descent, I surmise that the celestial phenomena heralded your arrival. Li Yun elucidated gravely. Chapter 62. Li Yun's inquiry thus. This is why you chose to preside over affairs in Shaoyang. In your eyes, I am an anomaly, a pivotal factor capable of altering certain events. Su Yi realized. No wonder Li Yun's people sought him out when he went to confront the Jean brothers. It appeared Li Yun had been investigating him for some time. Fortunately, Li Yun's interpretation of the purple aura's omen pointed to him, rather than his knowledge of Su Yi being a time traveler from the future. Furthermore, it seemed Li Yun regarded him as an important individual, having monitored his growth in advance. Indeed, I believe that one's impact on a world depends on the kind of person one is. Do you recall our first meeting? You appeared to know me, as if you were aware of the existence of the Guardian Alliance, and even referred to me as the Alliance leader. A hint of perplexity crossed Li Yun's face. Senior, are you questioning me, doubting my integrity? Su Yi's expression turned solemn as he gazed at Li Yun. Li Yun's scrutiny suggested skepticism. Their initial encounter, just days prior, revealed that his explanations might have seemed tenuous, failing to convince Li Yun. The other party now questioned how he knew of the Guardian Alliance's existence. Rest assured, I do not doubt your character. The assessments and recent events in Shaoyang indicate otherwise. I am merely curious about how you knew my name and called me Alliance leader during our first meeting. Li Yun smiled, expressing his trust in Su Yi. Aligning Su Yi with his faction was indeed a prudent choice. With Su Yi's exceptional talents, provided with adequate resources for cultivation, his growth would undoubtedly be remarkable, leading to immeasurable achievements in the future, potentially making him a key figure in the Alliance. The Guardian Alliance had yet to be formally established, beyond a few key members. No one was aware of its formation. Li Yun was simply intrigued as to how Su Yi, a newcomer to the realm of spiritual warriors, could know of his existence. Senior, there are matters I cannot explain or disclose to you. However, rest assured, I shall never betray the Alliance in this lifetime. Su Yi responded earnestly. He could not reveal to Li Yun that he was a time traveler. The world he had returned to differed from his original one, with many events altered. The people he encountered were different. Many who had not existed in his previous world now appeared in his current life. He had returned to the past, to his youth. Yet this world felt more like a parallel realm to his future. Everything here would not follow the original trajectory, leading to significant changes. Furthermore, he remained uncertain of Li Yun's true origins. Having lived a lifetime, he had learned to be cautious. Very well, I believe you. Strive onward. The future requires your strength. Li Yun observed Su Yi's sincere response with great satisfaction. He trusted his instincts and felt assured he had chosen wisely. I will indeed. The hour grows late. I must take my leave. Su Yi said as he took his leave. With matters resolved, there was no further need to linger. He was weary and in need of rest, and Li Yun had his own pressing responsibilities. Yes, return safely. And remember to come to Kyoto City on the 15th of the first lunar month. Li Yun cheerfully watched Su Yi depart. Father, do you truly not doubt him? Will you rely on him in the future? After Su Yi left, Li Kuting emerged behind Li Yun. If you suspect someone, do not employ them. If you employ someone, do not suspect them. I have faith in him. Li Yun replied. It is time to return to Kyoto. Chapter 63. The fiancé. Upon his return to the foot of the mountain, Su Yi found Gu Changqing, Wang Peng, and Li Danyu awaiting him. Elder brother, did Senior Li keep you for such an extended period? Were there significant matters to discuss? Wang Peng looked at Su Yi with eager anticipation. Su Yi had descended an hour later, undoubtedly engaged in profound discussions with Li Yun. As the foremost individual in the province, he would undoubtedly attract the alliance's attention. Of course, with an elder brother as exceptional as you, perhaps one day you could even become the alliance leader. Li Danyu exclaimed with excitement and pride. They were correct. Their elder brother had not made a mistake in his judgment. Li Yun's alliance would undoubtedly be prosperous and formidable, destined to evolve into a superpower. With Su Yi's remarkable capabilities, he would surely be a central figure in the alliance's nurturing. As Su Yi's younger brothers, their elder brother's future achievements would undoubtedly bring them glory. You two have had enough. My elder brother does not indulge in flattery. Hard work speaks volumes. Su Yi chided with a smile, reflecting on their initial encounters when they had scorned him, attempting to humiliate and belittle him. It was amusing that Li Danyu had even been bested by him in a confrontation. Just one night had passed, yet their relationship had transformed, and they had become his close allies. Elder brother speaks true. We shall diligently apply ourselves. Wang Peng and Li Danyu responded simultaneously, mimicking sincerity. By the way, why have the three of you not departed? Su Yi inquired, looking at Gu Changqing. We were waiting for you. Before leaving, we wanted to have a proper gathering in Shaoyang tonight to celebrate our acquaintance and our successful assessment, solidifying our bond as a family. Gu Changqing replied enthusiastically. That sounds agreeable, but since we have all been awake for a night, we are rather fatigued. Let us connect later this evening. Su Yi concurred. All right. I remember the Zun Huangxing Hui is your family's restaurant, Wang Peng. We shall dine there tonight, and you shall treat us. Gu Changqing said to Wang Peng. No problem. We will go to my family's restaurant and treat the brothers well tonight. Wang Peng replied with a broad smile, clearly delighted to host Su Yi on his territory. Then it is settled. Let us head back to rest. The four of them returned to Shaoyang City, their faces aglow with joy and laughter. When Su Yi arrived back at the alley, it was already 9 o'clock, and the streets had begun to bustle with life. Xiaosu, where have you been? Your fiancée has been waiting outside all morning. I had to let her in. At the staircase, Madame Fong encountered Su Yi, who had just returned, and spoke with a hint of reproach. Thank you, Sister He, for your assistance. Su Yi replied awkwardly, expressing gratitude to the middle-aged, somewhat corpulent landlady. Fiancé? Where did that come from? After a long night of labor, encountering Madame, he brought upon him a scolding, and he was perplexed by the sudden mention of a fiancé. Xiaosu, your fiancée is quite lovely, a good girl. You must cherish her and ensure she is not saddened. Do you understand? Madam, he admonished Su Yi in a manner befitting an elder. All right, Sister He. You go about your business. If I do not take care of my fiancée, who will? You need not worry. Su Yi hastily ascended the stairs, wishing to avoid further chatter with Madam He. While she was generally amiable, at times her loquacity was overwhelming. Now, feeling fatigued and confused by the sudden emergence of a fiancé, he had little inclination to listen to her lecturing. Upon returning to his modest abode, he was surprised to find the door ajar and the floor impeccably clean. The previous night, it had been strewn with peanut shells, reeking of alcohol, and in disarray. Yet now, it was spotless. In the bedroom, someone was tidying up. Lan, you've cleaned up. Su Yi called out to the figure in the room. The silhouette belonged to Yi Lan, the fiancée mentioned by Madame He. Chapter 64. A trip to Zun Huangxing, Hui, you're back. Yi Lan emerged from the bedroom, her smile radiant. I am so tired. I think I'll take a nap. Su Yi yawned and stretched. Why are you so exhausted? Did you not sleep at all last night? Yilan expressed concern. It's a long story. Please continue your cleaning while I rest. Su Yi retreated into the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed. The high intensity and perilous gathering of the previous night had completely drained him. You're quite presumptuous. Treating me like your servant. Yilan gazed at Su Yi displeased. She had arrived early, cleaned the disheveled room, and was extremely busy. Yet, upon his return, he merely dismissed her efforts without a word of appreciation. This is not the role of a fiancé. Su Yi suddenly sat up, his demeanor lazy but his tone serious. You know, Yilan's face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly looked at Su Yi. This morning, upon arriving at the small room, Su Yi was absent. After waiting all morning, she happened to meet Madame He. Hesitant to approach Madame He, fearing she might view her as a stranger and refused to open the door, she introduced herself as Su Yi's fiancée to gain entry. Presumably, when Su Yi returned, he encountered Madame He and learned of this. All right, tidy up well. Tonight I'll take you to Zun Huangxing Hui as a reward, Su Yi stated, before lying back down and drifting into slumber. Zun Huangxing Hui, a premier restaurant reserved for the affluent. Yilan gasped in astonishment, her heart brimming with joy. It was known that dining there could cost tens of thousands. A place frequented by dignitaries and the elite. Zun Huangxing Hui was often referred to as the modern imperial kitchen. Su Yi's intention to treat her to such an exquisite meal indicated his care for her in her heart. As night descended, the hurried day came to an end. When Su Yi awoke, darkness enveloped the room. In the living room, besides Yilan, there was now a man, Li Danyu. Li Danyu had just arrived to escort him to Zun Huangxing Hui, sparing Su Yi the trouble of hailing a cab. Danyu, wait a moment while I change. Su Yi called out to him. Brother, your living conditions are quite shabby. I'll send you a villa to share with your wife. Li Danyu remarked as he surveyed the modest space, shaking his head. In his eyes, Su Yi's living situation was unworthy of his brother's stature. You're mistaken. Yilan and I are merely classmates, not in the relationship you presume. Li Danyu felt a bit awkward addressing her as sister-in-law and quickly clarified. Mistaken? If she isn't a sister-in-law, who is? Everyone in the neighborhood is talking about your fiancé. Surely, I'm not misinformed. Li Danyu exclaimed, bewildered. As he inquired downstairs, everyone spoke of Su Yi's fiancé. In Su Yi's room, besides Yilan, there were no other women. If not Yilan, then who else could he refer to? You must have misheard. Yilan explained, feeling embarrassed. The neighborhood gossip was likely stirred up by Su Yi's loquacious landlady, who had spread the fabricated identity, now known by all. Chapter 65. Refused entry. You haven't misheard. She is indeed your sister-in-law. Su Yi emerged from his room, dressed and smiling, addressing Li Danyu. Did you hear that? Brother has confirmed it. Sister-in-law, you need not be shy or dispute it. Li Danyu respectfully greeted. Greetings. Sister-in-law. Su Yi, you know I'm jesting, yet you're taking it seriously. Yilan stamped her foot, feeling flustered, nearly exasperated by Su Yi. Just the other night, she had confessed her feelings, and he had been evasive, claiming he wasn't ready to consider romance. Now, however, he was earnestly affirming her fabricated identity. Do not shy away from the truth. You were the one who told others I was your fiancé. Now, everyone knows, and you must take responsibility for my reputation. Su Yi's expression shifted, appearing pitiful and somewhat aggrieved. You are truly shameless. Yilan bit her lip in frustration, her face turning crimson as her heart raced. Such brazen words from Su Yi, as if she had tarnished his innocence, and he required her to account for it. Fully aware of the situation, she felt an urge to punch him in the chest. Brother, sister-in-law speaks truth. You are indeed shameless. How else would you have won her over? I have learned much. Li Danyu chuckled. What do you mean by one? You little rascal, instead of learning the good, you only pick up the bad. Your brother does not need to deceive. Su Yi playfully chastised, playfully swatting Li Danyu on the forehead. Yes, I see my error. Brother did not deceive sister-in-law. Rather, sister-in-law was misled by brother's looks. Li Danyu added, Brother, I'll wait downstairs for you and sister-in-law. Hey, you rascal. Do you enjoy being hit by me? You must be itching for a beating. Su Yi mockingly scolded as Li Danyu hurried down the stairs. Yilan cast an annoyed glance at Su Yi by the door. Yet her heart was filled with joy. To not be abandoned by Su Yi was a form of happiness for her. It seemed that Su Yi did not mind her being his fictitious fiancé, which delighted her even more. All right, don't be upset. It's all that rascal's fault. Watch how I'll help you deal with him. Su Yi gently took Yilan's hand, saying warmly, Let us go. We'll be late if we don't hurry. Together, Su Yi and Yilan descended the stairs. boarding Li Dan Yu's luxurious blue car and departing the quaint street. Zunhuangxing Hui was located in the northern suburb of Shaoyang, a 10-minute journey to a mansion by the lake. This is a grand estate imbued with the hues of antiquity, where all the structures have been constructed in accordance with the specifications of ancient royal palaces, exuding magnificence and elegance. Li Danyu drove to the entrance and allowed Su Yi and Yi Lan to enter on their own, as he had to fetch someone else. Upon entering the estate, it felt as if one had stepped into the courtyard of a royal palace. After passing through the first grand gate and walking a short distance, one would arrive at the entrance of Zunhuangxing Hui. Sir, you cannot enter. At the entrance of Zunhuangxing Hui stood a man clad in a suit, his demeanor cold, laced with disdain and mockery, as he instructed the guards to block a man attempting to enter. I am Zhou Chuan, a friend of Su Yi, invited by him. Why can't I go in? Zhou Chuan exclaimed angrily, pointing at the suited man. Who is Su Yi? I do not know him. As the front gate manager, I am familiar with every individual who enters here. They are all esteemed VIP members, and only distinguished members are permitted entry. The front gate manager, with an air of contempt, replied, As for your claim regarding Su Yi, he is not on my VIP list. Therefore, if you wish to enter, you must apply for membership. I wonder if you have sufficient funds. If not, I suggest you leave promptly and refrain from causing a scene here. Chapter 66. A watchdog fine, just wait. Zhou Chuan's expression darkened as he stepped aside, pulling out his phone to contact Su Yi. The front gate manager was exceedingly arrogant, his expression and gaze radiating disdain and derision towards Zhou Chuan. In the eyes of the front gate manager, wealth equated to reverence, while the impoverished were to be kept at bay. Despite being invited by Su Yi for a meal, he found himself humiliated at the entrance. He was acutely aware that Zunhuangxing Hui was a playground for the affluent, where the underprivileged had no hope of entry. Su Yi was a notable figure in Shaoyang, yet the front gate manager maintained his haughty demeanor, claiming ignorance of Su Yi's identity. Just as Zhou Chuan was dialing Su Yi's number, Su Yi's voice echoed, having arrived at the entrance with Yilan. Observing Zhou Chuan's distressed countenance, Su Yi expressed his confusion. You finally arrived. This front gate manager 1T let me in. Zhou Chuan rushed forward, lamenting, You Haven T applied for membership. Non-members are not allowed inside. Oh, indeed, I have not applied for membership. Allow me to handle this. Su Yi replied with an awkward smile, feeling somewhat apologetic. He had never visited Zunhuangxing Hui before, and it was understandable that he had not obtained a membership. Moreover, he had given a portion of his modest funds to the two of them and had no intention of frequenting such establishments. This time, he had forgotten to inform Zhou Chuan of Wang Peng's name, who had extended the invitation. Hello, I am a friend of Wang Peng, who invited us here. I kindly request that you allow us entry. Su Yi politely addressed the front gate manager. Do you have enough funds to open a membership? If not, I suggest you leave and stop being an eyesore. The front gate manager scrutinized Su Yi with a condescending gaze. You seem to have misheard. I said I was invited by Wang Peng. What does having sufficient funds for membership have to do with this? Su Yi's expression darkened, his demeanor growing cold as he regarded the front gate manager. He had clearly stated that they were invited by Wang Peng, a person of some repute. Yet the manager chose to focus on the membership issue, entirely disregarding his statement. In the front gate manager's eyes, Su Yi perceived the scornful and derisive glare, as if he were beneath contempt. Of course it is relevant. In these times, there are many like you who attempt to leverage connections for free meals and drinks, yet fail to recognize their own circumstances. If you wish to mooch, at least dress appropriately. Perhaps then I might believe you. The front gate manager spoke with a pronounced tone of mockery. Zunhuangxing Hui was not a place for ordinary individuals or office workers. He had encountered many who sought to exploit connections for free sustenance, but had never met anyone dressed as poorly as Su Yi and his companions. To seek a free meal, one ought to appear presentable. Furthermore, how could a wealthy heir like Wang Peng possibly know someone as destitute as Su Yi? Oh, you look down on us because of our attire, which renders your words utterly untrustworthy. Su Yi's face broke into a cold smile as he regarded the front gate manager. The front gate manager was a quintessential snob, looking down upon them. He arrogantly proclaimed that one ought to possess self-awareness and vacate if lacking in funds. Such a front gate manager is exceedingly arrogant. You believe yourself to be of high status, yet you are merely a watchdog. Su Yi retorted with icy disdain. Chapter 67. The dog, even a dog is more esteemed than you impoverished fools. Begone. The front gate manager snapped, his countenance revealing irritation. Humiliated by the impoverished who dared to insult him, likening him to a mere watchdog, he felt a surge of indignation. Despite this, he still considered himself superior to the impoverished. You truly are something, a watchdog with such a sense of superiority. Here's your chance to let us in. Or else you might find yourself unable to even be a dog. Sui mocked. A mere watchdog, yet he held himself in such high regard, puffing up in arrogance before Sui, who genuinely was invited by Wang Peng. However, the front gate manager, with his canine-like perception, refused to believe Suyi's words. Oh, our esteemed guest has arrived. Do you have a reservation? The front gate manager, with a dismissive smile, approached a middle-aged man who had just entered. Sui and his companions turned to see the man clad in a luxurious gray suit adorned with a gold ring, exuding an air of prestige. Following him were several young women, flamboyantly dressed and heavily made up, trailing behind. Sui chuckled coldly, while Zhou Chuan shook his head, affirming that the front gate manager was indeed a dog who only recognized wealth. The manager greeted the well-dressed individual with a beaming smile, while he had ridiculed and belittled Sui and his friends. Please, you and your lovely companions may enter. Arrangements will be made for you. The front gate manager, bowing and scraping, accepted the middle-aged man's money with a servile demeanor. Can anyone enter Zun Huang Xinghui? The middle-aged man sneered, casting a derisive glance at Sui and his companions as he passed them by. This young lady should raise her standards. Associating with such unrefined paupers is beneath you. When seeking a partner, one ought to choose someone of means to avoid hardship and ridicule. The group of women mocked Yilan, hurling insults her way. Hearing their derision, Yilan felt a surge of anger. She was indifferent to the opinions of those who valued wealth above all else. She was not one to disdain the poor. You heard that? Don't embarrass yourselves here. Blame your parents for their lowly status, which has brought you down with them. The front gate manager, with a mocking expression, barked. Hurry and leave, or I'll have you forcibly removed. Who are you calling lowly? Suyi's expression turned frigid as he approached the front gate manager. I was referring to you lot. What? You look unhappy? Do you wish to fight me? I doubt you have the courage to act up here. The front gate manager boasted arrogantly. Sui, clearly angered by the manager's words, advanced towards him as if he intended to strike. In a flash, Sui closed the distance, seizing the front gate manager's hand and twisting it with force, breaking it. The manager at the front gate emitted a blood-curdling scream. His body racked with pain, veins bulging, as he collapsed to the ground in a state of utter despair. The two guards at the entrance were taken aback, their faces drained of color, astonished that someone dared to cause a commotion at Zun Huang Xinghui, especially against one of their own. However, Suyi's swift actions had instilled a sense of danger in them, rendering them momentarily hesitant to intervene. One guard rushed inside in a panic to summon assistance, while the other hurried to help the fallen manager. You broke my arm. You wretched pauper, are you seeking death? Zun Huang Xinghui will not spare you. The front gate manager spat, his face contorted in agony and fury. Sui had forcibly twisted his hand, the excruciating pain making it unbearable for him to endure such humiliation. Chapter 68. The Forbidden Scales. Did you strike too hard? Yilan exclaimed, visibly alarmed. We must leave this place at once. Even young Master Jean behaves with decorum here. Zhou Chuan urged Sui to depart. The influence of Zun Huang Xinghui was formidable. Even young Master Jean would not dare to cause a ruckus here. Sui had injured the front gate manager, and the situation had escalated. As the saying goes, one must consider the master when striking a dog. The manager, though indeed akin to a dog, was the guardian of a powerful and wealthy individual. You think you can leave after causing such a scene? You will learn what fear truly is. The manager laughed with rage. Even if I am a dog, my life is worth more than yours. With a resounding slap, Sui struck the manager, sending him flying into a pillar. Consumed by fury, Sui approached the fallen manager and seized him as one would a chick. In this world, there truly are fools like you who court death. To insult my parents as lowly, do you seek an end? With that, Sui unleashed another furious slap upon the manager's face, knocking out several teeth and causing blood to stream from his mouth. No one had the right to insult his parents or deem them as lowly beings. His anger stemmed entirely from the manager's affront to his family. Everyone has their forbidden scales, and for Sui, his parents were that inviolable boundary. Regardless of one's status, he could not tolerate the degradation of his parents, nor could he allow them to be regarded as inferior beings. If anyone were to be deemed lowly, it was the front gate manager, who possessed no dignity or honor, reduced to being the lapdog of another, even inferior to a beggar. You slander me, look down upon me, and pretend to be a nobleman before me. What audacity you possess. Another slap resounded, swelling the manager's face, blood gushing from his mouth. He, a practitioner of martial arts, was not to be compared with an ordinary person. To present oneself as a noble in his presence was an invitation to humiliation. This individual was truly audacious, creating chaos at the gates of Zun Huang Xinghui. striking one of their own. Unbelievable. That person is fierce. It remains to be seen how Zun Huangxing Hui will deal with him. Several groups entered the entrance, only to witness Su Yi assaulting the front gate manager, each one taken aback. Zun Huangxing Hui was no ordinary establishment. Causing a disturbance here would not end well. You cannot escape. Our people are arriving, huh? The manager chuckled through gritted teeth, suppressing his pain. He heard hurried footsteps approaching and assumed reinforcements were on their way. Having suffered a broken hand and a brutal strike, his resentment was profound. Do you think I fear you? I have dealt with young Master Lu. Why should I fear you, mere dog? What can Zun Huangxing Hui do to me? Su Yi threw the manager to the ground, his tone icy. You do not recognize me, do you? Or has your deluded sense of superiority blinded your eyes? Ah, indeed, he is the renowned Su Yi, though the lighting is dim, making it hard to discern. It was unmistakably him. Who else would dare to strike at the entrance of Zun Huangxing Hui? How foolish. To offend a man of wealth and status. Upon hearing Su Yi's name, those around him expressed their astonishment. The insufficient lighting had obscured Su Yi's visage. He was a figure of notoriety in Shaoyang, the very one who had brought about young Master Lu's downfall. Whispers circulated that Su Yi had enmity with young Master Jin, having once disrupted his affairs. He was a formidable individual, and anyone crossing paths with him would surely find themselves in dire straits. You are the Su Yi. The front gate manager's face drained of color, terror overtaking him. The man he had mocked was indeed the infamous Su Yi. Chapter 69. Magnanimity, you truly do not recognize me? Su Yi furrowed his brow, incredulous. The implication in the manager's words was that he genuinely did not know who he was addressing. Lord Su, please temper your anger. He only arrived in Shaoyang yesterday and does not know you. Lord Su, you are magnanimous. Do not hold it against him. A middle-aged man in traditional attire hurriedly emerged with several companions, frantically apologizing to Su Yi. The manager had been severely injured by Su Yi, and it was evident that he had provoked the young man. It was absurd that he would stir trouble with Su Yi, a man feared by all in Shaoyang. However, the manager had indeed been unfortunate. He had only just transferred to Shaoyang and was unaware of Su Yi's reputation. Let it go. This young man deserves a lesson. Teach him to recognize his betters and not to view others through the lens of canine prejudice. Su Yi remarked coldly. Quickly thank Lord Su and bow in apology. The man in traditional attire ordered the front gate manager. With Su Yi choosing not to pursue the matter further, the man felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. No need. Just send him to the hospital and inform Wang Peng to provide him with some medical expenses. Su Yi waved his hand. You are the one in charge here, correct? May I enter dressed as I am? Yes. I am the steward here. With your status, Lord Su, you are most welcome, especially as a friend of the young master. Who would dare deny you entry? The steward nodded vigorously, a bright smile adorning his face. Just moments ago, Wang Peng had called to inform him of Su Yi's arrival. Unfortunately, the call had come too late, resulting in the front gate manager's offense against Su Yi. He had not performed his duties well, and now he had to work hard to appease Su Yi. Su Yi, accompanied by Yi Lan and Zhou Chuan, entered the inner palace, drawing the envy of those behind them. The status of the young master at Zun Huangxing Hui was unparalleled. He was the son of a true financial magnate, not merely wealthy, but immensely so. For Su Yi to befriend the young master was a dream unattainable for all patrons of this establishment. What? He is truly a guest invited by the young master. The fallen front gate manager trembled with shock, regretting his actions. You, knowing he was invited by the young master, still dared to offend him. How cursed you are. The steward suddenly turned, glaring at the front gate manager. He pulled out 2 stacks of cash and tossed them onto the ground, declaring, here are 20,000. Part of it is a generous donation from Lord Su for your medical expenses, and the other part is your wages. You are fired. The front gate manager was indeed a fool. Knowing Su Yi was invited by Wang Peng, he still dared to turn him away, thus offending a distinguished guest. To offend Su Yi was to invite significant trouble, and a misstep could cost him his livelihood. Su Yi was genuinely a good person, truly altruistic. If it were me, I would not have given a single coin for medical expenses and would have struck him a few more times for his presumption. Who are we to compare to the great hero Su? He is indeed magnanimous. Young man, consider yourself fortunate to have provoked Su Yi rather than young Master Jin. Otherwise, you would not witness the dawn of tomorrow. As for compensating your medical expenses, do not even entertain such thoughts. The onlookers praised Su Yi for his magnanimity, helping the front desk manager, who had offended him, to acquire some medical funds. Simultaneously, they mocked the front desk manager for mistaking Su Yi's simple attire for that of a pauper, leading to his misfortune. Thank you, Master Su. The front desk manager, dragging one hand, picked up the 20,000 on the ground, weeping in regret. Indeed, his disdainful gaze had led to this tragic outcome. Chapter 70. An encounter with danger. Su Yi and his companions traversed a garden and arrived at the grand hall of Zun Huang Xinghui. The hall was bustling with guests, creating a lively atmosphere. Master, you have quite a number of patrons here. Su Yi mused as he surveyed the vibrant scene. Master Su, you flatter us. This is Hall 1, and there's another behind it. The host eagerly introduced. Is Wang Peng here yet? Su Yi nodded, feeling even more astonished. The hall contained a dozen or so tables, with another hall in the back. Coupled with various private rooms, the daily revenue of Zun Huang Xinghui was substantial. The young master will arrive shortly. Please, you three, take a seat in the private chamber at the back, the host instructed. Very well, lead the way. After walking a few paces, Su Yi halted and inquired, by the way, a group of women and a man entered before me. Where are they now? What? Did those individuals offend Master Su? The host asked nervously. Whether they were his subordinates or mere diners, offending the young master as friends warranted serious attention. Perhaps. Go find out where they are? Su Yi replied with a faint smile. Understood. I will escort you to the private chamber first, the host solemnly responded. It seemed Su Yi was indeed keen on addressing that group, as the humiliation of the young master as friends required serious resolution. The host led Su Yi and his companions to a 3-story loft before hastily departing to investigate the whereabouts of the group Su Yi mentioned. The loft was perched on a cliff several meters high, offering a panoramic view of the estate. Under the night sky, Zun Huang Xinghui appeared stunning. Were it not for the clamor of diners, it could easily be mistaken for a royal palace. I see you have a knack for inviting us to dine here. Turns out you know the young master. Zhou Chuan exclaimed, gazing out at the nightscape with admiration. Su Yi possessed wealth, yet it was a different kind of affluence that did not align with true aristocracy. Moreover, Su Yi had given him and Yi Lan 100,000. And considering his own expenses, it seemed inadequate for dining at Zun Huang Xinghui. The cost here was exorbitant, with even a modest meal exceeding 100,000. He found it perplexing that Su Yi invited him to dine here without a membership, knowing the young master was far more prestigious than mere membership. By the way, that Li Dan you mentioned gifting you a villa, his family must be quite wealthy. When did you become acquainted with so many affluent young masters? Yi Lan inquired with curiosity. Su Yi's connection to the young master of Zun Huang Xinghui was that of a true financial magnate. Tonight, the incoming Li Dan Yu was also affluent, promising to gift a villa for her and Su Yi. Yi Lan was intrigued as to when Su Yi had befriended such wealthy scions. That was just last night. Li Dan Yu's family is in real estate, so gifting a villa is no burden. Su Yi replied with a proud smile. His two companions were genuinely impressive, both children of wealthy families. Last night, after I got drunk, you went out and mingled, meeting them. How could I have gotten so intoxicated and missed such a splendid opportunity? You have truly risen to prominence. Zhou Chuan exclaimed, tugging at Su Yi in regret. Last night, he had encountered misfortune, which Su Yi had resolved for him. After getting drunk at Su Yi's place, he had fallen asleep in a daze. Had he not been intoxicated, he too could have met these wealthy young lords alongside Su Yi. What is there to be excited about? Pathetic. I know the heir to the Gu group. Should you not be lamenting your misfortune? Su Yi scoffed at Zhou Chuan. What? The heir to Gu group, the top enterprise in the province? The heavens are indeed unjust. How can you casually know so many wealthy offspring? Zhou Chuan feigned a sorrowful expression, lamenting his fate. All right. It's not as if I brought you here for nothing. They will arrive shortly, and you will have the chance to meet them. Su Yi gently pushed Zhou Chuan's hand away. You truly are fortunate to know so many people. Yi Lan beamed with a sweet smile, expressing her delight. Su Yi's acquaintances among the affluent would undoubtedly prove beneficial for the future. Master Su. At that moment, the host returned once more. What is the news? Have you located them? Su Yi queried the host. Master, I found them. They are in the small private room by the lake. The host pointed to a small loft near the lake, stating, I took a look. There was no one inside. Is that so? Could they have left? Su Yi furrowed his brow. They shouldn't have. The staff at the entrance did not see them leave. The host replied, All right, you may go now. Su Yi said quietly, What is troubling you? They merely mocked you a bit. It's not a big deal. Yi Lan approached Su Yi, puzzled. Those few women and the man only passed by and made some remarks. They are not as egregious as the front desk manager. Su Yi was not the type to hold grudges over such trivial mockery. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Never mind. I'll make a call to see when they arrive. Su Yi smiled faintly at Yi Lan, retrieving his phone from his pocket. Beep, beep, beep. As he pressed the numbers on the screen, a sudden sound erupted from above. 2 white streaks shot from the lakeside. The arrows, glowing with a white light, flew with incredible speed, generating flames from their friction with the air. Danger, danger, get down. As Sui pressed the final digit, the system emitted a warning, and he sensed the anomaly. He quickly threw himself onto Yilan, cushioning her fall as he landed on the loft floor. Boom. The two arrows sliced past Su Yi's back, embedding themselves into the beam above. The tremendous force caused the beam to explode, creating a massive hole in the ceiling. What is happening? Where did the explosion occur? What is going on? The sudden blast drew the attention of everyone in the estate, and many exhibited signs of panic. What on earth is happening? Zhou Chuan cried out in fear as he crouched on the ground, looking to Su Yi for answers. We must flee. The loft is collapsing. Su Yi scooped up the frightened Yilan in one arm, while grasping the panicked Zhou Chuan with the other, leaping from the side of the loft. Chapter 71. Under lockdown look, someone is jumping down. As the loft atop the cliff crumbled, a cloud of dust rose. Just before the loft collapsed, many witnesses saw individuals leap from its heights. Fortunately, the jumpers chose the back of the cliff, where the slope was gentler, and there was abundant flora to cushion their descent, minimizing potential injuries. Had they leapt from the front edge of the cliff, they would have surely faced severe consequences. Are you both all right? Su Yi inquired with concern for Yilan and Zhou Chuan. I'm fine, Xiao Su, but what on earth happened? Someone detonated a bomb and collapsed the loft. Zhou Chuan's face still bore the marks of terror. The scene had been exceedingly perilous. He had never encountered anything like it in his life. Had it not been for Su Yi's swift actions in rescuing them, the consequences of the loft's collapse would have been unimaginable. That was not a bomb, it was an arrow, Su Yi stated solemnly, gazing intently at the fallen structure. Can arrows possess such power to bring down a loft? Zhou Chuan exclaimed in shock, having initially assumed it was a bomb. That was intended to kill me. A cruel smile appeared on Su Yi's face as he remarked, they are truly relentless. Who exactly wants you dead? Yilan asked anxiously, her worry for Su Yi evident. The arrows had indeed been terrifying. Had it not been for Su Yi's timely protective maneuver, one would have struck her. Given the destructive power that could even topple a loft, one could only imagine the terror it embodied. Those arrows were meant to kill Su Yi, Yilan thought, her concern for his safety growing. No need to worry, I can handle this. Su Yi gently stroked Yilan's cheek and continued. If I do not send you both away, danger may loom. The arrows had been shot from the direction of the cliff, towards the lakeside. The fact that one arrow was aimed directly at Yilan indicated that the assailant had targeted either her or Zhou Chuan. The intent was likely to restrain him, making him vulnerable to their attempts on his life. The mountain they were hiding behind was rather small. Once they stepped out of cover, they would be exposed to the attackers by the lake. He had little concern for himself, but he feared for Yilan and Zhou Chuan, who might become targets. What should we do? Zhou Chuan asked anxiously. Just wait. Do not move. I will go take a look. Su Yi instructed them to stay put as he stepped outside. Whoosh. The moment he emerged, two arrows swiftly shot towards him from the lakeside. The incredible speed and immense power were evident as sparks illuminated the night sky. In that instant, Su Yi hurriedly dodged, the arrows whizzing past him. The tremendous force from the arrows created a slight sting on his face. Boom. The arrows struck a large stone nearby, causing it to explode into countless fragments. Another explosion. What on earth is that? It does not resemble a cannonball, yet its power is astonishing. The onlookers 100 meters away were left speechless by the spectacle. Flames erupted in the air as the stone shattered, creating a breathtaking scene. People were bewildered, not knowing what they were witnessing. It was not a cannonball, yet the might was terrifying. Who dares cause trouble within the Zun Huang Xinghui? A furious voice echoed in the air. The crowd beheld a middle-aged man with white hair striding purposefully towards the collapsed loft. Quickly, seal off this area and escort the guests to safety. Meanwhile, the owner summoned a group of specially attired individuals to secure the vicinity. Chapter 72. Taking matters into one's own hands soon. The authorities from Zun Huangxing Hui arrived to cordon off the area. Other diners were escorted away to ensure their safety. Su Yi, are you all right? The owner hurriedly approached Su Yi, visibly anxious. He had never anticipated that someone would commit murder within the Zun Huangxing Hui, especially targeting Su Yi. It was already a grave offense to kill within the establishment, let alone when the target was a friend of Wang Peng. Should anything happen to Su Yi, the owner would face dire consequences. I am fine. I entrust you to look after my two friends, Su Yi nodded, addressing the owner. Su Yi, do not go out. We have Mr. Tai Bai from Zun Huang to deal with those assassins. The owner urged, wishing to prevent Su Yi from taking further risks. If anything were to happen to him, the trouble he would face upon Wang Peng's return would be immense. Besides, with Mr. Tai Bai from Zun Huang taking action, Su Yi need not involve himself. These people are here to kill me. Thus, I must confront them personally. However, if your Mr. Tai Bai wishes to intervene, I have no objections, Sui declared resolutely. The assassins had come specifically to kill him, and he would not stand idly by. He must eliminate them himself. Since you are so determined to take action, I have no objections. However, these assassins are targeting you and are attacking from the lakeside. Is it possible they are those few women and the man? The owner speculated. That seems likely. Ensure you protect those two well. Sui nodded and made his way towards the lakeshore where Mr. Tai Bai was. The arrows had originated from the loft by the lake, where he had instructed the owner to investigate the group that had entered. He had sensed something amiss when he first encountered that group at the entrance, which was why he remained vigilant to ascertain their intentions. Unfortunately, their actions had been swift. They had struck shortly after ascending the loft. Come out quickly. If you dare to kill within the Zun Huang Xinghui, do not hide. Mr. Tai Bai's voice rang out with cold fury as he glanced at the approaching Sui. To dare create such chaos within Zun Huang Xinghui and resort to murder was a bold move. Such audacity was truly remarkable. However, these individuals were clearly after Sui, which posed a significant headache for him. Sui had only just arrived at Zun Huang Xinghui when he became the target of a long-range assassination attempt. This demonstrated the unwavering resolve and confidence of those seeking to kill him, bold enough to act within the establishment. Alas, they had ultimately failed. 2 consecutive long-range attacks had missed their mark. The aura of the assassins had already been locked onto him. Escape was impossible. Mr. Tai Bai, allow me to handle this, Sui politely suggested. Though the incident had unfolded within Zun Huang Xinghui, Mr. Tai Bai, as a skilled individual within the establishment, was entitled to deal with the assassins. However, Sui preferred to resolve the matter himself, wishing to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude. Very well, since you insist. Take it upon yourself to deal with these would-be assassins, Mr. Tai Bai replied. Should you require assistance, feel free to ask. Thank you, Mr. Tai Bai, I will manage. Sui's smile faded, replaced by an icy demeanor as he directed his gaze towards the loft by the lake. Come out, if you wish to kill me. Do so openly. There is no need for such cowardly tactics. Haha, you are quite fortunate. Such a covert ambush, yet you remain alive. A middle-aged man emerged from the loft by the lake. Chapter 73. Sent by young Master Jean, is that really the person we met at the entrance? Along with several female assassins? Zhou Chuan exclaimed in astonishment as he recognized the man. The middle-aged man was indeed the same individual they had encountered earlier. Who would have thought he was among those seeking to kill Sui? The several women had yet to appear. Were they lurking in the shadows? Yilan's expression was filled with concern as she observed the situation by the riverside. Alongside the middle-aged man were indeed several women, but the latter had yet to reveal themselves. No worries, we have already sealed off this area. Not a single bird can escape. With Mr. Tai Bai present, we can capture them all, assured the Dongju. To dare to incite trouble at the Zun Huang Xinghui, and even to kill, is truly a death wish. Despite the Dongju's assurance, Yilan and Zhou Chuan remained deeply concerned about Sui's safety. The inexplicable emergence of a group intent on assassinating Sui was indeed perilous and terrifying. You possess quite the audacity to attempt to kill me here at the Zun Huang Xinghui. You truly seek your own demise, Sui coldly remarked, fixing his gaze on the middle-aged man who stepped forward. This individual was indeed bold. Of all places, he chose to act at the Zhang Xinghui. The Wang Peng family also holds considerable influence, perceived by the world as a wealthy clan. However, in this era of spiritual energy revival, these affluent families no longer solely pursue riches. They are also very much enamored with the world of spiritual warriors. Within the Zun Huang Xinghui, there are certainly formidable spiritual warriors present. The middle-aged man was not oblivious to this fact, yet he still dared to strike, which only proves his willingness to risk his life to kill Sui. Haha, my intent has always been to eliminate you. Otherwise, I would face death upon my return. What is there to fear? The middle-aged man sighed. Our plans were initially progressing smoothly, but your heightened awareness caught us off guard. Alas, it is regrettable that the previous 4 arrows failed to take your life, forcing me to reveal my true form to eliminate you. Their plans were meticulously crafted to ensure a stable kill of Sui without detection. However, they severely underestimated him. He had already sensed something amiss, displaying extraordinary vigilance. Now, surrounded by the people of Zun Huang Xinghui, their escape was utterly impossible. The only option left was to confront Sui directly to fulfill their mission. You possess quite the audacity. I surmise you have some background. If I am not mistaken, you are assassins sent by young Master Jean, Sui expressed with a hint of admiration for the middle-aged man. What makes you think we are sent by young Master Jean? How did you come to suspect our identities? The middle-aged man inquired. Quite simply, thus far, the person most eager to see me dead is young Master Jean. You are not the first batch of assassins sent to kill me, Sui replied. As for how I deduced your identities, that is a secret. Ever since he eliminated young Master Lu, young Master Jean had upgraded his treatment towards him. The previous blonde assassin had already been a spiritual warrior, but his low cultivation level led to his demise. When he encountered the middle-aged man's group at the entrance, the system had already alerted him to the approach of life forms with spiritual energy fluctuations and provided an analysis of them. The system's analysis revealed that the middle-aged man and several women were in the early stages of spiritual warriors. The sudden appearance of multiple spiritual warriors was not inherently unusual. However, the recent conclusion of the Provincial Martial Spirit Conference made it suspect. Li Yun had once mentioned that not every invited individual attended, leaving a small portion absent. Spiritual warriors without influential backgrounds found it nearly impossible to meet more spiritual warriors. After all, spiritual warriors remain relatively mysterious, and many are unaware of the spiritual warriors in their midst. Encounters between martial artists and spiritual warriors are also quite rare. The abrupt appearance of the middle-aged man and his companions, all being spiritual warriors who were not seen at the conference, certainly drew his attention. Furthermore, given that young Master Jean had previously dispatched assassins who failed, it was only logical for him to send more, which heightened Su Yi's vigilance. Fortunately, his suspicions were well-founded, as otherwise, the situation for Yi Lan and Zhou Chuan would have been unimaginable. Very well, your intellect is indeed sharp. Indeed, we are assassins sent by young Master Jean to kill you, Su Yi. Prepare to meet your end. The middle-aged man declared with a fierce expression. To kill me? You really think you can? Su Yi scoffed. And as for the other few sisters, no need to hide. Come out. He regarded the group of assassins with disdain, knowing that with Mr. Tai Bai by his side, their attempt on his life would be exceedingly difficult. You are quite arrogant. One of us is sufficient to kill you. A woman suddenly emerged from the shadows, launching an attack on Su Yi. Her movements were nimble, akin to a gentle breeze, as she swiftly closed the distance between them. With a cold smile upon her face, she brandished a small knife, its edge glimmering as she aimed for Su Yi's throat. In the safety zone, Yi Lan and Zhou Chuan clenched their fists, feeling a surge of tension and concern. Meanwhile, Su Yi wore a serene smile, unperturbed, remaining perfectly still. Seeking death, the woman exclaimed with a triumphant laugh. Su Yi stood motionless, seemingly naive enough to believe he could withstand her assault. In that instant, the blade in her hand radiated an intense brilliance, akin to a sun in the night, blindingly bright. Concurrently, the knife's power surged, unleashing several beams of light that sealed off all of Su Yi's escape routes, with the blade now just inches from his throat. Such trivial skills. How dare you flaunt them? Su Yi expressed with a tone of derision. As he spoke, his fists moved with the force of a dragon, shattering the incoming knife beams. Just as he dispelled the knife beams, the woman, knife in hand, had approached him, the blade mere inches from his throat. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, filled with disdain and murderous intent. The woman felt a peculiar curiosity. As she was on the verge of success, Su Yi's gaze seemed oddly unsettling. But at the very moment her knife was about to make contact, the figure before her vanished into thin air. Stunned, the woman was left reeling as her attack missed its mark, her heart racing with fear and confusion. How could Su Yi simply disappear? Everyone observing Su Yi's sudden vanishing was astounded. How could a living person just vanish? The woman's expression turned grave as she cautiously scanned her surroundings. Su Yi would not disappear without reason. He would surely reappear to launch a counterattack. Such an attack would be deadly, as she had no idea where Su Yi was hiding, leaving her with no means to counteract. Facing this perilous situation, any misstep could lead to her demise at Su Yi's hands. The middle-aged man, too, felt the weight of the moment, uncertain of how to proceed. Su Yi's composed demeanor in response to his companion's attack was unnerving. The thought of his sudden disappearance was terrifying. Suddenly, from behind a nearby rock, a flurry of arrows shot forth like lightning, streaking through the night with tremendous power. The arrows struck with a deafening impact, causing several figures to burst apart, limbs falling into the lake with a resounding splash. How is this possible? You have killed the others. The middle-aged man seethed with anger, glaring at Su Yi, who now stood where his own comrades had once been. The once hidden Su Yi, rather than attacking the woman who had just assaulted him, had taken down her hidden companions, an unexpected turn of events. Su Yi had seized the bow and arrows, swiftly dispatching the remaining hidden partners. For Su Yi, a profound sense of fear now enveloped him. Not only could he vanish into thin air, but his strength was formidable. They had grossly underestimated his capabilities. And the middle-aged man was beginning to perceive the looming crisis. How could it be possible? You are far too weak to think you can kill me with your meager skills as fledgling practitioners in the early stages of Lingwu, Sui declared, seizing the woman beneath his foot and fixing his gaze on the middle-aged man. Chapter 75. Breach of Trust, Total Annihilation. Young Master Jin had greatly underestimated him by dispatching merely a handful of early-stage Lingwu practitioners to eliminate him. It was akin to sending sheep into the jaws of a tiger. At his current level of strength, he would only feel pressure from those who had attained the pinnacle of Lingwu. However, to kill him was a formidable challenge. Only a master at the great perfection of Lingwu would stand a chance, and he would undoubtedly be defeated. Sister, Su-yi, release my sister immediately, or I shall have you torn to shreds. The woman who had attacked Su-yi glared at him furiously. Her ambush had failed to kill him, resulting instead in the deaths of several companions and the capture of her sister, placing them in grave peril. Oh, so she is your sister. The one who nearly shot me and my friend. Su-yi remarked coldly. I intend to kill her. Can you prevent me? With that, he hurled the woman into the sky. Drawing back his bow, a shaft of condensed spiritual energy was affixed to the iron arrow, tearing through the void and soaring toward the airborne woman. The arrow descended like a comet, ruthlessly piercing her heart. The tremendous force caused her chest to explode, leaving a gruesome cavity. Thud! A bloodied corpse fell to the ground, staining it red. No. The woman clutched a small dagger, crying out in anguish, filled with both despair and rage. Her sister had been slain before her very eyes. Sui, I will kill you, she screamed in a fit of madness. Resembling a frenzied tigress, her face twisted with fury. With her sister's death fresh in her mind, her heart brimmed with an ocean of rage towards Sui. You have no opportunity left. The instant her furious words fell, Sui blurred past her. A flash of light sliced through her throat, leaving a slender crimson line. A drop of blood fell from Su-yi's dagger, landing on the ground. Following that, a torrential spray of red erupted. The woman, her face etched with terror and despair, collapsed. Su-yi's speed was astonishingly swift, his strength overwhelming. She was no match for him, unable to avenge her sister, and was instead slaughtered by Sui. Is this still the Sui I know? Zhou Chuan stood aghast, a flicker of fear crossing his pale face. He had witnessed the entire process of the killings, and the scene was too horrifying for him to bear. Youth, this is the world of Lingwu practitioners, a realm far more brutal than that of ordinary people. The owner of the estate remarked calmly to the visibly shaken Zhou Chuan. Such a Su-yi is commendable. At least he possesses the strength to protect himself from being killed. Yilan, suppressing her discomfort, praised Su-yi. The young lady speaks wisely. Only with strength can one survive. Had Master Su not been powerful enough, you would have perished in the loft. The owner stated. Only one remains. It will soon come to an end. At the lakeside, the middle-aged man's face was a mask of terror, utterly unmasked. Su-yi was truly formidable, extraordinarily powerful. In mere minutes, all his companions, save for him, had perished at Su-yi's hand. Do you wish to live? Su-yi inquired, his icy demeanor unyielding as he advanced step by step toward the middle-aged man. If you wish to survive, reveal young Master Jin's whereabouts. The middle-aged man felt the intense heat emanating from Su-yi, retreating in fear. But behind him lay a lake, leaving him with no avenue of escape. As he beheld Su-yi approaching like a harbinger of death, his heart raced with dread. He understood that any act of resistance would surely lead to his demise. If I disclose young Master Jin's location, will you truly spare my life? The middle-aged man stammered, trembling. If you remain silent, death is your only fate. Su-yi raised his dagger, the murderous intent palpable. He was desperate to uncover young Master Jin's whereabouts, for the vendetta had become a deep-seated grudge within him. Without avenging young Master Jin, his heart would find no peace, nor could he atone for the lives lost in this world. Very well. With Master Tai-bai as a witness here, I shall divulge the information if you spare me. The middle-aged man called upon Master Tai-bai for validation. Agreed. Sui nodded. Speak, and I shall bear witness. Master Tai-bai responded with a stoic expression. He is in Fengtian City in Hanzhou. The middle-aged man declared. Excellent. You may now die? Su-yi's figure moved like a specter, lunging at the middle-aged man and driving the dagger into his heart. You said you would spare me. The middle-aged man's face contorted in anguish, unable to fathom Su-yi's treachery. The distance between them was a mere 2 meters, and the sudden strike left him no time to react. I did say so, but you were foolish enough to actually believe it. All who seek to kill me must die. Rest easy. I shall avenge you against young Master Jin. Su-yi's voice fell as he thrust the dagger deeper, shattering the middle-aged man's heart, blood gushing forth and splattering onto Sui. The middle-aged man collapsed, his eyes wide open, unable to close them in death. Your strikes are indeed ruthless, leaving no mercy. He even stated he would kill him. Master Taibai observed Sui with a calm demeanor. Even if I had spared him, I believe your esteemed Royal Star Association would have executed him, Master Taibai. Sui replied, this assassination is no ordinary matter. I intend to investigate thoroughly and hope for your cooperation. Chapter 76. Thorough Investigation of Assassins. You wish to investigate thoroughly. Do you suspect there are still assassins within the estate? Master Taibai looked at Sui in astonishment. Sui had dispatched so many individuals. Logically, all assassins should have been eliminated. It seems one is still missing. Sui remarked, adopting a vigilant expression. Understood. I shall consult with the estate owner to investigate and see if anyone appears suspicious. Master Taibai nodded repeatedly. Indeed, as Sui suggested, if one assassin remained, it warranted a thorough investigation. Young Master Jin's audacity to send people to the Royal Star Association to kill was utterly reprehensible. To preserve the reputation of the Royal Star Association, the last assassin must be located and dealt with. Master Taibai left some individuals to handle the corpses while he and the estate owner personally headed to the gathering area to check if anyone exhibited abnormal behavior. This is strange. All the assassins should have been eliminated by you. How can there still be one that slipped through the cracks? Zhou Chuan, approaching, remarked to Sui. His experience of humiliation at the entrance was etched in his memory. He distinctly recalled the number of assassins he had encountered. The individuals Sui had slain matched the count he had seen at the entrance. No more, no less. How could Sui claim that one assassin was still at large and require the Royal Star Association to investigate? Do not make a fuss. I have my own plans. Sui gestured for silence to Zhou Chuan. Zhou Chuan smiled, instantly comprehending. Sui had other intentions and strategies. His claim of a missing assassin was merely a pretext. I care not for your thoughts. Look at yourself, covered in blood. Are you injured? Yilan was unconcerned with the number of assassins that had fallen. Her only concern was whether Sui had sustained any wounds. Blood adorned Sui's body, creating a rather terrifying sight. It was crucial for her to ascertain his condition. Otherwise, her heart would remain restless. I am fine. There is nothing to worry about. This is all the blood of the assassins. I haven't lost a drop myself. Sui reassured her with a gentle smile. A handful of initial-stage Lingwu assassins could hardly inflict any harm upon him. Yilan's concern was somewhat excessive. Yet it warmed his heart to know that a woman cared for him, perhaps the first after his deceased mother. Thank goodness you're safe. Yilan's eyes glistened with tears. The previous perilous situation had been faced solely by Sui, while she could do nothing but hide behind him. Brother, are you all right? An anxious voice broke through the moment. Wang Peng, Li Danyu, and others had arrived. Wang Peng and Li Danyu rushed over, followed closely by Gu Chongqing and Li Yi. Among the four, Wang Peng appeared the most anxious, filled with worry and even anger. The Zun Huangxing Hui was Wang Peng's domain. Yet Sui had been targeted by assassins here. Brother, as long as you're unharmed, that's all that matters. Wang Peng exclaimed with a relieved smile. Sui was unharmed and safe. For Wang Peng, the fact that his elder brother had been attacked by assassins in his territory was a matter of great shame. Had Sui been injured, he would have felt unbearable guilt. Those damned assassins were said to have been sent by young Master Jin, a scoundrel growing increasingly arrogant. We must hunt him down, Li Danyu declared vehemently. This was not the first time young Master Jin had dispatched men to kill Sui. His audacity had escalated, bordering on reckless abandon. Calm down. Do not be too agitated. I have my own plans, Sui said, patting Li Danyu's shoulder to ease him. As long as Xiao Yi is unharmed, a group of insignificant shrimp dares to come here to kill. Young Master Jin is clearly misinformed. Gu Chongqing remarked calmly. Young Master Jin's ignorance of Sui's true strength led him to send mere initial-stage Lingwu assassins. It was, indeed, an impossible endeavor to take Sui's life with such lowly adversaries. However, young Master Jin's ignorance was only temporary. He would eventually discover that Sui surpassed his expectations. At that point, young Master Jin would likely refrain from targeting Sui, for even he was merely at the pinnacle of the Lingwu realm, unless he resorted to summoning formidable forces to eliminate Sui. Thank goodness you are well. Li Yi approached with a smile, greeting Sui and noticing Zhou Chuan and Yilan beside him. Two junior brothers and sisters are here as well. Yilan and Zhou Chuan smiled in response, acknowledging him. These are my classmates, Yilan and Zhou Chuan, Sui introduced. Gu Chongqing, Wang Peng, Li Danyu. Zhou Chuan said excitedly. It is a pleasure to meet you all, and I hope to be in your good graces in the future. Yilan expressed a hint of apology. I am sorry for any trouble we may have caused during our first meeting. What are you saying, sister-in-law? We failed to ensure the safety of our brother and sister-in-law. It is we who should apologize. Li Danyu nudged Wang Peng, reproaching him. Wang Peng, your brother and sister-in-law encountered danger in your territory. And yet you do not offer a proper apology. Brother, sister-in-law was frightened. It shall not happen again. I will personally handle it. Wang Peng bowed deeply, sincerely apologizing. He truly felt the need to express his remorse for the danger faced by Su Yi and his future sister-in-law. Yilan's cheeks flushed as the two referred to her as sister-in-law repeatedly. She felt slightly embarrassed. Su Yi had not formally acknowledged her identity, which indeed left her feeling somewhat flustered. Nevertheless, she did not mind Wang Peng and Li Danyu's address. It warmed her heart. Wang Peng, do not leave just yet. I must ask you, who did you inform of our dinner here? Su Yi called out to Wang Peng, who was about to depart. I merely mentioned it to Mr. Tai Bai. You all were informed only after you arrived, and then I spoke with the host. What? Is my brother suspecting that Mr. Tai Bai or the host has leaked information about Zun Huang Xinghui? Wang Peng queried. Are you suspecting Mr. Tai Bai or the host of leaking information? Li Yi asked. Looking at Su Yi, not suspecting, it is certain, Su Yi affirmed. Only a few knew they were dining at Zun Huang Xinghui. Yet the assassins were able to locate it and launch an attack. To find Zun Huang Xinghui and know their precise location. Especially to strike shortly after they entered the loft. It was implausible that the assassins could execute such a precise ambush without an insider. Mr. Tai Bai is a distant relative of mine and would not conspire with young Master Jean. As for the host, he has served our family for over a decade and would not collude with young Master Jean. Wang Peng exclaimed in astonishment. There are no absolutes. What if it was Ying Ao? I wanted to use this opportunity to help you resolve any lingering resentment with him, so I mentioned our gathering here. Gu Changqing said, his expression grave and apologetic as he gazed at Su Yi. Ying Ao is very likely involved. On the deserted island, he attempted to kill my brother. Li Danyu expressed his fury. He dares to stir trouble on our Wang family's territory. Does he think us easy prey? Wang Peng clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. On the deserted island, Ying Ao had deliberately attempted to kill Su Yi at a critical moment. Unfortunately, his plan had failed, and he ended up in dire straits, tumbling down a cliff. What began as a matter in a virtual world had now transcended into reality, with Su Yi having planned not to hold Ying Ao accountable. Little did he know that Ying Ao had not forgotten the humiliation suffered in the virtual world and had aligned himself with young Master Jean to eliminate his brother. The assassins had targeted Zun Huang Xinghui within the territory of the Wang family. While Ying Ao may have conspired with young Master Jean, the assassins knew their precise location and struck before their arrival. Without someone from Zun Huang Xinghui leaking information, they could not have executed such a precise operation. Su Yi reasoned. That makes sense. I shall investigate whether Mr. Tai Bai and the host have any connections to Ying Ao, Wang Peng said with a serious demeanor. Ultimately, issues had arisen within Zun Huang Xinghui. If Gu Changqing had mentioned their gathering to Ying Ao, it was highly probable that he was involved and that young Master Jin's men had learned of it. Additionally, the assassins had intimate knowledge of Su Yi's movements, knowing he would appear in the loft near the small cliff, and had ambushed him at the lake below in advance. These signs indicated the presence of informants within Zun Huang Xinghui, likely one of either Mr. Tai Bai or the host, as only the two were privy to Su Yi's visit. While Mr. Tai Bai and the host might not have any ties to young Master Jean, they could very well have connections to Ying Ao. Ying Ao may have a connection with Jean Gongzi, which could have led to tonight's assault. Pengzhi, I have made some discoveries. Just as Wang Peng decided to investigate Mr. Tai Bai and the Zhuang Master, Mr. Tai Bai had already made some findings and hurried over. Uncle Tai Bai, what have you discovered? Wang Peng inquired with a skeptical expression, gazing at Mr. Tai Bai. Just as he was about to investigate Mr. Tai Bai, the man arrived. Deep down, Wang Peng harbored doubts about Mr. Tai Bai's willingness to assist outsiders. However, for the sake of his elder brother Su Yi, he felt compelled to comply. Look, this is the surveillance footage from outside my door. At the time you called me this morning to say you would bring Su Yi and the others for dinner, the Zhuang Master was standing outside. Mr. Tai Bai proclaimed as he displayed the footage on a tablet for the group to see. Su Yi and the others focused on the tablet screen, clearly observing the Zhuang Master outside the door, ear pressed against it, seemingly eavesdropping on the conversation within. As Mr. Tai Bai had stated, this coincided with the moment he received Wang Peng's call. Mr. Tai Bai, do you suspect that someone within Zun Huang Xinghui has leaked information? Su Yi questioned, fixing his gaze on Mr. Tai Bai. Indeed, you mentioned a killer, but that group has all been eliminated by you, leaving no possibility of oversight. unless you imply there is an insider among the assassins at Zun Huang Xinghui. Moreover, the Zhuang master exhibited suspicious behavior today, repeatedly inquiring if any significant individuals were coming, which prompted my investigation. Mr. Taibai explained. In addition to this surveillance video, I have uncovered other information. Take a look. Mr. Taibai closed the video and opened a folder filled with documents concerning the Zhuang master. The revelations were astonishing, especially for Wang Peng, who was taken aback by the shocking details. Chapter 79. A more dire situation. The documents revealed that the Zhuang master had previously worked for Wanfa Group in his youth and even held a leadership position in the region. However, he was later dismissed due to certain errors. Subsequently, he arrived at Wang's Zun Huang Xinghui, where he ascended to the position of Zhuang master of Shaoyang within a few years. While this appeared to be merely a personal history, the phone records indicated that the Zhuang master had received a call from an unknown number at 6 o'clock that morning. Furthermore, after eavesdropping on Mr. Taibai's conversation with Wang Peng, the Zhuang master dialed that mysterious number. All these fragmented pieces of information lead to a singular conclusion. The Zhuang master had committed an act of betrayal against Zun Huang Xinghui. Yet, this alone was insufficient evidence to implicate him. Wang Peng, go summon him. I will confront him directly. Su Yi declared solemnly. Understood, I shall fetch him myself. Wang Peng nodded and set off to call the Zhuang master. He refrained from inviting Mr. Taibai, concerned that the information could be misconstrued, leading to the possibility that the Zhuang master was not the one leaking information. Mr. Taibai smiled awkwardly, having anticipated Su Yi's intentions, which were rooted in skepticism towards him. Nevertheless, such behavior was understandable. Su Yi was far more astute than he had anticipated. Chongqing, is Ying Ao still in Shaoyang? Su Yi inquired of Gu Chongqing. It seems he has departed. Are you planning to deal with him? Gu Chongqing replied, a sudden alarm flashing across his face, though his demeanor remained calm. He sensed the murderous intent in Su Yi's eyes, indicating that he intended to confront Ying Ao. If this truly pertains to Ying Ao, I previously stated that should he dare to act against me again, I would certainly eliminate him. Su Yi's expression darkened with ruthless determination. During their time on the deserted island, Ying Ao had once attempted to eliminate him over a trivial matter. Though that incident had transpired in a virtual realm, he had chosen not to delve deeper, not wishing to cultivate another enemy. However, if it was indeed linked to Ying Ao, he would have to take decisive action. Individuals like Ying Ao, who detest evil with a passion, should not be granted a second chance after being given one. It would be a grave error. Whether or not this holds true will soon be revealed. However, in seeking revenge against Ying Ao, it is prudent to exercise restraint. Acting rashly could jeopardize your situation. Gu Chongqing advised. I understand. Su Yi nodded, comprehending Gu Chongqing's counsel. Ying Ao was associated with Wanfa Group, a formidable force that should not be trifled with. To eliminate Ying Ao, one must identify the perfect opportunity. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to his own position. I feel a sense of dread. How many enemies do you truly have? Yilan expressed her concern for Su Yi's predicament. Although he had befriended individuals like Gu Chongqing, Wang Peng, and Li Danyu, sons of wealthy families, he had also made numerous enemies. Conflicts could easily escalate to life-or-death situations, replete with bloodshed, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Do not worry, my sister-in-law. My elder brother is exceptionally strong. It would be difficult for anyone to harm him, especially with us brothers standing by to shield him, Li Danyu declared, exuding brotherly loyalty. Rest assured, as Danyu says, it is quite challenging for others to kill me. Su Yi reassured Yilan with a relaxed smile. Yilan, this is the realm of spiritual warriors. Without at least a couple of enemies, one cannot genuinely claim to be a spiritual warrior, Li Yi remarked. If you wish to accompany Su Yi, you must adapt to his world and transform yourself to support him. I understand. I will strive to change. Yilan clenched her small fists, looking determinedly at Su Yi. She recognized the need to evolve and grow stronger, for she could not perpetually hide behind Su Yi, relying on him to protect her. Trouble, trouble. Suddenly, Wang Peng returned, his face a picture of urgency. Chapter 80. Family in danger. Wang Peng, what on earth is happening? Were you not tasked with bringing the Zhuang master here? Where is he? Li Danyu exclaimed, bewildered by Wang Peng's frantic demeanor. Their elder brother had instructed Wang Peng to summon the Zhuang master, yet he appeared to have failed in his duty. The Zhuang master has fled? Su Yi inquired with furrowed brows. That rascal likely realized that his misdeeds were about to be exposed and took the chance to escape. I must go retrieve him. Mr. Taibai lamented, his expression one of regret. He had been so engrossed in his research that he neglected to monitor the Zhuang master. If the Zhuang master had indeed escaped, he bore responsibility for his capture. Uncle Tai Bai, there's no need. He has already committed suicide by poison. I couldn't stop him in time. Wang Peng gasped, struggling to catch his breath. He got what he deserved. He took his own life out of guilt. Zhou Chuan exclaimed with a fierce expression. Though the Zhuang master appeared respectable, he was, at heart, a traitor. Indeed, he deserved to die. Why then do you exclaim trouble? Could there be something worse? Li Danyu scrutinized Wang Peng. Everyone directed their gaze at Wang Peng, sensing that the reality of the situation was indeed dire. Elder brother, Jin Gongzi is targeting your family. Wang Peng's face was grave as he addressed Su Yi. What did you say? Su Yi gasped in shock, seizing Wang Peng's arms with a terrifying intensity in his gaze. Jin Gongzi aimed to harm his closest relatives, which meant only his uncle's family back home. They were his only kin, yet Jin Gongzi intended to strike at them. Where did you hear this? Speak quickly, Li Danyu urged, anxiety creeping into his voice, as though it were his own family in danger. I overheard Ing Ao speaking on the phone with the Zhuang master, mentioning that Ing Ao had informed Jin Gongzi about elder brother's situation. Jin Gongzi realized that this group of assassins would fail to eliminate elder brother today, and in the future, it would be challenging to do so as well. Hence he shifted his focus to elder brother's family. Wang Peng explained rapidly. Jin Gongzi aims to capture elder brother's family, likely intending to lure elder brother into a trap. To buy time for Jin Gongzi, Ing Ao sought to have the Zhuang master delay things here. When I caught the Zhuang master, he understood he could not escape his fate and chose to take poison. Wang Peng elucidated. Chongqing, do you have a way to take me back to my hometown at the fastest speed? Su Yi uttered coldly. At this moment, Su Yi had transformed into a figure of terror, his expression devoid of warmth, his gaze menacing, and an aura of murderous intent enveloping him. With a tempest of rage surging within him, his only relatives back home were his uncle and his family. They were his sole kin in this world, and he could not allow them to fall into the clutches of death because of him. Since young Master Jin could not kill him, he sought to harm his relatives. A scenario Su Yi would never permit. He was determined to return home with utmost urgency to safeguard his loved ones. Otherwise, with young Master Jin's connections and means, it would not be long before his hometown was discovered. If his uncle's family were captured by young Master Jin, their demise would be imminent. Certainly, we have a small airport in Shaoyang that can take you directly home. Where is your hometown? Gu Chongqing asked gravely, sensing the gravity of Su Yi's mood. Bianqing. Su Yi replied. Bianqing, is that not near the north of Kyoto? I can have Li Qian notify the people there to protect your relatives. I will contact them right away, Li Yi said promptly. Thank you, senior brother. Su Yi expressed his gratitude. Li Yi was indeed peculiar, having vanished suddenly from the virtual realm, and he was not seen after the Grand Assembly. Now, he mentioned notifying the people in Kyoto to protect Su Yi's family, suggesting that he had likely been a part of the alliance all along. This explained his sudden disappearance during the event, avoiding competition for slots. Nevertheless, Su Yi was grateful to Li Yi for arranging protection for his uncle's family, which provided him with some solace. Chapter 81. A late return Xiao Yi. The plane is ready. Let us depart. Gu Chongqing stated as he hung up the phone, addressing Su Yi. I understand. Su Yi responded, turning to Yelan and Zhou Chuan. He produced 2 small bottles containing spirit energy pills, and said, I am heading back home. Take these 2 bottles. You truly intend to leave? I wish to accompany you. Yelan said fervently, eager to remain by Su Yi's side, especially since he was currently emotionally unstable and needed companionship. No, you must stay. Your parents are here and require your care. Su Yi gently stroked Yelan's hair draped over her shoulders. This journey is perilous, and I cannot guarantee your safety. The pills in these bottles can aid you in cleansing your meridians and allow you to enter the spirit martial world sooner. To be honest, I wish to accompany you as well, but our presence would only hinder you, rendering us of no assistance. Zhou Chuan said, filled with self-reproach. As a good brother, he had received Su Yi's full support during his troubles, yet now, when it was Su Yi's family in peril, he felt utterly powerless and frustrated. It is all right. Once you both grow stronger, you will be able to assist me, Su Yi assured him. Li Shixiang, I entrust these 2 to your care. Remember to teach them the correct methods of cultivation and how to absorb the efficacy of the spirit energy pills. Rest assured, I will know how to guide them. Li Yi promised. Very well, Chongqing, let us depart. Su Yi expressed his gratitude to Li Yi with a glance before leaving with Gu Chongqing, Wang Peng, and Li Danyu. Heading towards Bianqing, he was impatient to return home, lest any further delay occur. Even though Li Yi could notify those in Kyoto to protect his uncle's family, he could not fully relax. We shall meet again. I will show you my transformation, Yelan murmured, gazing in the direction Su Yi had vanished. She needed to grow stronger, to transform herself, so she could help share Su Yi's burdens. You two need not worry. With our people present, he is quite safe, Li Yi assured them. From this night onwards, you both must commit to earnest cultivation, striving to catch up with Su Yi's pace. The small airport of the Gu family was merely a short distance from Zuanhuang Xinghui, yet it felt infinitely far to Su Yi's heart. Wang Peng and Li Danyu accompanied them to provide assistance. After all, both families had branches across the nation and would help in any way they could. In the night sky, a private plane took off from Shaoyang. After many years, Su Yi embarked once more on the journey back to his hometown. But this return was not for a family reunion. It was to rescue his family. 2 hours later, the plane approached the small town of Nanyang near Bianqing. Nanyang town was Su Yi's hometown. Since there was no airport nearby to accommodate a landing, the four had no choice but to parachute from the sky, above Nanyang town. For parachutes descended, while below, a few streets twinkled with lights and bustling crowds. At the end of one street in a small courtyard, 3 red brick houses were engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing upward. The surrounding people rushed forth, frantically attempting to extinguish the fire. From the sky, Su Yi gazed down at the courtyard, his expression growing even colder, the chilling aura emanating from him instilling fear in the 3 individuals around him. As soon as he landed, Su Yi dashed into the courtyard, standing before the burning house. The terrifying aura caused those attempting to extinguish the flames to pause in shock. Afraid to approach, we have returned, but it seems we are a step too late. Young Master Jin's people have already arrived. Gu Changqing lamented from outside the courtyard. Chapter 82. Ascending in anger, did we not instruct Li Qian to notify the alliance to protect my brother's family? How could young Master Jin's people have gotten here first? Wang Peng roared, his heart ablaze with fury. The flames within the house raged fiercely, having burned for some time, and young Master Jin's people had already come and gone. If the alliance had arrived sooner, young Master Jin's plans would have been thwarted. We received the news rather late, and furthermore, young Master Jin is in Fengtian, not far from here. It's understandable that the alliance arrived late, Gu Changqing explained. We must quickly contact our people to see if they have any information regarding young Master Jin. Perhaps we can still salvage the situation. Over 2 hours ago, they had only learned that young Master Jin intended to target Su Yi's family, and it was already too late. By the time the people in the Kyoto Alliance received the news and hastened here, it was likely they would arrive too late, as reality dictated. The event had transpired and could not be undone. Now, all they could do was utilize their family connections to gather intelligence regarding young Master Jin, hoping to uncover some clues to locate Su Yi's uncle and family. Young Master Jin would not dare to kill Su Yi's uncle and family until he had dealt with Su Yi himself, as they would serve as a valuable card against him, to be used only in critical moments. The 3 began to busy themselves, contacting the leaders of nearby families to gather information about young Master Jin. The roaring flames crackled and sizzled, the houses succumbing to the inferno. Su Yi stood before the fiery sea, his fearsome visage causing those around him to hesitate, thereby impeding the firefighting efforts. Why? Why must this happen to me? Su Yi bellowed in rage, his fury erupting, his aura spilling forth like a tempest. The flames were whipped higher by the sheer force of his presence, roaring as if in response. 6 years prior, his parents had perished, and he had been powerless to save them. Now, 6 years later, his uncle's family faced a similar fate, captured and likely doomed. His heart burned with an unquenchable fury, a tempest more ferocious than a towering tsunami, threatening to engulf everything in its path. The crowd around him was struck dumb by Su Yi's furious outcry. Many lost their footing, terrified and tumbling to the ground. The sound was terrifying, akin to the heavens themselves thundering in wrath. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly powerful, akin to an impenetrable wall of tempest, deterring any approach. Rage surged to its zenith, propelling Su Yi into the mid-stage of Lingwu. At that moment, his aura intensified, and ethereal qi coalesced around him, manifesting as a spectral dragon elephant. The roar of this dragon elephant reverberated through time, akin to the wrath of the heavens, resonating within a 10-mile radius. The sound was so formidable that it sent shivers through the souls of those who heard it. The onlookers surrounding the courtyard were left astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld Su Yi. The apparition of the dragon elephant that enveloped him appeared both majestic and powerful, evoking a sense of submission, as though he were a divine being. Within the flames, there was a pulse of life, a presence of the living. The voice of the system, a Quan, pierced through Su Yi's fury, awakening him to the urgency of the moment as he dashed into the engulfed building. His formidable presence quelled the surrounding flames instantly. It was nothing short of miraculous. He radiated like a celestial being, unafraid of the fire, embodying the essence of a true deity. Those outside were left speechless. witnessing this sudden emergence of a man who extinguished the flames in his wake. Chapter 83. There are still survivors as the flames within the house subsided. The surrounding walls cracked and charred. Sue-yi continued to command the system to analyze the situation indoors, ultimately detecting signs of life beneath a stone slab in the corner. With a forceful motion, he lifted the slab, revealing a middle-aged man curled in a corner, trembling and exceedingly frail. The man was smeared with blood, a deep wound marring his right chest. "Uncle, I'm here. You must hold on," Sue-yi exclaimed as he hastily lifted the middle-aged man. Rushing out of the battered house, this man was Sue-yi's uncle, Su Ji-chao, elated to find that his uncle still drew breath. Sue-yi felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. The man has emerged. He is holding Ji-chao, and he is alive. "Quick, call for an ambulance." The onlookers in the courtyard erupted in cheers, celebrating the rescue of Su Ji-chao. However, his condition was dire. He was drenched in blood, and his injuries were severe, necessitating immediate medical attention. "Wang Peng, Li Danyu, do you have any healing pills?" Sui shouted, aware that his uncle's condition was critical and that he could not afford to wait for the ambulance. Although the Lingli Dan was primarily for Lingwu practitioners, it could also benefit ordinary individuals. For a regular person, consuming a Lingli Dan could cure ailments, prolong life, and grant immunity to toxins. However, this was limited to the basic version. Higher-grade pills could overwhelm an ordinary person's system, leading to fatal consequences. The lower-grade Lingli Dan had already been given to Yi Lan and Zhou Chuan, leaving him unable to provide any advanced pills to his uncle. "I have some. I brought one with me." Wang Peng hurriedly entered, handing a Lingli Dan to Sui. Sui promptly placed the pill into his uncle's mouth, channeling his qi into Su Ji-chao's body. Given the gravity of Su Ji-chao's injuries, only assistance in absorbing the pill's effects could facilitate his recovery. "Look, his palms are glowing. It appears a mysterious force is entering Ji-chao's body." The effects of the pill were instantaneous, and Su Ji-chao's complexion visibly improved. "Who is this young man? He seems deeply concerned for the Ji family and possesses incredible strength, reminiscent of the legendary divine beings." The neighbors on the street murmured, finding solace in the fact that old Su-'s Ji-chao had been saved. They praised Sui, recognizing his strength and likening him to a celestial figure. It was precisely Su-'s might that enabled him to rescue Su Ji-chao from the inferno. Yet, many remained puzzled about the relationship between Sui and the Ji family. Seeing the fire consume the Ji household ignited a profound fury within him, as if it were his own home ablaze. Observing his silhouette, one might speculate that he was the son of Ji-chao's elder brother. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance. It had been years since Ji-chao's nephew had returned, and this young man bore an uncanny likeness to Sui. Sui's family resided outside the town, having spent 3 years living with Su Ji-chao while attending middle school. After years apart, only a handful of old neighbors recognized Sui. As they gazed at his figure, many elders recalled Sui vividly. Only a nephew like Sui would exhibit such profound concern for the Ji family's plight. Minutes passed, and Su Ji-chao's injuries began to mend rapidly, his complexion brightening. Slowly, he opened his eyes to see a familiar yet hazy visage before him. Su Ji-chao's trembling hand reached out to touch Su-yi's face, tears of joy streaming down as he exclaimed, "It's Yi, you've returned. Surely, I am not dreaming." Chapter 84. Sending them to hell, uncle. "It is I who has returned. You are not dreaming," Sui replied, his voice thick with emotion. Good. It is a blessing to see you one last time before I depart. I can now face your uncle and aunt with peace." A faint smile graced Su Ji-chao's lips as he gasped for breath. "No, you shall not die. Uncle, you will soon be revitalized," Sui assured him. As Su Ji-chao absorbed Su-yi's words, he felt a surge of strength, marveling at the absence of pain from his wound. He soon realized that his injuries were healing at an astonishing rate, a warm energy igniting within him and mending his wounds. Although he had sustained a deep knife wound to his chest, which had bled profusely, he had resigned himself to death, content to see his long-lost nephew before his demise. Yet, in light of his current recovery, the prospect of death seemed increasingly distant. "Uncle, do you think aunt, my sister, and brother were taken away?" Sui inquired, his demeanor turning grave, laden with concern. Yes. We were dining when a group of people stormed into our home, attempting to abduct us. I was wounded while resisting. Your aunt and the others were captured." Su Ji-chao's expression shifted to one of alarm, sorrow flooding his features as he urged Sui, "Quickly, call the police. We must rescue your aunt and siblings." The joy of seeing Sui momentarily dulled his pain, but the stark reality of his family's peril soon consumed him. "I understand. I will save Aunt and my siblings. Su Yi affirmed solemnly, nodding at his uncle, pledging his resolve. The danger faced by his uncle's family was a direct consequence of his own actions. It was his duty and obligation to retrieve them. What do you intend to do? Do not act rashly. Let the police handle it. Su Yichao cautioned, sensing the determination etched on Su Yi's face, fearing for his safety. With his wife and children in jeopardy, he could not bear the thought of Su Yi also plunging into danger. Should his wife and children remain lost? As long as Su Yi was alive, the legacy of the Su family would endure. No, they are after me. They cannot kill me without targeting my uncle's family first. I have already lost my parents. I cannot bear to lose you. Su Yi's demeanor hardened, his voice resolute. Anyone who threatens my family shall meet their demise. You have changed. Su Yichao regarded Su Yi's countenance with an inexplicable sense of trepidation. After several years apart, his nephew had transformed into a completely different person. Su Yi now resembled a fierce and ruthless individual. Uncle, I assure you, I will rescue Aunt and the others. Su Yi proclaimed. Danyu, you stay here to care for my uncle. Chongqing, Wang Peng, let us depart. Just as Su Yi's voice faded, he vanished in a swift gust, disappearing from Su Yichao's sight. What? Su Yichao exclaimed, rendered speechless. Su Yi disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yichao, that young man is indeed your nephew. He is remarkable. His speed is like lightning, appearing and vanishing without a trace, unafraid of fire and radiating light. Your nephew seems to be a cultivator. The words of those around him astonished Su Yichao once more, leaving him gaping at the remaining Li Danyu. Uncle, do not be surprised. My brother is a powerful spirit martial artist. He will bring your wife and children back. Li Danyu explained. Chapter 85. Finding the detention site. Yi is a spirit martial artist. This is a blessing for our old Su family. There is hope for my wife and children. Brother and sister-in-law, if you are aware from the netherworld, please bless Yi to safely bring the family back. Su Yichao wept with excitement, praying on the ground. After years apart, his returning nephew had become a spirit martial artist. With the resurgence of spiritual energy on Earth, the world acknowledged the arrival of an era reminiscent of ancient myths and legends. This was an unattainable world, and for Su Yi to become a part of it was a divine favor, a tremendous honor. Su Yichao firmly believed that Su Yi, now a spirit martial artist, would undoubtedly rescue his wife and children. Meanwhile, Su Yi and his companions hurried to Biancheng. Once the people of Jingongzi left Nanyang, they had to enter Biancheng to switch to more convenient transportation for a swift journey to Fengtiancheng. Biancheng housed branches of the Gu family and Wang family, which could provide useful clues. Moreover, since the people of Jingongzi had not departed long ago, there was a possibility of rescuing the captives in Biancheng if they acted swiftly. If the people of Jingongzi managed to escape, subsequent rescue efforts would prove exceedingly challenging. Half an hour later, Su Yi and his companions arrived in Biancheng at the Gu family's branch. This was a 5-story building owned by the Gu family. In the meeting room on the 5th floor, Su Yi anxiously awaited news. Wang Peng had gone to his family's branch in Biancheng, hoping to uncover some clues, while Gu Chongqing had gone with the branch's leader to obtain information. There is a lead. Amid the anxious wait, a clue finally emerged. Gu Chongqing entered holding a tablet, followed by a middle-aged man. What clue do you have? Quickly show me. Su Yi rushed over, speaking rapidly. Look at the surveillance footage we obtained. There is a vehicle that matches our target. Gu Chongqing revealed the video to Su Yi. The first video was taken at the entrance of Nanyang, very close to Su Yichao's home. In the darkness, several men were clearly seen forcibly ushering 3 individuals into a car, 2 women and 1 man. Judging by the gender and age of the 3, they closely resembled Su Yi's aunt and younger siblings. The second video displayed the same vehicle in Biancheng. Around 10 o'clock at night, just moments ago, the vehicle entered a waste recycling station. Where's that recycling station? Su Yi inquired. It has been confirmed without a doubt. Your aunt and younger siblings are being held at that recycling station. We must hasten there to rescue them, the middle-aged man replied. By the small riverbank in the west of the city, according to our intel, it serves as a stronghold for Jingongzi. It is seldom visited, making it suitable for illicit activities. Beep beep beep. Su Yi's phone rang, displaying Wang Peng's name. Have you found anything? Su Yi answered the call. Brother, your aunt and younger siblings are likely at a waste recycling station in the west of the city. Wang Peng's voice resonated through the phone. All right, we have also confirmed that location. Let us meet outside the recycling station shortly. Su Yi concluded the call and turned to Gu Chongqing, saying, Chongqing, instruct your people to locate Jingongzi in Fengtian. Once I rescue my family, I will go after him. Understood. You focus on the rescue. I will handle matters in Feng Tian. Gu Chongqing nodded in agreement. Thank you. I shall proceed to rescue them. Sui expressed his gratitude and hurriedly turned to leave. Chongqing, are we truly going to assist him in dealing with Jin Gongzi? The middle-aged man questioned. Uncle Zhang, Jin Gongzi has become increasingly brazen, daring to sabotage some of our Gu family's affairs in secret. It is high time he was eradicated. Besides, Sui is one of our own. Why not offer our assistance? Hurry and get to work, but remember to operate discreetly. Gu Chongqing instructed. Chapter 86. Within the depths, Sui departed the building, guided by the personnel of the Gu family towards the recycling station. Upon arrival, Wang Peng had already brought his team and was waiting outside the recycling station. Brother, you finally arrived. Wang Peng quickly approached Sui in the darkness. What is the situation? Any activity inside? Sui glanced into the recycling station and inquired. So far, no movement. That vehicle hasn't exited since it entered. Wang Peng replied anxiously. Brother, I have brought many people. Let's charge in and eliminate these scoundrels. Hold on, let's not rush in just yet. I will first enter to locate the captives and notify you. Only then can you lead the charge. Sui restrained Wang Peng, who was eager to rush inside. His aunt and siblings might be confined in some corner, but their exact location remained unknown. The recycling station was enormous. Any disturbance could alert those inside. Charging in now would undoubtedly startle the snake, risking the captive's safety. Understood. Once you signal, I will lead the charge. Wang Peng acknowledged Sui's intent with a nod. Wait. Activate the invisibility cloaking system. As Sui's command echoed, he vanished into the night. Where did he go? How did he disappear? The others gasped in astonishment, hardly believing their eyes. One moment, he stood perfectly still, and the next, he had vanished. Such an extraordinary event was truly astonishing. Don't be so surprised. This is my brother's extraordinary skill. He can disappear without a sound. Wang Peng remarked dismissively to his subordinates. His subordinates, clearly unaccustomed to such marvels, expressed their admiration. Your brother is indeed impressive, so remarkable, truly astounding. Upon our first meeting, I am left in awe. Your brother is undoubtedly a prodigy among men, a genius beyond compare. That goes without saying. Just look at how formidable I am. My brother is undoubtedly even more exceptional. Wang Peng proclaimed with pride. Everyone, focus and stay alert. While the crowd marveled and Wang Peng boasted, Sui had already silently infiltrated the recycling station, surveying the area. The invisibility cloaking system proved invaluable. Even as Sui moved boldly in front of others, none could detect him. After scouring the recycling station inside and out, Sui was unable to locate the captive's quarters. However, he did find the vehicle. His aunts were still confined within. A loud clang echoed. In the dark of night, a patrolling individual dropped his flashlight, terror-stricken as an invisible hand tightened around his neck, making it difficult to breathe. Where are the people brought back around 10? Take me there at once, or I will snap your neck. The frightening voice of Sui echoed in the patrolman's ears. Trembling with fear, the patrolman soiled himself, leaving a puddle on the ground. The situation felt ghostly. Though no one was visible, the voice could still be heard, and a hand was constricting his throat. In his panic, the patrolman pointed the way, leading Sui to an area piled with several containers to the south. Sui had been there before and found nothing unusual. They entered one of the containers, and the patrolman struggled to push aside a metal wall, revealing a door. Sui knocked out the individual inside, crushed the lock with his hand, and opened the door to reveal a hidden world. Chapter 87. The fury of gods and men. Behind the door of the container lay a downward passage leading to an underground location. No wonder he could not find it after searching. There was a concealed underground space within the recycling station. Descending the passage for over 10 meters, they arrived at a spacious room. This underground chamber was at least 200 square meters, divided by iron bars into smaller cells, resembling a small dark prison. At the entrance, a locked iron door was guarded by another individual, who was now asleep. Sui incapacitated the guard and opened the iron door. The creaking of the door instantly provoked a chorus of terrified screams from within, all of which belonged to children. Upon entering, Sui discovered children aged 7 to 12, held captive, and realized that Jin Gongzi was indeed involved in the trafficking of children. Observing the filthy, frightened children huddled together, Sui felt a surge of anger. Jin Gongzi was truly deserving of public wrath. Seeing Sui enter, the children initially recoiled in fear, believing him to be a villain. Is that you? A middle-aged woman's voice resonated. Following the sound, Sui spotted his aunt, Luo Jiao, in the innermost cell. Yes, aunt. It's me. Where are my sister and brother? I'm here to rescue you. Sui exclaimed with excitement. Qianwei, Honor, Your brother, Yi, is here to save us. Luo Jiao shouted to her children, who were cowering against the wall. A 16-year-old girl with swollen eyes and a frightened expression approached, clutching a 7 or 8-year-old boy. Su Yi opened the cell door, and Su Qianwei immediately rushed into his embrace, sobbing, "Brother, why did you take so long to return? Daddy was killed by bad people. It's all right, it's all right. I saved Uncle." Su Yi comforted Su Qianwei while gently patting Su Han, who clung to Luo Jiao's leg, too frightened to approach. It had been 4 years since he left. Su Qianwei was only 12 then, and Su Han was just a toddler. "Aunt, here are the keys to the cells. Release the children inside, but do not exit yet. I will go deal with those villains. Someone will come to guide you out." Su Yi handed the keys to Luo Jiao and swiftly returned to the surface. Having vanished for a while, the patrolman was likely to raise alarms at the recycling station. When Su Yi reached the surface container, he indeed saw several individuals approaching. "Who goes there?" This brat discovered the underground prison. "Seize him at once." Spotting Su Yi at the entrance of the dungeon, where a companion lay, several burly men charged forward wielding iron rods and wooden clubs with menacing intent. "You despicable traffickers! You shall pay." Su Yi stepped forward, filled with fury, and confronted the foremost thug with a powerful punch. The blow landed squarely on the thug's face, shattering it, and he was sent flying. With a clang, the iron rod hit the ground and bounced up. Su Yi kicked it, sending it flying directly into one man's thigh, causing him to scream in agony. "This is bad. He's too strong. Hurry and call for Li Yi." In an instant, 2 men were severely injured by Su Yi, and the remaining ones retreated in panic, realizing they were no match for him and that a direct confrontation would only lead to their demise. Ignoring the fleeing individuals, Su Yi dialed Wang Peng's number. "Quickly bring people to the southern container area of the recycling station and call the police. There are dozens of children being held captive here." "Understood, big brother," Wang Peng replied to Su Yi, instructing his subordinates. "You must call the police and report that there are traffickers holding a large group of children. The rest of you, follow me and rush in to assist Big Brother in rescuing the children." Chapter 88. None shall escape. Wang Peng led a group inside, while the personnel at the recycling station scrambled to obstruct them. Yet, they could not withstand the onslaught, as Wang Peng broke through their defenses and headed toward the southern container area. Meanwhile, those whom Su Yi had released returned, accompanied by a few others. Recognizing the newcomers, Su Yi's fury ignited, as they were the ones who had come to capture his uncle's family. These were the same individuals who had set fire to his uncle's house, abducting his siblings and aunt. His uncle had been stabbed and left in the inferno. Had Su Yi returned any later, his uncle would have perished in the flames. "Kid, are you tired of living? How dare you meddle here and injure my men?" One man, bald and in his late 20s, glared coldly at Su Yi. "Li Yi, we cannot let him go. He knows the secret here. Indeed, we cannot let him leave. Those who learn our secrets are either our own or dead." The bald man, Li Yi, emanated a murderous aura and addressed Su Yi. "You seem capable. I will offer you a choice. Join us. If I refuse, you will kill me, won't you?" Su Yi replied icily. "Precisely, refuse, and you shall die." Li Yi's expression turned menacing. The secrets of the recycling station must never be exposed to outsiders. The consequences of such exposure would be dire and could severely disrupt Jin Gongzi's business, even if they evaded capture by the police. Returning to Jin Gongzi would spell a tragic fate for them. To protect the secrets of the recycling station, Su Yi had only 2 options: join them and become one of their own, or face death. Li Yi offered Su Yi a chance to join due to his impressive skills. Otherwise, he would have dismissed him without a second thought. "I am telling you clearly, none of you will leave here today." As soon as the words left Su Yi's mouth, he sprang into action. Like a flash of lightning, he illuminated the night with a faint glow and appeared before bald Li Yi. In an instant, Li Yi's eyes widened in horror, and he hastily retreated. Su Yi's speed was extraordinary, his prowess far beyond the ordinary. Only a Lingwu practitioner could possess such swiftness, a feat enabled by the flow of spiritual energy within their body. As Li Yi retreated, Su Yi's fists were already in motion, the air around them crackling with energy. At that moment, Li Yi commanded 2 men beside him to charge at Su Yi, attempting to intercept his attack. With a crack, the 2 men had barely taken a step before Su Yi's fists struck their shoulders. Their shoulders tore apart, blood spraying forth as they spun in midair, crashing heavily to the ground, writhing in agony. "Waste! All of you attack!" roared Bald Li, his voice filled with fury as he commanded his subordinates to assault Su Yi. Su Yi's punches were ferocious, far exceeding what he had anticipated. In the blink of an eye, 2 of his men were knocked down, unable to offer any resistance. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, clearly intimidated by Su Yi's prowess, hesitant to charge recklessly. They knew all too well that engaging with such a formidable opponent would only lead to their own demise. If you do not attack, you will all perish, Baldly said menacingly. It was evident that Su Yi was resolutely unwilling to join their ranks. Thus, the only option left was to annihilate him. If he failed to kill Su Yi, returning to Jin Gongzi would mean his own death. Chapter 89. Viciously assaulting the villains. Perhaps you should take matters into your own hands. Sending them to their deaths is futile. Su Yi advanced with purpose, his expression devoid of emotion. Bald Li's attempts to intimidate his subordinates into attacking were fruitless. Humph. Do not be so smug. I will let you play with them before I end your life. Bald Li sneered. Why must you play the hero here, meddling in affairs that do not concern you? It is your own foolishness that will lead to your demise. Su Yi retorted disdainfully. You should have fled to Fengtian immediately instead of lingering in Bianqing. He was not seeking glory for himself, nor was he meddling needlessly. He had come to rescue his family and had inadvertently discovered this den of human traffickers. Any person with a modicum of humanity would intervene in such a situation. How do you know so much about my family? Who are you? Bald Li was taken aback. Su Yi's knowledge was far too extensive. He had assumed Su Yi was merely a meddler, but was astonished to learn the depth of his understanding regarding Jin Gongzi's affairs. I am Su Yi, he declared with a chilling smile. What? You are Su Yi? Run. Bald Li was immediately engulfed in terror, his heart racing as he turned to flee. Jin Gongzi had not provided him with much information, only instructing him to capture someone from the Su family in Nanyang. As for Su Yi, he had only heard rumors within the organization and had no idea what he looked like. The whispers claimed Su Yi was extraordinarily powerful, and that Jin Gongzi had dispatched 2 batches of assassins to eliminate him. However, Su Yi's presence here indicated that the latest group had failed. Today, he had come to capture a family of the surname Su, likely related to Su Yi. Moreover, he had already slain one person and set fire to their home. That individual was probably dead. For Su Yi, the blood of his kin stained his hands, and he would never let Bald Li escape. Do you still wish to flee? Come back. Su Yi called out, his aura erupting as his internal energy surged, causing the ground beneath to crack. In an instant, he appeared before Bald Li, delivering a powerful punch. Bald Li, panicking, retaliated with a strike of his own. Crack. The moment their fists collided, the sound of shattering bones echoed as pain surged through Bald Li's mind, forcing him to retreat hastily. Su Yi pressed forward, emanating an icy killing intent, and struck Bald Li with a slap. Bald Li had no time to evade, and the blow landed squarely on his chest. He fell backward, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. With a resounding crash, Su Yi descended, stamping Bald Li into the earth, creating a crater around him. Li Yi has been defeated. Flee. The remaining men were thrown into chaos, scrambling to escape. With the strongest among them vanquished so easily by Su Yi, they saw no hope left. Their only chance of survival lay in fleeing immediately. Stop. Do not even think about escaping. At that moment, Wang Peng arrived with his men, blocking those who attempted to flee. The terrified individuals were herded back, their faces filled with despair. Brother, how should we deal with these people? Wang Peng approached, excitement evident in his voice. Take your men down and bring everyone out. Su Yi instructed, pointing to the container's location. Without hesitation, Wang Peng led his team into the dungeon. I ask you, who attacked my uncle in Nanyang? Su Yi inquired coldly, his gaze fixed on the captured individuals. It was him. Li Yi did it. They chorused. Yes, yes. It was Li Yi who attacked. He also ordered us to burn down the house. Their answers were unanimous, all fingers pointing at Bald Li. The fear of Su Yi rendered them incapable of deceit. Chapter 90. Swiftly heading to Fengtian. Very well. When the police arrive, turn them over. They are heartless human traffickers, Su Yi declared coldly. The surrounding individuals seethed with rage upon hearing Su Yi's words, eager to deliver justice to these vile perpetrators. Human traffickers, who abduct children, commit heinous acts that shatter countless families and destroy the futures of many innocent children. Su Yi yanked Bald Li from the earth as if he were a mere chick, holding him before his eyes. You stabbed my uncle and cast him into the flames, intending to burn him alive. Your sins are profound, and you must pay with your life. Su Yi's eyes gleamed with murderous intent, his voice chilling and sharp. Bald Li, lost in confusion, finally grasped that Su Yi intended to kill him and awakened to terror. He wished to plead for mercy, not wanting to meet his end. However, Su Yi offered him no opportunity to speak, launching him into the air. Simultaneously, Su Yi grasped a long iron rod and hurled it at Bald Li. Thud. The rod pierced Bald Li's heart, propelling him backward, where he was impaled against the wall. Bald Li struggled momentarily, his face contorted in fear before he succumbed to death. The individuals from the recycling station witnessed this scene, drenched in sweat and trembling, their hearts filled with dread. Thankfully, it was Bald Lee who had committed the crime, resulting in his demise at Su Yi's hands. Otherwise, they would have been the ones to perish. Within the container's passage, the sounds of hurried footsteps echoed as Wang Peng emerged with a group of children. Outside the recycling station, police sirens wailed as a large contingent of officers arrived, sealing off the entire area and apprehending the personnel involved. "Aunt, please return to my uncle's side while I handle matters here. I will come to find you afterward." Su Yi instructed Luo Jiao. "Why will you not return with us? What else do you intend to do?" Luo Jiao asked anxiously. "The mastermind remains at large. I must address this personally to eliminate the threat." Su Yi explained, "Once I am done, I will return to you." Jin Gongzi posed the greatest threat. Until he was eradicated, Su Yi's uncle and his family would remain in peril. "Brother, you must return safely. Do not abandon us again. Please do not let this be another long separation." Su Qianwei implored, her concern palpable. "Rest assured, I will not leave you again. Go with my brothers to reunite with uncle." Su Yi promised. Su Han still felt a distance from him, hesitant to approach and clinging to Luo Jiao's side. Su Yi entrusted his aunt's safety to Wang Peng, requesting him to ensure the well-being of his uncle's family. He also instructed Wang Peng to communicate with the police and media, advising them to suppress any information regarding the recycling station until he arrived in Fengtian. This time, he must not allow Jin Gongzi to escape. He was determined to eradicate this menace. Upon returning to the Gu family branch, Gu Changqing had already received news from Fengtian. Jin Gongzi resides within an ancient garden located in the western suburbs of Fengtian. Upon receiving the news, Su Yi hastily boarded the Gu family's private aircraft. Soaring towards Fengtian, the distance from Bianqing to Fengtian is not considerable. Within an hour, he had arrived. Once they landed, Su Yi and Gu Changqing swiftly made their way to the courtyard where Jin Gongzi dwells. It was already 2 in the morning, and the streets of Fengtian City were still quite lively. However, in the western suburbs, the night had deepened into silence. An ancient manor nestled in the mountains had its gates firmly shut, with guards stationed at their posts. Within the garden, sentinels stood every few meters, and patrols moved back and forth, creating an atmosphere of stern vigilance. Chapter 91. A breach to others. The guards within the garden might seem formidable, but to Su Yi, they were merely a facade. He possessed the art of invisibility, allowing him to traverse the manor at will. However, Su Yi chose not to conceal himself. Boldly striding towards the main gate, Gu Changqing, along with others, secured the perimeter, ensuring no one could escape. Approaching figures were warned sternly that this was private territory, and trespassing would bear dire consequences. The guards, noticing someone approaching the manor gate in the dead of night, issued a stern warning. Unfazed, Su Yi continued his approach with calm determination. Ignoring the admonition, a guard exclaimed for someone to teach the insolent youth a lesson. "All right, I'll handle it. It's been ages since I've had a fool come knocking." With a cruel smile, a guard advanced towards Su Yi. "What business do you have here at this hour, seeking your own demise?" They had already issued a warning, yet the intruder remained indifferent, as if he had not heard. Disregarding the warning constituted a trespass, justifying any violent response. In Jin Gongzi's domain, no outsider was permitted entry without an invitation. And should anyone attempt to breach this sanctum, they would pay a grievous price. You must be itching for a fight, daring to intrude here. This is tantamount to courting death. One guard placed a hand firmly on Su Yi's shoulder while raising a fist to strike his face. "Are you intending to strike me?" Su Yi grasped the guard's descending fist, his voice icy and devoid of mercy. "You dare retaliate? Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The guard's visage twisted in agony as he struggled to speak. Indeed, ruthlessness will not suffice. With a surge of strength, Su Yi crushed the guard's fist, eliciting a cry of pain. In that moment, the other guards believed that the defiant intruder was merely receiving a sound reprimand from his companion. Yet, upon witnessing the pained expression of their comrade, pinned to the ground by Su Yi, fury ignited within them. How audacious to disturb their domain. The guards at the entrance surrounded Su Yi, their expressions fierce and vengeful, as if they intended to devour him whole. "Open the gate and let me in. Do not attempt to obstruct or assault me." Su Yi issued a chilling warning. "To hell with you. You seek death. Seize him and beat him to a pulp." The guards, incensed by Su Yi's defiance, charged forth. "Fools, you have not even begun to touch the threshold of power." With a swift motion, Su Yi seized the hand of one assailant, twisting it violently until he heard the satisfying crack of bone. He then hurled the incapacitated guard towards another, sending both crashing to the ground in a cacophony of pain. Witnessing Su's prowess, the remaining guards were momentarily stunned, yet they pressed their assault. Su unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike sending a guard reeling, their bones shattering as they fell to the ground, howling in agony. The guards inside, alerted by the commotion, opened the gate to investigate. However, upon witnessing the chaos outside, they quickly retreated, slamming the door shut. In that instant, Su charged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the closing guard sprawling. Enemy attack. We are under siege. The gate was flung open, alarming all guards within the manor as the alarm blared throughout the estate. Chapter 92. Su has arrived. What in the world is happening? In a lavish bedroom within the manor, Jin Gongzi awoke, his face contorted with rage. The blaring alarm in the dead of night severely disturbed his slumber. Moreover, with so many guards stationed, it was unfathomable that the alarm had sounded, indicating a failure in his men's duties. Master, it appears someone has incapacitated the guards at the entrance and breached the premises. A man clad in a suit entered to report. Oh, such an intriguing development. Someone dares to invade my territory? What audacity! Xiao Lu, extend a warm welcome, but do ensure he remains unharmed. I am quite eager to discover who possesses such gall. A cold smile spread across Jin Gongzi's face as he spoke. He was no benevolent soul. Those who crossed him seldom fared well. Yet tonight, someone had brazenly approached his doorstep, driven by recklessness. Understood, I shall apprehend him at once. Xiao Lu nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. Wait, have there been any updates from Nanyang? Jin Gongzi called after him. A call came in around 10. They have succeeded and are switching vehicles in Bianqing. If all goes well, they should return before dawn. Xiao Lu replied. Excellent. You shall personally retrieve them. Sui's family must not escape. Otherwise, dealing with him will become quite troublesome. Jin Gongzi's expression darkened with a hint of apprehension. Sui's transformation had been rapid. Within a month, he had grown formidable. 2 previous assassination attempts had failed, heightening Jin Gongzi's awareness of Sui's potential threat. Capturing Sui's relatives was essential if he hoped to eliminate Sui. Understood, master. I will secure that youth and proceed to collect the others. Xiao Lu exited Jin Gongzi's chamber. Humph, a mere delivery boy, tarnishing my business without facing death. Yet he has become a threat. This time, he shall not live to see another dawn. Jin Gongzi muttered, his eyes glinting with malice. Last year, Sui was but a delivery lad. Little did Jin Gongzi realize that by sparing his life, he had inadvertently allowed Sui to evolve into a formidable linkshur. Repeatedly disrupting his enterprises, those sent to eliminate him had failed. In under a month, a once ordinary delivery boy had transformed into a significant threat. According to the information Jin Gongzi had received, Sui's strength was no trifling matter. Even he could not guarantee a successful assassination. Thus, capturing Sui's family was paramount, providing him with a greater chance to eliminate his adversary. Master, it's urgent. Master, it's dire. Xiao Lu burst back into Jin Gongzi's bedroom, panic etched across his face. What is the matter? Did I not send you to apprehend the intruder? Jin Gongzi demanded, vexed. Master, the intruder is Sui. Xiao Lu stammered, trembling with fear. What? Sui? Are you certain? How could he possibly be here? Jin Gongzi stood abruptly. Shock and disbelief etched into his features. Xiao Lu's announcement that the intruder was Sui, the very individual Jin Gongzi sought to eliminate, left him reeling. How could Sui, who was supposed to be in Shaoyang, arrive in Fengtian in the dead of night and breach his manor? Young master, it is absolutely true. He has broken in. Little Lu said in a panic. What a remarkable young man. I never expected you to locate me so swiftly. Young Master Jin's face was etched with fury. His fists clenched tightly. Young master, his family is yet to arrive. What shall we do now? Little Lu inquired anxiously. You still wish to exploit his family? It is too late for that. Young Master Jin lamented with a look of regret. Chapter 93. The moment of revenge. Sui's ability to approach without being detected indicates that he is well aware of his movements. Therefore, his attempt to capture Sui's family would undoubtedly be discovered. The urgency of his arrival signifies that Sui has likely rescued his family, and he remains oblivious to this fact. Sui must have come in such haste to conceal the truth from him and escape. What shall we do? Little Lu asked, his mind in disarray. Little Lu, take the critical documents and leave at once. Inform the others to keep a close watch on Sui. He may very well become our greatest adversary. Young Master Jin regained his composure and addressed Little Lu. But what about you, young master? Little Lu asked, puzzled. Young Master Jin's instruction for him to flee with essential documents revealed his trust in Little Lu. However, he found the directive perplexing. I will stay behind to confront him, young Master Jin declared, so that I can buy you time to escape. Even if I perish, There will be those who seek vengeance for me. I understand. Take care. Young master. Little Lu nodded and turned to leave. As Sui advanced, he left a trail of severely injured foes in his wake, their bones shattered. With each step forward, the number of obstacles diminished. Sui was ferocious. A single punch could severely injure a man, leaving them in a pitiful state. Coupled with his terrifying demeanor, none dared to approach him. The crowd retreated until they reached a small garden within the estate. In the garden's pavilion, young Master Jean awaited Suyi's arrival, clad in all black. Upon seeing young Master Jean, the guards suddenly regained their resolve, emboldened and eager to engage. Young Master Jean, it has been a long time. Sui glared at him, his face filled with murderous intent. When enemies meet, the tension is palpable. Young man, you truly have surprised me. I never anticipated that sparing your life would lead to such a dire consequence. Bringing you before me today. Young Master Jean laughed heartily. From your words, it seems I should be grateful to you. However, if you had not spared my life back then, I would not be standing here today for revenge. Sui retorted scornfully. Given his circumstances at that time, he would have certainly met his demise under ordinary conditions. Yet, his soul had transcended time, returning precisely when needed. You seek vengeance? You believe it is possible? Young Master Jean scoffed. You think you can kill me after less than a month of training? Such delusions. Whether it is delusion or reality, we shall see. Today, I will surely take your life. Sui declared fiercely. You sycophants, get lost at once, or I will not hesitate to kill you. Young Master Jean did not flinch, seemingly unfazed by Suyi's words. All of you advance. Kill him, and you will be handsomely rewarded. Young Master Jean commanded his subordinates. Kill. At the order, the men surged forward, fueled by adrenaline and momentarily forgetting Suyi's terrifying presence. They charged at him recklessly. You are all courting death. Sui bellowed in fury, his fists swinging like a dragon's might, striking down those who approached with explosive force. Leaving a scene of bloodshed in his wake, he had afforded them ample opportunity to reconsider, yet none seized it. Boom, boom, boom. Suyi's fists moved in rapid succession, each blow imbued with the power of a dragon, unleashing tremendous force. Those who dared to close in could not withstand a single punch, their bodies punctured and lifeless on the ground. Chapter 94. Confronting young Master Jean. Minutes passed, and the garden was strewn with corpses, the ground stained crimson. The air was thick with the stench of blood, inducing nausea. As they beheld the gruesome scene, the few remaining individuals trembled in fear. No one dared to approach. They could only retreat in terror. Sui was overwhelmingly powerful, dispatching each foe with deadly precision. Such a fearsome adversary rendered any reward meaningless if one lacked the means to claim it. Leave. I have come to kill young Master Jean. You need not perish alongside him. Suyi's voice was as cold as death, radiating an aura of slaughter that made others tremble from afar. Run. Flee. The remaining individuals, abandoning their armor and weapons, hastily escaped the Garden of Death. Their opponent was too formidable, too terrifying. They were no match for him. Even united, they would merely be crushed beneath Suyi's might. In light of such danger, it was unwise to sacrifice their lives for young Master Jean. With Suyi's proclamation, those unwilling to flee were left with no choice but to heed his warning. Sui, you truly are impressive. Young Master Jin's expression darkened, anger boiling within him. Once, he had been a figure of great renown, feared and respected by many. His word was law, and those who dared oppose him would face dire consequences. Yet now, a person he had once deemed inconsequential stood before him, having undergone a tremendous transformation in less than a month. A single individual had reduced his subordinates to a state of disarray, forcing them to flee. For young Master Jean, this was an utter humiliation. You are not only ruthless but devoid of humanity, having even trafficked innocent children. Today, for the lives you have taken and the innocent souls you have wronged, I shall demand your blood as retribution. Sui charged fiercely towards young Master Jean, his speed creating a powerful gust that reverberated through the air. In the blink of an eye, he stood before young Master Jean, his foot striking the ground, shattering it like a spider's web. Suyi's fist glimmered with radiant light as he aimed a blow at young Master Jean. Unfazed, young Master Jean remained seated on the stone bench, raising his hand to clash with Suyi's fist. Bang! Their fists collided, and the immense force caused the air to explode. The stone bench beneath young Master Jean shattered, debris flying in all directions. In that moment, his expression shifted. Channeling all his spiritual energy, young Master Jean unleashed a powerful punch, akin to a tiger descending from the mountain, directed at Sui. Having felt Suyi's terrifying strength from the earlier blow, he realized that in less than a month, Su Yi had acquired an astonishing power capable of rivaling his own. The previous strike had rendered his arm numb, his blood surging. If he did not respond with full force, he might find himself in grave peril. Young Master Jin's fearsome punch surged towards Su Yi, who merely smirked. Young Master Jin unleashed an overwhelming force, clearly apprehensive of Su Yi's might. Imbued with the strength of a dragon, Su Yi's fist surged forward. As if an ancient dragon were charging forth. Boom! The two colossal fists collided, creating a shower of sparks from the friction. A formidable shockwave shattered the stone table, causing the pillars of the small pavilion to crack with a resounding snap. The two individuals, leveraging the force of the collision, retreated, gazing at each other from a distance of 10 meters. In an instant, the entire pavilion collapsed with a deafening roar, enveloped in swirling dust, transforming into a mere ruin. Chapter 95. Su Yi's unyielding might. Cursed be this boy, who has grown stronger once again. Young Master Jin found his feet ensnared in the earth. His face a storm of fury as he regarded Su Yi with trepidation. According to the intelligence he had gathered, Su Yi was at the initial stage of Lingguo. However, due to his exceptional power, he had managed to defeat practitioners at the mid-stage of Lingguo. When confronted with someone at the pinnacle of Lingguo, Su Yi's combat capability would significantly diminish, leaving him only the option to evade. Yet, in their previous encounter, young Master Jin had exerted nearly all his strength and still failed to inflict harm on Su Yi. Instead, his fists throbbed painfully, a testament to the clash with Su Yi. In their two skirmishes, Su Yi had matched him blow for blow, leaving young Master Jin feeling immense pressure. Su Yi's strength had evidently surged. The aura he exuded just moments ago was unmistakably that of a mid-stage Lingwu practitioner. Otherwise, facing someone of young Master Jin's caliber, Su Yi would not dare confront him head-on. In scarcely a day, Su Yi's power had transformed. He was a monster, an alarming creature with a growth rate that was nothing short of astonishing. At this moment, young Master Jin felt besieged by danger and overwhelmed with regret. Had he eliminated Su Yi when he had the chance, none of this would have transpired. All his misfortunes and setbacks were wrought by this insignificant insect he had once scorned. Young Master Jin, unleash your full might. I am eager to end your existence. Su Yi declared with a wicked grin. He had waited far too long for this moment and could hardly contain his impatience. Very well. Today you shall witness the true power of this young master. Young Master Jin retorted, his anger seething. I could have slain you last time, and I can do so again. A tempest of energy surged from young Master Jin, his spiritual aura radiating brilliance. Tonight, only one of them would emerge alive from this confrontation. Su Yi's smile was a provocation, a challenge from one who had once been a mere pest. Young Master Jin resolved to employ his most formidable techniques to utterly vanquish Su Yi and reclaim his lost dignity. The enemy's combat power level was assessed at 3, indicating a mild threat. As young Master Jin ascended in strength, the system's analysis materialized. Young Master Jin's combat power was classified as level 3, a minor danger. Su Yi's smile widened. Such a level of power posed no threat to him. Fortunately, during his stay at Uncle Nanyang's residence, in a moment of extreme rage, he had harnessed that fury, propelling himself into the mid-stage of Lingguo. Had it not been for this, with his previous capabilities, he would have had no chance against young Master Jin, even in a direct confrontation. At this moment, Su Yi held nothing back and unleashed his full potential. A purple aura enveloped him, emanating a radiant, vibrant light. Behind him, a phantom dragon elephant coalesced, bestowing upon him unparalleled strength. The winds howled around him, shattering pots and stones alike. 10 meters away, young Master Jin's expression shifted to one of alarm as he beheld Su Yi's explosive display of power. A sight that filled him with genuine dread. A roar akin to that of a dragon, or perhaps a mighty elephant, reverberated through the air, snapping young Master Jin to attention. Yet, by the time he focused on Su Yi, the latter had already moved. In a single stride, Su Yi closed the distance, his fists swinging with the ferocity of a dragon's cry, as the elephant surged forward, a terrifying force. In that fleeting moment, young Master Jin's countenance paled. He summoned a golden axe, gleaming with brilliance, channeling all his might into the strike aimed at Su Yi. The golden axe clashed against Su Yi's fist imprint with a resonant clang, radiating light in all directions. Cracks began to form in Su Yi's fist imprint, hinting at the possibility of destruction by young Master Jin. However, the primordial power of the dragon elephant was inexhaustible. Su Yi erupted with even greater strength, delivering another powerful blow that sent the golden axe spiraling away, causing young Master Jin to be propelled backward, crashing into a wall, which crumbled under the impact. Chapter 96. Bloodline power. With a thunderous crash, young Master Jin emerged from the rubble of shattered bricks, his fury akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Once more, his golden axe radiated a terrifying light. Simultaneously, a crimson aura enveloped him, exuding an even more formidable presence. This was the manifestation of concentrated blood energy. Young Master Jin had awakened his bloodline power to confront Su Yi. His combat power escalated, nearing level 4. The system analyzed the abnormal blood energy. A common realm 4th-tier bloodline, pure in essence, could devour and evolve into a 4th-tier bloodline. In that moment, the system conducted a comprehensive analysis of young Master Jin's condition. Upon grasping the details, Su Yi's smile deepened, unfazed by young Master Jin's newfound strength. A pure 4th-tier bloodline could be absorbed, elevating his own bloodline level to 4. For Su Yi, young Master Jin's enhancement was fortuitous news. Absorbing the blood energy from young Master Jin would grant him superior talents and further amplify his power. You dare to continue smiling? With the augmentation of bloodline power, your demise is assured. Young Master Jin glared at Su Yi with contempt, his voice dripping with malice. The world of Lingwu practitioners is peculiar. One's power can be augmented through personal cultivation or weaponry. However, the enhancement through bloodline power is the most terrifying of all. The awakening of bloodline power can bestow unimaginable strength in an instant, allowing one to vanquish their foes. You cannot kill me. Your bloodline power will not last long. Once it dissipates, you will be left feeble, wielding less than half your usual strength. Su Yi declared coolly, a smug smile gracing his lips. While bloodline power certainly provides a temporary boost to one's capabilities, it is inherently transient. The balance of nature dictates that with great power comes inherent flaws. The awakened bloodline power can only be sustained for a brief period and cannot endure indefinitely. To utilize it again, one must recuperate for some time. If the target is not eliminated before the bloodline power fades, dire consequences will ensue, leaving the wielder exceptionally vulnerable, with strength diminished to below half. At that juncture, only the peril of being slain by the enemy remains. Young Master Jin's awakening of bloodline power had indeed resulted in a significant increase in strength, bringing his combat power level near 4. A level 4 combatant is a dangerous individual, one to be avoided. However, with his invisibility and disguise techniques, Su Yi could entirely evade young Master Jin's attacks, thereby exhausting his power. Damn it, behold my axe. Young Master Jin's fury was palpable as he registered Su Yi's words. Su Yi possessed considerable insight, aware that young Master Jin's bloodline power would not endure for long. Thus, young Master Jin must strike with all his might before the bloodline power waned. The golden axe blazed brilliantly, akin to the sun amidst the night, dazzling and resplendent. The estate was illuminated, while an even more terrifying aura enveloped it. Young Master Jin's axe descended with overwhelming force, annihilating the surrounding flora and fauna, shattering boulders, and fracturing the ground as if an earthquake had erupted. In an instant, the entire garden was reduced to rubble, the surrounding walls collapsing under the strain. The thunderous sound echoed like cannon fire, resonating throughout the city. At that moment, many were jolted awake, as if a siege were underway, with shells exploding all around. Young Master, such a terrifying explosion occurred inside. It seems a fierce battle has erupted. A young man outside the manor exclaimed to Gu Changqing. Indeed, it is quite alarming. We must remain vigilant. We cannot allow anyone inside to escape. Gu Changqing commanded. Chapter 97. You are done for young master. We have captured someone in the north. And he carries a pile of documents. Just as Gu Changqing finished issuing commands, someone returned with a captive in hand. The captured individual was none other than Xiao Lu, who had emerged from the north with important documents, only to be apprehended unexpectedly. What documents? Let me see. Gu Changqing instructed, eyeing the captured Xiao Lu. Gu Changqing opened the intercepted briefcase, revealing a collection of papers. Upon examination, they were all records and materials pertaining to Jin Gongzi's accounts over recent years. When Gu Changqing unfolded one of the white documents, his brow furrowed, and his expression grew exceedingly grave. Detain him and ensure he is watched closely, Gu Changqing ordered solemnly. Inside the garden, Jin Gongzi had laid waste to the area with his axe, sending dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, revealing the cracked ground, Jin Gongzi's expression transformed into a broad grin. Ha! You are finally dead. The figure of Su Yi had vanished, leaving no trace behind. He had likely been reduced to mere fragments by Jin Gongzi's previous strike. That blow, empowered by bloodline strength, was immensely potent. Even those at the pinnacle of the Lingwu realm would hesitate to confront it directly. Should one fail to evade in time, they would surely be grievously injured. Yet, At the moment Jin Gongzi swung his axe, Sui made no effort to dodge, standing foolishly still, as if inviting the might of his most fearsome strike. Alas, how unfortunate it was that Su Yi's arrogance led to his demise at Jin Gongzi's hands. Why do you smile so gleefully? Are you celebrating your impending death? Su Yi's mocking voice emerged from behind Jin Gongzi. In that instant, Jin Gongzi's countenance shifted dramatically, fear and panic etched across his face. He had not misheard. That was indeed Su Yi's voice. Su Yi had not perished beneath his axe, and had somehow moved behind him. Jin Gongzi quickly pivoted, swinging his axe once more, toppling a two-story building. Impossible. How can this be? Jin Gongzi cried out, utterly unable to believe his eyes. He had noticed that Su Yi vanished the moment his axe descended, causing his attack to miss entirely. His bloodline power was waning. Yet he had failed to eliminate Su Yi and had not even caught a glimpse of his whereabouts. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Su Yi's eerie disappearance sent him into a frenzy, threatening to drive him to madness. His strongest two strikes had failed to injure Su Yi, and his chances were dwindling, leading him closer to despair. Why are your movements so sluggish? I am right here. Su Yi appeared to Jin Gongzi's left, taunting him. Damn it! Damn it! In a fit of rage, Jin Gongzi descended into madness, repeatedly striking at Su Yi with his golden axe. Boom! The ground erupted, fissures forming as debris flew, walls collapsed. Yet Su Yi's figure remained elusive. You are nearing your end. Su Yi reappeared, chillingly declaring, his dagger materializing as he lunged toward Jin Gongzi. Jin Gongzi's bloodline power was nearly depleted, rendering him increasingly feeble. Now he posed little threat to Su Yi. You seek death. Jin Gongzi bellowed in fury, swinging his axe at the approaching Su Yi, a torrent of energy swirling as it lifted debris from the ground. His bloodline power had not yet vanished. He would not allow Su Yi to retaliate. For Su Yi to strike back now was a humiliation he could not abide. His bloodline power must never be scorned. You are finished. Su Yi's dagger slashed through the air, colliding with the golden axe, forcing it aside. Chapter 98. Grant me a swift, and the axe struck the ground, sending up clouds of dust. Jin Gongzi's madness intensified, fear deepening upon his face. He sensed his body weakening, his bloodline power on the verge of vanishing. Without it, he would be rendered vulnerable. In this moment, Su Yi still stood at his peak. He was no match for Su Yi. This foreshadowed the imminent end of his life. He would be slain by someone he once tried to kill, a truly tragic fate. Yet, he could not accept this outcome. His aura surged once more, seeking to launch one final attack against Su Yi before his bloodline power dissipated. Jin Gongzi's golden axe swung down, still ferocious, yet lacking the potency of his earlier strikes. Dreams may be grand, but reality is often harsh. Just as Jin Gongzi's axe was about to descend, Su Yi vanished once more, rendering Jin Gongzi's final blow futile. In that instant, Jin Gongzi spat blood, collapsing to the ground in agony, utterly weakened. The complete depletion of his bloodline power had inflicted severe damage upon his body, resulting in backlash. At this moment, the pain-stricken Jin Gongzi was engulfed in despair. He saw no chance of salvation. Jin Gongzi, you have committed countless heinous acts. Today, you shall finally face retribution. Su Yi advanced over the uneven terrain, exuding an air of murderous intent as he approached Jin Gongzi. With the disappearance of Jin Gongzi's bloodline power, he posed no threat. Once, Jin Gongzi had grievously wounded him, casting him down a cliff, wishing for him to perish. Once, Jin Gongzi had sought to take his life and harm his loved ones. Once, countless souls had perished at Jin Gongzi's hands. This night, in this place, Jin Gongzi would pay with his life for the sins of his past. Ha. The victors and the vanquished have been this way since time immemorial. If you do not kill me, I will kill you. There is no such thing as righteousness. Jin Gongzi laughed through his pain. Today, you slay me. But there will come a day when someone will claim your head. That will not happen. No one will kill me in this lifetime. You may proceed to the underworld. Su Yi's face contorted with merciless ferocity as he brandished his dagger toward Jin Gongzi. Jin Gongzi refused to succumb easily. He would not sit idly by and allow Su Yi to execute him. He retaliated, gripping his golden axe to strike Su Yi once more. However, in his weakened state, he was no match for Su Yi. Su Yi's dagger pierced through Jin Gongzi's wrist, where he clutched the axe, and with a forceful twist, severed the tendons in his hand. Jin Gongzi emitted a pained scream, his face contorting in agony. Su Yi swiftly maneuvered, severing the remaining tendons in Jin Gongzi's hands and feet. Blood drenched Jin Gongzi's body, and the excruciating pain left him in a state of despair, as if he were caught in a limbo between life and death. Be a man and grant me a swift end. Jin Gongzi's lips trembled as he endured immense suffering. Glaring at Sui, to grant you a quick death would be a kindness. You should experience the torment of being tortured. Sui declared with a cruel expression. Ah, what do you truly want? Just give me a swift end, Liao Jia. Jin Gongzi howled in fury. I am willing to grant you an end, but first, answer my questions honestly. Sui inquired. The reason you killed me initially cannot simply be attributed to my tardiness. Moreover, what purpose did you have in abducting so many children? I refuse to believe you are truly engaged in human trafficking. Chapter 99. Slaying and the Evolution of Bloodline. Ha! Cough cough. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, young Master Jin erupted into a fit of laughter, even as blood coughed from his lips. What is so amusing? Sui asked. Perplexed. At this moment, young Master Jin, facing imminent death, still found the humor to laugh. I find your brilliance amusing, and I mock my own foolishness. Had I not cast your body over the cliff back then, but instead taken you under my wing, the outcome today would have been rewritten, young Master Jin said, self-deprecatingly. Sui, astute as ever, detected the underlying truth. Indeed, as he stated, young Master Jin's intent to kill him was not merely due to Su Yi's late delivery. As for being a human trafficker, he scorned such a notion. A talent like Su Yi was regrettably overlooked, had he recognized it sooner. Today's outcome would have been drastically different, leading to a far brighter future for himself. Speak. Reveal your intentions, and I shall grant you a swift end. Sui fixed his gaze on young Master Jin. Your delivery interrupted my grand scheme, which, as you surmised, involved the abduction of children. The children I captured were not for sale. I was merely acting on behalf of another. You disrupted his plans, and he will undoubtedly send someone to eliminate you. He is not a man you can provoke, even with the power you currently possess. Young Master Jin's face contorted, his expression a terrifying mask. Not for sale. Then for personal use. Or to kill. If I am not mistaken, the person you speak of seeks to use the blood of these children for cultivation. Su Yi's killing intent surged, his rage boiling over. Young Master Jin was merely a pawn for a more formidable force. This individual utilized young Master Jin to abduct children. With sinister motives. The children were either to be sold or employed in nefarious ways. Such use would either mold them into ruthless assassins or exploit their pure blood for cultivation. No matter how you reason it, if you wish to learn the particulars, you must inquire directly with him. However, I doubt you will live long enough to do so. Young Master Jin gleefully taunted, relishing Su Yi's fury. Death. Very well. I shall grant you a swift demise. Su Yi exclaimed, delivering a powerful strike to young Master Jin's head, enveloping him in a violet energy. Young Master Jin's life force was swiftly consumed by Su Yi, his body withering and desiccating in mere moments, leaving behind a terrifying, lifeless husk. The potent energy coursing through Su Yi ignited his bloodline, setting it ablaze with evolution. Bloodline integration reached 10%. Integration reached 20%. Integration reached 30%. Completion achieved. Bloodline level ascended to 4th stage. The energy value of the devouring system reached 60%. Boom. In a fleeting moment, bolstered by the system's enhancement, Su Yi's bloodline advanced to the 4th stage, strengthening his aura and causing his joints to crack and pop, signifying his enhanced power. On Su Yi's skin, granules resembling blood cells emerged, remnants of impurities from his blood. Though these particles emitted a less foul odor than before, a pungent stench still lingered. Ugh! What is that foul smell? Xiao Yi, it seems you were doused in filth by young Master Jin. Gu Changqing, having noticed the silence in the garden, entered only to be greeted by the horrid odor emanating from Sui. This is truly unbearable. Wait here while I cleanse myself in the pond. Sui exclaimed, leaping into the nearby pond with a splash to wash away the grime. Be quick. I discovered crucial documents on young Master Jin's person that require thorough examination. Gu Changqing shouted. Chapter 100. Blood Sacrifice Cultivation. After a thorough cleansing in the pond, Su Yi emerged, his body free of sweat and dirt. However, the sight within the pond was appalling. Fish floated lifelessly, victims of the stench. Witnessing this scene, many remarked on the foul odor emanating from the pond. Taking a breath, Su Yi's face contorted in response to the stench. He staggered out of the water, his spirit energy swirling to evaporate the moisture from his body. Oh, there's still a hint of odor. I must return for a more thorough wash. Gu Changqing approached Su Yi, commenting on his state. Having spent nearly half an hour in the pond, traces of the foul smell remained, indicating the severity of the situation. Indeed, the stench persists. Su Yi acknowledged. Let us refrain from discussing my odor. What significant information did you uncover from young Master Jin? Having overheard Gu Changqing's earlier statement, Su Yi was intrigued by the potential discoveries made. Look at this document. They have been sending children to a certain Western nation. Gu Changqing handed over a white file. His expression grave. Let me see. Su Yi opened the document, scrutinizing its contents. As he read, his expression darkened, rage once again surfacing. The documentation confirmed his suspicions, presenting a dire situation. It detailed records from the past 2 years, chronicling the children young Master Jean had abducted and sent to a Western country. Every 2 months, he would dispatch a group of children through clandestine channels, with each shipment consisting of nearly hundreds of children. Over 2 years, thousands had been captured and sent abroad. This indicated that young Master Jin's stronghold for detaining children was not limited to merely Bianqing. The scale of abductions over 2 years was alarming. If the individual backing young Master Jin aimed to cultivate assassins, the sheer number of children required seemed excessive. It was plausible that this person truly sought to use the children's pure blood for cultivation, aiming for rapid enhancement of their abilities. What is it? Your expressions suggest you have pieced together some clues. Gu Changqing observed Su Yi's mounting fury. Su Yi's wrath seemed disproportionate, even knowing young Master Jin was involved in human trafficking. Before his demise, young Master Jin divulged certain details. He was acting on behalf of another, indicating that I had disrupted his plans. With such a vast number of children, the intent is undeniably sinister. Su Yi's tone grew heavy. Those children sent away are likely to be used for blood sacrifices in their cultivation. Blood sacrifice cultivation, an abhorrent method, was utterly despicable. Gu Changqing's face mirrored anger. His fists clenched tightly. If it were merely human trafficking, the children might still have a chance at life. However, for blood sacrifices, none would survive. To utilize the blood of children for cultivation is to extinguish one's humanity, a truly merciless act. Have you not captured one of young Master Jin's subordinates? Bring him here. Perhaps he can provide additional information. Su Yi suggested to Gu Changqing. The fact that a subordinate could escape with crucial documents indicated a strong trust placed in him by young Master Jin. He might possess further insights worth exploring. Chapter 101. A dangerous foe in no time. Gu Changqing ordered for Xiao Lu to be brought forth. Xiao Lu, trembling with fear, approached Su Yi. As he surveyed the devastation of the garden, his dread intensified, particularly upon seeing the lifeless body on the ground, a mixture of terror and sorrow flooding his heart. How much do you know about this document? Speak up. Su Yi coldly tossed a white file at Xiao Lu. Those children are being sent to the West. It's said that not only here but all over the world, children are being transported there. Xiao Lu did not open the file, but spoke directly. At this moment, there was nothing left to conceal. His silence would only lead to greater suffering. The whole world is capturing children. Do you know the identity of that person? Su Yi's gaze fixed on Xiao Lu, his eyes sharp and menacing. I don't know. That person's identity is quite mysterious. Even Jin Gongzi has never seen him. Nor have we met the contact person over there. Xiao Lu shook his head repeatedly and answered honestly. The individual from the West was exceedingly enigmatic. And since Jin Gongzi was unaware of his identity, Xiao Lu could not possibly know either. Moreover, they had not encountered the contact person there. All right, take him away and keep a close watch on him. Su Yi commanded. Take him away. Gu Changqing ordered those around him, then turned to Su Yi. It seems that the use of children's blood for cultivation is highly plausible. Indeed, this person is both dangerous and mysterious. Su Yi nodded in agreement with Gu Changqing's assertion. The entity behind Jin Gongzi was capturing children globally, undoubtedly for blood rituals. Moreover, the individual's identity was shrouded in mystery, suggesting a vast and formidable power. He was a perilous figure, especially for Su Yi, as he had slain Jin Gongzi and unearthed this matter. This act was tantamount to thwarting the plans of that individual, who would certainly not let him off easily. Acknowledging the existence of a more formidable adversary while remaining ignorant of their identity was the most perilous situation. Such enemies were impossible to guard against preemptively. If Su Yi wished for safety and to protect those around him from life-threatening dangers, he must identify his opponent and bolster his own strength. We should inform Li Qianbei and let him handle this, as well as notify everyone in various locations to rescue those imprisoned children. Gu Changqing suggested, gazing at Su Yi. Agreed, let's proceed with that. Su Yi nodded, a look of distaste crossing his face as he remarked, I'm all sweaty and need another wash. Ha! Come on. I'll treat you to a bath. Gu Changqing laughed heartily. The two departed the mansion and returned to Fengtian City. Shortly after their departure, the police arrived and sealed off the estate. Gu Changqing's subordinates handed over all captured individuals to the police, along with a portion of the acquired information, aiming to eradicate this dark force. Just at dawn, having barely slept, Su Yi and Gu Changqing received word from Li Yun, requesting them to visit Kyoto. Clearly, Li Yun had reviewed the materials they sent and wished to discuss the entity behind Jin Gongzi. Kyoto, a metropolis adorned with clusters of ancient architecture, welcomed Su Yi and Gu Changqing as they landed and proceeded to a villa in the northern part of the city to meet Li Yun. Arriving at the villa's poolside, they found Li Yun engrossed in reviewing documents. In the pool, a graceful figure glided through the water like a mermaid. With a turn and a smile, she captivated onlookers. Li Qianbei, we are here. Su Yi and Gu Changqing greeted Li Yun simultaneously. Good, you two sit for a moment. Li Yun warmly smiled, inviting them to sit beside him while he continued to peruse the documents with utmost focus. With nothing to do, the two once again gazed toward the pool, watching the enchanting figure frolicking in the water. The sight of such beauty was truly breathtaking. Have you two had your fill of watching? As the mermaid swam closer, she splashed water towards Su Yi and Gu Changqing. In an instant, they were drenched by the cold pool water, resembling drowned rats. The icy water jolted them awake, and they quickly averted their eyes, channeling their energy to evaporate the moisture clinging to them. Tinger, stop fooling around. Li Yun reproached lightly. Today, I formally introduce you to my daughter, Li Kuting. So she is Li Qianbei's daughter. My apologies. Gu Changqing awkwardly smiled and offered an apology to Li Kuting in the pool. Su Yi, upon hearing the name Li Kuting, was momentarily stunned. The ethereal beauty in the pool was indeed Li Yun's daughter, leaving him astonished. In the future, he had heard Li Yun mention having a daughter but had never seen her. Moreover, Li Kuting bore a striking resemblance to the woman he had encountered on the night he received the invitation. To unexpectedly meet the legendary daughter was quite a surprise. Emerging from the pool, Li Kuting, clad in a form-fitting swimsuit that accentuated her already perfect figure, wrapped herself in a towel while dabbing at her damp skin. Where are your eyes wandering? Li Kuting glanced at Su Yi with a hint of annoyance. Su Yi stood fixated, like a fool, his gaze transfixed on her, unmoving. His expression suggested an indescribable admiration. I have never seen such a heavenly beauty in my life. Su Yi beamed, praising Li Kuting. Flattery. You two sit tight. I will change. Li Kuting cast a disdainful look at Su Yi before heading indoors. It is no flattery. It is the honest truth. The heavens can bear witness. Su Yi declared earnestly. Li Kuting was indeed extraordinarily beautiful. To utter a lie would be to claim she was less beautiful than Yilan. She appeared as if she had stepped out of a painting, a captivating vision that was impossible to forget. Li Kuting turned back with a smile, casting another glance at Su Yi. Which woman does not love beauty? Which woman does not enjoy being praised for her beauty? I say, Xiaoyi, you wouldn't have taken a liking to Li Qianbei's daughter, would you? Speaking so sweetly, don't forget that Yilan is still waiting for you in Xiaoyang. Gu Changqing leaned closer to Su Yi and whispered. In an instant, Su Yi cast a stern look at Gu Changqing. His eyes, filled with indignation, fixated on Gu Changqing. Clearly displeased, he was not the type to fall for every pretty face he encountered. Gu Changqing's insinuation that he might have developed feelings for Li Kuting, neglecting other women, deeply hurt him. All right, I know you're not that kind of person. I spoke out of turn, I apologize. Gu Changqing hurriedly offered an apology, clearly recognizing Su Yi's disgruntled expression. You wouldn't be testing me just now, would you? Su Yi questioned, scrutinizing Gu Changqing like an interrogator. According to the art of physiognomy that I have studied, I observe that your face radiates the charm of peach blossoms, imbued with the essence of spring, suggesting a person who favors romantic pursuits over friendships. Su Yi, with a serious demeanor, gazed at Gu Changqing's countenance and spoke. Oh, come on. Are you trying to be a fortune teller? Gu Changqing chuckled softly, pushing Su Yi away playfully. It was amusing that Su Yi was in the mood to jest, claiming to have studied physiognomy so earnestly. Particularly, discussing whether he had any interest in Li Keating in front of Li Yun was quite inappropriate. All right, I've overheard your secretive conversation. If you wish to marry my daughter, you two are still unworthy and must continue to strive. Li Yun declared with a smile as he closed the documents in his hand. His daughter was not someone just anyone could marry. These two young fellows, discussing his daughter so casually in his presence, as if he were invisible, were unaware that, given Su Yi and Gu Changqing's current status, they were far from being suitable matches for his daughter. Hence, these two lads ought to focus on their cultivation instead. The elder is right. Did you hear that? You still have a long way to go and must keep working hard. Su Yi seized upon Li Yun's words to admonish Gu Changqing beside him. Gu Changqing's face fell, feeling the weight of embarrassment as he lowered his gaze in silence. Su Yi's remarks seemed to imply that all the blame lay with him. However, Li Yun was not incorrect. With Li Keating's extraordinary beauty and noble status, she truly was not someone just anyone could match. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Regarding the individual behind Jin Gongzi, I have already dispatched someone to investigate. I believe we will soon have some leads. Li Yun stated. That Westerner is likely exploiting the pure blood of children to extract essence blood for the purpose of bloodline evolution. Bloodline evolution? Isn't that akin to blood sacrifice? Sui inquired, perplexed. Blood sacrifice and bloodline evolution yield different results, with the latter being significantly more potent. If blood sacrifice is conducted in a slightly better manner, it can be used directly for cultivation. However, extracting essence blood to evolve bloodlines is far worse. 1,000 children's pure blood may not yield even a single drop capable of evolving a bloodline. Li Yun's expression turned grave. Indeed, how many children must perish for this? The foundation of the future would be shattered. Sui exclaimed in shock. While blood sacrifice can enhance one's strength, it is an exceedingly crude method. In contrast, bloodline evolution is distinct. The higher the level, the greater the talent, resulting in immense personal enhancement. If the individual behind Jin Gongzi is indeed using children's blood for bloodline evolution, it poses a grave issue. Children are the future's foundation and pillars. Severing this connection would have catastrophic effects. On the current Earth, where spiritual energy is thin, many cannot cultivate normally, including those who would be considered geniuses in worlds rich in spiritual energy. Particularly among children, there lies a plethora of untapped talent. The individual behind Jin Gongzi requires a significant amount of children's blood to extract essence blood. If this is not halted, many future foundations will be eradicated. The future of Earth is unimaginable if it cannot contend with the powerful foreign races. Chapter 104. The superior is a woman, thus, this matter is exceedingly serious. Once I receive news from that side, I will select a few individuals to assist you both, serving as another form of training for you. Li Yun spoke with utmost seriousness. Understood. Is there anything else you wish to instruct us, Elder? Sui nodded. There is not much left to say. The remaining matters will be entrusted to my daughter, and you two will work under her from now on. Li Yun announced. What? Work under your daughter? She is our superior. Sui exclaimed in surprise. Li Yun unexpectedly assigning them a superior, who happens to be his daughter, was no jest. It seemed their future days would not be easy. A young lady of Li Keating's stature and position was not someone to be trifled with. He had always preferred to avoid such women, keeping his distance. Yet now, there was no escape, as it was Li Yun's direct arrangement. What's wrong? You seem to dislike me. Li Keating emerged, dressed in a wine-red down jacket. No, absolutely not. Sister Ting, you have misunderstood. I am merely too excited and overjoyed. Sui forced a smile, attempting to explain. He was internally distressed, having been caught off guard by Li Keating. I almost believed you. You want to deceive me. You simply dislike being under my leadership. Li Keating retorted with a mocking expression, doubting Suyi's sincerity. Which mischief maker is reporting falsehoods about me? Sister Ting, you are so beautiful, radiating an aura of nobility. I would cherish the opportunity to be near you. Why would I dislike you? Sui praised her profusely, while discreetly nudging the chuckling Gu Changqing to support his case. Indeed, Sui is correct. Miss Ting is exceptionally stunning, a rare beauty akin to a celestial being. How could one dislike her? Gu Changqing, suppressing laughter, chimed in. Oh no, Changqing, you have erred. You claim not to have feelings for Sister Ting. Yet you are confessing in front of the elder. Sui remarked with a look of disdain, subtly chastising Gu Changqing. I do not. Close your mouth. Gu Changqing, flustered by Suyi's sudden turn, quickly covered Suyi's mouth to prevent him from speaking further nonsense. Regardless of your willingness, you two will be under my command. Disobedience will not be tolerated. Li Keating's fair and enchanting face bore a knowing smile. Who would dare disregard Sister Ting's orders? I would be the first to oppose it. Sui feigned bravado, secretly wishing to teach Li Keating a lesson, unwilling to let this beautiful woman dominate him. Well then, there is nothing more to discuss here. You may return. Do remember to come to Kyoto on the 15th of the first month, Li Yun said with a beaming smile. Very well, we shall take our leave. Sui bowed to Li Yun and turned to depart. I also bid farewell. Elder, goodbye. Miss Ting, farewell. Gu Changqing followed closely after Sui. As they exited the villa grounds, Gu Changqing lamented about Sui's penchant for jesting. Now, they had garnered the attention of their future superior, Li Keating. However, Sui remained unfazed, shifting all blame onto Gu Changqing. Despite clearly harboring feelings, he attempted to seize the opportunity to confess, but refused to acknowledge it. Ultimately, Gu Changqing resigned himself, unable to contend with Sui. After escorting Sui back to Bianqing, Gu Changqing returned to Nangguang with Wang Peng and Li Danyu. Chapter 105. Qin Miaoyi within Bianqing. Wang Peng and Li Danyu gifted Su Jichao's family an apartment. Initially, Su Jichao felt hesitant to accept. That apartment was worth at least several million. For an ordinary citizen, such a sum was unattainable and beyond hope. It was only after Su Yi's return that he persuaded his uncle to accept the apartment. As the year drew to a close and the festive season approached, the atmosphere across the nation brimmed with joy. In Shaoyang, Yilan called Su Yi daily, inquiring about his well-being. Time passed swiftly, and on the eve of the new year, fireworks and firecrackers echoed throughout the city. Under the starry night sky, splendid fireworks blossomed, creating a delightful scene. While families gathered in celebration, after Su Yi and his uncle's family retired for the night, he drove to Xiaohe village in Nanyang. Xiaohe village, a small settlement of a few hundred residents, was where Su Yi had lived during his childhood. From a distance, the village appeared festooned with lights, radiating an atmosphere of jubilance. However, Su Yi refrained from entering the village, opting instead to traverse the rugged mountain path leading towards the lofty peaks behind the village. The path was narrow, and after ascending a mere 100 meters, further progress was impeded. Clutching a basket of fruits, a bottle of wine, and some ingot candles, Su Yi continued his ascent. After 10 minutes, he finally arrived at a spacious hillside, where a cold gravestone loomed before a grave. With heavy steps, Su Yi approached the grave, diligently clearing away the sparse dry grass. He then ignited the incense and candles he had brought, offering paper money and placing the fruits and wine at the grave's foot. Silent, he sat before the gravestone, gazing quietly at it. It had been 4 years since he last visited this place. Throughout these years, his heart had withheld from returning, burdened by the pain of memories that this place evoked. On a winter night, the biting northern wind howled down from the mountains. Flakes of snow fell from the heavens, increasingly blanketing the earth. Su Yi remained seated in the snow throughout the night, and by dawn, a thick layer of snow adorned him. As he surveyed the landscape, the mountains and woods were enveloped in a pristine white, the entire land draped in a silvery veil. With the day breaking fully, Su Yi shook off the snow covering him. Channeling his inner energy, he expelled the cold from his body, feeling notably warmer. Gazing at the familiar ground, Su Yi inhaled deeply, stretching and flexing his muscles. In that moment of bending down, he picked up a wine glass and hurled it fiercely at a nearby rock. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered upon impact, causing a fissure to appear in the rock. Almost immediately, the entire rock crumbled, sending debris tumbling down the mountainside. "Come out, you've been watching me all night. It's time for me to see your true face," Su Yi exclaimed with a smile. Noticing that no one emerged from behind the fractured rock, only footprints remained. The person hidden behind the rock was indeed swift, vanishing in a mere second. "Wow, you've gained quite the reputation, Su Yi. To have eliminated young Master Jean, I must say, you are impressive." A woman with exquisite features and delicate skin appeared before Su Yi, her hands clapping rhythmically. "Who are you?" Su Yi inquired warily, eyeing the captivating woman. She had been observing him throughout the night, and he was uncertain of her intentions. "I am Qin Miaoyi, the godsister of young Master Jean," she replied, her demeanor sultry as she addressed Su Yi. "Are you here to seek vengeance?" Su Yi asked, his caution towards Qin Miaoyi palpable. Being related to young Master Jean, her appearance was not a harbinger of good tidings for him. In this icy wilderness, it was highly probable that she sought retribution for the death of her godbrother. After all, Su Yi had slain young Master Jean, and as his godsister, Qin Miaoyi had every reason to come after him. Meanwhile, Su Yi discreetly gathered his spiritual energy, preparing for any potential onslaught from her. This woman was no ordinary individual. It had taken him an entire night to confirm her presence. Such a woman far surpassed young Master Jean in capability, likely possessing the prowess of a fully realized spiritual warrior. Facing someone of this caliber posed a significant challenge for him. "Do not be so tense. I am not here to exact vengeance." Qin Miaoyi approached Su Yi with a sweet, enchanting smile. "Do not come any closer, or I shall not show mercy," Su Yi warned her sternly. She was the sister of his former enemy, and he had no inclination to trust her words. Beneath her angelic visage, there might lurk a sinister intent, and she could strike when he least expected it. "I intend to come closer. Do you plan to be so heartless as to crush a flower?" Qin Miaoyi teased, continuing her advance towards Su Yi. "Since you refuse to heed my warning, do not blame me for being ungracious." Su Yi issued his final caution. The woman before him was indeed perilous. Disregarding his warning was an indication that she aimed to provoke him into action. "Let us see how ungracious you can truly be," Qin Miaoyi replied with a light-hearted laugh, suddenly appearing right in front of Su Yi. Her ethereal face was nearly touching his, her captivating eyes locked onto his. The proximity was intimate, and as she reached for his shoulder, Su Yi was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. In an instant, he activated his concealment technique, vanishing from sight. The next moment, he reappeared 10 meters away from Qin Miaoyi. Her speed was astonishing, nearly catching him off guard. Her seemingly mundane hand, as it reached for him, concealed immense power. Had she succeeded, his shoulder would have been crushed. Fortunately, he had evaded her grasp just in time. You vanished so swiftly. Impressive indeed. No wonder young Master Jin met his end at your hands. Qin Miaoyi expressed her astonishment, praising Su Yi. She had demonstrated remarkable speed, unmatched among her peers. Moreover, considering that Su Yi was of a lower realm than her, his escape had been astonishing. Flattery does not serve you. Your speed is commendable, but it pales in comparison to mine. If you seek vengeance for young Master Jin, you may find it an unrealistic endeavor. Su Yi maintained his vigilance, aware that he could not underestimate her. A moment of complacency could expose him to her counterattack. Such confidence you possess. Qin Miaoyi gracefully maneuvered, appearing before Su Yi once more like a whisper of wind. This time, her speed was even greater. As Su Yi processed this, her delicate hands seized his shoulders. What? Su Yi stammered, astonished at the swiftness with which Qin Miaoyi had captured him. Her speed had exceeded his expectations, leaving him no room to react. With a sudden crack, the ground beneath them gave way, sending both tumbling down the mountainside. The thick snow cushioned their fall, transforming their descent into a rolling ball of snow. Jigu, Jigu, there's indeed a car here. At the foot of the mountain, a group of unruly young men approached Su Yi's parked vehicle, their faces illuminated with excitement. Wonderful. This car is excellent. We've struck gold with 100,000 in getaway cash. One young man with dyed blonde hair and piercings exclaimed as he joined the others in their exhilaration. Jigu, you must have known about the car to promise that group you could deliver one. Of course, I would never engage in matters lacking certainty. Quickly, drive the car away. 100,000 kwai is waiting for us. Jigu exclaimed joyfully, igniting a cigarette while urging his subordinates. On the first day of the new year, effortlessly, we stand to gain 100,000 kwai. His subordinates, equally exhilarated, began to fuss about, swiftly unlocking the car door. Suddenly, a cascade of rocks tumbled down the mountain, accompanied by a significant amount of accumulated snow. The ground trembled slightly. Ah, it's an earthquake. Jigu exhaled a cloud of smoke and anxiously gazed towards the mountain peak. We must successfully start the vehicle before a real earthquake occurs. However, the tremors intensified, and snow began to tumble down in torrents. Jigu and his companions grew increasingly anxious, contemplating fleeing, yet reluctant to abandon the vehicle before them. 100,000 kwai. If we drive this car away, the money is ours. Jigu, look. It seems a snowball is rolling down. One person pointed at the large, white sphere descending from the mountain. Move aside. Jigu hurriedly shoved those beside him away and sought refuge behind a nearby rock. The snowball, at least a meter in diameter, rolled towards the parking spot. With a loud thud, the snowball collided with the car, exploding into a flurry of snowflakes. The vehicle was overturned, rolling several meters away. My goodness, you two shameless individuals engaged in a tryst on the mountain, and now you've wrecked my car. Jigu glared furiously at the spot where the vehicle had been parked, where a man and a woman lay sprawled. It was evident that the snowball had encapsulated this couple during their indiscretion, causing them to tumble down the mountain and overturn his prized vehicle. That car could have netted him a considerable sum of 100,000 kwai. Now, having been flipped over so far, it could be severely damaged, rendering it undrivable. Thus, his hopes for the 100,000 kwai had been dashed by this couple's reckless behavior. Cough, cough. You there, get up, don't lie on top of me. On the ground, Su Yi, oblivious to Ji's wrath, attempted to push Qin Miaoyi off him. For heaven's sake, did you not hear Jigu? Jigu, in a fit of rage, shouted at Su Yi and the other person on the ground. Su Xiaojia, if you yell one more time, I will slap you. Su Yi, unable to free himself from Qin Miaoyi's grasp, bellowed in frustration. Chapter 108. Seeking trouble. Oh no. Encountering a couple engaged in an affair. They must know who Jigu is. Jigu scratched the back of his head, realizing something was amiss. Wait a moment. If they're here having an affair, they must be from the village. My reputation is quite substantial. Naturally, they would recognize me. I must see which couple has ruined my plans. He approached cautiously, intent on identifying the individuals sprawled on the ground. I said, get up quickly. What are you doing lying on me? Su Yi shouted angrily at Qin Miaoyi. Caught off guard by Qin Miaoyi's sudden move, he had lost his balance, and the two rolled down the mountain together. Now that they had safely landed, he was further misunderstood, with Qin Miaoyi still clinging to him. Please, I feel dizzy. Let me rest a bit longer. Qin Miaoyi, sporting a dazed expression, continued to lie on Sui. Sui felt frantic inside, yet he was unable to dislodge the girl clinging to him. Qin Miao, he was like a piece of gum stuck to him. Who would have thought it was Sui? When did you become so flirtatious? During the festive season. Instead of staying home, you come to the mountain for such antics. What a disgrace. Ji Gu approached, and, upon recognizing Su Yi's face, mocked him. Flirtatious, you say? Speak one more word, and I shall silence you. Su Yi roared angrily, deeply dissatisfied with Ji Ji's taunts. He wasn't here for flirtation. If that were the case, it would be a different matter altogether. Ironically, the woman atop him was not there for romance, but rather for vengeance, and now she stubbornly remained on him. Anger surged within Ji Gu as he retorted, You dare yell at me? You've damaged my car, and I have yet to express my fury. How dare you raise your voice? Ji Gu, infuriated, shouted to his surrounding subordinates. Quickly, capture this shameless couple. The one who should be furious was him. Just as he was on the verge of obtaining 100,000 kwai, Su Yi had ruined everything. What is your car? That's mine. Su Xiaojia. You should continue your petty thievery. Su Yi mocked. Su Xiaojia, being of similar age, was a notorious scoundrel in the village. Since childhood, he had enjoyed stealing chickens and ducks from the neighbors, cooking and consuming them himself. After entering high school, he had fully embraced his identity as a delinquent. Oh, it's yours? Then it's even more deserving of being taken. I heard your uncle's house was set ablaze, and so quickly you received a substantial compensation. Not to mention you own a house in the city. Ji Gu, with a cunning smile, said, I want to disclose your little escapade if you lend me some money. You're looking for trouble. Slap. As soon as Su Yi's words fell, he swung his hand, delivering a powerful slap to Su Xiaojia's face. Ouch, my face hurts. Su Xiaojia's face contorted in agony as he cried out miserably. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and 2 teeth fell out. Gazing at his lost teeth and feeling the sharp pain in his face only fueled Su Xiaojia's rage. He picked up a stone from the ground and charged at Su Yi, hurling it in his direction. Su Yi rolled aside, pressing Qin Miao beneath him, thus dodging the stone thrown by Su Xiaojia. Seeing he had missed, Su Xiaojia picked up another stone and aimed it once more at Su Yi. Enough! Su Yi shouted, delivering a resounding slap. With a crack, the stone in Su Xiaojia's hand shattered under Su Yi's strike. The tremendous force sent Su Xiaojia screaming as he was propelled backward, landing several meters away, completely covered in snow. Chapter 109. Spare me, sir. Su Xiaojia's pitiful situation caused his accompanying lackeys to tremble in fear. The usually arrogant and domineering Ji Gu was now emitting cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Do not kill me, just let me go? Why are you holding on to me like this? Su Yi ignored Su Xiaojia and redirected his focus back to Qin Miao. After such a long time, she still clung to him, showing no intention of letting go. Now, kneeling on the ground with a woman in his grasp, the position was undeniably compromising. If the village elders were to witness this, they would undoubtedly scold him for his disgraceful conduct. All right, don't be angry. I feel better now. Qin Miao, sporting a mischievous expression, gently caressed Su Yi's cheek before releasing her hold. Su Yi hastily rose, straightening his attire, feeling significantly more at ease. Ouch, Su Yi. You've injured me and ruined my car. You owe me 200,000 or else you shall not have a good life. I will reveal your shameful deeds. From the side, with help from his lackeys, Su Xiaojia struggled to stand. He was now considerably injured, and his misfortune had been compounded by Su Yi's interference. Leaving him fuming. Su Xiaojia, you want to see the coffin until you shed tears. Su Yi stepped forward, his expression icy and ghostly. A powerful gust of wind sending Su Xiaojia's lackeys flying. Raising his hand once more, he struck Su Xiaojia's other cheek, leaving a deep crimson mark. Su Xiaojia was left dazed by the blow, spinning in place from the pain. His cheeks were struck, swelling rapidly, resembling a large pig's head. Come back, Su Yi shouted, capturing those who attempted to slip away. Please spare us, sir. It wasn't our fault. It was Gi's idea to steal your car for someone else. The captured individuals bowed their heads in fear, their faces etched with terror. Su Yi was overwhelmingly powerful, a force to be reckoned with, leaving no room for resistance in the face of such a formidable presence. Su Xiaoji. Su Yi approached him and pointed a finger. No. Please don't hit me again. I saw nothing, I swear. I don't want your compensation or your car. Su Xiaoji crouched down, trembling in fright. He had experienced Su Yi's slap firsthand, which was terrifyingly powerful. Another strike could very well cost him his life. Today had been a stroke of bad luck for him. Encountering a fellow villager, he had hoped to profit, but instead found that his childhood companion was even more ruthless, quickly bringing him to submission with just a few blows. You deserve to be punished for attempting to steal from a villager. Su Yi reprimanded sternly. Now tell me, where did you plan to take my car? About half an hour ago, at the provincial road near the village, I encountered a group of people whose vehicle had broken down. They were willing to pay me 100,000 if I could find a working car. Su Xiaoji quickly explained. Your car was seen arriving at midnight, and I thought it was from outsiders, so I planned to take it and exchange it for 10,000. Do you think such a fortunate opportunity would just fall into your lap? Su Yi questioned. It's true. They already gave me 10,000 up front and promised the remaining 90,000 afterward. Su Xiaoji insisted. Take me to see them. You're venturing into the mountains today, and those you're dealing with might be even more dangerous than you. Watch your back. Su Yi admonished loudly. Brother Yi, please don't scare me. I'm already on edge. Su Xiaoji exclaimed in terror. Less chatter. Take me there. Su Yi commanded, then approached the overturned car, exerting his strength to right it. After testing the vehicle, he honked the horn, signaling Su Xiaoji to come over. Whoa, Jigu, your fellow villager is incredibly strong. He flipped the car all by himself. Su Xiaoji's followers were astonished, and upon hearing the horn, they praised him with raised thumbs. Su Yi easily righted the overturned car, which was a small sedan, not a mere bicycle. Look how impressive your Jigu is. It shows my childhood companion is remarkable. No, even more so. Su Xiaoji finally regained his composure, boasting as he approached despite the pain. Observing Su Xiaoji's back, his followers exchanged disdainful glances. After all, Su Yi truly was formidable, exhibiting a terrifying strength. What is there to brag about when Jigu has been beaten into a pulp? Su Yi had Su Xiaoji bring along one of his subordinates to drive to the village entrance. Su Yi sat in the back seat, and Qin Miaoyi joined him, taking a seat beside him. Why are you following me again? If you're not seeking revenge, you should leave. Su Yi said with displeasure. Don't be angry. Brother Yi, couples fight at home, but reconcile later. Su Xiaoji, in the front seat, attempted to placate him. Shut up. When did I say she is my wife? And if you dare speak of today's events, I'll ensure you can't utter a word for the rest of your life. Su Yi reprimanded fiercely. Su Xiaoji immediately fell silent, afraid that Su Yi would indeed render him mute. Don't be so fierce. I merely wish to see the excitement. It's not a bother to you. Besides, don't humans have a saying, follow the chicken if you marry a chicken, follow the dog if you marry a dog? Qin Miaoyi said, resting her chin in her hand, her sparkling eyes gazing at Su Yi. Humans you? Su Yi's mind exploded upon hearing her words. She referred to him as a human, suggesting that she was not one, but rather a member of the Yao tribe. The Yao tribe, capable of transforming into human form, could only be led by a Yao king, whose realm surpassed the pinnacle of human martial attainment, entering a higher plane known as the Wheel Realm. Qin Miaoyi was a member of the Yao tribe, and a Yao king at that. No wonder he felt outmatched. The presence of a Yao king brought immense conflict to his mind. Having a Yao king woman by his side filled him with trepidation. Qin Miaoyi, a Yao king and the elder sister of Jin Gongzi, was like a ticking time bomb at his side, capable of taking his life at any moment. Don't worry, I'm not truly going to kill you, Qin Miaoyi said softly, leaning against Su Yi's shoulder. Drive. Su Yi chuckled awkwardly, instructing Su Xiaoji's subordinate to take the wheel. Being targeted by a Yao king was daunting. If she truly intended to harm him, he wouldn't stand a chance. Based on Qin Miaoyi's behavior, it seemed she did not wish to kill him. Otherwise, she would have acted already, rather than clinging to him like a lover. Before long, the vehicle reached the provincial road at the village entrance. There were indeed 3 to 5 individuals waiting by the roadside, appearing quite anxious. What happened to the car? You look like a pig's head. Did it flip over while you were driving? One man, sporting stubble and a small scar on his face, approached, looking displeased at Su Xiaoji's pig-like appearance. I don't know anything. You need to speak with my brother? Su Xiaoji averted the man's gaze, opening the back door for Su Yi to exit. You're his brother? You previously agreed to pay this kid 100,000, but the car is wrecked. I can only offer you 10,000. The scarred man said, attempting to negotiate with Su Yi. 10,000? You're insulting me. This car is a genuine imported model worth millions. You think you can take it for 2,000? Su Yi scoffed at the scarred man. Humph, $1 million car? Do you think I'm a fool? A small-time thug from a backwater village can't afford such a car. The scarred man retorted, growing angrier within. 2,000 is more than generous. You won't get a single penny more. In this remote mountainous area, he did not believe a small-time thug could afford a luxury vehicle worth millions. It was just a wrecked car, yet he expected millions for it. Offering 2,000 was already more than enough. How dare he exaggerate and negotiate? So you intend to forcibly take it, then? Su Yi's expression darkened, unfriendly. And what if we do? Are we afraid of you, local tyrant? The others quickly drew their firearms, brazenly aiming them at Su Yi. Oh my, they have guns. Su Xiaoji quivered in fear, collapsing to the ground. Now that you're showing your weapons, you're really planning to take me down. Su-yi remained unfazed, calmly staring at the scarred man. Haha, and what of it? You've got guts, staying so composed. The scarred man laughed, pressing the gun to Su-yi's forehead. Armed, they had no fear of the local tyrant. Originally, they had intended to offer some money and leave, but Su-yi's obstinacy had pushed them to this point. Yet, Su-yi's composure was indeed remarkable. Even with a gun to his head, he remained calm and unafraid. Remove your belongings at once. Or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Su-yi remarked with a hint of a smile directed at the scarred man. I refuse to do so. What can you possibly do to me? The scarred man retorted with brazen arrogance, his face twisted in a menacing sneer. Then I shall bring you to your knees. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su-yi moved like lightning, swiftly snatching the gun from the scarred man's grip and delivering a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, the scarred man was sent flying, caught off guard by Su-yi's sudden strike. In the next moment, Su-yi moved again, his figure a blur, with only the sound of slaps echoing in the air. The remaining few were also sent sprawling, blood spewing from their mouths, each bearing a deep imprint of his hand. This is terrifying. My heavens. Su Xiaoji, paralyzed with fear, suddenly sprang to his feet, gazing at Su-yi's silhouette with reverence, as if he were beholding a deity. The scene had been utterly shocking. He had not witnessed Su-yi's movements, yet the scarred man and his companions were sent reeling, bloodied. Several handguns lay discarded at Su-yi's feet, a clear indication that he had single-handedly dealt with the gang of thugs. His speed was akin to that of light, rendering all actions invisible to the naked eye. Such extraordinary prowess could only be executed by one whom the heart deems a true deity. How infuriating! You have drawn blood from me, and now you shall pay dearly. The scarred man spat blood, rising in a fury, his voice booming with rage as he glared at Su-yi. He then produced a small vial from his pocket and swallowed a reddish-brown pill. In an instant, his aura surged, his veins bulging, his complexion turning crimson, and his eyes became dark and hollow, presenting a frightening visage. Simultaneously, his accomplices ingested similar pills, transforming in an instant to mirror the scarred man's terrifying metamorphosis. The enemy's combat power escalated dramatically, reaching level 1. How could ordinary individuals transform into such formidable opponents? Could it be the pills they just consumed that have enhanced their strength? Su-yi pondered, furrowing his brow as the system's scanning prompt echoed in his mind. The scarred man emitted no trace of spiritual energy. He was purely an ordinary person. Yet now, their combat level had reached the threshold of spiritual martial arts initiation, indicative of a significant change likely caused by the reddish-brown pills. Prepare to be torn apart, you insolent wretch. The scarred man growled, a wild intensity radiating from him. What sort of potion have you consumed? It seems far from benign. Su-yi inquired, observing the scarred man. In mere seconds, an ordinary person had morphed into a master of the initial stage of spiritual martial arts. This was indeed abnormal. The appearance of the scarred man and his cohorts resembled that of individuals possessed. The reddish-brown pills were surely no good. Su-yi's curiosity piqued. He wondered where they had procured such perilous substances. Cease your idle chatter. You, a mere street thug, have chosen your demise. The scarred man's voice dripped with menace as he signaled to one of his companions, who approached Su-yi with a devilish grin, fists raised. As he drew near, he unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which seemed capable of shattering stone. The scarred man's group watched with smug satisfaction, envisioning Su-yi incapacitated. Having just endured a severe beating from Su-yi, they now relished the prospect of revenge. The thought of Su-yi, battered and pleading for mercy, thrilled them. With a look of disdain, Su-yi extended his hand, grasping the descending fist. Crack! His grip crushed the opponent's hand, and with his other hand, he seized the man by the neck, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere puppet. Despite the enhancement from the pills, they remained no match for him. Release my comrade at once. The scarred man's grin faded, replaced by fury as he witnessed his companion easily subdued. The reality that Su-yi surpassed their expectations in strength dawned upon him, for their abilities were akin to that of their captured ally, signifying that Su-yi could easily vanquish them as well. Release? Why, that would be quite the loss of face for me. Su-yi scoffed. You all must see that I am no ordinary person. Even with your newfound strength from the pills, you cannot contend with me. Surrender, and perhaps I shall consider sparing you. His mind raced with the desire to uncover the source of the pills that granted ordinary individuals the strength of spiritual martial arts initiation. The potency of the reddish-brown pills was formidable, yet they appeared to carry significant drawbacks for the user. The mere fact that ordinary people could obtain such pills suggested that they were being mass-produced, a subpar elixir of spiritual enhancement. Humph. I refuse to believe that I cannot defeat you. The scarred man, undeterred by Su Yi's words, grew more enraged. He retrieved the vial once more, consuming 2 additional reddish-brown pills. Roar! He bellowed, the effects of the pills surging through him, amplifying his aura to unprecedented levels. Veins bulged grotesquely, muscles expanded, tearing through his clothing, and his face contorted into an ugly grimace. The aura he emitted was wild and feral, as if he had lost all semblance of reason. I will rip you to shreds. The scarred man's voice boomed, resembling a giant on the march. With each step, the ground trembled beneath him, asphalt cracking underfoot, leaving deep impressions. Within mere meters of Su Yi, the scarred man's colossal foot descended towards him. In that moment, Su Xiaoji was rendered speechless, his legs trembling as he fell to the ground. The henchman in the vehicle had long fled in terror. Qin Miaoi remained composed, unaffected by the chaos around her. Roar! The scarred man howled like a beast, aiming to crush Su Yi beneath his foot, a release of his pent-up rage. Stubborn fool, Su Yi coldly declared, his fist once more poised for action. Brilliant light shimmered before him as a dragon-like figure coalesced, meeting the scarred man's foot with tremendous force. Bang! Su Yi's punch struck fiercely, creating a gaping wound in the scarred man's foot. Following this, he delivered 2 swift strikes to the same foot, shattering its bones. With a resounding crash, the massive form of the scarred man toppled, fracturing the road beneath him. His cries of anguish echoed as blood gushed forth. Brother! Brother! The remaining henchmen shouted in concern, their fear escalating. Their leader, having consumed 3 pills, was effortlessly subdued by Su Yi in mere moments. No one had anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary on this secluded mountain path. Now, surrender and tell me where you obtained those pills. Su Yi cast aside the individual he had been grasping, his voice cold and unyielding. The moment he spoke, a few individuals were startled, their faces etched with panic. They were confronted by someone far too formidable for them to contend with. Under Su Yi's relentless questioning, they found themselves at a loss for words. Humph! Don't utter a sound. I refuse to believe I cannot bring you down. The scarred man exclaimed, his visage contorted in agony. Despite having consumed 3 pills, he still succumbed to Su Yi, a humiliation he could not bear. Until he defeated Su Yi, his heart remained restless, consumed by unquenchable fury. Once more, the scarred man retrieved 2 more pills, convinced that 5 would suffice to vanquish Su Yi. Brother, you cannot take any more. The seller warned that 3 is the maximum. Exceeding that could endanger your life, pleaded one of his subordinates. Indeed, brother, you've already consumed 3. Further intake could be perilous. As the scarred man prepared to ingest another 2 pills, his companions implored him in haste. Though the reddish-brown pills were potent, they were not to be taken recklessly. The seller had cautioned against exceeding the limit, warning that doing so could lead to dire consequences. Get away! The scarred man bellowed in rage, shoving aside those who obstructed him as he swallowed the 2 pills. At that moment, he cared little for the risks. His only focus was to defeat Su Yi and avenge his humiliation. With the ingestion of the 2 pills, the scarred man's aura surged once more. His already burly form swelled, akin to an inflated balloon, growing ever larger. He let out a horrific cry, his fury escalating to a new level of savagery. He swung his arms wildly, and one hapless subordinate was caught off guard, struck by a fist that sent him reeling, blood spewing forth. Roaring, the enormous scarred man rampaged like a feral beast, seizing another subordinate and brutally tearing him asunder. In that instant, the remaining subordinates were gripped by despair and terror. Their leader had lost all semblance of humanity, ruthlessly slaughtering even those who had shared life and death with him, forcibly rending the body of his comrade. You are neither man nor beast. It is time for you to fall. Su Yi observed the rampaging scarred man with icy detachment. His hand glimmered as he hurled a dagger, which plunged into the man's brow. Chapter 114. The origin of the pills with a howl. The scarred man's forehead was pierced by the dagger, blood gushing forth as he emitted a roar of pain. The excruciating sting only heightened his frenzy as he charged towards Su Yi. His massive form shook the ground beneath him, fissures appearing as if a quake had erupted. Just as the scarred man was upon him, Su Yi leapt high, delivering a punch aimed directly at the man's brow. The force of the blow transferred through the dagger, penetrating his skull and bursting forth from the back of his head. A torrent of blood and brain matter erupted as the scarred man let out a wretched scream, his colossal body collapsing with a resounding thud. As the massive form fell, the ground around him cracked, clouds of dust billowing into the air. The scarred man's body shrank rapidly, returning to its original state, though his head was perforated, and he lay lifeless, his eyes still wide open. "Brother!" The remaining subordinates cried out in anguish, for the scarred man had met his demise at Su Yi's hands. "My goodness, Igu, you are fierce indeed." Having dispatched the monster, Su Xiaoji exclaimed, rising from the ground, his gaze filled with admiration for Su Yi's silhouette. The scarred man had transformed into a terrifying creature. A brutal monster capable of tearing a man in two, yet he had been effortlessly slain by Su Yi. "You three, come here." Su Yi ignored Su Xiaoji's awe and focused intently on the remaining companions of the scarred man. With their leader dead, the origin of the pills could only be uncovered by interrogating the surviving henchmen. Gazing upon Su Yi's frigid countenance, none dared to flee, even if they wished to escape. They understood that was futile. They had witnessed Su Yi's terrifying prowess. "From where do your pills originate, and what is your purpose here?" Su Yi queried, adopting an interrogative tone as he extended his hand towards the trio. "These pills have significant side effects. Consuming them will only hasten your demise. As you have seen with your brother, the reddish-brown pills indeed provided a considerable boost in strength in a short span. However, that enhancement was superficial, failing to confer any essential improvement, while severely taxing the body. Moreover, the side effects were grave, plunging the user into a state of madness, stripping them of their reason. More critically, the physical harm was profound. Even if Su Yi had not slain the scarred man, the latter would not have lived much longer. Once the drug's effects faded, he would inevitably succumb. The three hastily surrendered the remaining pills they possessed, fearing to conceal anything. They complied without reservation, recounting the truth in full. They had witnessed their brother's descent into madness and brutality firsthand. "Su Xiaoji, go and open the trunk of their vehicle and retrieve the bags inside." Upon hearing the explanations, Su Yi instructed Su Xiaoji to access the trunk. Upon opening it, Su Xiaoji discovered 4 large black bags brimming with contents. Unzipping one, the sight within sent him into a frenzy of joy. It was filled to the brim with red banknotes, radiating the allure of wealth. He eagerly unzipped the remaining 3 bags, each identical in their contents of red currency. "Igu, we have struck it rich." For bags of red banknotes, Su Xiaoji shouted in jubilation. These 4 bags of currency meant they had truly hit the jackpot. "Have you lost your mind? That money was stolen from the bank. Do you not fear imprisonment for using it?" Su Yi shook his head in exasperation, admonishing him. Chapter 115. The new pills. The 4 bags of cash in the vehicle were the spoils of the scarred man's gang, who had robbed the Bien City Bank under the cover of night. This group comprised bank robbers who seized the opportunity while everyone was preoccupied with family reunions during the new year to raid the bank. Those funds were far from legitimate. Su Xiaoji's desire to utilize the stolen money was utterly foolish. The reason for the robbery was tied to the pills. According to the trio, the seller had produced a new batch of pills. The new pills were said to possess even greater potency than the reddish-brown variety, with rumors suggesting that one could elevate an ordinary person to the status of a Ling Wuxia. In this era of revitalized spiritual energy, becoming a Ling Wuxia was the pinnacle of aspiration. Knowing there was a path to ascend to such status, they could not miss the opportunity. However, the price of the new pills was exorbitant, compelling them to resort to robbery once more. This time, however, luck was not on their side. Though they evaded capture by the police, they fell into Su Yi's hands. Their scheme had utterly failed. Su Yi, a genuine Ling Wuxia, made their defeat inevitable. There are no easy paths to becoming a Ling Wuxia. Perhaps there are, but they are certainly beyond the reach of the average person. "I suspect you are merely pawns in someone else's experiment," Su Yi lamented. In this era of waning spiritual energy, aspiring to become a spiritual warrior is fraught with challenges. Success cannot merely be attained through a single pill. Such miraculous elixirs may exist, yet they are exceedingly rare on Earth. Even if they were to exist, their possessors would be unlikely to part with them, especially not to a cohort of ordinary individuals. The reddish-brown pill they encountered suggests that someone might be experimenting with a certain spiritual elixir, using living subjects as test cases. The pill acquired by the gang led by the scarred man is far from a flawless product. The 3 survivors lament their predicament, acknowledging that Su Yi's observations are not without merit. Their impatience and desire for shortcuts have led to their current misfortune. At last, the police arrived, apprehending the trio of robbers and recovering the stolen money. The team was led by the captain of the Bianqing police force, who expressed his gratitude upon seeing Su Yi. Just days prior, Su Yi had assisted them in uncovering a human trafficking den, and today he had once again aided in capturing bank robbers. Previously, when he had arrived at the scene, Su Yi had already departed, leaving Wang Peng to handle the aftermath. This second encounter with Su Yi warranted heartfelt thanks. The wailing sirens drew the attention of the villagers of Xiaohe village, who gathered to observe. Initially, many believed the police had come to arrest Su Xiaoji, as he was regarded as a local troublemaker. Several villagers pointed fingers and cursed him, deeming him deserving of his fate for not leading a respectable life. However, it soon became clear that the truth was otherwise. Su Yi had returned and apprehended a group of bank robbers. What a commendable feat! Su Yi has truly brought honor to our village. The late brother Ziyuan can now rest in peace, knowing his son has excelled. In just a few days, Su Yi had assisted the police in solving significant cases, earning him immense respect within the village. The villagers beamed with pride. As the police vehicle departed, Su Yi exchanged a few words with the village elders before driving off in the damaged car toward Bianqing. Su Xiaoji, reflecting on Su Yi's achievements, lamented his own shortcomings and vowed to follow in Su Yi's footsteps, aspiring to become a person of value. Chapter 116. Temporarily following Su Yi on the road from Nanyang to Bianqing, a dilapidated vehicle stood out conspicuously. Inside, Su Yi drove uneasily, frequently glancing at the rearview mirror. Qin Miaoyi, the demon king of the demon race, was still with him and showed no intention of departing. Are you truly not here to kill me? Su Yi broke the lingering silence, inquiring of Qin Miaoyi. She claimed to be the god-sister of Jin Gongzi, leading him to suspect she had come seeking vengeance. Having spent some time together, Qin Miaoyi had ample opportunity to strike, yet had refrained thus far. Of course not. I'm not here to kill you, Qin Miaoyi replied breezily. If you are not here to kill me, then what is your purpose? And how does a member of the demon race become the god-sister of a human? Su Yi asked, curiosity piqued. It's quite simple. 30 years ago, I ventured out and was injured, transforming back into my true form. Jin Gongzi's father rescued me, and thus I became a goddaughter of their family. Jin Gongzi's ability to cultivate is our family's way of repaying theirs, while your grievances with him are of his own making, Qin Miaoyi elucidated. Upon grasping the situation, Su Yi inquired further, how old are you now? I am still quite young among my kin, just over 100 years old. Qin Miaoyi replied. 100 years old, yet still considered young. Su Yi exclaimed, astonished. Qin Miaoyi appeared remarkably youthful, resembling a blossoming maiden. Her angelic visage belied her age. Who are you calling an old woman? Qin Miaoyi's expression grew cold, her displeasure evident as she placed her hands around Su Yi's neck, pressing down with a frosty demeanor. Certainly not you. I meant that humans over 100 are considered old. You, with your ethereal beauty, will undoubtedly remain forever young. Su Yi managed a forced smile, lavishing praise upon her. Qin Miaoyi, a formidable being of the demon race and a master of the Meridian realm, rendered Su Yi acutely aware of his inferiority. With her hands so close to his neck, he dared not speak carelessly, lest he provoke her ire and face dire consequences. You wouldn't dare call me old, or else you would be bound to me for eternity. Qin Miaoyi replied with a hint of a smile. Su Yi chuckled awkwardly, feeling alarmed. He certainly did not wish for her to be tethered to him for life. He longed for the freedom to live unencumbered. By the way, you haven't yet explained why you sought me out. What is your intention? Su Yi pressed Qin Miaoyi once more. I am intrigued. How does a being like you, a prodigious talent among humans, come to be? We have yet to witness anyone from our race cultivate at such a rapid pace. Qin Miaoyi expressed her keen interest. What are you talking about? I am no prodigious talent. I am merely an ordinary spiritual warrior. Su Yi hurriedly clarified. Ordinary? I sense something unique about you that brings me ease and safety, an irresistible allure. Qin Miaoyi exclaimed, excitement illuminating her features. I have decided to stay with you for a while longer to experience that extraordinary sensation. What? How long is a while? Su Yi turned back in shock. Her words suggested she intended to remain by his side temporarily. Chapter 117. Confirming that war will come sooner, I don't know. It could be a day, a year, or even 100 years, or perhaps even longer. Qin Miaoyi replied, her expression one of enjoyment. In any case, I will not leave until I comprehend that unique feeling you possess. Is this a blessing or a curse? Su Yi's heart raced, uncertain of how to proceed. The indefinite duration Qin Miaoyi had proposed could mean she might leave at any moment or remain with him for eternity. Life is long. One cannot have a demon king at their side indefinitely, especially without any familial ties. You wouldn't remain by my side forever, would you? I have plans to marry and start a family. Su Yi reiterated. Fear not. You can build your family, and I will not intrude upon your life. Qin Miaoyi assured him. That sounds easy for you to say. Su Yi sighed in resignation, though she claimed not to interfere with his future. He knew his prospective spouse and friends would not share the same understanding. Perhaps it won't be forever. My father has mentioned that the world is on the brink of a great transformation, and the demon race will soon emerge to confront a significant calamity. It is quite possible that my father will send someone to retrieve me, Qin Miaoyi remarked with a hint of melancholy. A great transformation on the horizon suggests that the full-scale war may indeed be imminent. Su Yi was profoundly shaken by Qin Miaoyi's words, his expression turning grave. The early arrival of numerous events indicated that the present timeline diverged from the future. In the future, the demon race would only emerge after the outbreak of a full-scale war to join forces with humanity against the encroachment of foreign races. Now he has encountered the Yaozu people in advance and heard from Qin Miaoyi about the recent emergence of the Yaozu. Various signs indicate that the moment of the comprehensive revival of spiritual energy will arrive sooner than expected. The invasion of extraterrestrial races will also come earlier. What's wrong? Are you afraid after hearing me mention the impending calamity? Qin Miaoyi noticed Su Yi's serious demeanor and assumed he was frightened by the forthcoming disaster. No, I was just contemplating other matters, Su Yi smiled and explained. With a heavy heart, Su Yi returned to Bian City, accompanied by Qin Miaoyi, who affectionately linked arms with him, leading his uncle's family to mistakenly believe she was his girlfriend. After bidding farewell to his uncle's family, they switched vehicles and headed towards Kyoto. It was necessary to inform Li Yun about the events that transpired at the village entrance. Someone was concocting spirit pills and using living beings as experimental subjects. This clearly indicates that those developing the spirit pills harbor malicious intentions and must be investigated. In Kyoto, within Li Yun's villa, Su Yi revisited this place. Su Yi, you aren't home today, but you've come here to pay your respects to this old man. Li Yun greeted Su Yi with a warm smile. Senior, paying respects is one matter, but there's another important issue I must discuss with you, Su Yi replied, producing several reddish-brown pills he had seized. Where did these come from? The scent of this pill is unusual. It is not a normal spirit pill, Li Yun remarked after sniffing the pills. I obtained these pills this morning from a group of robbers. Their potency is immense. Just one can grant an ordinary person the strength of a beginner in spiritual martial arts. However, the side effects are severe, as it can drain the user's vitality and turn those who overdose into violent, irrational beings. Su Yi elaborated. It seems there are hidden agendas at play, as these spirit pills were not concocted through conventional means. Li Yun's brow furrowed, his expression grave. Chapter 118. An inescapable situation. Do you know the components of these pills, Senior? Su Yi inquired, his brow knitted in concern. The reddish-brown pills had likely already spread significantly, and the situation was serious. Their side effects are too profound, especially for spiritual martial artists, which could lead to dire consequences. The pills resemble a form of poison in the spiritual martial world, draining the essence of life from users, ultimately leading them to a fate of demise. Understanding the components would allow for the creation of an appropriate antidote. Additionally, identifying the origin of the pills could reveal the individuals behind their manufacture. The root of the problem lies with those who developed the pills. Only by eradicating the source can the issue be resolved. Indeed, I will have someone analyze them to clarify their components. Li Yun nodded in agreement. The matter of the reddish-brown pills must be addressed, otherwise it will spread like a malignant tumor. By the way, Senior, do you know the young woman who entered with me? Su Yi sighed in relief and shifted the conversation to Qin Miaoyi. Upon entering, Qin Miaoyi had casually mentioned making herself comfortable, as if she were familiar with the place. Moreover, Li Yun, being well-informed, would know more than he did. You mean Miaoyi? Yes, I know her. She should be seeking my daughter now, Li Yun stated. So, she is indeed a member of the Yaozu? Su Yi cautiously probed again. Since Li Yun recognized Qin Miaoyi, he should be aware of her true identity. Indeed, she is a member of the Yaozu, who are also on the verge of emerging, preparing for the arrival of a great era, Li Yun said meaningfully. So, she is truly of the Yaozu, Su Yi murmured. With Li Yun confirming that Qin Miaoyi is indeed a member of the Yaozu, Su Yi's suspicions were validated. The timeline is accelerating, and war will arrive sooner than anticipated. However, his own power and cultivation are also advancing swiftly, and everything is progressing in tandem. What is troubling you? Is there something else on your mind? Li Yun noticed Su Yi's unusual demeanor and inquired. Nothing, Senior. I must visit others. I shall take my leave. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yi made his exit. Just as Qin Miaoyi was absent, he sought to distance himself from this entangling Yaozu woman. He wished to avoid being entangled by a woman, making every endeavor inconvenient. After bidding farewell to Li Yun, Su Yi hastily departed. However, as soon as he started the car, two young women blocked his path. Upon seeing them, Su Yi's expression darkened. He realized he could no longer escape. You're quite clever, wanting to leave so soon. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to take Tingting out. Qin Miaoyi complimented Su Yi as she hopped into the car. At that moment, Su Yi's departure coincidentally allowed her to escape the villa with Li Kuting. Glancing at the two women in the back seat, Su Yi forced a smile, feeling embarrassed. They were acting sneakily, as if they were thieves. He had intended to make a quick getaway, but unexpectedly, the two stunning beauties were even more eager to leave. Hurry up and drive. If we don't leave soon, Uncle Yun will notice, and Tingting won't be able to go. Qin Miaoi urged anxiously. Tingjia, is your family that strict? Does Li Yun usually not allow you to go out alone? Su Yi asked curiously as he turned his head. That's not entirely wrong. My father rarely lets me go out alone, and even when I do, he sends someone to accompany me. Li Kuting nodded in agreement. Stop rambling, just drive. Qin Miaoi playfully nudged Su Yi, pressing him to hurry. All right, hold on tight. Su Yi replied helplessly as he started the car. He had hoped to shake off Qin Miaoi and enjoy some freedom, but to his dismay, he not only failed to escape her, but also gained another companion. Li Kuting. One Qin Miaoi was already enough to give him a headache. Now, with two women accompanying him, his troubles multiplied. Chapter 119. A sensation of touch. May I ask where you two lovely ladies are headed? Su Yi inquired of the two women in the back seat while driving at high speed. Of course, he was indifferent to their destination. He was solely concerned with when he could liberate himself from their presence and reclaim his freedom. Just out and about. You're in charge. Qin Miaoi replied with a mischievous smile directed at Su Yi. All right. I'm in charge. Su Yi sighed in resignation. It seemed impossible to rid himself of Qin Miaoi and Li Kuting. He had become their playmate. Kyoto is vast, filled with renowned scenic spots and numerous ancient palace buildings. However, these were hardly of interest to the two ethereal beauties. Once they entered the city, Qin Miaoi and Li Kuting immediately began exploring various shops, indulging in food and entertainment. They entered high-end brand stores, purchasing designer clothing and luxurious perfumes, treating the experience as if it were a necessity. In a short time, Su Yi, the only male among them, found himself reduced to a servant, carrying the items they had bought. He lamented internally, not only bearing the burden of being their servant, but also having to spend his own money on their purchases. If it weren't for the substantial winnings he had secured from Jin Gongzi, he would be in quite the predicament. The two women spent his money with ease, as if it were their own. After a whirlwind shopping spree, he realized that 200,000 to 300,000 had vanished. Ladies, I believe you've had enough fun for today. As dusk approached, Su Yi, weary from the day's events, remarked while walking down the street. After an entire day of acting as both a servant and a bodyguard, he was utterly exhausted. Not yet. We're not done. If we go back now, Tingting won't be able to come out. Qin Miaoi exclaimed with enthusiasm. You two can continue on your own. I refuse to accompany you any longer. Su Yi said, his face displaying his discontent. What? With two beautiful ladies like us accompanying you, you're not pleased? Or do you truly dislike us? Li Kuting questioned, her tone tinged with displeasure. Even while enjoying themselves, Su Yi wanted to leave. She could not simply return. Who knows when she would have the chance to go out and have fun again. The beautiful lady, this fellow is blind. If he does not accompany you, I shall join you for some amusement. Indeed, you may indulge in any manner of play you desire. We shall comply unconditionally. A few young men strolled by, each wearing broad smiles, their eyes, brimming with affection, fixated on Qin Miaoi and Li Kuting. Suddenly, a group of strangers approached, causing Qin Miaoi and Li Kuting to instantly adopt cold expressions. The faces that bore unwelcome grins were rather off-putting to them. Miss, you are stunningly beautiful. Allow me to take you and your friends to enjoy some entertainment, and I promise you will experience unparalleled delight. A tall, slender man, radiating confidence, moved closer to Li Kuting, extending a hand as if to touch her fair and smooth cheek. Witnessing this, Li Kuting was filled with fury, her face blazing with anger. It was one thing for a stranger to speak inappropriately to her. It was another to attempt to touch her. Li Kuting's delicate hand was raised, ready to deliver a slap. However, Su Yi acted swiftly, stepping in front of her. The man's hand inadvertently brushed against Su Yi's face, his expression smug, eyes narrowed, and lips drawing near. My friend, you certainly have peculiar tastes. Does it feel good to touch my face? Su Yi remarked, irritation evident in his tone. Ugh. The tall man, startled by Su Yi's words, opened his eyes wide in shock and quickly recoiled, feeling nauseated. Chapter 120. Eating the leopard's gall. How dare you discuss me like this? The man exclaimed, wiping his mouth with a tissue, casting a look of disdain at Su Yi. He had intended to touch the beautiful Li Kuting, but ended up with a man's face instead. To make matters worse, he had nearly pressed his lips against Su Yi's. Feeling repulsed, Su Yi retorted, You think I'm ugly? I'm far handsomer than you. Although he did not consider himself exceptionally handsome, He could certainly claim superiority over the unsavory group before him. However, having his face touched by someone who then deemed him unattractive was infuriating. You must be joking. Do you think I would ever be interested in you? Spare me the disgust. The tall man scoffed, utterly dismissive. He had no attraction to men and was offended by Sue's implication. Had Sue not intervened, he would have already succeeded in his advances. Now, he felt utterly humiliated, with his companions casting mocking glances his way. You weren't touching me, what? Do you want to touch them instead? You've got some nerve. Sue advanced, his gaze fierce. The two stunning ladies with him were not to be trifled with by this motley crew. He himself wouldn't dare to approach them carelessly, let alone these ruffians. Had he not acted swiftly, the tall man would have faced dire consequences, perhaps even a stint in the hospital. It was truly maddening that his goodwill was met with such misunderstanding. Darling, this group is trying to bully us. You must teach them a lesson. Chin Miao, he urged Sue angrily. A bunch of rogues attempting to take advantage of them on the street. Their intentions were nefarious and quite perilous. You're calling me darling so sweetly, yet you wish to teach us a lesson? Perhaps you should take a good look in the mirror first to see how much weight you carry. The tall man sneered. Since you're so uninterested in the two beauties, why not let us handle them? Why make this harder for yourself and invite humiliation? The group, wearing sinister smiles, closed in. Sue stood alone against this band of ruffians. Seeking to teach them a lesson was nothing short of self-humiliation. They were a cluster of robust men. How could one individual hope to prevail against them? Such an outcome was utterly unrealistic and impossible. The most prudent course of action for Sue would have been to relinquish the two beauties and avoid a beating. Have you taken the courage of a leopard? Thinking you can bully me on the street? Sue retorted coldly, stepping in front of the tall man who had just touched his face. Dare to obstruct my path, and you will find yourself seeking a fight. The tall man, filled with indignation, towered over Sue, raising his hand to strike him with a powerful slap. His companions wore smug expressions, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. The tall man, significantly larger than Sue, seemed poised to send him sprawling. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, capturing everyone's attention. The tall man's expression shifted to one of agony as he sank to his knees. While Sue held tightly onto his hand, the sound of cracking bones resonating in the air. His companions stared in disbelief. The script had taken an unexpected turn. Instead of Sue's cries of anguish, it was their comrade who now knelt in pain. What are you staring at? Come help me. The tall man cried out in torment, pleading for his friends to retaliate against Sue. Crack. Sue tightened his grip and shattered the tall man's hand. Bones piercing the skin and blood flowing profusely. Ah! The tall man's screams filled the air, his horrifying wails causing his companions to retreat in fear, unwilling to approach. Chapter 121. The most handsome in the world. The tall man's cries attracted the attention of onlookers, who gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Do you truly wish to lose an arm? Sue asked coldly, gazing down at the tall man. He had shown restraint. Should the tall man fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, he would not hesitate to escalate his response. No. Please, take it easy. I understand my mistake. The tall man begged, his face contorted in pain. Sue's strength was overwhelming. Merely applying pressure had crushed his hand. The agony was unbearable, and he realized that unless he surrendered, he might indeed lose an arm. It's good that you understand. Sue smiled. Am I ugly, or are you? I'm ugly. You are the most handsome man in the world. I was blind. The tall man gritted his teeth, praising Sue despite the pain. At this moment, he would not dare claim otherwise, for he wished to keep his arm intact. What do you all think? Sue surveyed the other ruffians with a chilling gaze. You're handsome. You're the most handsome in the world. The tall man's companions nodded vigorously, begrudgingly admitting Sue's appeal. They had no choice. With their comrade subdued, they were no match for him. Should they dare to dissent, misfortune would surely befall them. That's more like it. You're all far less handsome than I. I wouldn't dare touch these two beauties, so how could you possibly think you're worthy? Now be gone. Sue released the tall man's hand, mocking him. You'll regret this, kid. We shall meet again. Should our paths cross, you will pay. The tall man left, nursing his shattered hand, retreating in haste. Slap. Just as the tall man turned, he was met with a resounding slap across the face. The force left a crimson handprint on his cheek, and he lost a tooth, collapsing under the weight of the blow, blood seeping from his knees. The world around him spun, and he found himself in a daze, as did the onlookers, their faces etched with shock. Sue's movements were so swift that it was impossible to comprehend what had just transpired. In the blink of an eye, he appeared a few meters away, toppling the tall, slender man to the ground. This young man was truly remarkable, his speed akin to lightning. One could scarcely perceive how he accomplished such feats. He resembled a flash of lightning. His velocity exceeded that of an ordinary individual. Could he possibly be a Ling Wuxia? It was highly plausible, for in this world, Ling Wuxia existed among us, often unnoticed. Thus, this group of individuals had unwittingly attracted the ire of a Ling Wuxia, and they were bound to suffer the consequences. Onlookers marveled at Su Yi's extraordinary prowess, their eyes reflecting admiration for him. In this contemporary world where Ling Wuxia were rising, a Ling Wuxia held a status infinitely more prestigious than that of any wealthy magnate or celebrity. A Ling Wuxia was an immortal legend, a status that wealth could never procure. Please spare us. We are all on the same side. The others hastily pleaded, dropping to their knees. Who among you is on my side? Do not flatter yourselves. Su Yi retorted disdainfully. Big brother is a Ling Wuxia too. Surely we deserve some consideration. One individual explained, revealing that their leader was also a Ling Wuxia, hoping Su Yi would show them mercy. Chapter 122. Meeting Big Brother, you seek to curry favor with me? What if your big brother is a Ling Wuxia? Su Yi scoffed. Indeed, we have recently aligned ourselves with a new leader who is in search of someone exceptionally powerful. Given your extraordinary abilities, you might very well be the person our leader seeks. Another interjected enthusiastically. Yes, our leader is formidable, and you are equally impressive. It is entirely possible that you are the one he is searching for. The others, aside from the tall, slender man who writhed in pain, eagerly extolled the virtues of their leader. Su Yi's remarkable strength might indeed align with what their leader desired. After all, Ling Wuxia were rare, and encountering one was a fortuitous event, possibly meeting their leader's criteria. The prospect of two powerful Ling Wuxia uniting could lead to significant achievements. They envisioned a future of luxury and glory as they followed in Su Yi's wake. Your leader is truly that powerful? I am curious to know what manner of person he is, Su Yi remarked, curiosity etched upon his face. A group of ruffians having a Ling Wuxia for a leader was not entirely unexpected, given the precedent set by the likes of Jin Gongzi. However, he found himself intrigued by their leader, who was purportedly in search of a Ling Wuxia. If you wish, I can call our leader and arrange a meeting. Go ahead. Su Yi nodded in agreement. One of them quickly dialed the phone, relaying Su Yi's name to their leader, who immediately consented to meet him. Here are the car keys. You may drive yourselves back while I go meet your leader, Su Yi stated as he approached the two beautiful women and produced the car keys. Is it really necessary to meet them? They are merely a group of ruffians. Li Keqian questioned in confusion. We should meet. I find this individual intriguing. Perhaps I can discover a talent for the alliance and prevent the emergence of another Jin Gongzi. Su Yi elucidated. His motives for this meeting were twofold, with the latter being of utmost importance. If this group of ruffians was indeed led by a Ling Wuxia, recruiting him into the alliance would be advantageous. If not, he could ascertain whether this leader resembled Jin Gongzi, allowing him the opportunity to eliminate a potential threat before it could grow. Very well, we will return on our own, Qin Miaoyi stated as she took the car keys from Su Yi. The tall, slender man, severely injured, was whisked away to receive medical treatment. Meanwhile, Su Yi followed the three as they went to meet their leader. Hurry, put down what you are holding. We must follow, Qin Miaoyi urged anxiously. Did you not take the keys? Why follow when we can drive back ourselves? Li Keqian questioned perplexedly. My intuition tells me we must follow. The feeling I sensed from Su Yi is fading, Qin Miaoyi said, her expression grave. What kind of feeling do you have for him? Li Keqian asked, curiosity piqued. It is utterly unique, as though my heart is connected to his. Qin Miaoyi urged, no more questions. We must hurry. Fine. Li Keqian acquiesced reluctantly. She was baffled by Qin Miaoyi's feelings for Su Yi. They had only known each other for a day, and their relationship seemed to be progressing too swiftly. The two women set aside their belongings and quickly followed. Su Yi was led to an ancient architectural park in Jingdu, arriving at a small palace. Upon entering the palace alone, a brilliant light enveloped the exterior, accompanied by a resonant hum. Chapter 123. The Future Assassin. This is not good. Su Yi's countenance shifted dramatically as he reacted swiftly, rushing toward the door. Yet, as his hand touched the door, a flash of light erupted, and a barrier manifested. Repelling his hand, the small palace had been ensnared in a barrier, trapping him inside. He had fallen into a trap, lured into a snare. Currently, he lacked the strength to break the palace's barrier. Who are you? Why have you lured me here into your trap? Su Yi demanded, regaining his composure and raising his voice. The group of ruffians had deceived him, their intentions clearly nefarious, far beyond the desire to merely meet him. The situation reminded him of what the ruffians had said. Their leader was searching for someone, and that someone was likely him. Otherwise, he would not have been ensnared in this trap. Oh no, the palace has been ensnared in a barrier, trapping Su Yi inside. Qin Miaoyi exclaimed, her face etched with concern as she and Li Keqian arrived just in time to witness the palace enveloped in flickering light. Who is attempting to confine Su Yi? Only a formidable Ling Wuxia could create such a barrier. He is likely no match for them. Li Keqian was equally alarmed. In the current world, anyone capable of conjuring a barrier was no ordinary Ling Wuxia. Such a person would possess immense power and mastery to maintain the barrier's operation. The two hurried to the palace's entrance, attempting to breach the barrier but being repelled instead. Who are you? Show yourself. You have the audacity to ensnare me in a trap, yet lack the courage to confront me. Su Yi mocked, attempting to provoke the assailant into revealing themselves. Now trapped, he remained uncertain of their intentions, left in darkness and danger. My lord, it has been a long time. A middle-aged man clad in a black jacket, emanating an aura of menace, emerged from a side room of the palace. You have returned from the future. Su Yi's expression shifted in shock, his mind racing. The man in the jacket called him my lord, a title reserved for someone from the future who alone would recognize him as a leader. Yet, he could hardly fathom that someone would return from the future, and moreover, return in corporeal form. He sensed an intense, killing intent and energy fluctuations emanating from the man in the jacket. The scanning results indicated an enemy combat power level of 4, with a minimum cultivation level estimated at Ling Wu de Yuan man. This was perilous, indeed. The results of the system scan left Su Yi feeling profoundly unsettled. The intruder was far too formidable. My lord, why so surprised? I am Eugene Tian, and Chao Mingzhu sent me to convey his regards. Eugene Tian remarked with a cold smile, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Chao Yuan sent you to kill me. Su Yi's internal fury ignited as he spoke. It was astonishing how quickly Chao Yuan had devised a plan to send an assassin from the future to eliminate him. Indeed, Chao Mingzhu stated that your untimely demise would no longer impede his ambitions across both realms, nor would it allow you the opportunity for revenge. Eugene Tian taunted, unfortunately. You have merely returned as a soul. You are far too weak now. The Lord should have come back himself to deal with you. Outraged, Su Yi clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced his skin, embedding themselves into his flesh. The reincarnation stone had merely brought his soul back, granting him a wealth of memories, yet leaving him devoid of real power. The fact that Chao Yuan had dispatched Eugene Tian to kill him posed a significant threat given his current weakness. Were his physical form to match that of his future self, he could easily dispatch Eugene Tian with a mere breath. However, escape was not an option, and Eugene Tian was a formidable adversary, posing a genuine risk to his life. Chapter 124. Annihilation in the Cradle of Existence. Do not complain. Blame yourself for obstructing Chao Mingzhu's path. Accept your fate as you reap what you have sown. Eugene Tian's presence surged with overwhelming force, causing the air around him to whirl violently. His aura was suffocating as he approached with the swiftness of a shrinking distance. With a disdainful expression, he unleashed a casual punch, radiating with blinding light and immense power. In the future, Su Yi would be revered as a powerful sovereign by countless beings, while in comparison, Eugene Tian was akin to an ant on the ground. At this moment, Su Yi was merely at the nascent stage of the Lingwu world, possessing a level of strength that was alarmingly feeble. Chao Yuan's decision to send him back during this vulnerable time was intended to snuff out his existence in its infancy. As Eugene Tian's ferocious punch hurtled towards him, Su Yi was taken aback, with no time to contemplate his options. He retaliated with a punch of his own to meet Eugene Tian's attack. Bang! Their fists collided, generating a tremendous force that sparked in the air. Crack! The smooth floor beneath Su Yi splintered with a series of tight fractures. After barely enduring for a second, he was sent flying several meters backward, creating 2 craters in the ground upon landing, the surroundings fracturing further. A heavy weight settled in his chest as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his countenance paling with weakness. Su Yi's expression shifted to one of extreme caution as he fixed his gaze on Eugene Tian. This assassin from the future may have been a lowly figure in that realm, but in this past moment, he embodied a formidable threat, a master capable of instilling immense peril. With just one punch, he had drawn blood from Su Yi, highlighting the vast chasm in their power. Ha ha ha. You are truly pathetic, unable to withstand even my lightest punch. Eugene Tian's boisterous laughter rang out, exuding delight. The once mighty Su Yi, destined for greatness, was now reduced to a mere target of his amusement. The prospect of slaying someone who could potentially rise to become a lord filled him with exhilaration. Fortuitously, he had returned at the right time and place, facing the most powerful intellect in a weakened state. By killing Su Yi, He would achieve notoriety and ascend to greater heights upon his return. I must concede, you are currently stronger than I, but your strength will not endure. Su-yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice cold. At this moment, Eugene Tian indeed seemed powerful enough that Su-yi could only contemplate escape. However, the space around him was sealed, leaving him without a path to flee. The future lord, it seems, still holds a chance for a comeback. Do you consider that realistic? Eugene Tian's laughter rang with derision upon hearing Su-yi's words. He had already gauged Su-yi's weakness with a single punch, confirming that he was far from a worthy opponent. No matter Su-yi's innate talent, surpassing him in the coming minutes was an impossibility. Moreover, with Su-yi trapped in this location, escape was utterly impossible. The current Earth was still bereft of abundant spiritual energy, rendering cultivation exceedingly slow. Even granting Su-yi a year would not allow him to surpass Eugene Tian. There is nothing impossible in this world. Just as I once could not fathom Chao Yuan betraying me, yet he did, delivering a fatal blow at the most critical juncture. A faint smile graced Su-yi's lips as he engaged in self-deprecating thoughts. In the grand scheme of things, nothing was absolute, and every situation presented an opportunity for change. Once, he had trusted Chao Yuan, his brother in life and death, only to be betrayed in the end. Today mirrored that sentiment. Eugene Tian believed he could easily eliminate him. Yet, until the final moment, what seemed predetermined could very well alter. Chapter 125, The Temporal Ring, Arrogant Fool. Do you still wish to escape from my grasp today? Eugene Tian's fury erupted anew as he launched another assault on Su-yi. In the future, Su-yi could dismiss him as an insignificant insect, but times had changed. The weakened one was Su-yi, and Eugene Tian had no right to look down upon him. Once more, Eugene Tian unleashed a punch, his strength erupting with ferocity. Su-yi hastily countered with his own fist, unleashing the power of the dragon elephant. Yet he remained no match for Eugene Tian. Again, he was sent careening through the air, blood spilling from his mouth. The sheer force of the blow sent him crashing into a massive pillar, which splintered and cracked under the impact, forming a deep fissure. I am curious. How did you return? Su-yi struggled to rise, his gaze somewhat vacant. There is no need for a dying man to know so much. Simply submit and meet your demise. Out of respect for your former status, I shall ensure your passing is not too painful. Eugene Tian proclaimed with an air of superiority. Indeed, it is precisely because I am on the brink of death that I wish to know. Initially, I could not comprehend why Chao Yuan betrayed me. This time, I seek to understand how you returned, as it would grant me closure before my end. Su-yi's fury intensified, a feeling of deep resentment swelling within him. Previously, he had been unable to believe in Chao Yuan's treachery, yet it had still come to pass. Now, he was determined to uncover the truth behind Eugene Tian's return. Very well, I shall enlighten you. The force that descended upon Earth possesses technology and cultivation capabilities far surpassing our own. They are capable of creating a temporal ring that merges science and cultivation. Chao Mengzhu was aware that your soul would return to the past, and thus sent me back to this time. Eugene Tian explained with fervor. He had calculated his return precisely. Su-yi had only just entered the Lingwu world a little over a month ago. During this nascent stage, the revival of spiritual energy meant that one's strength would not be significant, making it an optimal moment to eliminate him. Thank you for your revelation. You may now come to claim my life. Su-yi regained his composure and addressed Eugene Tian. That's the spirit. Resistance will only make your demise more painful. Fear not. I shall grant you a swift end. A cruel smile adorned Eugene Tian's face as he closed in on Su-yi step by step. Resistance would only lead to Su-yi's torment. Only by obediently accepting death is the correct choice, which also spares him from expending excessive energy. Su-yi's breath is waning. Yet the enemy remains formidable. Ting-ting, quickly summon Uncle Yun. Outside the palace, Qin Miaoi's delicate face is etched with anxiety and concern. They are unaware of the situation inside and cannot break the palace's barrier. One thing is certain. Su-yi's energy is diminishing and the enemy continues to be terrifying. Given the two recent tremors, Su-yi is already injured and the situation is dire. If they do not find someone to open the barrier soon, they may lose the chance to save Su-yi. All right, I will notify father immediately. Li Keating frantically takes out her phone and dials Li Yun's number. Father, hurry and save Su-yi. He is trapped by a barrier, and Miaoi and I cannot break it. Understood, I will be there right away. Li Yun responds without delay and immediately sets off. Chapter 126. You are truly foolish outside the palace. Qin Miaoi and Li Keating feel somewhat reassured upon receiving a response. As long as Li Yun arrives, he will be able to break the barrier and rescue Su-yi. However, both remain deeply concerned. unable to comprehend the circumstances within. Inside the palace, Eugene Tian slowly approaches, a smug smile adorning his face, filled with delight and confidence. Su Yi bears a look of resignation, having bowed to fate. Although he promised not to cruelly torture Su Yi to death, he still intends to mentally torment him. As he strides forward over the distance of more than 10 meters, it becomes a form of torture for someone on the brink of death. Fear can utterly shatter the last remnants of a person's will. Prepare to die? With only a meter to go, Eugene Tian raises his hand, unleashing his power to strike down upon Su Yi's head. In that moment, Su Yi's face bears no fear, no regret, only a faint smile. Seeing Su Yi smile, Eugene Tian merely scoffs, swiftly bringing his hand down to end Su Yi's life. The strike descends like a colossal rock, its might astounding. Yet, just as his hand is about to make contact with Su Yi's head, an astonishing scene unfolds before Eugene Tian's eyes. He watches in disbelief as Su Yi's calm smile vanishes right before him. Bang! The palm strikes empty, leaving a deep imprint on the ground. Damn it! How dare you deceive me, seeking death? Eugene Tian roams the palace, his face contorted with rage. Su Yi has tricked him, leading him to believe that he was willingly awaiting death without a struggle. But just as his palm was about to touch Su Yi, the latter had suddenly disappeared from sight. Su Yi has been toying with him, mocking him. A strong person can never tolerate the provocation of a weaker one, let alone mockery. In his eyes, Su Yi is merely a weakling, and to toy with him is to trample upon his dignity. You are truly foolish. So foolish as to believe that I would obediently await my death. How laughable. Su Yi suddenly appears behind Eugene Tian, a dagger gleaming in his hand as it lunges toward his neck. As the saying goes, even a cornered dog will leap over a wall. How much more so for a human? He would never simply wait for Eugene Tian to kill him. Eugene Tian is exceedingly foolish to truly think he would comply. Sensing a chill approaching his neck, Eugene Tian, filled with boundless fury, retaliates with a backhanded strike. His palm meets Su Yi's wrist, thwarting the attack. Following this, Eugene Tian, in a fit of rage, unleashes a powerful punch aimed at Su Yi's chest. He cannot afford to give Su Yi the chance to vanish. It must be a fatal strike. At such close range, Su Yi is courting death. He does not disappear or evade, but instead meets Eugene Tian's punch head-on. Their fists collide, and Su Yi is sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You are absorbing my power, Eugene Tian exclaims in astonishment. The previous punch was significantly more forceful than the two before it. Su Yi's audacity to confront him directly is commendable, yet it results in greater injury. However, the reality is that Su Yi has not been heavily wounded, and he has noticed that the power of the punch has inexplicably diminished. It feels as though something has been siphoned away, preventing him from unleashing his full strength. So what? I told you everything would change. You cannot kill me. Su Yi spits out blood, yet a smile graces his face. Indeed, his devouring system not only allows him to consume the energies of the world, but also to absorb the power of others' attacks, transforming it for his own use. This is a realization he has only just discovered. Killing him is no easy feat for Eugene Tian. Chapter 127. The Realm of Lingwu Completion. I refuse to believe I cannot kill you. Eugene Tian is utterly enraged, having been repeatedly toyed with by Su Yi. His aura surges explosively, causing the entire palace to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. The fire of his wrath ignites completely. He intends to strike down his foe with all his might, leaving no opportunity for escape. Otherwise, if he fails to kill Su Yi, he may find himself in a perilous situation. Moreover, he has begun to realize that the information he possesses about Su Yi in the future does not align with the present. He understands that the future Su Yi, having just entered the Lingwu world for a month, has not yet reached the initial realm of Lingwu. He is undoubtedly a weakling, easily killed at will. To prevent unforeseen circumstances and to ensure the task's completion, he was sent to confront someone several realms below him. Yet their estimations have proven to be too low. An unexpected turn of events has transpired. The Su Yi before him is far stronger than the young Su Yi he once knew. He has already reached the mid-tier of Lingwu and possesses the strength of Lingwu completion. Such a significant change cannot be overlooked. You truly cannot kill me. Su Yi roars, his aura surging. At this moment, the devouring system is fully activated, and immense spiritual energy floods into his body from within the palace. In an instant, Su Yi's injuries begin to heal, and every cell within him bursts forth with power. Each cell seems to be enveloped in the might of a dragon, roaring towards the heavens. You are absorbing the energy of the barrier. Eugene Tian is once again taken aback by Su Yi's actions. The entire palace is shrouded in the barrier, isolated from the outside world. A vast amount of spiritual energy converges upon Su Yi, entering his body. On Earth, where spiritual energy is thin, Su-Yi could not manifest such a stunning spectacle. The only explanation for this phenomenon is that Su-Yi is absorbing the energy of the barrier. Every barrier requires a significant amount of spiritual energy to create. Without that support, the barrier will dissipate. The barrier he has set up acts as a reservoir of spiritual energy to absorb the energy of the barrier. The absorber must either understand how to create barriers themselves, possess similar expertise, or be of a realm vastly superior to the barrier's creator. Clearly, Su-Yi does not meet either criterion, yet he is capable of absorbing the barrier's spiritual energy to enhance his strength. Su-Yi's realm was originally low, and the barrier's creator is of a higher realm than he. The ability to devour the energy of the barrier transforms it into a source of spiritual energy for Su-Yi. Indeed, it is impossible for you to kill me. Lingwu completion, break for me. Su-Yi shouts, his aura growing ever stronger. The devouring system's energy levels rise to 90%, 91%, 92%, 99%, 100%. A breakthrough into the realm of Lingwu, achieving perfection. The devouring system is fully activated, rapidly absorbing the abundant spiritual energy from the barrier, allowing Su-Yi to swiftly fill his spiritual energy reserves and enter the state of Lingwu perfection. Upon entering this state, Su-Yi's aura surged once more, rejuvenating him completely. How could you possibly enter the realm of Lingwu perfection so quickly? Eugene Tian exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Before him, Su-Yi was absorbing the energy from the barrier, achieving a breakthrough into Lingwu perfection in a remarkably short time. Considering the timeline, Su-Yi had been cultivating for just over a month, reaching this pinnacle. In the future, during the era of spiritual energy revival, such a cultivation speed could only be matched by extraordinary geniuses. It took Eugene Tian 2 years to reach Lingwu perfection during the peak of spiritual energy. Yet Su-Yi accomplished this feat in merely a month amidst a period of scarce spiritual energy, a truly fearsome rate of advancement. Chapter 128. A fatal strike. How could it be impossible? I told you that you cannot kill me. Now it is my turn to end you. Su-Yi coldly chuckled, his presence radiating an overwhelming killing intent as he approached Eugene Tian. The assassin who had returned from the future must perish here today. With his newfound strength, Eugene Tian's combat level had diminished to 3, and he no longer felt any fear. With a single step, the floor shattered beneath him. In an instant, he was before Eugene Tian, his fists swinging, summoning a dragon elephant that roared ferociously. Eugene Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed his own punch with all his might. Bang! The collision resonated with a deafening sound. Eugene Tian's arm went numb, and he staggered backward, pain and fury etched across his face. In such a brief span of time, Su-Yi's transformation was nothing short of terrifying. Not long ago, he had been utterly overwhelmed by Eugene Tian, unable to withstand even a single punch. Now, not only could he withstand it, but he also inflicted immense force that rendered Eugene Tian's arm numb and his heart in disarray. I must kill you. Eugene Tian roared in fury. He had come to kill Su-Yi, not to be slain himself. By eliminating Su-Yi, he could return and reap great rewards, a life of ease within his grasp. He could not perish here. He had to survive and complete his task. In an instant, rage caused Eugene Tian's aura to surge once more. A radiant Xianling sword appeared in his hand as he swung it down towards Su-Yi. Sword lights sliced through the air, brilliant and numerous, raining down upon Su-Yi. Bang! 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 Su-Yi swiftly wielded his daggers, thrusting forward. One after another, the sword lights were shattered and destroyed by Su-Yi, exploding in the air. Yet, many still struck Su-Yi, deep gashes appearing across his body, blood flowing profusely. More strikes landed on the palace walls and pillars, leaving the once grand hall in a state of desolation, riddled with holes. Cracks formed on the walls and pillars, while the floor shattered and furniture splintered. Die! As Su-Yi focused on countering the onslaught of sword lights, Eugene Tian seized the opportunity to close in. With his Xianling sword, he aimed a deadly strike at Su-Yi's head. The tremendous force cleaved the air in two, shattering the ground beneath them. Su-Yi had no time to evade. He raised his left hand to block Eugene Tian's Xianling sword. Though it did not strike his head, it sliced into Su-Yi's left hand. His artery severed. Crimson blood gushed forth. Seeing Su-Yi wounded and still standing his ground, a wicked smile spread across Eugene Tian's face. Su-Yi dared to bare his hands against his sword. He was courting death. Anyone struck by his blade would surely meet their end. No escape possible. Just as Eugene Tian reveled in his triumph, he suddenly cried out in agony as a deep gash appeared on the left side of his neck and cheek. Blood gushing forth like a fountain. In that fleeting moment of overconfidence, Su Yi had struck back. The dagger plunged into his neck, carving a deep wound that extended from his neck to his temple, blood pouring uncontrollably. Eugene Tian's face turned pale as he staggered back, leaning against a pillar. Regret washed over him. His arrogance had led to a lapse in defense, allowing Su Yi to deliver a potentially fatal blow. It was too late for remorse now. Gravely injured, he was on the brink of death. Humph. In the end, it is you who will die? Su Yi advanced step by step towards Eugene Tian, pressing his left hand against his wound to stem the flow of blood. Ha! Our fates are the same. You will die too. Eugene Tian laughed heartily. Su Yi believed he would perish, unaware that he too was facing death. Chapter 129. Sacred Yin Blood Poison. You seem to misunderstand the situation. Your plight is far worse than mine. You lack the strength to defeat me, so it is you who will die? Su Yi's expression turned icy, his gaze glinting with murderous intent. Given Eugene Tian's condition, he could no longer pose a threat. Awaiting Eugene Tian's fate was certain death at Su Yi's hands. It was laughable that he still believed he would survive. You find it amusing, huh? Ha ha. Eugene Tian, enduring excruciating pain, laughed maniacally. My sword is coated with a lethal poison, the sacred Yin blood poison. Only the descendants of innate saints who have yet to awaken their saintly bloodline can counteract it. If the antidote is not administered within a day, you will ultimately rot away and die, suffering far worse than I will. Ha ha. Before returning, he had prepared thoroughly. Even if he were to perish, he would not allow Su Yi to live. The venom within his blade was intended to be used when he could not kill Su Yi otherwise. As long as he struck Su Yi, the poison would seep into his body through the wound. Moreover, the toxin he employed was exceedingly vicious. Qiao Yuan had informed him that those afflicted by it had little hope of salvation. The sole means of remedy was incredibly stringent. It required a pure Yin force from a descendant of the saintly bloodline, yet to awaken, and still a virgin. Where on earth could he find such a person? You are so malicious, using the sacred Yin blood poison to kill me. Su Yi coughed violently, a mouthful of black blood spewing forth, his complexion turning ghastly as dark veins coursed through his body. Eugene Tian had poisoned him with a particularly vile toxin, the sacred Yin blood poison. This poison was crafted from the blood of deceased saints. A single drop of saintly blood could annihilate countless beings, while the blood of a dead saint possessed a horrifyingly extreme Yin power. To counteract the toxin, he would need to engage in union with a descendant of the saintly bloodline who had yet to awaken, and who was also a virgin. Ha ha. Realizing the severity of the situation, are we? I may die, but you will suffer far worse. Eugene Tian laughed triumphantly. Go die? Enraged beyond measure, Su Yi summoned the last of his strength, hurling his dagger towards Eugene Tian. With a thud, the dagger pierced Eugene Tian's skull, creating a gaping wound. His eyes widened, mouth agape, face filled with terror. After struggling a few moments, Eugene Tian succumbed to his fate, collapsing to the ground in death. Quan, can you purify the toxins within me? Su Yi sat on the ground, trembling all over, his complexion ashen. The toxins had begun to invade his limbs and organs. A perilous situation. Should the antidote not be administered within a day, he would succumb to the explosive power of the sacred blood and meet his end. The toxins are exceedingly potent, and the master's cultivation level is too low to purify them completely. However, it may slow the invasion of the poison. Thus, it could delay the inevitable for a few days. Su Yi's breath grew increasingly feeble, and his consciousness began to waver. Within 10 days, either the master must swiftly elevate his realm to approach that of a sage to achieve a complete purification, or an antidote must be found. Alas, it seems my days are numbered. Su Yi coughed up another mouthful of black blood, sighing deeply. A low buzzing sound filled the air as the palace's barrier was breached. The palace doors swung open, and Qin Miao Yi and Li Kuting rushed in, followed closely by Li Yun. What happened? You have been poisoned, Qin Miao Yi exclaimed, cradling the nearly unconscious Su Yi with a face full of concern and urgency. Father, please help him detoxify. Li Kuting urged Li Yun in a panic. It is futile, senior. My poison is likely incurable. The blood of a sage's descendant, pure Yin power. Where can one find that? Su Yi lay in Qin Miao Yi's embrace, his eyes slowly closing as he spoke weakly. Chapter 130. Difficult to treat the holy Yin blood poison. Truly troublesome, indeed. Li Yun's expression was grave as he spoke. He understood the horror of such poison. Being afflicted by the holy Yin blood poison is akin to a death sentence. After all, finding a method to detoxify is far more challenging than locating a sage. What kind of poison is it? Is it that difficult to cure? Li Kuting asked, her face etched with worry. Do not inquire further. Let us take him back first. Li Yun frowned, refraining from answering his daughter. Su Yi's condition was perilous, leaving no time for lengthy explanations. Shortly thereafter, Li Yun summoned several individuals to carry Su Yi away. He then spent considerable time searching the body of Eugene Tian, ultimately having it removed as well. He was perplexed as to why someone would employ the holy Yin blood poison against Su Yi. Eugene Tian's demise indicated that his own strength was not formidable. How could a person of such low cultivation possess the holy Yin blood poison? That poison is exceedingly rare, even beyond his reach. Furthermore, such a profoundly Yin toxin should not exist on Earth. Either Eugene Tian was sent to eliminate Su Yi, with the holy Yin blood poison being provided by his orchestrator, or the orchestrator himself is of formidable power. The emergence of such a terrifying force on Earth presents a grave situation. Unfortunately, Su Yi's injuries were severe, and the poison had already infiltrated his body, making even speech a tremendous challenge. Otherwise, one might glean some information from him. At present, the most pressing issue was to seek an antidote, which weighed heavily on his mind. Upon returning, Su Yi regained consciousness briefly, informing Li Yun that he could still survive for 10 days, offering a glimmer of hope for salvation. For those afflicted by the holy Yin blood poison, there is typically only a day to detoxify. Now, with the time extended to 10 days, it is a significant stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Nevertheless, even so, the likelihood of Su Yi's recovery remains exceedingly slim. It appears he is merely prolonging his existence for a few more days. Yet Li Yun could not afford to give up, with 10 days remaining. He must do his utmost to find a solution. Su Yi's extraordinary talent must not be forsaken. Upon returning, Li Yun immediately contacted the upper echelons within the organization to convene a meeting to discuss the matter of Su Yi's poisoning. Upon learning of the holy Yin blood poison, the atmosphere was filled with sighs and shaken heads, all expressions of despair. Su Yi's remarkable talent is beyond doubt. With careful nurturing, he will undoubtedly become a pillar for the Alliance's future. Such an important young talent must be saved from poison. However, the toxicity of Su Yi's affliction is so severe that no one knows how to counteract it. After lengthy discussions, no viable solutions emerged, and the air was thick with lamentation. Losing Su Yi would be an immense loss. Despite the general despondency, a sliver of opportunity for salvation remained. What was meant to be merely a day for detoxification had now transformed into 10. With no solutions found, Li Yun suggested that everyone return to meticulously examine ancient medical texts. Perhaps a remedy could be discovered. As night fell and a new day dawned for Su Yi, the day of reckoning drew ever closer. In the villa's garden, Qin Miao Yi and Li Kuting had not slept through the night, anxiously awaiting Li Yun's return, hoping he would bring good news. Instead, they were met with a grim prognosis. No solution had yet been found. "Father, is the poison truly so difficult to resolve?" Li Kuting inquired again, her voice tinged with urgency. "Such a terrifying toxin exists in this world, and even your father could not resolve it." A night spent in deliberation yielded no results. "It is indeed difficult. The holy Yin blood poison is concocted from the blood of deceased sages, and the method to detoxify is exceedingly arduous." Li Yun sighed heavily. Chapter 131. The 10-day deadline approaches. The blood of deceased sages. Li Kuting gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. A sage embodies the profound understanding of the heavenly way, transcending to the realm of the extraordinary. A single drop of a sage's blood could obliterate countless lives. The blood of a deceased sage is even more fearsome, having decayed and transformed into a dreadful toxin. Uncle Yun, must the antidote come from the pure Yin power within a female descendant of a sage? Qin Miao Yi, with a glimmer of hope, gazed up at Li Yun. "Indeed, that is the case. But do you intend to sacrifice yourself to save him?" "Alas, it is futile." Li Yun shook his head in response to Qin Miao Yi. "Why is it futile? I am a descendant of a sage, my body is intact, and I possess pure Yin power." Qin Miao Yi asked incredulously. "To detoxify the holy Yin blood poison, it requires a female descendant of a sage who is still pure." Yet Li Yun insisted it would not work. Even if she were willing, she could not cure Su Yi's affliction. "Miao Yi, you have only known him for a day. Is such a great sacrifice necessary?" Li Kuting questioned, perplexed by Qin Miao Yi's intentions. If Qin Miao Yi were to seek to detoxify Su Yi, she would have to offer her purity. They had only met for a day. Such a sacrifice seemed excessive. Whether it is worth it is beside the point. Your sage bloodline has already awakened, and your pure Yin power is too intense for Su Yi to endure. Only a female descendant of a sage whose bloodline has yet to awaken can detoxify him. Li Yun explained. This is the crux of what makes detoxifying the holy Yin blood poison so challenging. It requires a female descendant of a sage whose bloodline remains dormant. The purine power must not be overwhelming, allowing the poisoned individual to withstand it. While it is not difficult to find female descendants of sages, those whose bloodlines have not awakened are exceedingly rare. Thus, seeking to cure Su-yi is an arduous endeavor. With time slipping away, hope appears exceedingly dim. Is there truly no way out? Qin Miaoyi's heart felt heavy with sorrow as she spoke. We must do our best. Li Yun's expression was one of helplessness and melancholy. With over 9 days remaining, we should strive to find a solution. Although time remains for rescue, hope is scant. To prepare for the worst, Li Yun instructed that Su-yi's relatives and friends be informed of the truth. During this festive season, upon receiving the devastating news, Su Jichao and his family rushed to Jingdu at breakneck speed. Just the day before, all had seemed well. Yet today they were confronted with the specter of death. In the south, Yilan learned of Su-yi's dire situation and was on the brink of collapse. Zhou Chuan's heart was tumultuous, flames of anger burning within him. Gu Chongqing, Wang Peng, and Li Danyu, among others, were also filled with anxiety, hastily making their way to Jingdu alongside Yilan and Zhou Chuan. According to the information conveyed by Li Yun, Su-yi appeared to be beyond salvation. Informing them was merely a precaution for the worst-case scenario. Let Su-yi have the opportunity to meet his loved ones before his demise. Days passed, and all of Su-yi's closest companions anxiously awaited, hoping for a glimmer of good news amidst their sorrow. Yilan wept profusely, remaining vigil at Su-yi's side, her eyes swollen from grief. Once upon a time, Su-yi had sacrificed so much for her, yet now, faced with the peril of a lethal poison, she felt utterly powerless. The antidote could only be administered by a woman of the saintly lineage, but as an ordinary mortal, her willingness bore no fruit. As time silently slipped away, the 10th day arrived. Throughout this period, Su-yi had remained unconscious, and despair loomed over everyone, nearing the brink of collapse. With no remedy in sight, should the day pass, Su-yi would depart forever. On this day, all gathered in Su-yi's room, refusing to leave. Perhaps this was their final moment with him. Within the room, an atmosphere of profound sorrow and despair enveloped each individual. Chapter 132, A Glimmer of Hope. The result emerges: there truly seemed to be no way out, no hope of salvation. With only a few hours left before the deadline, once time elapsed, there would be no turning back. Pain and disappointment filled the hearts of all present. Uncle Yun, can we at least try? Qin Miaoyi made a final plea, seeking Li Yun's counsel. With mere hours remaining, even if it were a futile effort, they had to grasp at any chance, however slim it might be. Absolutely not. Li Yun adamantly rejected the notion, fully aware of the risks involved. If he were to acquiesce to Qin Miaoyi's suggestion, not only would Su-yi remain beyond rescue, but Qin Miaoyi herself could be placed in grave danger. The poison had already permeated Su-yi's very bones, making it exceedingly perilous. It could even backfire upon Qin Miaoyi. Uncle, please save my brother. I would do anything, even become a servant. Su Qianwei sobbed, pleading with Li Yun. Senior, I beg you. Even the slightest chance must be explored. Yilan joined in, her sorrow palpable. Li Yun possessed the skills to potentially save Su-yi, and thus, they placed their last hope in him. Wang Peng and Li Danyu also implored, urging him to take action, even if the odds were 1,000,000 to 1. Your pleas are futile. If there is no solution, then there is none. Li Yun expressed his deep sadness, speaking plainly. He too wished to save Su-yi, yet he was genuinely powerless. Su-yi was an extraordinary talent, a rare gem, and Li Yun was reluctant to lose such a promising individual. However, he truly had no means to help. Yet, it's not entirely devoid of hope, albeit uncertain. After a moment of silence, Li Yun spoke again. His words ignited a flicker of hope within everyone. You are unique. I noticed your tears falling on Su-yi's face, and in that minuscule area, the toxins visibly diminished. Li Yun addressed Yilan. Really? My tears can save him. Yilan's tear-streaked face transformed into one of hopeful excitement as she gazed at Li Yun. According to his implication, her tears might indeed be capable of alleviating the toxins afflicting Su-yi. The room was filled with astonishment and joy, as all present placed their hopes on Yilan. However, this is merely my hypothesis. A few days ago, I had someone draw a bit of your blood for analysis, and the results are nearly ready. If my supposition holds true, you may be a descendant of the saint. Li Yun elaborated. Ever since Yilan arrived, she had remained by Su-yi's side, constantly in tears. On one occasion, he witnessed her tears touching Su-yi's face, whereupon the toxins in that area subtly receded. This peculiar phenomenon led him to theorize. He had sent samples of both Yilan's blood and Su-yi's poison blood for analysis. If he were not mistaken, Yilan's ancestry likely traced back to a saint, a descendant of the saint, right beside us. My brother is saved. Li Danyu's face was a tapestry of emotions, his heart racing with excitement. He was the first to refer to Yi Lan as sister-in-law, and now, the hope of saving Su Yi rested upon her shoulders. The others gazed at Yi Lan with astonishment, realizing that a woman of saintly lineage had been beside Su Yi all along. Hope was within reach, and yet they had only just discovered it. Qin Miaoi's eyes sparkled with a complex expression as she fixated on Yi Lan. Senior, time is of the essence. Please hurry and save Su Yi. Yi Lan, amidst her excitement, felt a sense of urgency to rescue him. We must wait. The analysis results are not yet conclusive. If I am mistaken and we attempt a rescue, both of you may perish. Li Yun cautioned. Saving a life cannot be rushed. His words were merely a bold conjecture, and he could not ascertain with certainty that Yi Lan was indeed a descendant of the saint. Should he err, both would be at risk. Therefore, they must await the analysis results to confirm Yi Lan's lineage before proceeding to save Su Yi. How long until the analysis is complete? Yi Lan anxiously inquired. She was prepared to sacrifice her life if it meant saving him. Soon, within an hour, we will have results. Li Yun reassured her. He had already inquired with those in the analysis department, and they would have conclusive results within the hour. Once Yi Lan's lineage as a descendant of the saint was confirmed, they could commence the treatment for Su Yi. An hour felt interminable to those present, as if each passing second stretched on endlessly. Master Uncle, we have results. A young man entered, capturing everyone's attention. The moment of truth had finally arrived. Chapter 133 The Revelation of True Identity. Fan Shun. Has the content of the chip been decrypted? Li Yun inquired, his gaze fixed on Fan Shun. Yes. It has been decrypted, and the data is accessible. Fan Shun affirmed with a nod. Brother Fan, what data are you referring to? What chip has been decrypted? Li Kuting asked, puzzled. Fan Shun's sudden appearance seemed to suggest something other than the analysis results of Yi Lan's blood. Others felt a twinge of disappointment. The results of Yi Lan's blood analysis were still pending. It is a chip I obtained from a killer. I had Fan Shun decrypt it to extract the data within. Li Yun explained. The assassin had employed Saint Yin blood poison against Su Yi, indicating a formidable force behind it. He had found a chip on Eugene Tian, which might contain valuable information. Master Uncle, the technology of this chip is beyond the current capabilities of Earth. It hails from a civilization of advanced technology, and the contents are critically important. Fan Shun stated, his expression grave. An advanced civilization? Could there really be extraterrestrial forces lurking on Earth? Li Yun pondered aloud after hearing Fan Shun's words. Master Uncle, you are mistaken. The data pertains solely to Su Yi. You should examine it on your own. Fan Shun shook his head, handing his tablet to Li Yun. Let us share it with everyone. Li Yun frowned and replied. Why would Su Yi attract the attention of extraterrestrial beings? The timing seems rather premature. Even with his exceptional talent, his reputation is not widespread. For the foreign races, there is no threat, and they need not be overly concerned about a newcomer to the Lingwu world. This matter is of great significance, Master Uncle. Do you truly wish for everyone present to be aware of the information contained within? Fan Shun earnestly sought Li Yun's opinion once more. The data regarding Su Yi inscribed within the chip is exceedingly critical, and it seems inappropriate for too many to be informed. However, since these individuals are all Su Yi's relatives and dear friends, there is little to conceal. It matters not if they are aware. Li Yun nodded in agreement. Fan Shun is a person of meticulous nature, often entrusting substantial matters to him. Observing Fan Shun's expression, Li Yun understood that the information contained within the chip was of a highly confidential nature. Nevertheless, he believed that everyone in the room was a close friend of Su Yi and would not betray him. Moreover, since there is currently no guarantee of being able to save Su Yi, revealing the data about him should not pose a significant issue. However, Master Uncle, perhaps you should review it first before making a decision. Fan Shun implored once more, urging that the information not be made public just yet. Li Yun acquiesced and followed Fan Shun. Upon entering a secret chamber, Fan Shun presented the information using holographic projection technology before Li Yun. Su Yi, gender male, race, Earth human. In 2042, after the complete resurgence of spiritual energy on Earth, he joined the Earth Guardians Alliance. In 2050, he succeeded the first leader, Li Yun, becoming the leader of the Earth Guardians Alliance. The second leader of the Earth Guardians Alliance, a being from the future, an assassin from the future. So, Su Yi is he. Upon glimpsing the initial fragments of Su Yi's data, Li Yun could no longer maintain his composure, utterly astonished. The opening data clearly described that Su Yi hails from the future and is the one destined to take his place. In 2050, Su Yi succeeded him as the leader of the Guardians Alliance. The assassin comes from the future, and the Su Yi lying in bed is also from the future. Thus, The question that had long plagued him was finally resolved at this moment. He recalled the first time he met Sui, who knew his name and referred to him as leader. At that time, he was quite curious as to how a stranger could know his name. He had been preparing to establish the Guardians' alliance, yet it had not formally commenced. How could Sui know he was the leader? Now, the answer was finally at hand. Sui is a person who returned from the future. Moreover, the future Sui is destined to succeed him as the second leader of the Guardians' alliance. Chapter 134, Reviving continues. Li Yun composed himself and urged Fanchen to unveil further information about Sui. Subsequently, the records detailed the outbreak of a future war and the invasion of Earth by foreign races. A global guardianship battle erupted, with Sui, as the leader of the Guardians' alliance, at the forefront. Ultimately, however, he was betrayed and ambushed, gravely injured, and perished. According to the data, just before his demise, Sui utilized the reincarnation stone to transport his soul away, vanishing without a trace. It can be surmised that the future Sui's soul has returned to the present. The current Sui is both the present and the future Sui. The assassin from the future has returned to completely eliminate Sui, the source of calamity. Thus, Li Yun finally comprehended why Yujin Tian bore the sacred Yin blood poison. That was a gift from Chao Yuan, the mastermind behind the betrayal and ambush of Sui. It is evident that Chao Yuan, having betrayed Sui, has already sold himself to the foreign adversaries. Subsequently, he obtained the sacred Yin blood poison and sent someone back to the past to eliminate Sui. Master Uncle, the significance of this data is immense. Will you truly allow more people to see it? Fanchen gazed gravely at Li Yun. The assassin is from the future, and so is Sui, should outsiders become aware. It would unleash tumultuous waves and incalculable dangers. Especially the information within the chip, to the present individuals, resembles a harrowing prophecy. The future war will see Earth plunged into darkness, ruled by foreign races. No, it must be completely destroyed, Li Yun stated with utmost seriousness. The data within the chip must not be disclosed to a wider audience, for there is a risk of leakage. Should the information escape, it would not only plunge the world into panic, but also hinder current developments. Once war arrives, without the foreign races needing to lift a finger, humanity on Earth may surrender willingly. Now that they are aware of the impending crisis, they must exert every effort to strengthen their influence in preparation for future challenges. Quickly, ascertain whether the blood analysis results for Yi Lan have been released. We must save Sui, Li Yun asserted with unwavering resolve. Sui is a pivotal figure. A month ago, his intuition was not mistaken. The arrival of Xiaoyang Ziki should signify the moment the future Sui returns. That is an auspicious sign, a harbinger of hope. A future Sui returning to the past aims to alter the course of destiny. Therefore, Sui must be revived. He absolutely cannot perish. The future war will require Sui's leadership. Master Uncle, the results are in. Yi Lan's blood mixed with Sui's poisonous blood has completely purified the toxins. Fanchen opened the experimental analysis video for Li Yun to view. Excellent, there is hope. Li Yun's face brightened with joy as he spoke. The blood extracted from Yi Lan can entirely cleanse Sui's poisonous blood. His suspicions were correct. Yi Lan is indeed a descendant of a sage. Currently, Yi Lan remains an ordinary individual, her latent sage bloodline yet to awaken, making her the perfect candidate to assist Sui in detoxification. Upon returning to Sui's chamber, everyone noticed Li Yun's beaming expression and understood that the outcome had been favorable. Sui would be saved. Yi Lan, your identity as a descendant of a sage has been confirmed. The sole method to save Sui is through your union with him. Are you willing? Li Yun inquired with an anticipatory smile directed at Yi Lan. Although he recognized her willingness, he still sought confirmation. I am willing. For his sake, I would do anything. Yi Lan shyly responded. That is splendid. Now that Sui is unconscious and unable to move, I shall impart a heart technique to you, which will aid in your union. Li Yun leaned closer to Yi Lan, whispering the teachings. The atmosphere was filled with excitement as everyone realized that Sui was finally on the path to recovery. Shortly thereafter, Li Yun completed his instruction of the heart technique to Yi Lan. He repeatedly emphasized the importance of following his steps to thoroughly eliminate the toxins from Sui's body and restore him. Everyone, leave this place. Do not hinder us. Li Yun commanded, expelling everyone except for Yi Lan from the room. Time is of the essence, and no one dared to linger. Once everyone had exited, Li Yun shut the door and erected a barrier within the room to prevent any external disturbances. Wonderful, wonderful. Brother is indeed saved. Yi Lan will rightfully become our sister-in-law. Wang Peng clapped in delight. Indeed, it is high time that brother grants Yi Lan a rightful title. Li Danyu concurred. We have endured long enough. Yilan has cherished little Su for so long, and now her wishes are finally coming to fruition, Zhou Chuan remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Silence, everyone. Do not linger here. Go to the hall and wait. Li Yun again urged the crowd to disperse to the hall. Late into the night, the individuals in the hall remained awake, awaiting the final outcome. The fact that Yilan had yet to emerge was a good omen. As dawn broke, the windows and furniture of the entire house trembled. A powerful aura surged, invigorating everyone present. It was the essence of Su Yi, awakening and ascending. Su Yi had been rescued. Chapter 135. The Awakening of the Saint Bloodline. As dawn broke, the first light of hope emerged. Su Yi's aura was exceptionally strong, causing the doors, windows, and furniture of the entire house to tremble. The 10-day deadline had passed, his strength intensified, and the Saint Yin blood poison within him had been dispelled. Everyone felt immense joy, as this was the most uplifting news in the past 10 days. The anxious hearts that had been burdened with fear could finally relax and find solace. While everyone was overjoyed, they also marveled at the strangeness and suddenness of the events. It was astonishing that someone had resorted to using the Saint Yin blood poison against Su Yi, underscoring the significance of his identity. The Saint Yin blood poison was a lethal substance derived from the blood of deceased saints, and those afflicted by it were typically beyond salvation. To employ such a formidable poison against an individual indicated that this person was of utmost importance and represented a grave threat. This time, Su Yi had narrowly escaped death, yet it also validated his worth. Some feared his growth so much that they used the Saint Yin blood poison with the intent to eliminate him entirely. Fortunately, a miracle occurred. A descendant of a saint was present, willingly aiding Su Yi in dispelling the poison. Within the room, Su Yi's aura continued to grow stronger, seemingly without cessation. His essence surged higher, eliciting a mix of excitement and envy among the onlookers. They rejoiced in Su Yi's miraculous survival and his ongoing enhancement of power. They envied the rapid pace of his cultivation, a speed coveted by every spiritual martial artist. Just 10 days prior, Su Yi had only reached the pinnacle of the spirit martial realm. Now, with the saint blood poison lifted, his aura was climbing, nearing its peak, and he was on the verge of entering the great perfection of the spirit martial realm. In just over a month, Su Yi had transformed from an ordinary individual to someone on the brink of achieving the great perfection of the spirit martial realm, a speed that defied belief. Many prodigies took a considerable amount of time to reach the initial stages of the spirit martial realm. In the current environment, attaining the great perfection of the spirit martial realm required ample resources and typically took 2 to 3 years. Yet Su Yi had nearly reached that threshold in just over a month. Suddenly, a tremendous sound reverberated within the house. Following that, it seemed as if the voices of countless spirits were converging and a divine aura descended. This was the path of the sage, the essence of a saint. In an instant, the crowd was no longer calm. They were utterly astonished. Yilan had awakened her saint bloodline. Qin Miao Yi, seated on a soft sofa, looked up at the second floor, exclaiming in wonder. That was the sign of the awakening of the saint bloodline, a phenomenon she had experienced herself. After her union with Su Yi, Yilan's saint bloodline had awakened. The awakening of the saint bloodline promised boundless potential and extraordinary talent, heralding unimaginable progress for Yilan. Yilan's aura was also intensifying and rising rapidly, even more violently than Su Yi's. Half an hour later, her aura ceased to grow, having reached the pinnacle of the spirit martial realm. In merely half an hour, she had transformed from an ordinary individual into a master of the spirit martial realm, a rate of ascent more terrifying than Su Yi's. The crowd could not help but marvel at the fearsome nature of those with a saint bloodline. Once awakened, their progress was meteoric. Li Yun also appeared during the descent of the saintly aura and once again set up a barrier, sealing off the entire villa. The sudden awakening of Yilan's saint bloodline surprised him as well. Initially, he had hoped that after Yilan assisted Su Yi in dispelling the poison, the fusion of pure yin and pure yang energies would benefit both, potentially awakening the saintly essence within Yilan. He believed she would have to wait a while to awaken her bloodline. However, he did not expect Yilan to break free from her confinement so abruptly and awaken her saint bloodline. Chapter 136. The formal birth of the alliance. Before long, Yilan awakened, her face radiant with joy. To have the heart of one person is to never part ways. In this moment, Yilan felt her wish had been fulfilled and was profoundly content. As for Su Yi, he remained in a deep slumber, immersed in his cultivation, yet to awaken. Everyone was keenly focused on Yilan's condition. Her aura was undeniably that of the spirit martial realm's pinnacle. The awakening of the Saint bloodline was indeed formidable, inspiring envy among the vast majority, especially for Zhou Chuan. His envy was near maddening. Yilan had rapidly ascended to the pinnacle of the spirit martial realm. While he struggled to absorb spiritual energy and still had a way to go before becoming a spirit martial artist, he lagged far behind, finding it difficult to keep pace with Su Yi. As another day came to a close, Su Yi remained in slumber, yet the crowd no longer worried. The Saint Yin blood poison had been dispelled, and there was no immediate danger to his life. Perhaps his body was too weak and required time to regain its vitality. With only 3 days until the 15th day of the first month, everyone busied themselves with preparations for the grand gathering of the alliance. Gu Changqing, Wang Peng, and Li Danyu were temporarily reassigned by Li Yun to assist in organizing the alliance meeting. Individuals selected from across the nation were arriving in Kyoto one after another, as a grand event was about to commence. When the 15th day arrived, a multitude of spirit martial artists congregated at a vast mountain villa on the outskirts of Kyoto. Observing the gathering of talented youths, everyone felt a wave of nostalgia. There was a time when they never imagined witnessing such a gathering of spirit martial artists. As allies of the same alliance, they were akin to family. Wang Peng, standing on a higher pavilion overlooking the expansive square below, sighed, wishing that his elder brother could witness such a magnificent scene. The square below was filled with the first batch of talented individuals who had been selected to join the alliance. Among them were many with formidable auras and impressive strength. At such a grand gathering, Su Yi, however, remained in slumber, missing the spectacle, a slight regret lingering in the air. Li Danyu clenched his fists, excitedly proclaiming that they would strive to uphold their elder brother's honor at the event, ensuring not to bring disgrace upon him. As participants continued to arrive, the final moments approached. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Li Yun and several middle-aged men appeared. After a round of self-introductions, Li Yun officially announced the establishment of the Earth Guardians Alliance. He was appointed as the first leader of the alliance, with 2 vice leaders. A council of elders comprising 2 chief elders and the first elder in attendance. The alliance was backed by several ancient families and emerging factions, making it exceptionally powerful. The alliance's mission was clear: to prevent chaos and warfare on Earth when spiritual energy fully revived, and to protect the planet from extraterrestrial invasions. To serve as a warning and a motivational goal for everyone, Li Yun had prepared a prophetic vision to present. This vision, extracted from a chip brought by Eugene Tian, depicted harrowing scenes from a future war. Li Yun publicly declared it a prophecy of the future, stating that Earth would inevitably descend into an era of extraterrestrial invasion. Thus, as a member of the Guardians Alliance, even if not for others, one must strive to protect themselves from becoming slaves to extraterrestrial beings or facing death. After viewing the prophetic vision, everyone was filled with fervor and determination. The scenes are vividly realistic, and in the future, a tremendous catastrophe awaits. Chapter 137, Sparring, the Arrogant Ma Dong. Once the emotions of the crowd had settled, Li Yun announced the commencement of a new round of sparring contests for the optimization of resource allocation. Based on the final results, positions and cultivation resources would be assigned equitably. Nearly 2,000 participants would engage in the contests, following a single elimination format. Each participant eliminated would have 2 opportunities to challenge those who advanced. Should they succeed, they could take their place. The first round of eliminations would commence at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and would continue until all results were determined. Prior to the start of the elimination rounds, opponents would be decided by drawing lots. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the first round began, with dozens of arenas operating simultaneously. "Oh no, my brother hasn't awakened yet, and cannot participate," Li Danyu lamented, gazing anxiously at the arena area. "There shouldn't be any major issues," Wang Peng reassured. "My brother's talent speaks for itself. His participation won't affect his standing. Besides, his absence offers more opportunities for others. Many should be grateful to him." The allocation of positions and cultivation resources based on rankings renders this contest immensely significant for the majority. Su Yi's exceptional talent and strength have already left a profound impression on the upper echelons of the alliance. Even in his absence, his status within the alliance remains unscathed. Thus, Li Danyu's concerns are somewhat unwarranted, as Su Yi's non-participation merely provides a greater chance for others to advance. After all, anyone who encounters him would be unfortunate and unlikely to progress. "What are you two discussing?" Gu Changqing approached with a smile, accompanied by the plump Bai Qiu, whose eyes squinted into slits when he grinned. The 2 gentlemen wore expressions of pride, likely having advanced. Wang Peng remarked as he observed them. "By sheer luck." Bai Qiu replied with a look of fortunate surprise. "You are too modest. With your prowess, it would be impossible not to pass the first round." Li Danyu praised. Bai Qiu, the robust figure, is undoubtedly an underrated individual. If his opponents dare to underestimate him, their chances of losing are significantly high. Moreover, Bai Qiu ranked third in their region, and being eliminated in the first round would be quite embarrassing for them. It's not modesty. Don't underestimate the competitors from other provinces. They are formidable and must be approached with caution during battle. Gu Changqing warned them seriously. Those who have made it here are the elite, handpicked by the alliance. During combat, one must not be arrogant or dismissive, lest they suffer a humiliating defeat. He and Bai Qiu have learned this lesson firsthand. Is Sui here? There is 1 minute left. If he does not arrive, he will forfeit. An official announced at Arena 30. If a participant does not appear within a specified time, they are deemed to have forfeited their challenge and are automatically eliminated. The official need not shout anymore. I see that the so-called Sui from the south lacks the courage to show up and is probably quaking in some corner, boasted a proud young man, Ma Bo, around 1.7 meters tall, as he derisively mocked. With me, Ma Bo from the north, no southern lads will remain. That arrogant fellow dares to mock my brother and ridicule all southerners. Who does he think he is? Wang Peng fumed. Ma Bo displayed extreme arrogance, and just the sight of his smug face made one want to stomp on him. Chapter 138. A dazzling entrance. It infuriates me. What is there to be so proud of? If my brother were truly awake, where would he find the audacity to be so arrogant? He would be taught a lesson in no time. Li Danyu clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound. Ma Bo's words were exceedingly irksome and provoked anger. How could he mock Su Yi, implying he is too fearful to engage? Had it not been for Su Yi's recovery from poison, he would not have the audacity to act in such an overbearing manner. He not only ridiculed Su Yi, but also belittled all southerners. While it is true that the south is somewhat weaker, the disparity is merely slight. His disdain is unwarranted and will only serve to make him a target for retaliation from the southerners. Gu Changqing remarked. He had a general understanding of the competitors' situations. This national elite gathering shows that, to a certain extent, the south is slightly inferior to the north. Even with this disadvantage, it is marginal. Ma Bo, a northerner, has become excessively arrogant in his disdain for all southerners. Regardless of whether the north or south is stronger, I just want to stomp on that arrogant face. Wang Peng exclaimed angrily. While Ma Bo may look down on others, he has no right to belittle Su Yi. At Su Yi's current level, he could defeat the mid-tier Lingwu Ma Bo with ease. 10 seconds remaining. If you do not step onto the stage, you will be eliminated. 10, 9, 8. Ha. It seems that Master Ma stands here, and he dares not show up. What a coward. Ma Bo laughed triumphantly as he listened to the countdown. How delightful it is to advance without lifting a finger. The sound of Ma Bo's laughter irked many southern representatives, who longed to land a few punches on him. Not only did this person mock others, but he also disrespected the entire southern representation. Such arrogance is unbearable. Particularly, those selected from Shaoyang were furious. The top competitor from Nanguang was mocked by this insufferable fool. What a bitter pill to swallow. However, they were also curious as to why Su Yi had not yet arrived. Since entering the venue in the morning, he had not been seen. 3, 2, 1. I'm here. At the count of 1, Su Yi finally made his entrance. He strode onto the stage, radiating confidence. What a relief. My brother has finally awakened just in time. Wang Peng exclaimed with excitement. After 2 weeks of slumber, Su Yi had healed and was now awake. Su Yi, give that arrogant fool a good beating. Not only did he mock you, but he also disrespected the entire southern representatives. Yes, teach him a lesson. Make him realize he cannot look down on others. The representatives from Nanguang cheered for Su Yi, urging him to punish the haughty Ma Bo. This is not good. The aura emanating from him is not strong. He seems even weaker than Ma Bo. If he wants to regain face, it seems he will need to delay a bit. Many southern representatives, unfamiliar with Su Yi, misjudged his strength based on the faint aura they sensed, concluding he was not Ma Bo's match. For this battle, aside from those from Nanguang, few held faith in Su Yi's ability to restore their honor against Ma Bo. You are Su Yi. I thought you were too frightened to face me, standing here before Master Ma. Ma Bo smirked arrogantly. Many have urged you to teach me a lesson. I wonder if you possess the strength. If not, concede gracefully to avoid humiliation. Ha. You laugh so heartily. Do you truly believe our southern representatives are so easily vanquished? Su Yi calmly regarded Ma Bo. Whether southern or northern, we are all of the same kin. There is no need for your arrogant heart to differentiate and belittle those from the south. Ma Bo, brimming with pride and arrogance, clearly made statements that left many uncomfortable. This is how I see it. What can you do about it? He scoffed. I offered you a chance, yet you failed to appreciate it. Prepare yourself for my humiliation. With his hands rubbing together eagerly, Ma Bo seemed impatient. He had extended an opportunity to Su Yi, who had squandered it, a regrettable circumstance. Judging by his assessment of Su Yi's capabilities, it was evident that he would not pose a challenge. Is the division of regions truly that significant to you? Regardless of whether one hails from the south or the north, we are all one family. No one should look down upon another. Su Yi's words were devoid of anger or resentment, his tone remarkably calm. As his voice faded, he moved with a serene grace. Appearing before Mabwa and resting a hand on his shoulder, Su Yi's approach mirrored his tranquil demeanor, materializing silently. In that moment, Mabwa's expression shifted to one of astonishment. When had Su Yi arrived before him, his hand resting on Mabwa's shoulder, without him even noticing. In an instant, Mabwa became cautious, raising his hand to strike Su Yi. Ultimately, this was a contest of skill, and victory was paramount. Su Yi's speed did not necessarily imply superiority in strength. Now so close at hand, it was the perfect moment for him to strike. As Mabwa's palm approached Su Yi, a victorious smile crept across his face. His hand was mere inches from its target. Even someone of equal standing would be injured, and the prospect of defeating him seemed impossible. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Mabwa's strike missed entirely, leaving a deep imprint on the arena. What happened? Where did he go? Mabwa exclaimed in shock, his heart racing in disbelief. Su Yi had been right before him. And yet, at the last moment, he vanished from sight. How could someone he perceived as weaker evade his attack? Moreover, at that moment, he could sense none of Su Yi's presence. It was as if Su Yi had simply dissipated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. A master indeed, moving with an ungraspable speed, even his essence undetectable. Mabwa was in for a rude awakening, his arrogance leading him to underestimate his opponent. Many spectators marveled at Su Yi's speed, which was beyond their comprehension. His sudden disappearance and the absence of any detectable presence could only be attributed to a true master. Su Yi's essence was likely concealed to an extraordinary extent. Mabwa's disdain for his adversary would only lead to profound lessons learned. What's the point of hiding? Only a coward would do so. If you have the skill, step forward and fight me. Mabwa sneered, still haughty and mocking the hidden Su Yi. To him, Su Yi's concealment was merely an act of cowardice, an indication of fear. This is my ability. There is no cowardice here. Su Yi suddenly reappeared, his hand raised and swinging down. The sharp sound of a slap reverberated as Mabwa, caught off guard, found himself with a handprint on his face. The laughter of the onlookers filled the air. For moments ago, Mabwa had looked down upon Su Yi, and now he had been struck without even realizing it. The sight of a proud individual being humbled was truly satisfying. You dare to slap my face? Mabwa roared in fury, his indignation palpable. The slap was a significant humiliation, especially since it had marred his face. Remember this lesson, do not belittle others. We all come from different regions, yet we are one family, devoid of distinctions in status. Su Yi calmly addressed the enraged Mabwa. Indeed, many echoed Su Yi's sentiments, affirming that all were equal, regardless of regional origins. If everyone continued to look down upon one another, they would become a disjointed mass, detrimental to unity. Humph, I care not for your reasoning. You slapped me, and I demand retribution. Have the courage to reveal yourself. Mabwa seethed, his anger boiling over. Having been struck by Su Yi and now facing public ridicule, he felt compelled to vent his frustration. The issue was not about Su Yi's concealment. It was clear that he was no match for him. Before Mabwa could gather his thoughts, Su Yi moved with blinding speed, reappearing before him and seizing his throat. Mabwa's expression shifted to one of panic as he stared at Su Yi, his movements too swift to comprehend. He had no time to prepare. Su Yi had him in a chokehold. The outcome was evident. Mabwa had no hope of victory, utterly outmatched. Su Yi's rapidity was indeed a testament to his strength, leading to Mabwa's complete defeat. The spectators were in awe of Su Yi's prowess, his movements so rapid that they were imperceptible, allowing him to vanish without a sound. Mabwa had no opportunity to react, and he had lost before he even realized it. Furthermore, Su Yi had yet to fully reveal his capabilities, indicating depths yet to be explored. Mabwa, filled with pride and contempt for Su Yi, had sealed his own fate. Do you concede? Su Yi inquired, his demeanor still calm as he regarded Mabwa. Sai, I concede. I acknowledge my defeat and retract my earlier statements, Mabwa replied, his voice heavy with resignation. Is your concession sincere, or merely words without substance? Su Yi observed, his expression as still as a placid lake, revealing no hint of emotion. I assure you, it is genuine. I apologize for my previous remarks. I was overly arrogant. There are heights beyond heights, and people beyond people, Mabwa affirmed, nodding earnestly. He had personally experienced the magnitude of Su Yi's strength, and his words rang true. Su Yi's grip on his throat signified that, had this been a battlefield, Ma Bo would have met his end. Faced with Su Yi, he had no chance to retaliate. His speed was akin to lightning, impossible to catch. Now he was truly humbled, sincerely apologizing for his prior arrogance. It was his own pride and hubris that had led to his downfall, for Su Yi had yet to unleash his true power, leaving Ma Bo utterly defeated. Thus, his concession was sincere, not a mere pretense, and the representatives from the south were no less formidable than those from the north. Since you have already conceded, I have nothing more to say. Depart now, and I truly hope you have recognized your errors. We are all family here. None should look down upon another. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. He genuinely wished for Ma Bo to acknowledge his misguided views and to sincerely amend his ways. Within the alliance, everyone is akin to kin, hailing from various corners of the world. Regional discrimination and prejudice should have no place among us. If bias exists, a significant rift will form between individuals, which is detrimental to unity. Among comrades, mutual assistance should prevail, rather than disdain. Only a robust sense of cohesion can yield substantial results. Having experienced this today, I hope to receive your guidance again in the future. Ma Bo clasped his fists and smiled faintly at Su Yi before leaving the arena. Previously, he had humiliated Su Yi, looking down upon him. However, Su Yi spared him embarrassment, not subjecting him to any disgrace. His defeat was not entirely devoid of dignity. Ma Bo envied Su Yi's strength immensely. From this day forth, he hoped to engage Su Yi in discussions on martial arts. On the 30th platform, Su Yi emerged victorious. If there are challengers, please register at the back. The supervisor announced Su Yi's victory. It was an exceedingly effortless triumph. Ma Bo was simply no match for Su Yi. Had he known this beforehand, he should not have boasted about overwhelming all representatives from the south. Su Yi's prowess was truly impressive. He swiftly subdued Ma Bo, even before unleashing his true strength. Ma Bo was subjected to relentless assaults, and anyone with sense would concede willingly. Su Yi's victory was a joyous occasion for those on Su Yi's side of the battle team, finally allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. The Southerners are not weak. One should not regard others with an air of superiority or through a lens of discrimination. This was a straightforward battle, and Ma Bo's loss was not unjust. Su Yi's strength was formidable and unfathomable. For Ma Bo to refuse to concede would be sheer folly. Thankfully, Ma Bo recognized the situation and conceded. Otherwise, he would have not only lost the bout, but also his dignity, inviting ridicule. Such a strong individual, who would dare to challenge him? Only a fool would. Yet, indeed, there was a fool who sought to challenge him. Following Su Yi's victory, a name appeared on the elimination leaderboard, indicating someone wished to challenge Su Yi. This action, to those who had witnessed Su Yi's match, was utterly foolish and beyond redemption. Chapter 141. One move determines victory. Su Yi's might was evident. Not just anyone could challenge him, as he undoubtedly possessed the strength to rank among the top contenders. Those who dared to challenge the victor had already been eliminated in their first bout. The eliminated individuals were generally of weaker capability and had little chance of advancing. Su Yi easily triumphed over Ma Bo without even showcasing his full potential. Those with understanding should refrain from challenging Su Yi, otherwise, they merely engage in futile endeavors or seek defeat. Zhang Yuanwen, now that is a rather intriguing character, daring to challenge the elder brother at this moment. Wang Peng, observing from the sidelines, wore a broad smile as he gazed at the confrontation list on the elimination scoreboard. Perhaps he truly harbored a masochistic inclination, specifically seeking out the elder brother. Li Danyu, with a playful grin, remarked. The supervisor announced Su Yi's victory, and a new name appeared in the opponent column of the elimination leaderboard. The name of the eliminated challenger was Zhang Yuanwen, who wished to take Su Yi's place. In Wang Peng's and Li Danyu's eyes, they firmly believed that Zhang Yuanwen stood no chance against Su Yi. Zhang Yuanwen's intention to challenge their elder brother was undoubtedly an invitation to suffering, with defeat assured. Do not underestimate Zhang Yuanwen. He is certainly stronger than Ma Bo. He previously lost to a formidable adversary from the north, which can be attributed to mere misfortune. Gu Chongqing expressed his confusion, stating, I simply fail to understand why he wishes to challenge Su Yi. He was somewhat acquainted with Zhang Yuanwen, as the first round of matches took place on the platform adjacent to his. Zhang Yuanwen's abilities greatly surpassed Ma Bo's and should not be underestimated. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuanwen encountered a powerful adversary from the north in the first round and was directly eliminated. With Zhang Yuanwen's strength, challenging other victors to advance should pose no significant issue. The fact that others refrained from challenging him while he specifically sought to contest Su Yi left him puzzled. Enough of this. The individual has already appeared. Bai Qiu silently fixed his gaze upon the arena. On the 30th platform, after a brief wait. Su Yi once again faced the challenger, Zhang Yuanwen. Zhang Yuanwen was fair-skinned and well-spoken, appearing somewhat frail. Do you truly wish to challenge me? Su Yi inquired, somewhat perplexed. With Ma Bo preceding him, no one from the first round of eliminations should dare to challenge him again. Yet, such an occurrence transpired, with an eliminated contender seeking to confront him. Indeed, your previous battle ignited my passion. I wish to engage with you. For only by contending with a strong opponent can I cultivate boundless fighting spirit. Zhang Yuanwen's face radiated excitement. He eagerly anticipated his bout with Su Yi. Having witnessed my battle, you should comprehend that challenging me means you can only face defeat. Su Yi replied with a faint smile, observing Zhang Yuanwen. This individual was quite intriguing, knowingly traversing a path fraught with danger. Fear not. Should I lose this match, I will have another opportunity. I simply desire another chance to spar with you, to learn more through contending with a strong adversary. Zhang Yuanwen responded with nonchalance, unconcerned about the outcome of this confrontation. He genuinely wished to engage Su Yi, with victory or defeat being of little importance. Moreover, each participant had 2 chances to challenge. Should he lose this bout, he would still have one more opportunity. Contending with a strong opponent was his true aspiration. In that case, I shall indulge your desire. Su Yi proposed, however. The arena is rather small, making it difficult to fully unleash our powers. Therefore, let us adopt a unique approach. We shall determine the outcome with a single move. If you can force me to retreat a single step, I will concede. Agreed. If I cannot even compel you to retreat a single step, I shall have no chance to continue the fight. Zhang Yuanwen nodded in agreement. Chapter 142. Victory, a single move to determine victory. Retreating 1 step signifies defeat, a bold display of confidence. I truly anticipate this. Zhang Yuanwen's strength should not be underestimated. Upon learning of the impending single-move duel, those observing were filled with eager anticipation. Su Yi had committed to conceding if Zhang Yuanwen could force him back with a single move, showcasing his confidence in his own strength. Should Zhang Yuanwen manage to compel him back even once, Su Yi would willingly concede. For Zhang Yuanwen, this proposition might seem humiliating, but in reality, it was not. Su Yi's might was apparent. Apart from a select few, it was unlikely anyone could stand against him. If Zhang Yuanwen could not even manage to force Su Yi back a single step, it merely highlighted the vast chasm between their abilities, rendering further competition unnecessary. Are you ready? I shall commence my attack. Zhang Yuanwen announced, his aura surging as his internal spiritual energy began to swell. Spectators witnessed radiant waves emanating from Zhang Yuanwen's figure, the air around him rippling. Crackling sounds erupted from his body, each part infused with tremendous explosive force. Boom! The atmosphere roared as Zhang Yuanwen's aura surged to the pinnacle of the Lingwu realm, causing the arena beneath him to crack. The might of the pinnacle of the Lingwu realm far exceeded that of Ma Bo. Uncertain of the realm into which Su Yi has fallen, whether it be the pinnacle of perfection or the ultimate state of completeness, one cannot help but feel a sense of anticipation. Many onlookers are now marveling at Zhang Yuanwen, a formidable figure at the pinnacle of Lingwu. In comparison, Ma Bo pales significantly, thus amplifying the spectacle of this battle. The exact state of Su Yi remains shrouded in mystery, yet it is evident that he has achieved at least the completeness of Lingwu. At this moment of heightened expectation, a sound akin to a tiger's roar reverberates through the arena as Zhang Yuanwen unleashes a punch. His fist, propelled forward, seems to summon the ferocity of a great tiger, imbued with tremendous power, aimed directly at Su Yi. The air crackles with the force of his strike, causing the very floor of the arena to tremble and rupture under the might of his punch. In that instant, Su Yi remains composed, unfazed as he extends his palm forward to intercept. In the blink of an eye, Su Yi's hand meets Zhang Yuanwen's fist, resulting in a cataclysmic clash of power that reverberates through the surrounding air. The ground beneath them fractures like a spider's web, sending dust spiraling into the air. The two engage in a prolonged standoff, with Su Yi exuding an air of tranquil indifference, while Zhang Yuanwen's expression grows increasingly grave. At this juncture, Su Yi resembles an immovable mountain, steadfast and heavy, while Zhang Yuanwen feels a surge of anxiety within. Let this be the end. Su Yi murmurs, and in an instant, an even more potent aura erupts from him, akin to the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger. The power within his palm surges forth like a legion of colossal elephants, astonishing in its might. Zhang Yuanwen perceives an overwhelming force rushing toward him, rendering his arm numb as he is pushed back several steps, leaving deep imprints on the arena floor. He remains stationary while Zhang Yuanwen is forced to retreat. Clearly outmatched by Su Yi, Such strength is indeed formidable. Su Yi has undoubtedly ascended to the realm of great perfection, a state that inspires both envy and fear. Once again, Su Yi secures victory, having not moved an inch while Zhang Yuanwen has retreated several steps, leaving behind profound marks on the ground, evidence of Su Yi's immense power. At this moment, it is evident that Su Yi has entered the realm of Lingwu great perfection, a coveted state for many. Beyond this lies the realm of meridians, the true gateway to the martial world, ushering one into an entirely new domain. Chapter 143. A tangled web of personal feelings. Are you alright? Su Yi approaches Zhang Yuanwen, extending a hand to assist him in rising from his half-kneeling position. Thank you, I concede. Zhang Yuanwen grasps Su Yi's hand and stands, his face adorned with a smile. He has lost to Su Yi, yet he harbors no regrets, rather a sense of joy. Competing against a powerful adversary is the very essence of his journey. Such encounters allow one to gauge their strength, to identify their weaknesses, and to strive for improvement. Losing to someone stronger is not a source of shame, but rather an invaluable lesson that propels him further along the path of growth. With Su Yi's victory confirmed, the overseer inquires if there are any challengers remaining. At this juncture, it seems no one dares to face Su Yi, a master of Lingwu great perfection, with only a few possessing the courage akin to Zhang Yuanwen to challenge him. Ultimately, no further challenges arise, and Su Yi advances to the next round. The audience buzzes with astonishment, witnessing yet another master of Lingwu great perfection emerge. Including Su Yi, there are only two such masters present, the other being Song Zhaoxian from the north. In a fleeting moment, Su Yi becomes the focal point of attention, as exceptional figures are never devoid of admiration. Well done, brother. Truly spectacular. Wang Peng exclaims with excitement as he greets Su Yi upon his return. After a fortnight apart, Su Yi re-emerges with a formidable presence. As Su Yi approaches, he embraces Gu Chongqing and others one by one. Recently, he had suffered from severe poisoning and injury, nearly facing death, which had caused concern among those close to him, filling him with guilt. Congratulations, Su Yi, on your advancement. You grow stronger every day. At this moment, the elegantly adorned Lu Qi appears, her face illuminated by a smile of envy. Dear sister, you are too modest. Your understated beauty radiates even more charm. Su Yi praises Lu Qi warmly. Brother truly knows how to flatter. But enough of that. I must prepare for my competition. Let us hope I don't encounter someone as formidable as you. Lu Qi flashes a heartfelt smile at Su Yi, exchanges farewells with the others, and departs. Lu Qi's demeanor toward our elder brother has certainly changed. It seems there may be romantic interest. Did you see that smile? It speaks volumes. Li Danyu remarks, his expression one of admiration and mischief as he watches Lu Qi leave. Brat, what nonsense are you thinking? Su Yi playfully swats Li Danyu on the back of the head, chastising him. You little rascal, seeking a beating, spouting such nonsense. If your sister-in-law hears this, she might think it's true, and I'll be the one on the receiving end of her wrath. Wang Peng adds with a reproachful expression, jabbing Li Danyu's head with his finger. Su Yi is now a changed man, someone who has a family. Yilan has fully committed herself to him, both in body and spirit. Li Danyu's careless words could lead to misunderstandings with Yilan, igniting jealousy. Stop your chatter and prepare yourselves. Your competition is imminent. If you fail to advance, see how I deal with you too. Su Yi glares at Wang Peng, urging them to get ready. The two quickly depart, eager to avoid further reprimand from Su Yi. It seems your personal matters require careful handling. You must not wrong your sister-in-law. Gu Chongqing observes Su Yi with a knowing expression. Your words imply that I am a philanderer, gallivanting about. Su Yi replies with exasperation, feeling as though even Gu Chongqing perceives him as a heartbreaker. Yilan selflessly saved his life, and he would never betray her trust. Just because you are not pursuing other women does not mean others won't be drawn to you. You should be wary. Your excellence is a magnet for admiration. Gu Chongqing points out. Your words are cryptic. Please clarify. We are brothers. Speak plainly. Su Yi gazes at Gu Chongqing, perplexed by his insinuations. It seems there is a connection between you and Qin Miaoyi, much like with Yilan, where she willingly sacrificed herself to save you. What is your relationship with Qin Miaoyi? Gu Chongqing directly addresses the implication, seeking to enlighten Su Yi. With mere hours remaining until the 10-day deadline, Qin Miaoyi was willing to sacrifice herself for Su Yi's sake. If her intentions were not genuine, if she did not hold profound concern for him, she would not have gone to such lengths. However, her offer was ultimately vetoed by Li Yun, deeming her unsuitable to assist Su Yi in detoxification. Yilan was ultimately recognized as the descendant of a sage, solidifying her place. Yilan has made significant sacrifices and is undeniably tied to Su Yi. No matter the circumstances, he cannot allow himself to betray her for the sake of another. As friends, he and Wang Peng, along with Li Danyu, are closer to Yilan, and he sincerely wishes to shield her from any harm. Chapter 144. Resolving Emotional Matters. Qin Miaoyi. Very well, I shall address this. After hearing Gu Changqing's words, Su Yi falls into deep contemplation. He had only just awakened, completely unaware of the events that transpired during his poisoning and unconsciousness. According to Gu Changqing, Qin Miaoyi was also a descendant of a sage, willingly offering her own life to assist him in detoxification. It was evident that Qin Miaoyi's sage bloodline had awakened, ultimately leading to its manifestation in Yilan. As for Qin Miaoyi, a being of the demon clan, he found himself at a loss for explanation. Despite having just met her, he felt an uncanny familiarity, as if they were old acquaintances, sharing an intimate bond. Moreover, Qin Miaoyi expressed that there was something uniquely compelling about him that captivated her deeply, raising the possibility that it was this very allure that motivated her desire to save him. Perhaps, indeed, Qin Miaoyi harbored genuine affection for him, akin to a love at first sight. His thoughts were tumultuous. He struggled to comprehend and understand Qin Miaoyi. Handle your own affairs. We outsiders should not meddle. Gu Changqing remarked. I shall observe the duel between the two young men. It is about to commence. Matters of the heart were indeed beyond the reach of those who stood outside. The resolution of these feelings rested solely upon Su Yi. The remaining matches continued, and soon it was time for Wang Peng and Li Danyu to compete. They did not disappoint, having successfully defended their positions after enduring 2 challenging rounds. Lu Qi and Xiao Yunfang also advanced to the next round without incident. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the first day of eliminations concluded, with the results in. Over half of the participants were eliminated, while 20 from the Nanguang region progressed to the second round, and 32 were sent home. Those eliminated would continue to vie for the lower rankings, while the victors would engage in another round of sparring the following day. As night enveloped the world after dinner, Su Yi and his companions strolled along the bustling streets, enjoying the flower market and guessing riddles. The thoroughfare of the flower market was teeming with people, a continuous flow of passers-by. At the end of the street, a small garden offered a relative tranquility. Su Yi led Yilan and Qin Miaoyi into the garden, where they sat silently on the cool benches. Miaoyi, certain matters need to be addressed to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings between us. We have only just met. What is it that compels you to save me? After a prolonged silence, Su Yi finally spoke, breaking the stillness. Clarifying this matter was essential to dispel any misconceptions between the two women. After all, Yilan was now his, and despite Qin Miaoyi's noble lineage, he had to consider Yilan's feelings. Yilan was aware of Qin Miaoyi's willingness to save him on that day. Her lack of inquiry about his relationship with Qin Miaoyi perhaps indicated her indifference or a desire not to pry, to prevent disrupting the delicate balance of their relationship. I cannot fully explain, but I assure you, I will not interfere with your relationship with Sister Yilan. I will not intrude upon your lives. Qin Miaoyi pondered for a moment before assuring him. Never mind, I do not mind, and you need not pressure Sister Yi to explain. Yilan said with a radiant smile. Very well, if you choose not to explain, I shall not insist. But I merely wish for you both not to harbor any misunderstandings that could strain your relationship. Su Yi sighed. Qin Miaoyi, hailing from the demon clan, possessed a complex identity. Now that everyone was together, sharing many mutual friends, it was vital not to let misunderstandings arise due to his presence. The best outcome was that both women harbored no objections to one another. Today, I shall refrain from speaking, as it is for the best. Perhaps one day you will uncover the reasons, and everything will become clear. After a considerable pause, Qin Miaoyi spoke again. Her reluctance to divulge her thoughts was undoubtedly for the greater good. All right, it is getting late. We should return. They must be wrapping up their exploration of the flower market and riddles. Su Yi turned to glance toward the other end of the garden and said, You two go ahead. I will join you shortly. Very well, Sister Yi and I will leave first. Yilan nodded and departed the garden with Qin Miaoyi. Sister Lan, do you truly not mind what I said that day? As they were about to exit the garden, Qin Miaoyi inquired once more. I do not mind. What is there to mind? Some things are unworthy of concern. As long as Brother Yi is sincere with me, that is sufficient. Yilan replied with a warm smile. You are truly kind. With you by Su Yi's side, I feel at ease. Qin Miaoyi smiled faintly and grasped Yilan's hand. Sister Yi, what connection do you share with Brother Yi? I sense he holds great importance for you. Why not share it? I would not mind. Yilan pressed further, feeling an intuition that Su Yi was somehow significant to Qin Miaoyi. It is nothing. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from within the garden, flames erupting into the sky, startling those nearby. Chapter 145. Trouble arises. There is trouble in the garden. Brother E is still inside, Yilan exclaimed, her anxiety surging as she rushed back into the garden. The unexpected explosion filled her with dread. After all, Su E remained within. Although she knew he was no ordinary person, he was still her man, and she could not help but worry. A surge of spiritual energy accompanied the explosion. Could it be that someone was attacking Su E? Qin Miaoi's expression shifted dramatically as she hurried to follow Yilan. The explosion had coincided with a surge of spiritual energy, leading her to suspect that someone was indeed assaulting Su E. He had not emerged, and the explosion was followed by the wave of energy. Her understanding of Su E had deepened, having made some enemies. It was entirely probable that they had come to confront him. Brother E, where are you? Yilan cried out in panic as she entered the garden. Inside, the garden lay in ruins, vegetation devastated by the explosion, chaos reigning. Scanning the area, she saw only flames and a collapsed pavilion, with no sign of anyone. What transpired here? Where is he? Why is he not here? Gu Chongqing and the others arrived after hearing the explosion, gazing at the disarray with confusion, unable to fathom what had just occurred. The garden was not vast. They could see it all at a glance. Besides the visibly anxious Yilan and Qin Miaoi, Su E was nowhere to be found. In this dire situation, the only person the two women were concerned about was Su E. Yilan, Miaoi, what happened? Where is Su E? Li Keating asked, observing the worried expressions on their faces. The explosion occurred, and we remained, but Su E is missing. He told us to leave the garden first, and shortly after, the explosion happened. Yilan replied, her concern palpable. The thought of Su Yi's absence left her restless, consumed by worry. I suspect that enemies have come seeking him. He must have sensed something and urged us to leave. Qin Miaoi analyzed calmly. Just as we exited the garden, the explosion occurred, accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy. Indeed, there are signs of a struggle. This explosion was the result of a confrontation. Gu Chongqing observed the scene carefully and addressed the group. It is likely that Su E detected an enemy and engaged in a brief skirmish before vanishing. Alas, this is exasperating. Brother Yi's phone is not being answered. Wang Peng lamented, his heart racing as he checked his phone. It was now almost certain that someone posed a threat to his older brother, and a confrontation had ensued. What should we do? We are uncertain of his safety and whether he needs our assistance. Yilan rubbed her hands together, exhibiting a profound sense of worry. There should not be any significant issues. Su E will be fine. The adversaries are unaware that Su E has once again transcended his previous limits, making it exceedingly difficult for them to pose a threat to him, Li Keating reassured. During today's assembly, Su E experienced another breakthrough in his abilities. Thus, the external foes should not be fully cognizant of his true strength. Therefore, Su E remains relatively secure, and if confronted by enemies, they are unlikely to be formidable. While everyone was anxious about Su E, he had already arrived at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Jingdu. The factory stood desolate, surrounded by towering weeds and rusting iron railings. Beside Su E lay a man, his face marred by scars, unconscious on the ground. Su E retrieved a mobile phone from the man's possession and dialed the most recent number. Is everything in order? Have you lured him in? A deep voice resonated from the other end of the line. It is all set. Be prepared. Su E feigned the voice of the unconscious man in response. Good. Hurry back. Ensure he does not return. The low, menacing voice commanded once more. With a smirk, Su E ended the call. He stripped off the man's clothing and donned it himself. Their physiques were similar enough that, in the darkness, distinguishing between their faces would be nearly impossible. After surveying the surroundings of the abandoned factory, Su E revealed himself and advanced towards the location of two towering structures. There, individuals were awaiting his entrance into their trap. As he drew closer, three indistinct figures materialized, each tall, robust, and standing with an imposing presence. Number 2, why are you so slow? I thought you had been captured by Su E. One of them complained, observing the approaching Su E. Why the rush? Number 2's strength is inferior to both you and Number 4, yet he possesses the fastest speed among us. If he strikes from the shadows and makes a swift retreat, Su E will never catch him. The man in the center asserted confidently. Number 5 is correct. Number 2, go check outside to see if Su E is approaching. This time, we must avenge Number 1. Number 4 exclaimed, his voice laced with animosity directed at the approaching foe. Number 2, Su E. Among the four, Number 2 was the weakest yet the swiftest. As long as the ambush opportunity was optimal, he could flee before Su E could grasp him. Should the assailant escape, Su E would undoubtedly pursue to uncover the truth. This night at the abandoned factory, They were determined to eliminate Su Yi. Rest assured, Su Yi is just ahead. Nearly upon us. Su Yi mimicked number two's voice, declaring, "You say he is near? Where is he? Hide quickly and prepare for a surprise attack. Catch him off guard and ensure he doesn't return." Number 3 eagerly scanned the surroundings. "Did I not say he is close at hand?" Su Yi stepped forward, raising his gaze to reveal a murderous grin. It must be noted that the number 2 spoken of by the trio indeed possessed remarkable speed, so much so that Su Yi nearly failed to locate him. He had followed them through the flower market and lingered in a small garden for quite some time before pinpointing this person's presence. "You, fall back." Only then did the 3 recognize the true identity of the so-called number 2 standing before them, their faces reflecting terror as they hastily retreated. They discovered that the number 2 they had encountered was merely Su Yi in disguise. The similarity in their builds, combined with the dim lighting and Su Yi's imitation of number 2's voice, had led them to overlook the truth until it was too late. Su Yi boldly stood before them. It seemed number 2 had already been dealt with. The 3, incredulous and panic-stricken, were shocked to realize that the astonishing speed of number 2 had been neutralized by Su Yi. "There is no escape. Return to me." Su Yi swung his fist, a faint glow flickering, and struck at the slower number 3. With no avenue for evasion, number 3 hastily retaliated with a punch of his own. In the darkness, the sound of bones shattering echoed as a shadow was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a crumbling wall. "Ah, my hand is broken. This is infuriating." Number 3 roared in rage as he struggled to rise, clutching his injured limb. "How are you injured, number 3? Number 4 and number 5 hurriedly approached, their expressions a mix of alarm and attention focused on Su Yi. In the night, their vision was limited, but it was evident that, after just one exchange, number 3 had suffered a grievous injury. Su Yi's speed and strength were indeed extraordinary, instilling a sense of unease within them. "Be cautious. This young man's prowess seems to vastly exceed the intelligence we received. I was too careless just now." Number 3 gritted his teeth, enduring the pain from his severed arm, grappling with both resentment and apprehension towards Su Yi. Given the situation, it was time for the trio to reveal their motives. "Why do you wish to eliminate me? Why not just do so in the garden, making it so complicated by luring me to this abandoned factory?" Su Yi fixed his gaze upon the 3 adversaries, eager to uncover their intentions for targeting him. Based on his deductions, it seemed that these individuals, along with the one he had previously dispatched, were connected to his past encounters. "There's no need to conceal the truth from you. We are here on the orders of Count Lu to eliminate you and to avenge our fallen brother." Number 5 spoke candidly. "You previously killed our brother number 1, and we suspect that number 2 has also fallen to your hands. Our hatred runs deep. Tonight, we shall ensure your demise." Number 4 seethed, pointing a finger at Su Yi, his voice thick with murderous intent. "Count Lu? So this Count Lu is the mastermind behind Jin Gongzi. And your number 1 brother must be the blonde-haired man I encountered." Su Yi suddenly realized, crossing his arms and resolving the mystery that had plagued him. In today's world, only the West still held the title of Count. Jin Gongzi had been working for a Westerner, delivering captured children to the West. He had also mentioned that he had disturbed his benefactor, who would not let him off the hook and would eventually send someone to kill him. That benefactor was Count Lu. As for the number 1 brother mentioned by the trio, it was likely the blonde man Su Yi had eliminated previously. "Now that I understand, you shall meet your end here today." Number 3 bellowed, producing a specialized handgun. With a loud bang, he fired a shot at Su Yi. A bullet, imbued with power akin to that of a missile, soared through the night sky, aimed directly at Su Yi. In that moment, a serene smile graced Su Yi's face as he vanished from sight. This was a specialized thermal nuclear weapon, a product of modern technology infused with spiritual energy. A single small bullet bore destructive capability, rivaling that of a missile. Su Yi had already experienced its devastating effects in the garden. If struck, his body would be obliterated. With a resounding explosion, the bullet struck a wall of the factory, causing it to collapse in a fiery eruption, smoke billowing into the night. In the next moment, Su Yi appeared beside San Hao, brandishing a pistol identical to San Hao's, aimed directly at his head. The weapon in Su Yi's hand had been seized from Er Hao. Witnessing Su Yi's gun pointed at him, San Hao's expression transformed into one of sheer panic, his face a canvas of terror. Su Yi had vanished and reappeared before him, wielding a formidable nuclear spiritual weapon aimed at his temple, evoking the chilling breath of death. Bang! As San Hao raised his weapon, Su Yi, who had been poised for action, fired a shot ahead of him, a nuclear spiritual bullet erupting forth amidst a shower of sparks. The close-range shot unleashed a tempest of heated wind, shattering San Hao's skull. The nuclear bullet penetrated his brain, resulting in a deafening explosion that obliterated his head, and flames engulfed his body. Chapter 148. Slaying two men. Sanhao. Sihao watched in fury as Sanhao was slain, his voice a furious roar. In mere moments, two brothers had fallen to Su Yi's blade, an utterly contemptible outcome. Their meticulously crafted plan aimed to eradicate Su Yi entirely. Yet, they had sustained no injuries while losing two comrades. Damn. You two, surrender and confess, and I may spare your lives, Su Yi declared, holstering his pistol with a smile, gazing at Sihao and Wu Hao. Don't harbor foolish fantasies. Having slain our brother, you expect us to yield? How audacious. Sihao retorted, his anger palpable as he glared at Su Yi. With their brother murdered, the notion of surrender was utterly inconceivable. To capitulate would strip them of their last vestiges of dignity, and now was not the time for surrender. Should you choose not to surrender, you must realize that my true strength far exceeds what you comprehend. Those who resist will meet only death. Su Yi's demeanor turned cold and ruthless, laced with a palpable aura of menace. The adversary must either surrender or perish. There was no third option. Humph. Do you truly believe yourself formidable? We possess nuclear spiritual weapons and exceptional skills. We can easily take you down. Wu Hao scoffed, his disdain evident. Before he could finish his sentence, he fired two shots at Su Yi. The bullets erupted from the chamber with tremendous force, igniting the surrounding air. Simultaneously, Sihao unleashed two shots, brandishing a long gun that accompanied the bullets. Boom, boom, boom. Su Yi retaliated with four shots, colliding with the incoming nuclear spiritual bullets. Concurrently, an immense force erupted from him, forming a barrier of spiritual energy. The four bullets struck the energy wall, exploding midair, the shockwaves demolishing nearby structures and igniting flammable materials. Flames soaring skyward, illuminating the surroundings. Crack! At that moment, Su Yi's energy wall shattered, the intense heat wave from the explosion striking his face with a stinging sensation. Just then, Sihao lunged forward with his long gun, aiming a powerful thrust at Su Yi, capable of piercing through the mightiest of stones. However, Su Yi vanished once more, reappearing behind Sihao with a dagger in hand. A flash of light glimmered as he slashed Sihao's throat, crimson blood gushing forth, followed by the head tumbling to the ground. With a thud, the headless corpse of Sihao fell, a grim testament to Su Yi's prowess. In his final moments, Sihao could hardly fathom how effortlessly he had been dispatched by Su Yi. How can your strength be so formidable? Impossible. Impossible. Wu Hao bellowed in a fury, unable to accept the reality before him. Sihao had reached the pinnacle of the spiritual martial realm, a veritable champion among peers. Even he, at his peak, would require countless exchanges to defeat Sihao. Yet, Su Yi had vanquished him with ease. How can it not be possible? There are many things beyond your imagination. To kill me, it is not enough to simply send a few men. Su Yi replied with a light chuckle. Indeed, it is impossible. Our intelligence on you has been repeatedly flawed. To kill you is a daunting task. Wu Hao admitted begrudgingly. Given Su Yi's current strength, he appeared to surpass them. Yet their previous intelligence had not indicated such prowess. The inaccuracies in their information had already cost them 3 brethren. Chapter 149. Naively pretending to ambush, at least you possessed the self-awareness to bring nuclear spiritual weapons. Alas, you still failed to grasp my true strength in time. Su Yi remarked. Nuclear spiritual weapons are indeed fearsome. A single shot can spell doom for anyone below the pulse realm. Fortunately, after detoxifying, he had absorbed a trace of saintly blood, catalyzing his evolution into the consummate spiritual martial realm. Had he remained at the pinnacle of the spiritual martial stage, facing the assault of nuclear spiritual weapons without sufficient speed to evade would have left him severely injured, if not dead. Moreover, Wu Hao and the others had initially planned to ambush him, compounded by the threat of nuclear spiritual weapons, making his survival seem bleak. It can only be said that his evolution was so swift that his enemies could not keep pace with the reality of his strength. Alas, it remains futile. Wu Hao sighed, shaking his head, his expression growing graver, anxiety flooding his heart. They had initially overestimated Su Yi's capabilities, bringing nuclear spiritual weapons to counter him, fearing they could not overpower him otherwise. Little did they know, Su Yi's speed was so extraordinary that he could evade even their most potent weapon, rendering their arsenal ineffective. With his current prowess, defeating Su Yi seemed an impossible endeavor. Their understanding of him was far too outdated. The thought of slaying Su Yi was indeed laughable. If that is the case, surrender. Refusal will only lead to death. Su Yi fixed his gaze on Wu Hao, his tone thick with menace. The only options left for Wu Hao were life or death. Even escape was not an option. A wise man does not court disaster. I recognize I cannot defeat you. I surrender. Wu Hao raised his hands, stepping towards Su Yi. In that moment, surrender appeared to be the only sound choice. That's the right attitude. Why sacrifice yourself for the sake of others? Su Yi smiled faintly, watching as Wu Hao approached. Wu Hao drew near, bowing his head in submission. An expression of genuine contrition on his face, surrendering the nuclear spiritual pistol he held to Su Yi. Su Yi accepted Wu Hao's surrender with satisfaction, for it held significant meaning for him. This man had been directly dispatched by Duke Liu, and Su Yi could extract valuable intelligence from him. Duke Liu was his true adversary. Eliminating him would put an end to the enmity forged through Jin Gongzi. Go to hell. Wu Hao's expression suddenly twisted into one of malevolence, turning fiercely aggressive. Seizing the moment when Su Yi believed his surrender to be sincere and had let down his guard, he launched a counterattack. From his sleeve, an arrow shot forth, its tip coated with venom. At merely a 2-foot distance, even Su Yi's swift reflexes would be insufficient to evade. The poisoned arrow would inflict grave harm upon him. With his strength, he could certainly slay an injured Su Yi. You seem to be celebrating prematurely. Su Yi had never relaxed his vigilance. His reflexes were quick, and the instant the poisoned arrow was launched, he intercepted it, grasping it in his hand. You are the one who is too hasty. Wu Hao's lips curled into a cold smile. In his hand, another nuclear spiritual pistol appeared, aimed at Su Yi as he fired once more. The act of launching poisonous arrows is indeed one of his favored lethal techniques. However, at this moment, he merely employs it as a ruse. In his hand lies a firearm, and at such a close range, it is sufficient to eliminate Su Yi. You are once again naive. Su Yi once more displays his astonishing speed, sweeping his hand, and a formidable barrier of spiritual energy materializes, blocking the nuclear spirit bullet from entering his body. Boom. The nuclear spirit bullet is deflected by the spiritual energy barrier and collides with the towering structure, resulting in a catastrophic explosion and a resounding collapse. Chapter 150, Sacred Slave Technique, the first sacred slave. Simultaneously, Su Yi swiftly seizes the thermal nuclear spirit pistol from number 5, pressing a hand firmly against his head. Number 5 is both astonished and terrified, his face a mask of dread. The wall of energy formed by Su Yi's spiritual essence has astonishingly repelled the nuclear spirit bullet. He is now utterly incapable of resistance. With Su Yi having taken his firearm and maintaining a lethal grip on him, poised to kill at any moment. If you're going to kill me, do it swiftly. Grant me a merciful end. Number 5 rapidly discards his fear, yearning for death. At this point, Su Yi sees no reason to spare him. If death is imminent, he is unafraid. He merely requests a quick and painless demise. No, I shall not take your life. Rather, I desire your submission, to serve me. Su Yi replies with a smile. You cannot be serious, demanding my allegiance and service. Are you not afraid I might betray you later? Number 5 is utterly astonished, finding it hard to believe. Just moments ago, he feigned surrender only to turn against Su Yi in an attempt to kill him. Under different circumstances, someone dealing with a treacherous individual like him would surely choose to eliminate him as a deterrent. Yet, Su Yi speaks of submission, of service. Can it be that Su Yi truly trusts him not to feign loyalty again, only to betray him in the future? Indeed, I trust you. It would be challenging for you to betray me again. Evil slave mark. Sacred slave technique. The sacred slave mark is formed. A radiant light flickers in Su Yi's hand as a sacred slave mark penetrates number 5's body. The sacred slave technique is a new skill he acquired during his union with Yilan, bestowed upon him by the power of the saint's bloodline. The mark produced by this technique can transform any enemy into his sacred slave, bound to never betray him for eternity. Naturally, this technique is only effective against those weaker than himself. Using it on stronger individuals carries significant risks and might not succeed. Master, what are your commands? As the sacred slave mark enters his being, number 5 undergoes a profound transformation. All hatred dissipates, and he regards Su Yi with utmost reverence and compliance. In this moment, for all eternity, Su Yi is his sole master, and he shall never betray him. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be known as Sacred 5. Divulge all that you know to me. Su Yi nods in satisfaction, assisting number 5 in adopting his new name. Yes, Master, Sacred 5 will reveal everything to you. Sacred 5 nods earnestly, sharing all his knowledge with Su Yi. After a while, Sacred 5 has disclosed all he knows. Upon hearing Sacred 5's revelations, Su Yi nods with satisfaction and instructs, return to Count Lu's side, gather as much intelligence as you can, and strive to become his trusted confidant, gaining insight into all his movements. Indeed, Sacred 5 was dispatched by Count Lu, yet he is not one of the Count's inner circle. Count Lu is remarkably enigmatic, and Sacred 5 has never encountered him. By sending Sacred 5 back, Sui hopes he can ingratiate himself with Count Lu, thereby better controlling the Count's information and laying a solid foundation for future action against him. Yes, Master, I know what to do. Sacred 5 solemnly agrees, adhering to Su Yi's directives. Very well. First accompany me to resolve another matter before returning to Count Lu's side. Follow me. Sui commands. Boom, boom, boom. Sui fires off more than 10 shots at the factories surrounding the tower, the devastating power of the nuclear spirit bullets leveling the area, erasing all traces left behind. Subsequently, he checks his phone only to find dozens of missed calls and messages. Sui dials Gu Changqing's number, opening with, "Do not ask questions. Assist me in locating Ying Ao. I intend to kill him." Chapter 151, Eradicating the Tumor. You wish to kill him? Have we truly reached this point? Gu Changqing's astonished voice echoes from the phone. Sui has been absent for over 2 hours, and now he calls to declare his intent to murder Ying Ao. With the Wanfa group backing Ying Ao, the influence is formidable. Suyi's desire to eliminate Ying Ao could trigger widespread repercussions, pitting him against the entire Wanfa group. Indeed, he has attempted repeatedly to use others to eliminate me. This time, I shall ensure his demise. Sui declares with unwavering resolve. Sacred 5 has imparted all relevant information, including matters concerning Ying Ao. The 4 individuals from the west returned to assassinate him, fully apprised of his whereabouts, an impossibility without someone leaking information. Ying Ao has a relative among the first members of the Guardians Alliance, who has been tasked with monitoring him and those around him, reporting back any movements. This relative also frequents the same locations as Wang Peng, Li Dan, and Yu, ultimately pinpointing his whereabouts. Upon learning the details, Ying Ao relayed this information to the 4 who then orchestrated tonight's events. Since the incident at Xiashan, Ying Ao has not only failed to repent, but has persistently sought to employ others to eliminate him, demonstrating a vile intent. Sui can no longer tolerate this. The time has come to eradicate this malignant tumor, and it cannot be delayed any longer. Otherwise, as seen in the previous 2 instances, there will undoubtedly be a third, fourth, or even more. Understood. I grasp the situation. Return first, and we shall discuss further. Gu Changqing replies over the phone. I shall not return yet. Inform everyone to act as though I have not yet returned, feigning anxiety and concern for my safety, lest Ying Ao's relative discovers I am unharmed. Otherwise, Ying Ao will learn of my survival. Sui explains. Should he return, it is likely that Ying Ao's relative would catch wind of his safety, leading to Ying Ao being forewarned. In such a scenario, Suyi's attempts to strike against Ying Ao would become significantly more complicated. If Ying Ao remains oblivious to his survival, then Sacred 5 can fabricate circumstances to mislead him. Ultimately, they can design a plan to lure Ying Ao into a secret location for his assassination, thereby making it exceedingly difficult for the Wanfa group to suspect Suyi's involvement. Understood. You should speak with your sister-in-law. She is quite worried about you. I will investigate Ying Ao's location. In the lobby of the Li Yun villa, Gu Changqing hands the phone to Yilan. After more than 2 hours of his absence, coupled with the events in the small garden, Yilan is consumed with worry for Sui. Are you all right? Where are you? Yilan picks up the phone, her eyes glistening with moisture, her voice anxious. Lan, I am unharmed. Do not worry. Inform everyone not to fret for my safety, and adhere to my instructions. I shall return shortly. Suyi's voice is gentle, comforting Yilan. It is easy to understand how worried she must be, given the explosion and fighting in the small garden while he has been missing for over 2 hours. I understand. Please take care. Yilan hands the phone back to Gu Changqing. I have ascertained Ying Ao's location. He has left the country and is currently in Southeast Asia, in Malaysia. I will send you the specific address shortly. Gu Changqing states as he takes the phone, speaking to Sui on the other end. I have already booked your flight. Do you not require our assistance? No need. Just ensure everyone pretends to be unaware of my whereabouts and maintain a facade of worry and unease. Avoiding any signs of inconsistency, Sui emphasizes once more. This time, the opportunity must be seized to discreetly eliminate Ying Ao, ensuring that no suspicion falls upon him, at least for the immediate future. Chapter 152, Going Abroad. I know what must be done. You must exercise caution. Gu Changqing concluded the call. Sui also turned off his phone, a broad smile illuminating his face. Ying Ao is cornered this time. Once he secures the precise address, he will conclude matters with him. Shengwu, once you arrive in Magua, get in touch with Ying Ao and arrange for a meeting. Sui declared with a grin. We are headed to the airport. Ying Ao is in contact with Shengwu, Otherwise, Sheng Wu would not be aware of his whereabouts. Moreover, from Sheng Wu's directives, it appears that Ing Ao harbors an interest in Liu Boju, displaying a desire to curry favor with him. This provides the perfect opportunity to have Sheng Wu lure Ing Ao to a secret location for his demise. Understood, master. Sheng Wu nodded respectfully. Following Su Yi to the airport. How is it, brother? Is everything all right? What exactly do we need to do? Inside the villa, Wang Peng anxiously approached Gu Chongqing to inquire. Others gathered around, eager to hear Gu Chongqing's elaboration. The group received a few details, but the specifics must be divulged by Gu Chongqing. One thing is certain. Su Yi is planning a significant move to eliminate Ing Ao. He has not disclosed any situation from his end, only instructing us to feign ignorance about his whereabouts and to appear troubled and unsettled, thus confusing Ing Ao's relatives within the alliance. Although he did not elaborate, it is evident that the attack in the garden is inextricably linked to Ing Ao. Ing Ao has repeatedly attempted to eliminate Xiao Yi through external forces. He can no longer tolerate it. He has already departed for the airport heading to Magua, where Ing Ao awaits. For his safety, everyone should adhere to his instructions, and we shall discuss other matters upon his return. Gu Chongqing explained. That scoundrel Ing Ao has made multiple attempts on my brother's life. I am filled with a desire to kill him, Li Danyu said angrily, his displeasure evident. Ever since the incident at Xiao Mountain, Ing Ao has harbored resentment. It is a pity that Su Yi does not hold past grievances against him, while Ing Ao remains ungrateful, seeking Su Yi's demise at every turn. My brother is going to Magua, which means he will miss the competition after dawn. It's rather unfortunate. Wang Peng lamented. Su Yi was supposed to shine brilliantly in this competition, letting his brilliance illuminate all. However, he must now rush to Magua to commit murder, thus missing the contest. Even so, this will not tarnish Su Yi's impression and standing among the elite. Enough of this chatter. Let's proceed according to Su Yi's directives. I have just received news that there are signs of thermal nuclear weapon damage at an abandoned factory in the suburbs, similar to the explosion in the garden. The assailants targeting Su Yi are formidable. Li Keating burst in, addressing the crowd. Ing Ao truly deserves to be eliminated. The assassins keep upgrading their methods, seemingly relentless. Gu Chongqing stated coldly. Sister-in-law, there is no need for concern. My brother will return safely. Wang Peng, seeing the worry etched on Yilan's face, spoke up. I understand. You need not worry about me. Just do as instructed. Yilan replied with a faint smile. Once everyone comprehended their tasks, they dispersed, awaiting Su Yi's safe return. Hours later, Su Yi's flight arrived in the capital of Magua, from whence he made his way to the western coast and boarded a boat to Bulacheng. This island city, situated in the tropical sea, boasts a scorching climate and is surrounded by ocean. According to the news relayed by Gu Chongqing, Ing Ao is currently within Bulacheng, relishing a delightful beach vacation. Sheng Wu did not arrive in Bulacheng alongside Su Yi, but rather reached ahead of him. As Sheng Wu stated, Liu Boju has eyes everywhere across the globe, with Southeast Asia being more densely populated than East Asia. To avoid detection, the two had to arrive separately. Chapter 153, Meeting Ing Ao. Outside a seaside hotel in Bulacheng, a picturesque landscape unfolded. In addition to the charming ocean view, countless sunbathing beauties clad in bikinis adorned the beach. Su Yi temporarily took residence in this hotel, all arranged by Gu Chongqing, while Ing Ao lodged at a nearby luxury hotel. By avoiding sharing the same establishment, they could circumvent any unforeseen incidents. They merely had to await Sheng Wu's arrangement with Ing Ao, and then they could act. Countless beauties frolicked on the beach. Yet Su Yi found no leisure to appreciate the scenery. A night of toil had left him fatigued, prompting him to seek a prime spot to bask in the sun on the beach. The surrounding clamor did not disturb his slumber. He was far too weary. Meanwhile, at the Alliance headquarters square in Jingdu, many were left curious. Throughout the morning, no one had seen Su Yi make his entrance. Due to Su Yi's absence, he was automatically eliminated from the second round of the competition. This outcome delighted his opponents, who could advance without having to defeat him. Many were puzzled by Su Yi's absence from the battlefield today, and discussions ensued. Even though Su Yi was ousted in the second round, many understood that it did not diminish his standing. After all, his elimination was not due to a lack of skill, but was attributed to other circumstances preventing his attendance. Gu Chongqing, Wang Peng, and others, adhering to Su Yi's instructions, feigned a semblance of worry to mislead Ing Ao's relatives. As the day elapsed, night fell, and Sheng Wu in Bulacheng finally uncovered the situation. No associates of Liu Boju were present in Bulacheng, granting them an opportunity to act. Sheng Wu successfully arranged a meeting with Ing Ao, who requested that their encounter take place in his presidential suite. At 8 in the evening, Sheng Wu arrived punctually at the hotel where Ng Ao was staying. Ng Ao's presidential suite occupied the topmost floor, heavily secured and guarded. "Welcome, Mr. Wu. It is a great honor to have you here." As Sheng Wu stepped through the door, Ng Ao greeted him warmly, appearing exceedingly delighted. "Young Master Ng, it is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance." Sheng Wu surveyed the room before finally directing his attention to Ng Ao. "You are too kind. Mr. Ng, it is merely a trifling matter. It is my privilege to assist Liu Boju in any way possible." Ng Ao appeared exceedingly cordial, a smile gracing his face. "Please do not hesitate. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. If not, I shall take my leave, as I have other matters to attend to." Sheng Wu stood up, preparing to depart. Chapter 154. Seeking collaboration with Liu Boju. "Mr. Wu, please wait." Ng Ao promptly made a courteous gesture to stop Sheng Wu, stating, "I am aware of your busy schedule, sir, and I would not dare to impose further. However, since you have spoken, I indeed have a matter in which I seek the assistance of Count Liu." He was already aware of the situation in Kyoto, and with Sheng Wu's presence here, it suggested that the task had been accomplished. Su Yi had previously humiliated him. He was both his adversary and that of Count Liu. Young Master Jin, serving Count Liu, was slain by Su Yi, disrupting Count Liu's plans. The last time he assisted young Master Jin, it was also an attempt to establish a connection. Now, he directly approached a representative sent by Count Liu, and such an opportunity was not to be missed. Sheng Wu was evidently here to eliminate Su Yi, thus presenting a perfect opportunity to request assistance. "If there is anything you wish Count Liu to resolve, speak up. If it is within my capacity, I shall address it personally." Sheng Wu gazed at Ng Ao and said, "It is this. My father has long admired the esteemed reputation of Count Liu and wishes to collaborate with him, yet has not had the chance. I now represent my father and myself, hoping to forge a partnership with Count Liu for mutual development," Ng Ao expressed. Such ambition to join Count Liu's ranks reveals that the Ng family is not to be underestimated, thought Su Yi, who was fixated on the screen. His expression one of astonishment. The Ng family's desire to align with Count Liu was indeed audacious, suggesting their less than virtuous nature. "Sheng Wu, kindly decline his request and arrange for another time," Su Yi commanded. "Young Master Ng, your request exceeds my authority. You must understand that joining our Count's faction requires thorough scrutiny. I am aware of your family's considerable strength, and while we welcome your interest, as I mentioned, a stringent examination is necessary. Additionally, only the head of the Asia-Pacific region possesses the authority to handle such matters. Once the responsible party here completes their review, it will be reported back to headquarters for the Count's approval," Sheng Wu elucidated. "Should you genuinely wish to join, I can facilitate a meeting with the head of the Asia-Pacific region, allowing you both to converse. That would be splendid. I hope you can assist me further." Ng Ao expressed his immense gratitude. He understood that joining Count Liu's faction was a formidable challenge, and securing Sheng Wu's connection was akin to catching the last train. "Very well, I shall contact you upon my return. Await my message." Sheng Wu agreed, departing from the presidential suite. Ng Ao personally opened the door, smiling as he bid farewell to Sheng Wu. "Bah, what a presumptuous fellow, daring to act superior before me. Just a mere assassin. What is there to be so arrogant about?" Ng Ao slammed the door, immediately venting his ire with a scowl of displeasure and fury. "Young master, do not be upset. A little grievance is worth enduring." A middle-aged man emerged from the inner room, gazing sternly at Ng Ao. "Uncle Jing, I understand, but that number 5 truly infuriates me. Just an assassin, yet he dares to put on airs before me. One day, I shall make him see the consequences." Ng Ao replied, his anger unabated as he looked at the concealed Liu Jing. To be able to connect with Count Liu was a significant sacrifice for him today. Sheng Wu, merely a dog beside the Count, had the audacity to act like a person of great importance in front of him, expecting him to show respect. "Enough, await his news. At that time, I shall accompany you to meet the responsible party. They are the true decision-makers." Liu Jing reassured him. "Agreed." Ng Ao nodded vigorously, consenting to Liu Jing's company. Only by meeting the responsible party from Count Liu's side could the Ng family hope to enter the Count's sight. He would remember today's encounter. To regain the dignity he lost today, he must join Count Liu's faction. With his family's financial resources, their status would certainly be elevated once they allied with Count Liu. The respect lost before Sheng Wu could only be reclaimed after achieving that goal. Sheng Wu returned to Su Yi, hurriedly discussing plans with him. It was impossible for Sheng Wu to genuinely contact the head of the Asia-Pacific region. That was merely a delaying tactic to draw Ng Ao out for a discreet resolution. Soon, the two devised a strategy and set a meeting location. An hour later, Sheng Wu contacted Ng Ao again, claiming to have reached the head of the Asia-Pacific region, stating they would meet tomorrow evening, with the exact location to be communicated later. Upon receiving the news, Ing Ao was elated. Their family finally had the chance to connect with Count Lu's formidable ship. However, the one truly pleased was Su Yi, as Ing Ao remained oblivious to the fact that Su Yi orchestrated the entire scheme, intending to eliminate him. Master, the message has been transmitted. Sheng Wu bowed his head respectfully. Excellent. Everything is in place. Now we await the little wolf cub to fall into the trap. Su Yi's expression was one of satisfaction, tinged with malevolence. Ing Ao was doomed this time. No one would save him, and he would remain unaware of his killer. Chapter 155. The formal meeting of the Sacred Slave Faith Master. I have more to report. There is still someone hidden in Ing Ao's room, and that person has not shown themselves, which seems intentional. Sheng Wu stated. There is still someone concealed within. What is their strength? Su Yi inquired, his expression turning serious. If there was indeed another presence in Ing Ao's room, that individual would likely be aware of today's events, which would not bode well for him. If he lured Ing Ao out and subsequently killed him, it could impact Sheng Wu's return to Count Lu. Their aura is slightly stronger than mine. Sheng Wu replied candidly. That is of no concern. This person remains hidden in the shadows, likely a trusted ally or protector of Ing Ao. Once Ing Ao emerges, they will surely follow, allowing us to deal with them all at once, preventing any leaks. Su Yi declared. You may return to your quarters. Prepare for the grand undertaking tomorrow. Yes, master. Sheng Wu respectfully exited Su Yi's room. Quan, is there any possibility that Sheng Wu might betray us? As soon as Sheng Wu left, Su Yi contacted the system. Rest assured, master, his sacred slave mark is firmly established. Unless a saint intervenes, no one can break it. That reassures me. Su Yi nodded, feeling at ease. It was his first time employing the sacred slave technique, and it was also his first application on a living being. As a day passed, he worried about the potential for error due to his inexperience with the technique. If that were the case, it would pose a significant problem for him. The system Quan assured him there were no issues, allowing him to relax. Ding. The proficiency level of the sacred slave technique has reached its maximum, advancing to level 2, allowing the simultaneous creation of 8 marks. Ding. The level of faith power has increased, earning 10 points of sacred slave faith. The faith value has reached 5%. Upon reaching 50%, it can activate the power of faith for attacks and can be fully converted into power for attacking enemies or upgrading. Just as Su Yi began to feel secure, Quan's voice sounded once more. With the control over the sacred slave technique now at level 2, he could simultaneously create 8 sacred slave marks. This meant he could now condense 8 marks at once, turning 8 individuals into his sacred slaves. As the proficiency of the sacred slave technique advanced to level 2, the faith power was also activated, allowing the sacred slaves to provide him with sacred slave faith to enhance his faith power. Once the faith value accumulates fully, it can be upgraded or entirely converted into formidable attack power against enemies. Excellent, excellent. Faith power is indeed a magnificent asset. Su Yi exclaimed, clapping his thighs in excitement. Faith, in its essence, harbors boundless power. The more followers one has, the stronger the power of faith becomes, leading to a substantial enhancement of one's own abilities. In this world, faith is a formidable force, capable of consolidating immense power and obliterating all obstacles. His holy servitude technique allows him to acquire holy servants, thereby providing him with faith power. However, his faith power is entirely distinct from ordinary faith. It is imbued with a hint of sacred energy, setting it apart from the faith of the common populace. In just one night, Su Yi thoroughly researched the power of faith and skillfully mastered the holy servitude technique. Advancing from level 2 to level 3 proficiency, he can now condense 64 holy servant marks, enabling 64 individuals to become his holy servants. Meanwhile, in the capital, the competition is fervently underway. On the third day, Gu Changqing called to inform him that the contest is nearing its conclusion, with only the top 30 rankings remaining. Gu Changqing, Xiao Yunfang, and Lu Qi have entered the top 30, while Bai Qiu has been eliminated from the top 40. Wang Peng and Li Danyu have made it into the top 90, and surprisingly, Li Yin has arranged for Yi Lan to participate as well, who also entered the contention for the top 30. However, for many, Su Yi's absence is the greatest surprise and disappointment. Those who witnessed the first day of the competition know that Su Yi is exceptionally strong, reliably placing in the top 10, with the capability to vie for first place. Unfortunately, Su Yi has been absent for 2 consecutive days, and many are eager to witness just how remarkable he truly is and how far he could have progressed. Su Yi contacted Yi Lan to inform her that he is unharmed and will return shortly. He then set out with Sheng Wu to meet Ng Ao in a forest park located in Bula City. As night fell, the entire Bula City was enveloped in a dazzling array of lights, bustling with crowds. Within the forest park, the illumination was dim, and the pathways were sparsely populated. Beneath the ancient lighthouse on a small hillside, Ng Ao had already arrived early, accompanied by Lu Jing. As it was his first meeting with the Count of Lu in the Asia-Pacific region, he knew he must present himself proactively, ensuring he would not arrive later than his counterpart, as he had a request to make. Mr. Wu has arrived, but you are alone. Where is your counterpart? Ng Ao greeted Sheng Wu, who appeared alone, with a smile. Not to worry, look over there. Sheng Wu pointed to a figure in a black suit and mask not far to the left. He is the head of the Asia-Pacific region. Go converse with him. Ng Ao felt a surge of excitement, but was puzzled as to why the head of the Asia-Pacific region would wear a mask. The opportunity to meet him personally was invaluable, yet the mask suggested a reluctance to reveal his identity. Most would have turned away at such a sight, as a masked individual could signify a lack of sincerity. You must understand how tightly knit our organization is. All high-ranking members wear masks when meeting strangers to avoid unnecessary complications. Do you understand? Sheng Wu feigned mystery as he explained. He spoke the truth. All high-ranking officials must wear masks when meeting outsiders. This not only protects their identities, but also prevents potential non-cooperation that could lead to sensitive information being leaked, which poses significant risks to the organization. However, the masked individual is not the head of the Asia-Pacific region, but rather Su Yi in disguise. I understand. Ng Ao forced a smile, nodding repeatedly as he approached the masked figure. With each step closer, his excitement intensified. The influence of Count Lu spans the globe, instilling fear even in some great nations. If negotiations went well, the power of the Ng family would swell once more. Hello, I am Ng Ao. May I inquire your name, sir? He said respectfully, standing behind the masked individual. You are the person Mr. Wu mentioned who wishes to discuss joining us. The masked Su Yi responded, his voice raspy. Yes, indeed. I was sent by Mr. Wu. Our Ng family is sincere and earnest in our desire to cooperate with Count Lu, seeking mutual development and greatness. Ng Ao replied eagerly. I am somewhat familiar with your Ng family. You possess considerable strength in East Asia. Su Yi remarked, again in his raspy voice, offering praise. You flatter me. It is indeed our fortune to receive such high praise from you. Ng Ao expressed, nodding appreciatively towards the masked figure. His heart was elated, as the masked individual's commendation was of great significance, equating to an acknowledgement of their strength. To join Count Lu's faction, one must possess substantial strength, otherwise, they would be disregarded. The masked individual's words provided Ng Ao with reassurance regarding their initial progress toward joining Count Lu. Do not be modest. I speak only the truth. However, mere strength is insufficient for joining us. One must demonstrate unwavering loyalty. I recall there was a small leader in East Asia, young Master Jin. Sadly, he is deceased, yet even in death, he remained loyal and never betrayed us. You provided information to Mr. Wu that led to the demise of young Master Jin's killer, which is commendable, but no amount of merit can surpass loyalty. Do you understand? The masked figure stated. I understand. However, how do we demonstrate our loyalty? I seek your guidance. Ng Ao replied. It is simple. As the representative of Count Lu in the Asia-Pacific region, you must regard me as you would Count Lu himself. Kneel before me. Su Yi's voice turned cold and haughty, issuing the command to Ng Ao. You want me to kneel? Ng Ao's face changed, fury boiling within him as he spoke with displeasure. Kneel, the masked figure insisted. This demand was a profound humiliation, an affront to his dignity. Count Lu is a great being, our one true deity. If you wish to join us, you must worship Count Lu. As his full representative in the Asia-Pacific region, it is customary for an outsider to kneel upon first meeting. This is the rule. Su Yi adjusted his mask, his tone reflecting dissatisfaction. It seems from your earlier words that you harbor some discontent with my decision and are unwilling to kneel. If that is the case, what loyalty can you claim? Ugh. To kneel is outrageous. However, it does not signify loyalty. It seems we cannot reach a preliminary agreement today. Ng Ao's expression darkened as he contemplated. Given his character and status, he would never submit to kneeling before an outsider. That would be an affront to his honor. Even if such a rule existed upon joining Count Lu, he would kneel only to Count Lu himself, not to a mere representative of the Asia-Pacific region. Though they had yet to join Count Lu, he felt no obligation to comply. Yet, the anger brewing within him made him reluctant to kneel, knowing that failing to do so would imply a lack of loyalty in the eyes of the representative. A person without loyalty would not be welcomed by Count Lu. If he did not demonstrate loyalty today, the possibility of joining would become increasingly difficult in the future. Ing Ao was caught in a tumultuous struggle, unwilling to lose face, yet reluctant to forfeit a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ing Ao, kneel before me. Beneath the mask, Su Yi revealed a visage of cold derision. In the domain of Earl Lu, the act of kneeling to express loyalty was a mere fabrication of his own making. This rogue, Ing Ao, had attempted to take his life on several occasions, and his treachery was unequivocal. Su Yi had seized upon Ing Ao's fervent desire to join Earl Lu, wielding it to his advantage, compelling Ing Ao to comply with his every whim. Before extinguishing Ing Ao's life, he intended to thoroughly humiliate this cunning and venomous scoundrel. So, will you kneel or not? Su Yi's voice dripped with displeasure as he shifted his stance, turning away as if to depart. Ing Ao, desperate to join Earl Lu, believed that Su Yi's departure would force him to abandon his pride. Sir, I assure you, my loyalty is unwavering. Ing Ao struggled, but ultimately succumbed, sinking to his knees. He was compelled by circumstance, his heart brimming with indignation and fury. Should he refuse to kneel, the masked man would leave, and his aspirations of aligning with Earl Lu would evaporate. For the sake of Ing Jia's future, such a temporary sacrifice seemed trivial. Once they successfully integrated into the fold, their family's strength would inevitably elevate them to prominence. When they possessed sufficient influence, they would exact retribution for the humiliation suffered today. Indeed, you demonstrate loyalty, Su Yi declared. A dog is man's most faithful companion. Let me hear you bark. Woof, woof, woof. Ing Ao stifled his rage and barked 3 times. To kneel was one thing, but to be reduced to a mere dog was infuriating. Yet, he dared not unleash his fury, silently enduring the humiliation. Excellent, excellent. You, my loyal hound. Repeat after the prompts on my phone. Su Yi placed his phone before Ing Ao, instructing him to recite. I am a devoted servant, a loyal dog, willing to serve Earl Lu eternally, even at the cost of my life. Ing Ao trembled, veins bulging, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Well done. Ha ha. Su Yi's voice rang out in a husky cackle. Up until now, Ing Ao remained oblivious to the identity of the man behind the mask. The one to whom he knelt was not the Earl Lu's representative in the Asia-Pacific region, but rather Su Yi himself. Unfortunately, his counterpart remained unaware, obediently following his commands. Su Yi reveled in manipulating Ing Ao, delighting in the power he wielded. The kneeling figure before him was but a facade of loyalty. He understood Ing Ao's true nature. Even if he were genuinely kneeling before Earl Lu's representative, Ing Ao would harbor resentment, ultimately seeking vengeance for today's humiliation. Fifth Master, your induction into Earl Lu's circle was no different. Under the lighthouse, Lu Jing's expression soured as he addressed Sheng Wu. The Ying family, despite their status in East Asia, saw Ing Ao debasing himself, kneeling and proclaiming himself a dog, thereby losing all dignity. Not at all. We are directly cultivated by Earl Lu, unlike you outsiders. However, one thing is certain. Unwavering loyalty to Earl Lu is paramount. Otherwise, your entire family will face annihilation. Sheng Wu replied. Most of what transpired with Ing Ao was a fabrication devised by Su Yi to toy with him. Yet, one truth remained. Those who joined must possess absolute loyalty to Earl Lu. Any sign of betrayal would result in dire consequences for their families. At present, Sheng Wu had no cause for concern, as he had no family, pledging his loyalty solely to Su Yi, unafraid of exposure. Lu Jing's countenance remained grim. Ing Ao's sacrifices were monumental. Should outsiders witness this spectacle, the Ying family would be ridiculed beyond measure. Sir, I have performed admirably. Are you satisfied? Ing Ao, suppressing his rage, forced a smile. Indeed, I am quite pleased. You have passed the preliminary test. I will report your induction to the Earl. Once he consents, the Ying family shall officially join our ranks. The delight was evident in Su Yi's concealed smile beneath the mask. Truly? Thank you, sir. Ing Ao rose, brimming with excitement and gratitude. Externally, he expressed elation, yet internally, he loathed Su Yi's masquerade. Once the Ying family aligned with Earl Lu, they would obtain sufficient power and status, and the Asia-Pacific representative would soon meet his downfall. The dignity lost today would be repaid 100-fold. Do not rejoice too soon. One final task must be completed before you can claim success. Su Yi placed a hand on Ing Ao's shoulder. What is it? Speak, and I shall ensure your satisfaction. Ing Ao nodded earnestly. You have complied, knelt, and behaved like a loyal dog. I trust you will meet my expectations. Su Yi's laughter ignited a surge of fury within Ing Ao. Sever one of your hands. What nonsense. You cannot demand my hand. Ing Ao forcefully pushed Su Yi's hand away, his pent-up anger erupting in a furious shout. He had already knelt, barked like a dog, and surrendered all semblance of dignity. Having endured such humiliation, now the Asia-Pacific representative sought his hand. This was utterly intolerable. Having lost his dignity, he could not afford to lose a hand. For how could he continue to live with such shame? What, do you refuse? This is also Earl Lu's directive. Su Yi's voice turned icy. I see this as your intent. How dare you demand a hand, you wretched fiend? Ing Ao spat in rage, his fist flying toward the masked Su Yi. How dare you resist? Bold move. Su Yi's disguise slipped away, his voice now cold and commanding. As Ing Ao's fist approached, Su Yi regarded it with disdain. The disparity in their realms was vast. With a resounding slap, Su Yi's hand captured Ing Ao's powerful fist. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed as Su Yi exerted force, forcibly twisting Ing Ao's arm until it contorted at a grotesque angle. Ah! Ing Ao cried out in agony, stumbling back and collapsing to the ground in torment. You have gone too far. Lu Jing, witnessing the brutality, erupted in fury, his aura crackling with menace. Ing Ao's arm had been broken by Earl Lu's representative, writhing in pain on the ground. Such egregious actions were intolerable. To join Earl Lu's faction, Ing Ao had already sacrificed immensely, kneeling and barking like a dog, losing every shred of dignity. Yet, even after such degradation, the representative demanded a severed limb. Fueled by rage, Lu Jing charged toward the masked Su Yi. Ing Ao was gravely injured, and he needed to rescue him. Do not rush off. Our discussions are not yet concluded. Sheng Wu swiftly positioned himself before Lu Jing, blocking his path. Get out of my way, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Lu Jing bellowed at Sheng Wu. Retaliate? You truly believe you possess that capability? Sheng Wu scoffed. Lu Jing was only slightly superior. In a full confrontation, they would be evenly matched. Moreover, with the nuclear spirit weapon in hand, Lu Jing could not withstand the devastating power of the nuclear spirit bullets. Uncle Jing, hurry. We must leave. Ing Ao struggled to rise and shouted loudly, urging Lu Jing to leave this place swiftly. No, I will not abandon you. Lu Jing firmly refused, asserting that he would ensure their safe escape. He is Su Yi. You must flee. Ing Ao glared at the masked figure before him, his face contorted with rage. The so-called Earl Lu, responsible for the Asia-Pacific region, was nothing but a fabrication. It was Su Yi in disguise. Having once engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Su Yi in the virtual realm, Ing Ao was acutely aware of Su Yi's essence and voice, ingrained in his very bones. In his recent fury, Su Yi's true voice had been inadvertently revealed, along with the aura that accompanied his actions. There was no chance of error. Beneath the mask lay Su Yi's visage. Su Yi was formidable, more powerful than ever before. He was too close to Su Yi now, leaving no opportunity for escape. Only Lu Jing had a chance to flee, and only he could convey the events of this night to his father. Even in death, revenge would be sought against Su Yi, not the Earl Lu, who was merely a confused figure in this affair. You cannot leave, it is too late, Su Yi declared, removing his mask with a cold smile, stating that neither Ing Ao nor Lu Jing would escape. How can this be? Number 5, did you not kill him? Do you dare betray Earl Lu? Lu Jing was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. If Su Yi were alive, it implied that Saint 5 had the audacity to betray Earl Lu and ally with Su Yi. Tonight's meeting was a trap. Do not speak so harshly. It is not betrayal, but rather a shift from darkness to light, in search of a worthy leader. Saint 5 chimed in, grinning. However, I fear you two may not have the chance. Su Yi, if you truly intend to kill us, you must reconsider, Lu Jing warned. Chapter 160. The schemes of the clever. It was abundantly clear. There was no need for inquiry. Lu Jing could live, but Ing Ao must die. As soon as Su Yi's words fell, he stepped forward, striking Ing Ao with a palm. Despite Ing Ao's multiple attempts to eliminate him, even his magnanimity had its limits. With a swift motion, the force of Su Yi's strike howled through the air, too rapid for Ing Ao to react, and it connected with his face. The sound of impact echoed sharply, sending Ing Ao flying, his features contorted in pain, a crimson handprint now adorning his visage. He collapsed, coughing up blood, and several teeth followed suit. Before Ing Ao could fully savor this agony, Su Yi reappeared, lifting his foot to viciously stomp on Ing Ao's knee. Ah! Ing Ao screamed in a mix of pain and fury as his knee was shattered, bone piercing through skin, tearing his trousers in the process. Stop this! Lu Jing roared, consumed by rage as he lunged at Su Yi. Ing Ao had grown under his watch, akin to a nephew, and as he was sent to protect Ing Ao, he could not remain a bystander to Su Yi's brutality. Saint 5 intended to intervene but was halted by Su Yi's mere glance, preventing any interference. Lu Jing charged towards Su Yi, reaching for Ing Ao on the ground while throwing a punch at Su Yi. Su Yi dismissed Lu Jing's attack effortlessly, swiping his hand, and their fists collided. In that moment, Lu Jing felt an overwhelming force surge through his arm, rendering it numb. Su Yi's arm quaked, sending Lu Jing sprawling backward. Blood spilling from his mouth, his complexion drained of vitality. Saint 5 acted swiftly, capturing Lu Jing. Su Yi was undeniably powerful, proving to be a match that even he could not contend with. This trap had ensnared both him and Ing Ao. Escape was no longer an option. Ing Ao, do you see? No one can save you today, and no one will reveal the truth of tonight to your father. Su Yi's demeanor turned merciless, a torrent of murderous intent surging forth as he proclaimed, I offered you a chance and sought reconciliation, yet you spurned my goodwill, relentlessly attempting to end my life. Next year on this day will mark your memorial. Cough. Do not celebrate prematurely. If I perish tonight, you shall not live much longer either. My father will learn of tonight's events, and Earl Lu will know as well. Ing Ao spat blood, glaring fiercely at Su Yi. His hatred for Su Yi had never waned, nor would he ever regret it. Several times he had failed to eliminate Su Yi, blaming his own misfortune. If he were to die today, Su Yi would not enjoy a long life either. Ah, you both cannot escape. Who would know? Su Yi smirked, gazing at the furious Ing Ao beneath him. You remain ignorant, for I am equipped with miniature surveillance gear. Every word you have uttered and every action you have taken has been recorded. Ing Ao boasted, touching the button on his chest with pride. I have disabled the camera. The footage will be automatically encrypted. If I do not return to manage it within an hour, the video will be sent to my father. Fate had twisted against Su Yi. Despite his cunning plans to eliminate Ing Ao, he was outmaneuvered by Ing Ao's precautions. Su Yi's actions had been documented, and both his father and Earl Lu would soon be informed. The impersonator of Earl Lu, aiming to use deception for murder, would only provoke further wrath from Earl Lu, who would desire Su Yi's demise even more fervently. Even if Su Yi were to kill Ing Ao tonight, his own lifespan would be limited. Chapter 161. Understanding your demise. You are so clever, yet you have prepared for this. Su Yi's expression darkened upon hearing Ing Ao's words. You did not foresee this, did you? Huh. Kill me, and you too shall perish, even if my father does not send someone to eliminate you. Earl Lu will certainly not spare you. Ing Ao laughed triumphantly despite the excruciating pain. Su Yi's attempt to orchestrate his downfall had backfired, much to Ing Ao's delight. He feared neither death nor the prospect of being slain by Su Yi. The events of tonight would eventually be exposed, and when he was gone, Su Yi would also face death. Su Yi, let us strike a deal. Spare Ing Ao, and we shall destroy the video. What say you? Lu Jing, restrained by Saint 5, proposed a bargain. Fortuitously, Ing Ao had prepared for this, leaving them with the video of Su Yi's actions as a life-saving card. Should Su Yi insist on killing Ing Ao, the footage would automatically be released in due time. Once the events of the night were disclosed, neither the victor nor Earl Lu would let Su Yi escape unscathed. Thus, leveraging the video as a bargaining chip, they sought to negotiate their freedom, an arrangement that would benefit both parties. Suddenly, Su Yi erupted into laughter. What are you laughing at? If you have the guts, kill me. Ing Ao glared at the mirthful Su Yi, defiantly challenging him. He could not fathom the source of Su Yi's amusement, nor did he care. He held a lethal secret against Su Yi. Should he perish, Su Yi would be hunted down in turn. I laugh at your arrogance and self-deception. Do you truly believe that a mere video can seal my fate? You are mistaken. Su Yi's face was adorned with a scornful expression as he regarded the self-satisfied Ing Ao. What is there to be proud of, you pathetic captive? With a swift motion, Su Yi stomped down once more, shattering Ing Ao's other leg. In that moment, Ing Ao's agonized cries rang out, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. As blood gushed from his mouth, Su Yi, you must contemplate carefully. By taking the life of Ing Ao, you will be subjected to the relentless pursuit of both the winner and the Earl of Reborn, who will not cease until you are utterly vanquished. Lu Jing exclaimed with deep concern. The torment inflicted upon Ing Ao by Su Yi pained him to the core, evoking both fear and sympathy. Very well, Ing Ao. I shall grant you a clear demise. I have instructed Sheng Wu to install electronic jamming devices here in advance, rendering your miniature surveillance equipment incapable of proper operation or video transmission. Su Yi declared, even if your father were to witness the footage, it would merely appear as a flurry of snowflakes. He had anticipated this very scenario and took precautions by having Sheng Wu install the jamming devices ahead of time. Due to the interference from the electronic jamming equipment, Ing Ao's miniature surveillance gear was rendered ineffective, unable to capture or transmit any information. You cough. Ing Ao's eyes widened as he spewed forth a mouthful of blood in fury. He had believed he had a contingency, unaware that Su Yi had also prepared for this eventuality. The interference thwarted his ability to record and relay information. His carefully laid plans had unraveled, and his lifeline had been severed. Therefore, you may rest in peace, Su Yi coldly declared, as he brought his foot down upon Ing Ao's head with tremendous force. The sound of a dull thud resonated as Ing Ao's skull was crushed beneath Su Yi's heel, blood and brain matter erupting from the fissure, splattering the ground. Ing Ao struggled for a brief moment before his breath ceased, succumbing to a final, unfulfilled death.